I lost 800 MMR.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Grand Finals Day here. We're going to start in the one-win spring series, and both teams in the Grand Finals. A little bit of a surprise, but in the third place here as well. We weren't expecting this coming through. It's going to be Team Spirit versus Team Liquid, and then Virtus.pro in the Grand Finals up against Entity, playing off for that $50,000 prize pool. Second place going to be $30,000. Third, you walk away with $15,000, and fourth, you are going to be taking home $5,000 here. And this is it. This is the last day, your last chance to impress on the stream. And I've got Hurry Freak and Milan alongside me, boys. How are you doing this morning? Grand Finals,
guys.
You are hyping me up, and we are first watching the third place series. Rob, you need to stop.
No, guys. Let's pretend this is grand final. Let's just pretend. Everybody pretend this is a grand final. It's only BO3. Unfortunately, our grand final is BO3. Spirit versus Liquid. This could be potentially a TI finals this year, and we get it to see it firsthand here in one win series tournament. We just ignore it. They lost to Entity and VP.
Oh, so you're talking about this might be the TI Grand Finals if Entity and VP fall apart and just disband.
Maybe, but I think I often think who's gonna win next TI. Like, it's just very interesting, right? It's like a Super Bowl, Dota, and it's not been so many. And I feel like Nisha is due winning a TI. Maybe not on this squad, but he's one of the players in history of Dota that was so great, but never won a TI. He was once third, once second, but never won it.
Yeah, well, Milan, this is not Oscars, and he's not Leonardo DiCaprio that now we're just gonna give him one for life's work, so he's actually gonna have to win it.
He is gonna have to win it, but if he continues to play like he played in this tournament, he's gonna look grim.
That's true. Did you ever, like, you think about who's gonna win TI? Did you ever get it right?
Ooh. I mean, I had to go. I think maybe TI7. I was thinking Liquid is gonna win because they were. We like TI7. We screamed Liquid like 15 times before TI, and they won us like 15 times. I think maximum time we managed to play was 20 minutes. So we were we had an inside info kind of.
Okay. You had first-hand experience of how good they really were coming into that one.
Yeah, they basically just. They had this kind of new meta with the IO, Coddle, Shaker, whatnot, and I mean, you remember they were almost unstoppable. Besides the first game against Burning IG.
Yeah, and we are going to be taking a look at the rosters coming up here as well. You're obviously seeing the highlights on the screen. VP's win up against Spirit yesterday, doing really well, VP, and some of the mechanical, just all the players performing really well here, pinning Spirit back. So Spirit looking for that rebound here today, looking for that third place finish up against Team Liquid, looking to get themselves back in, because they will be playing up in the Dream League qualifiers coming out tomorrow there as well. So they've got to be on the ball here. They can't falter coming through. This is going to be, I don't want to say a warm-up for them, but it's going to be a great match for them to kind of shake off this rust, get back into it before they potentially go into these qualifiers again tomorrow. And I mean, again, everyone wants that third place finish between Team Spirit and Team Liquid, because it is a big chunk of change difference here, $10,000 between fourth and third place.
I mean, I don't think Spirit are looking rusty. I'd rather say Liquid are looking rusty, and Spirit are actually playing really well. They're just not setting themselves up for success. Let's put it that way. And Milan yesterday mentioned their vlogs, their YouTube vlogs. If you guys didn't them, check them out, go and do it. Of course, there is English subtitles. You're gonna know what's going on, and they usually do comment on their drafts and that they're not too happy with them. So maybe they haven't just sat really long to think about what they need to do, how they need to approach it, so they can win versus some of these better teams. So in terms of performance, I'd say Spirit are quite up there.
I have here like some Russian newspaper, how we call it, says Corbin commentated on the Spirit performance. He said, obviously we're not playing well, everything is fine morally, we didn't skip any tournament, we just play poorly, and that's it. Like someone asked him to comment, and like he simply said like, yeah, we're a little bit underperforming, but we're still happy with each other, and like obviously they're a huge team, they could have skipped this tournament, but they're trying to get back into this in the zone, and I think it's good. I think if you ask like Gaming Gladiators from last year, if they would swap all the major wins for the Riyadh win, they would do so, and Spirit was like kind of like that. Over the year they didn't really win any other tournament besides the Riyadh and TI, but these are the two that matter the most. So it's good to sort of fail here or underperform here and like get yourself tamping the form, right, for the biggest tournaments and matches in the year.
Okay, I have a question, Milan. So that's usually what people do in like athletics and swimming and those running and stuff. They actually make sure that they're at their best at like the Olympics, at the world championship or something like that. I know that you in general would not be in the scene for quite some time in the past years, and then suddenly on TI you come in and you go there. Somewhat unexpectedly, somewhat expectedly when you see the roster. But does that exist in Dota? Do people actually be like, okay guys, we are gonna make sure that our form is best at TI? Is it even possible to do it in a team game?
People try to. It's very hard, of course, but you deploy your resources differently. Like you don't go all in through the year and burn yourself out. Like it's same as in traditional sport. Yeah, you might not boot camp for this tournament, but you will boot camp for the other tournament, and vice versa. Because like it really is just it's just normal to not be on top of your game all the time.
Yeah,
and the tamping the form is a skill in its own.
Yeah, you want to be avoiding that burnout before you come out to the end of the year. We're going to be able to take a look at the schedule as well, how it's going to break down today. So we're going to start off with Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. That is going to be a best of 3 here for 3rd place. And then we move finals. Virtus.pro coming up against Entity. And that will be a best of 5 here. So we're going to be able to go for a full run to see who is going to be walking away with a 50,000 at the top for 1st place and who is going to be taking away the 30,000 here for 2nd place. So I'm hoping that we get all 5 games coming out in that 2nd series, just being able to see a marathon of a best of 5 and see who really does deserve to take it away. But looking at this first series here as well, Team Spirit versus Team Liquid, 2 top tier teams that you'd expect to see in the finals. They did drop down, and we are going to be seeing them playing off for 3rd place, and I want to make sure, and I'm stressing this to the panel, making sure there is no bias coming into... Oh, hang on, let me just fix this light a second. I think I need to just adjust this. Is that...
Oh my god, that's a good one. I actually like that one. Good job, Rob. Small clap.
But yeah, coming into this one, I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams play again. It's one of those matches that we don't get to see enough. So seeing this best of 3, hopefully again it does go to all 3. We see both teams being able to play at the tippy top of their game coming into this final day. So what are you looking forward to seeing here, Harry, for coming into this first game between Team Spirit and Team Liquid?
What I want to see let's say I might not be what I expect, is long fights where people are not committing all that much for the kills. Because Liquid, they have had some shining moments in this tournament where Boxy with the Rubik or the Tiny would approach the fights in a slow way, then we would have this 2-minute fight. Spirit has been doing that as well. Even when losing, they find ways to win an engagement. So that is what I would like to see. What I expect to see is Team Spirit winning, not easily, but, you know, pretty convincingly a 2-0, right? But I think Liquid, if they come at the top of their game, they come in with the drafts, they might even have a chance to win if they approach the games like that and play Spirit's game. Don't commit, because these guys know that if you all jump, they're all gonna be ready to respond and punish you for it.
Yeah, and Milan, we saw yesterday that maybe Liquid weren't too ready for the aggression coming out of Team Entity, who did play that fast-paced game. So how do you expect them to adjust today? Maybe, you know, trying to stop Spirit from doing the same thing to them in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean they will have to adjust. I also saw Kataomi in the Russian interview say he was very, very surprised with how Liquid played and how slow they are. He explicitly said something along the lines, they maybe do one move, maybe 1-2 moves, and then they just hit creeps. That's what he said. And he was very, very surprised with it. And I think maybe that's where the adjustment lies in sorry, in trying to play a little bit faster, you know, try to match the speeds. I mean, I think Spirit also early game doesn't play as fast as VP and Entity, so if Liquid just puts a little bit more speed, they might have what it takes to win this game.
Okay, well, we'll see if they are going to be able to pick up that pace here coming into this best of 3. And yeah, Spirit, I mean, I don't think you can fault the way that they've played in terms of getting the pacing out, but just weren't as, I guess, at the races yesterday, you know, the VP were able to get a better draft in the first game, it felt like to me, and then move through in the second game. They just compounded on Spirit's issues, and, you know, VP obviously deserving to get through into that grand final, so we'll see how Spirit are going to bounce back today. And Hurry, if you look at this one, you know, like I said, we talked about the draft in that first game. Stuns wins games, so do you think that they are going to try and change up their approach coming into this series up against Team Liquid?
I hope they do, but what we have seen, I mean, the guy on my right on your guys' screens, he has been able to predict almost every one of the Liquid picks, and I don't think that Spirit are not going to be able to do at least like closely to it, so that does give you an advantage to be able to understand what to pick up.
Does that mean Liquid liability is in being predictable?
I don't know, or maybe you just have inside info, but
I do not have any inside info.
Then yeah, it could be. It could be in this tournament. It felt like it.
Holy moly! It means Liquid's gonna win, guys.
No way.
No, actually, no.
We are way too knowledgeable.
No. Bowie predicted Spirit, so Liquid's not gonna win.
Yeah, Bowie and DK Truman have predicted Spirit here, and they are the I think the highest in the full prediction table. So either that, or we've just dropped the mother of caster curses here onto Team Spirit, because, you know, how else? It's just one of those things, right? That everybody's channeling the energy to Spirit, and Liquid are just going to flip the script and get themselves into that third place. But yeah, looking like the talent here, at least for the first series, very agreeable on their predictions. So what else can we say in Team Liquid's favor here on the panel, just to even that out a little bit?
Oh, you know what? I've been looking at the pubs, and Spirit are losing their pubs like mad, whilst Liquid are doing pretty well.
I'm looking at Yatoro, not the Yatoro.
I mean, Yatoro is 54%, and then we have Nisha.
55.8. That's a lot. 55.8 is a lot.
Nisha is 85.
On 5 games.
14. There's still
14,
a lot.
14, same.
Same. Yeah.
This guy has 43. I mean, Yatoro, I wanted to put more into Spirit Basket than just Corbin, their general manager, whatever, the guy that assembled the roster originally, one of the most famous figures outside of players and coaches in the Eastern Europe community. Him saying they're morally fine plays a big role in my prediction that Spirit's gonna win. just not being affected by this loss to VP, understanding what they need to fix. And I think this being kind of say moral fortitude that they are actually brought them the success on a big scale. I brought them a couple of these TI wins and Riyadh win or whatever. Just they're always able to reset and not let tilt, emotions, what's not get to them. And I think that's a huge strength of theirs.
Okay. Well, we'll see how they are going to be able to bounce back here today. Do you think that we see, just to focus on a couple of the picks coming through, because we've seen teams, Team Spirit, trying to get that sniper out and off the ground, and it did come through against, was it Mouse? It came out twice, and then, it was the final game, right, up against Mouse, it came out. On the other side as well, there's going to be the Lashraks, these Oracle picks coming out as well, the Enigma picks. So do you think both teams, outside of the current meta bans, do you think they're locked in on what they need to be taken away in these drafts, getting into this best of 3?
I like that you mentioned the sniper. First of all, I like how Larl evolved. When he joined Spirit, he was like, you play Zeus. What's my purpose? You play Zeus. That was it, right? But now he's playing a lot of these right clickers, mainly the sniper and the Lina. Sniper, we can't really classify him as a complete right clicker as Alina, as he does use his assassinate quite a lot, but you get the gist, right? The problem with Liquid, they haven't had many jump heroes. That's what we have seen, and I think it comes down to 33's hero pool, that he doesn't really play the Mars heroes and those types of I'm gonna jump and stun you, and that could be a problem. I think that's where Nisha needs to adjust, or you're gonna have to ban out the sniper and the Lina every single time.
I agree with Harry. I think it's a very good analysis for a change. I mean, the 3-3 not playing the ordinary, or how do you call them, the common Amar offlaners, collapse offlaners, is like they cannot pick Razor with the Brewmaster or with the Doom. Like they need someone to do the playmaking, because now more than not in these games is everything's left on Boxy. If he plays Tiny, I think it's fine, because Tiny can just be a very big nuisance with the brown boots Windlace. But whenever he gets the Rubik or Muerta, it's a problem. Like these heroes need to scale, need to get items to do a lot of work, and like if his pos 2, 1, and 3 are just AFK farming, he's not getting these items.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to go. Do you think that's Spirit just straight up ban the Brewmaster every time then? Because that has been a hero that 3-3 looked good on over the event, and maybe being able to take away that power spike as well from Liquid, that early power spike, maybe just shakes their confidence a little bit in the draft?
Depends on what they're trying to accomplish with this best of 3 series overall. Maybe they're like, yeah, we don't play versus Brewmaster all that much. Let's see how one of the best ones plays it, and let's adjust to it draft-wise and gameplay-wise. So that could be their approach. But if they are 100% gunning to cripple Liquid in every possible way, I don't think they're going to be letting it through.
I think definitely they're going to ban it. Like, I can guarantee it, because it's a hero that, like, if you can avoid playing against it, you just remove it. And with so many bans in the first phase, they'll definitely do it. And it's kind of that the 3-3 show that his Brewmaster is strong laner, and already the moment he gets 6, he's very active. He TPs mid, TPs to a safe lane, does everything, and then later on turns into a like kind of this huge core, like late game unstoppable beast.
Okay, well, we'll see how this draft is going to break down in just a few minutes. And everybody, if you want to get involved here in the OneWin events going on, you can use that QR code in the bottom of the screen. That will give you access to all the OneWin social media channels where you're going to be able to follow along. It's not just going to be the Dota, there's going to be plenty of esports coming up on OneWin for the rest of the year. So make sure you follow along here, get yourself involved, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be more Dota events at least for the rest of the year, but there will be even more esports coming up from OneWin, so make sure you scan that QR code, subscribe to all the social media channels, and make sure you're up to date for the events going on for the rest of the year. And speaking about events, it is going to be a bit of an event here, this first best of 3. in Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Looking at it, like Milan said, these teams, you expect them to potentially be a TI finalist, and we're going to be able to see them here in the third place playoffs for Pride, for the $15,000 coming out for the winner, $5,000 for fourth place coming into this one. Again, still a big chunk of change there for both teams. So both teams wanted to be going out on top in the final match. So we'll see how it is going to break down in the draft in just a couple of minutes. But just to take a look, we're going to be seeing Team Spirit, Team Liquid coming out. And from what we expected, do you think, even though they dropped down to third place, you know, are you happy with how they've played, at least in these matches? You know, maybe they've, they were a little bit outclassed on both sides, Entity and Virtus.pro taking them down 2-0, but on the whole, do you think these teams are going to be happy with how this event's gone? Maybe from that practice standpoint, like Milan was talking about, or do you think they're going to be a little bit disappointed coming into this third place playoffs?
Oof, that's a hard one. Considering that Milan already talked about the interview that was given, that the morale in Spirit seems to be at the highest level, at least from what they say, and we are inclined to believe them. On the other side, I think Liquid are definitely not going to be happy. They were looking to, at least from my perspective, come into this tournament and rush through it, get the confidence up, and then continue with the other tournaments that they have through the year. Because this is a very short tournament, and you can definitely get some momentum out of it. Sure, I mean, they still got to the playoffs, but some of the group teams really shouldn't have stood any chance versus Liquid, and some of them were close to beating them.
Okay, well, we'll see as we get ourselves ready. And just to touch on it before we do get into the Spirit versus Liquid draft, Virtus.pro versus Entity in the grand finals here. Going to be a full best of 5. And who are you favouring coming into this one? Because I think the talent's a little bit more split coming into that grand finals.
We're kind of split, but I think we touched on it yesterday. Just to repeat, both teams look very impressive, playing very fast. Maybe Entity had a little bit of better showing, like kind of stomping their games versus the Liquid, but VP is just showing a very huge consistency. Like every game they're playing pretty well. Maybe what Harry said yesterday, they make some mistakes, some a little bit more than Entity, so Entity may be a slight advantage, but the consistency of VP in a best of 5, I think it will show up.
Okay.
And also, it's important to note that VP played versus Spirit, who are still looking somewhat okay, and Liquid, I think, are not looking like themselves, right? So it is hard to compare until they really go head to head.
Yeah, and they will be playing off, like I say, for that 50,000 at the top of the prize pool, and then second place will be taking home $30,000. Again, $15,000 for this third place match that will be coming up. And fourth place, if you're going to be taking the loss today here in that third place, you will be walking away with $5,000. So everybody gets something here for just participating in the last day. It is all to play for, though, coming into these two matches that you want to be taking. I mean, the difference between fourth and third, $10,000. The difference between second and first, $20,000. So those are big differences here that teams do want to be taking home. And, you know, the way that you're going to be playing in this or approaching this one, do you think that the teams in the grand finals coming into this one, because it's not who we expected, do you think that's who they expected to be playing up against? Do you think that's who they've prepared for? Or was it a last-minute scramble last night, to get through these VODs and just check on your drafts and get some early preparations in before the grand finals?
I think Milan could answer that better, but I think every series at a time is the best way to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't like try to guess who is gonna win in between. Who played first? I think Entity Liquid played first, or VP?
No, VP.
Yeah.
So let's say VP, they didn't sit there and like prepared for both. They kind of looked at their games, and after they finished, some of their analysts did all the awards or whatever. Their coach with the captain did the draft. You know, it's pretty standard procedure. It deviates a little bit from a team to team, but overall, they had enough time to prepare for Entity.
Okay, and Milan, what does that preparation look like? You were talking about the coaches checking wards. Is it majority of the coach doing work and then relaying it to the players, or do you sit down as a team and go through it, and try and pick out specific things that you want to approach the game?
I think it really depends from a team to team. I think in most of the teams, the structure looks like most of the players, 3 or 4 players, don't really do much prep besides their own. They're just very focused on playing and doing what they do best. And then coaches do the most prep alongside with captain, like they, especially during the draft. And for like game analysis, it's still like the coach, because the captain, bo5, let's say FNG in this case, like he still needs to prepare himself for playing. And like maybe he can watch 2-3 games of Entity real fast to see what this Kataomi is doing, but it's gonna mostly be, I'm trying to remember the VP coach. Is it G? Could be G.
I think so.
Yeah, I believe it is. It's
doesn't say in our tournament, but
yeah, it is G.
Yeah,
the coach. Yeah.
So G, a very kind of famous player, like the from the old guard, played few TIs. He probably just does like all the preparation and then shows it to the team. Like he prepares everything, at least how I do in my teams. Like I do all the preparation on my own, and I make the most important points, and I try to keep it very short for whole team, 5-10 minutes. Pay attention to this. Kataomi is gonna do this with his Monkey King, so the players can just focus on the play and know what they do. Like, okay, like a few months ago, OG started inventing the late smoke. I would definitely, like, if we were playing OG, I would say, okay, there's 2 variations. They go here or here. They smoke at 45 seconds. You can do this to prevent it. You can dodge it, blah, blah, blah. But long story short, the coaches do most of the work in preparation.
Okay, so if let's say you come to your team, so you have the recent experience, you come to them with your preparation, is it always like, okay, that's it, Milan, thank you, or would there still be a discussion if they wouldn't like some of the things that you prepared? Is there an option like that?
Most of the time there is discussion. I mean, the healthy discussions lead to most amazing things for the teams, the improvement or whatnot. But depending what we're talking about. If I'm just giving the info of what the enemy team does and not kind of suggesting what we should do, then of course there's no suggestion. The discussion,
Exactly.
They're just taking it up or asking some questions. Do they always do it? How often they do it? Etc.
Okay. So you're saying I've been lied to here when I've been told that the players just sit at the computer and you have the coach behind them prowling around, using the everything at the means to say you're going to be playing this and you're going to be playing this and you're going to be playing this. It is like a little bit more of a discussion.
That's a PPD. That's not the other coaches.
Okay. So it's nice to know, the coaches do get let out as well. They don't just sit in a windowless room and have to sift through, hours and hours of replays and data coming through. So they are actually in the team discussion. That's quite nice to hear. And we should be able to get ourselves into the draft quite soon. So I'm looking forward to this one. I mean, again, we keep harping on about it, but it is going to be, I think, a great match to start us off in the beginning of the day here. Team Spirit versus Team Liquid, and I'm happy that these teams got through, but again, looking through all of the teams coming through from the 1-win spring series, I don't think there's been any particular weak links. I think everybody's given us a show. There's been some great shows, even if the team didn't win in the matches coming through the group stages. I think there's been some great strength. So I'm so happy that this event went on. This is a short form event where we get some cross-region play, but the actual inter-region play as well, because that's something with the DPC that we are missing here now. We don't get week after week of the Spirits playing the Bet Booms and the Ligas and the Nine Pandas Hellraisers and VPs and Navi. It's saved now for the big events. So being able to put events like this on, it's just really fun to watch, and I'm glad this has happened, and I'm just so glad to have been involved. But we should be able to, like I say, get started with this draft in the next couple of minutes. And guys, because it's going to be the last time on panel for you here, you are going to be swapping over to casting. So just want to get your highlights, your thoughts on the 1-1 spring series that's gone on in the past few days.
Okay, so I'd say it was action-packed Dota, as you mentioned. Nice to see these regions go up against each other, because I think that's a bit of an advantage for like MENA, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, that they can scream between each other, and in some qualifiers they're still not going to be meeting each other. So that's quite big. But overall, fast tournament, nice tournament. These are the types that I like. It just from day one to the last day, not a lot of time passes. With the form that you came in, you are probably going to be coming out, and that's what happened here. So overall, for me though, the highlight is my top 3 didn't make it to any of them didn't make it to top 3. So that's quite nice to see.
Yeah, that's quite nice to see. But overall, a very, very exciting tournament, as you said. Super action-packed BO1s in this kind of adjusted GSL system, and like every game matters so much, and just the quality of the teams that are invited to this tournament, to play this tournament, it's very, very high on average. We had some lower tier teams. I mean, like Quest and Liga Stavok are not bad teams. They're just a little bit bad in comparison to Spirit. You know, that only says how strong lineup in this tournament was. But now we can move to the draft, and Spirit did not ban the Brewmaster.
You told us they were gonna ban it 100%.
I'm on a call with the Liquid. They told me we're not planning to pick Brew because they're gonna ban it. Now we have to pick Brew. Definitely they will pick Brew, because this is how it goes. Through their mind, okay guys, we lost yesterday to first pick Brew, and we are one of the better Brew teams in the world, and I guess we can do it. But then again, they're like, but these guys knew we were gonna pick a Brew if they let us. They must be plotting something, and now they're questioning themselves. What is Spirit preparing for the first pick Brew if it comes out?
One thing I have noticed here is that Spirit didn't use any of the reserve time. Usually in the first phase, Spirit loses reserve time. I just kind of feels like they're mostly discussing what they're gonna do in the continuation of the draft during the first ban phase. Not a lot of teams do that, and I think Liquid that they're actually afraid, and they go with the.
Somewhat afraid, but I think Spirit is a well-prepared team. But they're the biggest liability in this tournament, as we mentioned multiple times, is the draft. So maybe they're gonna be caught off guard a little bit by this, or maybe they will pick an Undying right here, and no, it's gonna be a Centaur. So we can expect Liquid to ban Undying and maybe a Medusa, because that's one hero that everybody is like a go-to versus the Doom.
Yeah, are you expecting the Lifestealer ban here from Team Spirit as well in this next phase, just to make sure that the Centaur gets as comfortable as lane as possible?
If they're banning a carry, I think so, right?
Yeah, he did so well yesterday, right? Harry versus the exactly. I think it was collapse, like a 7-minute blade mail into a 12-minute Blink versus the Lifestealer, but still, it's a hard matchup later on.
Yeah, you don't have high armor on the center. You do buy some armor items like Phase Boots, Blade Mail, maybe a Veil, but still you are a low armor hero. And then a Lifestealer with the Feast, which is physical damage, it's kind of problematic. You have 5k HP and you have 15 armor in the later portions of the game. Lifestealer hits you even without the open wounds, and he gets like a 10th of his HP back. It's too much.
Okay, and Liquid banning out the Rubik as well as the Shadow Demon here, so maybe setting up for that Enigma pick coming out, do you think?
The Shadow Demon, Rubik definitely kind of sounds like Enigma, and maybe that would be the best ban for Spirit, because in between like Nyx, TA, what's or not, there's a lot of heroes that don't mind playing against the Centaur, and he already showed that he can play against the Lifestealer. Maybe they just ban this Enigma, because with Rubik out, it's kind of a different hero when you don't play versus this Rubik.
It's completely different. Though Spirit are the type of team that know how to approach the fight slowly, right? So I don't think necessarily they would have problems playing versus an Enigma, even if they don't have, let's say, a BKB cancel. So maybe they're thinking along those routes, but it would definitely be easier for them if they just got rid of it.
it just creates a condition later on down the line. Playing against late game Doom and Enigma, so much BKB control, mute on Doom later on, it's a little bit scary. Puts you kind of on a timer. I feel like just for the sake of not worrying about Yubane, but then again, Spirit, as Harry mentioned multiple times, they're just so good.
They got it.
But they're gonna decide to go against it, and it's gonna be a techies. Oh, I feel like this might be a little steal in preparation for the Undying. Liquid obviously didn't really have a great showing with the Undying, but if they don't pick it up here, Medusa Undying is coming on for the Team Spirit, even without seeing 2 Liquid picks.
Okay.
So do you think then they're just gonna pick a Pango just to make sure that they have something versus the Medusa? Because I was just so unimpressed with how they played the Undying in general, not only in Sania but as a team, that I really wouldn't want to see it.
I mean, they're not gonna pre-pick into Medusa like that because we still don't see it. They can still pick up at 18, but this is just gonna work into my Medusa case. Like just Undying Medusa for Spirit is. I mean, versus a TA, every range carry that builds an early Manta, and when we were talking about Medusa, it's a 12-minute Manta on average. It's really hard to play, and Liquid they're gonna stick to their guns, you know. The TA is the hero that made them top 2 at the Bad Boom Dacha Dubai a few months ago, and they're gonna go with their heroes. And now, do they steal the Undying? Of course they don't, and now I'll be so surprised if they don't pick up Medusa and Undying together on Spirit.
Looks like a really good one. Though what I do like from Liquid is they do shine when they do have a save on Insania. Like his positioning with some of these save heroes is what he is probably the most known on as a player. That's why he's kind of the only guy that plays Oracle currently in the competitive scene, is just because of his positioning. So this is the type of hero that can actually help the TA, and of course the Venge is much better with a TA than an Oracle would be. So I do like what they went for. They're switching it up just slightly.
Do you think that? Oh, go on, Milan.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to build up on the case of Insania. Venge is his hero.
Yeah.
He really likes that, and he has quite success in pubs. And not seeing Medusa in this phase, at least, Windranger is going to be a pick. But Undying, I think, still way too good to pass on, and Miposhka kind of really enjoys playing it.
Yeah. Do you think this is going to be the that locked in for the Utaro Windranger, or do you think it's still a flex here between him and Law?
Definitely not locked in.
Okay.
I think they're both very capable of playing it. The Windranger CM, okay, screw your Undying Medusa. I like it that they just go with something on their own, and East Europe, like during this tournament even, and some others, that they just show like this Windranger CM combo. It's like a super strong lane in the game. There's so much control in between both of them, and I don't mind this. I think it can be really strong too. And now Team Liquid needs to be like a gotcha pick, and I think it's gonna be a Nisha hero.
Puck looks like perfect. There's nothing versus it.
Puck is definitely number 1 priority for me too. If not Puck, I mean, I'm not gonna even search for it. I think it's way too good of a Puck, and they needed. Like when I was thinking about Liquid yesterday after our show, that what they're missing. They're missing Nisha. They're missing these Nisha gotcha picks, but he never actually got enabled during the draft. Enemies always ban the Puck, always ban the Pango, always like make him pick something else, and this time he's gonna get the Pango, which is also great here in this game.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look
it's
at
a little
this
bit
now,
scarier because the CM can catch you, right? If you do get hit by the Frostbite, it's problematic. Puck doesn't have that issue, but still, it's quite good, and it does build up on the minus armor that they already have.
Yeah, the minus armor combination is great with the Venge there, and even if you get caught, there's always a swap. There's a roll-up shard later on that really helps against all of the stuff the Spirit has. You can always like just kind of press it even before Hoof Stomp, Blast Off, or the Shackle. Nisha is the guy with the ninja samurai reactions. He's gonna press it and then roll right after. So we should be seeing a much different Nisha in this game particularly. But still, I think Windranger might be the safe lane. Depends what they pick up for the position 4 on the Liquid, and then what can Larl take to punish Nisha mid.
Do you think that the Team Spirit are going to be looking, if this is going to be the Wind Ranger position 1, are you still looking for the leaners and the snipers, or do you think you need a little bit more of that front line, mid lane coming out here from Team Spirit? Maybe go for that Primal Beast kind of pick for the Team Spirit, so they've got a second way to engage.
I'd be okay with the sniper. I have no problems with it. You have the Stampede, so you would be able to outrun the Pango at some points in the game. I guess having the Centaur does allow you to be a little bit okay with the squishier heroes, even though your 3 picks in the second phase are already squishy.
I think Liquid might ban the sniper for that reason. It's just combines very well with Stampede, and it's a super signature for Larg. Although I don't think it's like a great sniper game or anything. But it's just sometimes when it comes to these few last picks, you see a Larl on enemy team, you think it's an okay sniper game, and he's a great sniper player. Maybe that makes it a good sniper game. You just get rid of it. But personally, I would prefer something else for Spirit. Maybe like a Primal Beast, or something that combines with supports more. Not another Wind Ranger type of hero, but a melee guy that can brawl much harder.
Just looking at what Lal's been playing in his pubs as well. There's a couple of Ember Spirit picks in there. There's a couple of Timbersaw mid picks coming out. Primal Beast in there as well. So he does have these kind of melee mid laners in his arsenal. The Lash as well. We've not really spoken about that. Just a lot of damage coming through. The guy actually going to ban out the Storm Spirit here on Team Liquid. So if you're looking at this now, Team Liquid picking up a second support. They've already banned out the Hoodwink. They've already banned out the Pugner on Team Spirit. Is there anything that you think fits this lineup here for Team Liquid just to complete their draft?
Maybe a Coddle. I see Boxy played few Coddle games, and he really combines super well with the Pango. The lane can be fine because they can just push out the lane and play for the stacks for both Tia and Pango. But wow.
Oh, is this the Fort Doom then?
I mean, most definitely, right?
Okay. So that's
this changes everything.
Potentially a double melee lineup coming into a double range lineup of Team Spirit safe lane. How do you try and play around that? Do you think the Doom and the Brewmaster are going to be tanky enough just to shrug that off, the harass that's going to come in from Team Spirit?
I think you might want to... Is there a chance you put the Venge with the Brew? Because the Doom isn't the best at igniting the Cinder Brew, and I think that's a big part of the hero taken away.
I think they go Slark. I was thinking about the lane, but I think I want to make a prediction. They're going to go Slark. They're going to adjust. Okay. And Lifestealer. Something I want to say, they're going to adjust and pick a Yatoro hero. Yes, you make this curveball from Liquid, but you don't have a 24 overall, and Spirit is going to sort of punish it, and this is an insane Lifestealer game, besides maybe a TA traps, and but the items he goes for now are going to be enough to deal with it. And I prefer Spirit draft.
With this, I do as well, because you look at Team Liquid and you're thinking, who needs to win the game in the end? It is still the TA. And then you have this guy that might get Halberd plus the Aghanim Scepter, disarm her forever and not allow her to do anything. It already does put Spirit in a really good position late game wise versus a Doom, which doesn't happen too often. And then you have potential to snowball as well on Team Spirit. Quite a strong potential to snowball right out of the laning stage.
Okay, so no one changing the minds here. No one gonna sneak over to the Liquid side. No one jumping off the Spirit bandwagon coming into this first of the best of 3.
Don't think so. I'm staying with Spirit, even though before the Brewmaster pick, I was thinking that I could be going for Liquid if they would pick a Coddle that Milan suggested. I really would like their lineup in a whole. Here, I just think they again went for full comfort, and there is some combination with their heroes, but they just made their lanes not as good.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be going down to the lanes if they can dominate on, especially on this top lane with the TA and Venge. But Spirit, we say their play was there. Their drafts were a little bit lacking. I think here their drafts are a little bit better balanced. And if they play like they do in this tournament, they should be bringing this one home.
Okay. Well, it is going to be some top tier Dota coming up, and to take us through that, we have some top tier casters. It is going to be DK, Truman, and Bowie to take you through the action here of Liquid versus Team Spirit. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, Bowie. We got an obviously exciting match, Spirit versus Liquid. As they mentioned previously, that could be a TI finals right there. Looking at these two drafts, I mean, we both initially went for Team Spirit at the start. Are you going to stick with that?
Well, I think so, but not by much. In general, I like what Liquid has, especially in the sense of the supports. I feel like in some of the games that we saw from Liquid where they had the Brew, the support's going to really make moves. And this time you have a Venge, which I think is a fairly decent hero at rotating. You have the Pangolier, Nisha. And yeah, Doom might look like an awkward hero, but you get the Wild Wing. There's definitely some creeps that you can use to get some good rotations. I feel like they have enough greed this time with Mike and 33 comfortable heroes. So I'm pretty confident with their draft.
Okay. I mean, I concur. I think the Wind Ranger has a pretty tough time against all the possible dispels that they can throw at him, which is very obnoxious for the hero until you get to level 25. But on the other hand, Lifestealer. Lifestealer is really, really good, especially if you get the Stampede to take him with you and get the Lifestealer on that big sprint. It is really obnoxious to kill, and he just mows away at pretty much anyone that Team Liquid is gonna try and throw his direction.
Yeah, that's very true. And I think not only the Lifestealer is a problem, Doom is not necessarily a strong hero. I think, surprisingly as well, Box is starting with Infernal Blade level 1. I have not seen that much of this spell. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, the cooldown's pretty low, so you do get some pretty decent harass. Don't use that much mana.
They know that the lane is going to be pretty tough, so Box is already pulling the creeps away from that bottom lane. I guess the reason he didn't go for Scorched Earth is it kills creep waves a little bit faster, which is slightly more annoying, even though, you know, you could go for Devour, get that level 1 spell from the jungle. I don't mind it that much, the Infernal Blade level 1. It is slightly strange, but then again, it's Box. You know, he's played offlane for forever, turned everything from the offlane into that position 4 role, and has been very impressive, actually, in that change-up.
Now looking at this Mike lane here, I think this is a pretty good lane for the TA. We saw Mike struggling a little bit in the other TA game that he played, but you know, TA versus melee hero, you always get a lot of that damage. You don't even need to to care about Retaliate, because you can Psyblade through all of those creeps. And you have Avenge, right? So you will refraction the damage. Should be fine. Yeah, and not only that,
a lot of damage.
Getting the refraction into the blast off feels so good for the TA. You barely take any damage.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this Center of Collapse already 6 denies is not what you're looking for as the TA, and the attack range of the techies is so insane that you can easily get rid of those refraction charges.
You have to be very careful when you use them, for sure. And you do have that minus armor, so TA plus Venge does scale pretty well. Pangolier is going to join the fray as well. Sometimes you see, you know, Blightstones being purchased by that hero. So I think they're going to have a lot of physical damage. They have Roche on Liquid. But the scaling on Spirit is really scary, especially the Lifestealer.
Drop in low bottom lane. Is going to get taken down. First blood for Maposhka. Quick turnaround for 33 right there. But the first blood, that's the crucial one to secure at the start of the game.
Yeah, 33 trying to drag all the creeps here. Just trying his best to take them somewhere by Yatoro. He will make sure that the lane... I mean, actually, he's in a tough spot here, Yatoro. There's creeps dying under the tower, so they're gonna drag those as well. This lane is such a clown fiesta.
That's when you have an offlane duo that just cannot win against the enemy laner, so you have to make something happen, and it's working. Ish. At least 33 is getting experience, which is the most important thing for a brewmaster. Of course, gold is great, but experience is everything. Get that quick level 6 would be wonderful.
Courier, so much HP in region in that courier for 33. At least there are some pull tangles here in Boxy. That's a salve and a tango. That feels pretty bad.
He just needs to have his Boxy sacrifice himself, which he's going to do again, or at least drag the creep wave back. And Miposhka is asking himself, why am I not seeing Boxy anywhere? Yep, indeed, there's Boxy is going to keep him frozen in place, annoy him. The creeps join in for a little bit of extra right click. I do like the fact that he has a speed aura and a wind lace on the Doom, so he is very fast.
Oh, top lane, Mira.
A little bit too deep. Mickey trying to chase down. The slow comes in. Mickey doesn't have the attack range. And
that's a lot of time lost.
Yep, Mira will be taken down by Mickey.
Yeah, that's the type of kill that you're not even sure if it really matters, because he lost like 6 creeps in the lane. That's free time here for Collapse. 12 denies, as you said. Having the best performance by far CS-wise.
You know what's been kind of wild? The Kanda builds in this patch right now, after, of course, the whole PA thing started to come through. I have seen and played against multiple Centaur Warrunner Kandas, and they really hurt.
Really? Centaur Kanda?
Yeah, he gets Heart, Shard, and Kanda, and then his like double edge does one-shot supports, because he at that point has like, you know, 200 something strength, does 300 attack damage. Add that on top of the Kanda strike, and you just get nuked.
All right, that I don't know. Ice Frog has gone too far. This item went from the biggest meme of all time. I think like just like the lion shard plate mail meme. Like, it started as everyone making fun of it. We finally got to a point where Kanda is actually legit, and legit was also the kill here. Collapse, making sure that Mickey is... I mean, he is actually struggling now. He is almost bottom of the course.
13 denies on that Centaur. That is...
17 on Yatoru, man.
Yeah, the side lanes are not going well at all. Mid lane is going okay-ish, but it's hard to kill off a wind ranger as a Pangolier, because Lara can just run away very easily.
Yeah, no, I really like Liquid's draft, but if you lose the lanes this hard, then things can get tough. TA, it's a really hit or miss hero. You have a really bad start. I mean, they're going again here on Mike. Is he dead?
It's problematic. Luckily enough,
he's dead.
Can always very easily jungle, but with the rotation coming through from Miposhka, the freeze is going to be enough. Mickey, no loss. It shouldn't kill him, because Techie says abysmal right-click damage, so luckily enough.
That is
at
true.
the start of the game. Later down the line, of course, because he's universal, it will increase very quickly. They might need to get some jungle stacks going for Mickey so he can recover faster.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be forced into that. Do you think we're gonna see the Maelstrom Mjolnir build on Mickey again?
Dire's middle tower.
Nisha, Mira. Nisha goes in, gets the Wisdom Rune Steel, Rolling Thunder to kill off the techies as well. And he does find the kill secured. Great moves from Nisha coming in.
though, being chased down.
Yeah, he'll eventually possibly. Actually, he won't even die. Collapse is... I think he expected him to go the other direction, possibly.
Yeah.
Namek is just fine.
All right, that's not bad. We've got a free wave, and you know that's the niche I think the panel was talking about that we're not seeing in this tournament, at least. You know, just this very fast tempo hero that wins the lane, or at least gets even in the lane and creates space, because they have very greedy cores. I feel like with the addition of 33, they're trying to balance how greedy they are. But in general, 33's heroes, they're all greedy, right? It's Brewmaster, he doesn't usually win his lane. At best, he ties. And then you're farming a Radiance for like 10 minutes.
Actually kind of wondering, both the experience runes were picked up by Team Liquid, and the support levels are still pretty much exactly even with the enemy supports. That's not good.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they didn't get those Wisdom Runes, we would be in a terrible position. So It's honestly very, very good for Liquid, because when you look at the supports, just having level 5, 3 points of Frostbite here on this Miposhka, they can kill the Pangolier. They honestly can kill anyone but 33, since he has split now.
Yeah, 33 can now be a little bit more aggressive. It's hard to kill him. You're going to have to expend a lot of enemies there, especially if the ice armor comes into play, which Boxy has secured, so 33 can just cut the creep wave. It's pretty much like a Centaur tends to do, or an Axe, just cut the creep wave, no one can touch you anyway.
This ice armor is going to be very, very nice, as you said. Looks like Lifestealer going also for the Radiance build, so...
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Both 33 and
Refraction.
Yatoro are going to be pretty chill in this game.
I'm curious to see what Laurel can bring. I think it's a very day. He's going Dragonlance actually first item, obviously Universal as well, so stats are great. But trying to stay out of range of that Doom is probably going to be one of the more important factors. Bottom lane 33, there's a 4-man rotation to kill off the Brewmaster, and he's pretty much already underneath the tower.
Yeah, they're going to force split at best.
Does he get the split off? Yes, he does. And will turn his eye onto the techies. Mira's taking a lot of damage. They force out the Stampede to try and keep him alive. But this is all just a pretty big delay coming through on the bottom lane. 33 needs to be careful. Laurel's ready to get that kill.
Oh, so greedy.
Yep. 33 was not paying attention for a second.
Yeah, that was definitely greedy. Lara also quite sneaky with his position there in between the trees. It was awesome.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And,
Oh, look at that! Mickey going for Deso this game. No Maelstrom. I really prefer it, by the way. I think this minus armor stacking against Lifestealer is always great to have.
And it also opens up Roche quickly before the enemy takes it. Even though the Radiant side, I mean, Lifestealer is not going to go for Des himself. He's going to go Radiant, so they don't have the fastest Roche. But if you can get that early on, get the extra advantage in the team fight, they use the Wind Ranger's focus fire to kill you the first time, then Wind Ranger has pretty much nothing left for the second round.
Yeah, I totally agree. We do see sort of a rotation here from inside. And if they can find Miposhka, I'm sure Nisha could connect, and they do.
33 as well, bottom lane, gonna get jumped underneath the tower. He's trying to run away. Can he get any support? He is pretty fast, thanks to the Windlace, keeping him out of range of Yatoro, who doesn't have rage anymore. They're missing their spells. Laurel's actually gonna dive deep, expecting pretty much to die here, which is very likely going to be the case. Still has a regen rune pop. Center Stampede, can Laurel disengage, sidestep, dodge Nisha? Nope, that's not going to work out. Or is it? Oh, so very close.
Power shot's low.
Laurel?
Dire's bottom tower.
He's dead.
There's Insania from the low ground, had the vision from the Watcher, and the kill does get secured as a counter. So 1-for-1, sacrificial play did cost a lot of rotations from Team Liquid, though.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it for Laurel. He was having a really good game. But you know, diving tier 2 there, definitely a bit too much. Even with the Stampede, you wouldn't be able to run away with the Rolling Thunder up for Nisha. And he is honestly the one that benefits the most from this. His Diffusal Blade is ready, 11 minutes. Very good timing. This is... Yeah, I mean, I think especially against Centaur, he has so little mana. If you drain him, you don't get Stampede off, you don't get Hoof Stomp off. In fact, Collapse could be in trouble.
Collapse is gonna get jumped here. Mickey, can he get the damage in? One more hit needed, and he will be found out. Yatoro in response gonna charge up towards Mickey. Can Mickey get any support himself? Luckily enough, Lifestealer doesn't have the charge at all, because it's, well, not at that point, but that's the only way that he can really hold you down in the early parts. A big fat rotation though to make sure Mickey does get dropped. Insania's not level 6 yet, so a little bit too far away to get the save swap going, and will have to sacrifice Mickey there, knowing he cannot help his teammate just yet. Rolling Thunder at the ready, not going to be used.
This is actually really funny. Until this point, every support in both sides were not level 6. Just because Liquid had a terrible laning stage, but they got the Wisdom Runes. That's very uncommon to see. As they do have the swap now, so this could be a kill on Laurel.
Oh, center stampede. Laurel, can you sidestep
Fast.
Nisha? It's pretty hard. Nisha, one more bounce plus a swashbuckle. Note with the infest. It's a little bit too risky. Collapses here as well. Nice swashbuckle killing off Mira randomly. Or, you know, calculatedly. And we'll at least get a kill for his Rolling Thunder.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
All right. As all that happens, 33 gets a free tower. He is now very close to his sacred relic. And, you know, this is all Nisha. In all of the other games, it always felt like Mickey and 33 were farming, and there was nothing that Liquid could really do. So they were farming with everyone. But now you have a stun on your mid hero, a stun on Insania. And it feels like they can play so fast tempo-wise. You know, the Enigma, I think that Insania played a couple of times, had some good highlights. But I think he comes online too late. I'm honestly loving this venture for Insania. They are turning around a laning stage that was super grim. Like, both side lanes got destroyed.
Very good recovery. Mickey also got some nice stacks in the triangle to use and to clear, so he is really farmed considering his laning stage was so horrendous. Actually also pretty high level, almost level 12 on that safe lane TA.
Yeah, and he got killed twice. It was definitely not looking good for him. His Deso time is going to be a bit late, but considering, you know, it was a rough game, it's still a pretty respectable one.
We'll be up for Dire Roche, though, so that's perfect.
Exactly.
Dire Roche is best Roche.
Exactly. It's going to be Dire Roche with them being on the Dire side, so it is very good. And they're also trying to find something here in the mid lane. If you get a kill, we could possibly take that tier 1 with the catapult wave coming in. Oh, Doom
Okay, top side, center stampede. He did get Doom, but it was a little bit too late, so he got out of there in time. That's Doom on cooldown. Swap comes out, and Senya does manage to get out of there. Luckily enough, Yatoro was close enough to make that swap happen.
Okay. Yeah, this is, so far, has not been the greatest time here for boxing on this Doom. I think that was the first time he used it. But, you know, you do trade it for Stampede, which is not an even trade, but it's fine, I guess. And I do love the Ice Armor. I think this could really be the difference maker. This is a script he might keep for a long part of this game. Just that slow against Lifestealer once the Rage is over kind of makes it really hard for both the Wind Ranger and the LS to commit.
Yeah, the magic damage they have pretty much comes out from the techies anyway. Wind Ranger has a little bit with the Javelin, but unless Crystal Maiden gets all going and the techies gets his entire bombardment, there should primarily just be physical damage coming out from Team Spirit. Nice denial of the DD.
The Blink, you'll probably keep the Frost Armor. Then maybe, you know, you can swap, right? If you want to go for a play, you get the War Stomp. As they might want to stomp Boxy.
Yeah, they'll get the dive in. He is very tanky, has drums, but won't be able to get away thanks to the Maposhka freeze. There is a bit of a rotation towards top, but Nisha, it's still too far away. He's getting his Aghanim Scepter at also pretty good timing. I'm really liking the liquid item timings here. Radiance is now done as well.
They did finish the Desolator. This is huge. 3 big timings, and there you go. I'm gonna fight.
Top side, Insania has a swap that he could use. Not going to use it. Is going to get taken down. Collapse. Charged up by Nisha. Rolling Thunder continuing. The root is pretty nasty though, but the swashbuckle to the side to dodge the stomp. Coming in, Collapse is going to try and run away. Finish off the lift up on the back end from 33 onto Maposhka as well. 3 players down. It only cost them Avenge. And a nice chunk of change coming through for Team Liquid.
Oh, they're actually going to get mid-tier 1. I thought that Roche was a possibility. And look how crazy this game is. This was a game where the Lifestealer had like 20 denies minute 7 on 33. And Radiance is done already for him. Sure, you know, Lifestealer stopped for an armlet, but net worth-wise, they aren't that far apart. And what matters is that the timing is up for Liquid.
Yeah, the 3k net worth lead. Obviously, it's not the end in the world just yet, but the fact that the top 2 net worths are not 1 but 2 heroes in Mickey and Nisha is pretty scary.
That egg's now done here for Liquid. Another fight that they win could mean the Roche, as they're trying to set up on Laro here. No blink on Box yet, though.
Boxy wants to get that Doom going. Nisha, can he get away? Has swashbuckle, nice swap from Insania. Doom gets thrown onto Laurel. Nisha has the Rolling Thunder at the ready, but the mines, oh my god, the Mira mines going nuts, blowing them completely up. The two supports taken care of, and Nisha needs to TP out of there. He was getting his Ags delivered at that very moment, so he really wanted to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. If that fight starts 15 seconds later, it's so much better for Liquid. Also, the swap kind of prevented the Pango to commit on the Wind Ranger that got doomed, so it was kind of... They were forced to play that way. So good for Team Spirit at the end of the day. You waste Doom again, and you can fight. I think this Lifestealer is almost done with the Radiance.
Yeah, the Lifestealer Radiance will get rid of those refraction charges pretty nicely. They don't have Blink Daggers yet, so it won't interrupt that aspect at the very least. They actually have double drums on the side of Team Liquid. One on the Venge, one on the Doom. I guess they really are afraid of that center chasing them down.
Yeah, it's good to follow him and also to disengage. That's pretty interesting. I was not expecting... Yeah. Yeah, I think
they have 30 seconds to kill it before it goes Radiant side.
All right.
Nice Frost Shield, Ice Armor as well coming in. Slow down Roche a little bit. And it does get scanned. It actually gets double scanned by the Radiant side, so they just use both their scans.
Very unfortunate, but they are not going to be fast enough. Very good play from Liquid, right? You wait so long that Sperzord is setting up bottom instead, and they're going to go for Mirror, but there's Stampede.
Yeah, 33 does spot up Mira, should be able to hold him in place at the very least. Maposh can collapse, and even Yatro are here as well. So going pretty deep. Not going to throw out the lift just yet. Stun comes out. He really wants to kill him without having to sacrifice himself potentially. And this time staying away with the Earth Panda. Make sure he can disengage.
A bit unfortunate for Liquid, but even though the timing of the split is off, Spirit, fighting Liquid now means fighting the Aegis, and that is very scary. I think you can go for pickoffs, right? Fighting Mickey with no Aegis probably is the best target Spirit can get, but they're gonna find the Venge instead.
Well, Insania does get taken down. Mickey is looking to blow up the Tormentor very quickly and get those nice shards for his supports, which is pretty crucial for especially the Vengeful Spirit, which luckily enough the Venge does manage to get it. The Doom is okay. It's okay. It's not a great shard, but the Venge is pretty much you are guaranteed that you need to get it.
Yeah, that's the one you want. The Doom shard is... especially on support Doom. Like, how many times are I actually going to use Inferno Blade in a fight as Mira being
No.
chased?
It's the Scorched Earth one now.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Mira...
Wait, what? What? There's a Radiance?
Oh, towards mid, also Rolling Thunder away. Nisha
What?
runs into the mines. Oh my god. Mira from beyond the grave gets rid of
Not like
the Rolling Thunder
this.
Pango.
Not like this,
Okay, that's kind of
Liquid.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, there's like 3 different fights happening all over the place. Mickey
4.
is going to get caught bottom though. Will be sniped down. But yeah, previously what I assume we both were watching was the Doom using his Doom onto a 20 HP techies.
Yes. That was gonna die to Radiance anyways, as there's a fight brewing mid. Do you really want
There's
to take
no
this
Rolling
fight?
Thunder though, but Laurel taking so much damage in the meantime. There's no Crystal Maiden ulti. Yatro is on the run. His rage is about to end as well.
Going fast.
Insania, can he get on top? He has the magic missile at the ready. The sun comes out. Yatro has no infest, no rage, no way out. Lift up onto the techies. Bruce Split doing its job. Yatro rage in a second. Can he rage out there? Nisha on the chase will be taken down, and they are going to look for Mira inside the trees. Boxy jumping forward. Needs to be a little bit careful as well. There's going to be the TP from Collapse. Gets to jump onto Box, but Mira's going to get taken down in response. Collapse. He has Miposhke, but it's a Crystal Maiden. What's the Crystal Maiden gonna do? Insania might drop dead, but it might just cost Collapse his life as well, and that... Oh, Collapse. Will he be able to run away? It seems not. 33 is pretty fast, and that is a triple kill for the Pandemonium Lord himself, Brewmaster 33 coming in clutch in that team fight.
I feel like I joined 5, like, I don't know. This game, this fight was crazy. I think we had like 12 kills in 1 minute, all around the map. Very good read from Liquid. I was not aware the Infest was on cooldown, but knowing that he wasn't ready, they were able to chase down this Lifestealer. He's super tanky with the Sange, with the Dragon Scale, but they still had what it takes to take him. This is great for Liquid. When they lost the Aegis in that really weird way, also losing the TA, I was like, okay, they totally lost their momentum. They are, letting this one slip through. But that was a great fight. I honestly would never think they had what it takes to like overpower Spirit.
Especially with Rolling Thunder on cooldown. It
Yeah.
wasn't used that entire fight, so all he did was just a couple of shield crashes, did a ton of damage. They didn't have Mickey. He wasn't in that fight whatsoever.
Yeah, he was dead. He was dead bottom, and then he showed up because it lasted so long. As they got a smoke, they do have Doom again. Purge creep now on Boxy.
Oh, that's a big one against Laurel.
Yeah, you can take away the
That
frostbite
win
as
rate
well.
You cannot play.
Can take away open wounds, even though it's not purchased just yet. It will be bought by Yator eventually.
Well, we have some DCs coming out on Team Spirit side. Hopefully, no lasting issues.
Some Kale coming from Spirit.
Good
They were
old
having
China.
some problems in the other days as well. I'm not sure, if, from where exactly they're playing, but definitely felt like they had some internet issues already.
And, well, let's see. Insania is going for the Ags. Any interesting items coming up? Mickey, he's got the Hurricane Pike, so he can kite the Lifestealer a little bit better. Next item, MKB. Obviously, really important to get against the Wind Ranger, but also against that Radiance Burn of the Lifestealer and the Heaven's Halberd from the Centaur. Yeah, it's actually amazing to get an MK. You have to get an MKB this game. Otherwise, you at one point just won't hit anything.
Yeah, there will be a halberd on him as well, probably, since I'm assuming he's going Sanjan Yasha into the disassemble. Oh, they're gonna fight a big one. Got the rage off.
But can he get away? That's the big question. He is very fast, though. Rolling Thunder will be able to catch up to him, and that is Yatoro dead. The rest of the team needs to disengage. Collapse going to get slowed. Nisha looking for more blood in the water right there. Collapse going to get held in place. The stun comes out, and Nisha is on a roll. Literally and figuratively, absolutely stomping his opponents this game.
So I never thought about this, and I didn't test it until this game. Can you technically now armlet toggle through Doom if you're like incredibly skilled or lucky?
No, because you can't heal when you do.
Oh, armlet is a heal? Wait, oh, you're right. Yeah, it is a heal. It is a heal. All right. Makes sense. This armlet is such a, do you miss this item being purchased on more heroes? I feel like it's such a niche item now. Like, what other hero besides Husker and Lifestealer wants ever? I guess CK maybe wants to buy it.
Yeah, CK, Wraith King maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. I wish the item was a bit more useful than
It's
that.
because Universal heroes came into play. A lot of the heroes lost the need for it, pretty much.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, how many strength carries are there still left? Like, pure strength carries.
Yeah, not a lot. Maybe Alk. I guess Alk used to buy it, right? But not anymore.
Yeah, that's a while ago. I've seen some Marcy's do it.
Even
Sounds
after
pretty
being
interesting.
Universal?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. I mean, she has a lot of
guess
attack speed. Makes sense.
Yeah. And then I guess it's just still a ton of damage, but I've seen it in a couple of pubs. I'm not saying I've seen it in the pros. They just get
Hello,
oh
initiation.
my god, Insania with a quick
Good
stun
swap.
coming out. Nice swap attempt, but 33 cannot get himself out of that. Bruce Split was still on cooldown for 10 seconds, and a nice double kill does get secured.
Man, they had to be calculating that split cooldown because it was pitch perfect. As Nisha though,
Oh, Maposhka! Oh, that was quick feet right there. He used the Crystal Clone to sidestep. the Rolling Thunder, but will still die regardless, even though that was a pretty neat move.
Yeah, that amplified damage from the Pango. Way too much for the Crystal Maiden to withstand. But still a pretty
Still
decent...
haven't fixed the tooltip of it.
The Crystal Claw?
No, the amplified damage, it doesn't say the 15% spell amp.
Yeah, I hate
It
that.
just says the
I hate
base
that.
damage increase.
There's so many of those small things that, like, they don't say anything about Invis also giving damage reduction, right? Because I think that's one people forget a lot. Because, like, it becomes insanely strong in the late game, but nowhere it says that it gives damage reduction. And no one even talks about it because it's such a niche use of that rune. I forget how it scales, but I think it gets to close to 100% at some point.
Yeah, the runes are pretty cool right now with all the changes. Also the Invis rune and stuff doing damage reduction. I always forget about the fact that they changed those runes.
Are scanning.
Yeah.
And the regen rune is the one that annoys me the most because you see someone just running away and you're like, I can kill him! Why is he healing? Why is he healing?
Yeah, that one seems pretty strong. I expected a change to haste. I think that's one that wasn't... There was no change to it, right?
Yeah, but haste is just too good in general.
Yeah, it's too good in the beginning of the game as they find Mira.
Trying to run away, but there's the entire rest of the team. Nisha with the roll. Can he kill off Mira in one fell swoop? No, the mech heal keeps him going for a little bit longer. Turns his attention to the side where Laurel is doomed up in the process. Center Stampede, they're going to be held in place. Maposhka with a great Crystal Maiden ulti. Can they get Maposhka out of there? He's actually doing so much work here.
Full duration.
In terms of damage, they are just forced to run away. He gets the freeze onto Nisha with the shard. And Nisha's going to get taken down. Gives Yatoro a chance to go back in. This whole fight is Maposhka going ham.
Oh, the silence of the trap.
Managed to blow him up, and 33 comes in from behind. Yatoro is completely alone. He's gonna get kited around. Hurricane Pike, chop, 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 bye-bye. The fight looked like it was a turnaround play by Maposhka, but in the end, it's just one Crystal Maiden against the world.
Oh, that's so I mean, that was a great freezing field, and even then, Liquid was winning that pretty handily. But I think they could have reset. They got a little bit too confident with Lifestealer. He walks into a trap, gets silenced twice, and couldn't really do anything. He was feeling confident because he has Elven Tunic, has the Radiance active. But oh, wait, they gave up on the Roche.
Yeah, Sania and Mickey were about to die, so they actually have to get out of there, get ready for the Radiant side Roche, it seems. That means banner time.
Yeah, that means Spirit might have enough time to set up here. They probably have to TP in the tier 2. There we go. We have one Laro TPing in. And they do have a gem. So I think this definitely helps Spirit to maneuver around the traps and wars that there will be placed around this bottom area.
Oh, Roche is going to bonk Insania a couple of times. But he's close to Zags. At that point, you don't really care about dying whatsoever. It is dangerous to take Roche. Pretty much. Because you get wounded in the pits, and it is definitely a scary prospect. Laurel needs to be careful. Rolling Thunder comes out from Nisha, has the blink at the ready. Laurel, not again. The Wind Ranger gets Infest, saved by Yatoro, but now his Rage and Infest are on cooldown. Laurel has to run away, even using Focus Fire just to keep Nisha at bay. And that should open up a possible Roche for them on the side. Mira's the one that's always just somewhere randomly making noise.
Yeah, like instead of coming from the bottom side, he went all the way to the top lane to push it. But they are doing some damage here. It's gonna wear off.
Yeah, Bruce Split's about to end. Doom gets thrown out onto Collapse. 33 is coming back from his little Bruling form. Kill gets secured onto Collapse, looking for Yatoro in the process. In the meantime, how the hell did Mira survive all of that while being chased by Mika? Yatoro's going to get swapped back in. He's actually out of mana thanks to the refusal from Nisha coming in clutch, and the rest of the team is on the run. Why would you go for Roche when you can go for base? It seems they still need to get rid of the tier 2 tower though.
They're just going for more.
Deep. He really wants that Mira kill, and 33 gets it.
Okay, that's
some dots thrown on the enemy.
This is a catapult wave, so they're gonna get a tier 2. It will buy. I mean, I'm not sure it buys time for them to stop this Roche, because 50 seconds no buy on Yatoro is rough. And I think this Pango pick was spot on. I feel like a lot of people forget how Lifestealer struggles against this hero. The mana drain aspect is awful. Like, once you get the eggs, you're draining almost 200 mana per combo. And, you know, you use Rage once, it's 150. So you go like that, 60% of your mana. And that was a really long fight, and Lifestealer just being punished real hard because none of his items give any mana. I mean, I guess your Bracer gives a little bit, but that's about it.
Yeah, Laurel can't play this game unless he has level 25. He needs the Wind Run, cannot be dispelled, because he's constantly under threat. Oh, Miposhka, trying to farm up some creeps, will be free food for Mickey. And yeah, 30, honestly, if they win this on Liquid, which is looking a little bit likely, I would not know who I'd give MVP to. Nisha's been playing insanely well, and so has 33, who's been absolutely on top of his game.
Yeah, I think Nisha definitely stepped up a lot, but to me, a lot of that is the draft. Like, they just allowed Nisha to have people to play with, which was definitely true in some games. I think he lost some lanes that he shouldn't have, but even in games where his lane was fine, they just didn't have the support duo to support his playstyle. And now it feels much more smooth for them. Still 20% chance here for Spirit to win, so Gaben does give them a lot of credit still.
Yeah, Lifestealer is pretty strong. He also cut the creep wave, so they won't be able to get themselves the bottom side of racks. Yatoro is just pushing the wave out.
For him, though.
He's
he can eat
infested.
that creep and doom him if he finds it, and the trap did give vision. Oh, another trap will give vision.
Gateway!
Oh,
no,
there we
he
go.
gets jumped, and there's gonna be the doom used. Yatoro, Gateway, help me, Papa! Gateway chase as well. There is a stampede, so Yatoro Lifestealer, he actually can turn this around. He's got the open wounds. Nom 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 nom. Onto Boxy he goes. The rage comes in. Boxy is dead. Mistakes have been made.
He could have canceled. He could have canceled the twin gate because the Infernal Blade cooldown is so low. But he went through and then he didn't do enough damage. I feel like that could have been mid lane.
Laurel in trouble. Does he get back? No, he does not. The swap from Insania finds the last hit needed. He has the Aghanim Scepter as well, so even if you kill him the once, you have to kill him the twice. And they are going to turn their attention to Collapse because Yatoro's spells are still available. He has the BKB now on Yatoro as well, which is going to be a pretty big one, but he might not have the mana if he's not careful. Pops the bait BKB. 33 on the runaway. There's going to be a jump in. Nisha is in trouble. The bombs are going nuts. Mira, can he get the damage in? Nisha is tickling down. Mika is in trouble next. He's got the Aegis, but if you're surrounded by enemies, what love do you have from that Aegis? 4 heroes right on top of you. Can he get anything going? Not even the kill on Mira gets secured, and this is a huge play coming out from Team Spirit.
Clutch Arcane Boots for Mira. You don't say that very often, 35 minutes into the game. But the Arcane Boots for Mira was the difference here, allowing Yatoro to get the BKB off, allowing that fight to continue. And Liquid just going a bit too ham, right? There's still tier 2 mid, and you're just diving the base, feeling a bit overconfident. Boxy was obviously dead from all of that Doom play, and as you said, this Lifestealer, he's getting online now. He is starting to feel very hard to kill. Like, this BKB allows you to get the second rage off, and that's like 15 seconds of immunity. These long fights, it felt like this Brewmaster could kind of overpower and overlast what Spirit has, but the BKB is definitely what he needed. I like that he didn't finish the MKB straight away on Yatoro.
Oh, collapse.
Reflected.
Doom gets Lotus Orb spell reflected. He's on the run. Miposhka's here. Bruce Blade comes out. Laurel in the area as well, but because of the Bruce Blade, it's a bit problematic. Laurel's going to turn his attention towards Boxy instead, and they find the kill with Collapse still alive. He's got the Stampede at the ready if they want to re-engage. But without Bruce Blade, they're going to have to back off on Team Liquid's side. You know what's the most obnoxious thing to deal with this game? It's Mira. He's got the Craggy Code, Guardian Greaves, Solar Crest. He is insanely tanky on that techies, and every single time they try to blow him up, but he just stands and survived so many fights.
Oh, swap onto Miposhka.
Crystal Maiden taken care of. Jump comes in from Mira onto Insania. They will lose the Vengeful Spirit. He did buyback in that previous fight as well, so it's going to be a long time until his buyback comes back.
Alright. Yeah, you're right about the techies. So much armor, having the Solar Crest buff, having the disarm as well. He didn't even get the shard still, but once that comes online, he becomes even more of a nuisance to deal with. And, you know, this 10k gold lead on Liquid, you know, it's sizable, but 55% win rate here been given by them. They were not able to get any barracks out of that first Aegis, partly because of that dive in the base, and that's when the TA draft starts to crack, right? This is... Like, this hero can scale in the late game, but it's not that easy to play. There's definitely easier carries to play in the late game. TA, you have to play so perfectly.
It's wild when you get to the point where you're able to afford an Aghanim Scepter, though. Where you get to teleport around the entire map, you got the split push disgustingness.
Do you think we're gonna see the Brooch this game, or it isn't that good?
I don't really think you want to get that against Lifestealer.
Because you don't miss, right, on the Wind Ranger? But I guess he's going MKB. I mean, he already has MKB, so you don't really need that. Yeah.
I think the Revenant's Brooch is... He's actually going Arcane Blink on Mickey.
I like it. I think it's underrated on TA. It's definitely... Once you get more refraction charges, you can always get those blinks off. It feels pretty good. In fact, it's... Oh, okay, they're gonna try and brute force this.
Oh, it's the slow siege. Panda with the demolish on the Earth Panda coming in.
Alright.
And Lirak's almost taken care of. 33. Does he get it down?
No.
He has to run away. It's a bit too dangerous, but the Lirak's stand.
90 HP. Alright, he has Octarine, so this is hard to punish. It's a pretty low cooldown. Yeah, I think you can just reset and do this again. Roche still pretty far away, but Spirit really wanting to punish that cooldown.
Let's see, Crystal Maiden, he's got the Boots of Bearing. Does the guy already have Boots of Bearing? Yeah, they do. On the Doom.
Yeah. For Stefan, a Ghost Scepter as well. Good read from
Tormentor.
Liquid.
Radiant has a... Yeah, the Tormentors are pretty important for both these sides. The Radiant Tormentor as well, he does have that Techie's shard now, which is a huge addition. By Boxy.
Oh, they actually... I thought Liquid was gonna
They
go for it.
scan him perfectly.
Oh,
and
he blinks
Boxy
out?
jumps to the side.
Oh,
Okay. Too fast, too furious. Stampede's on cooldown now, so it's a good time for a Rolling Thunder fight.
he blinked like half a second.
Collapse.
Okay.
Collapse?
He's dead.
He just... Okay, that was a very uncollapse-like move.
That's
Misha
another one.
Facing in from Maboshka, kill gets secured, and they find a double. Laurel is still inside the tree's top side, with Insania looking in the general direction, but won't be able to spot him out. These are costly mistakes.
I mean, is it that even a mistake? Like, that blink out from Boxy, to me, that's an outplay. Like, you... They are smoking as 5, they scan someone, and somehow they blink instantly that way. I feel like the only way that play works for Liquid is Boxy getting the
Roche
blink
is
off.
up in 10. It's a really fast Roche respawn.
Yeah. Now,
Do they have it? No, they don't have a trap in the pit, though.
do you force high
that's
ground,
a mistake.
or do you go for Roche? That's the question.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, they
Because you
might
are
not
here.
know that Roche is up this early. It was a 15-second Roche respawn timer. They want to get the Rax bottom. You have the Brew Split available to try and secure them safely. Actually, Mickey going up the high ground. That's a slightly different
Swap.
move. Swap comes out onto Yatoro. There is a Doom at the ready if they want to use it, but in comes Lar from behind. He's going for Boxy. No, make sure no Doom comes out, but he has the Ghost Scepter to run away. Mira jumps back in aggressively. Mira doesn't have a buyback. He's gone for 60 seconds. They get the melee racks, and with that, probably Roche as well.
Damn, I thought they were gonna use Split for that, but 33 feeling so confident that they could take it, and they save it, they don't get punished, and this is gonna be... Yeah, Roche unless Team Spirit decides to smoke, but I'm not even sure they can. I think this is too hard of a fight. 25 on Mickey.
Refresher shard on their side. You give it to Pango or Doom or Brewmaster? Who do you give the shard to?
I think Pango is better. Like, Boxy's struggling to get those Dooms off. He's not even level 18 just yet. I think it's easier for Nisha to benefit from it. Maybe there's an argument for 33, right? I think Nisha's gonna carry it, but there is a possibility it gets swapped to the Brewmaster.
I think the Octarine does significantly help. But now with the Abyssal Blade on the Pango, you can double Abyssal that lifesteal. That is pretty good value.
Let's see, they're going.
He doesn't
Scotty,
have the
actually.
upgraded Fusel yet.
True.
He also has the Mindbreaker, so another silence to throw onto the Lifestealer.
Oh, Sunsfan would be happy here. Collapse is going for the eggs on Centaur. That is interesting.
Ew. I guess it's a good save to keep Laurel in the fight.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, Yatoro gets swapped back, Doom gets used, and Yatoro is dead. No buyback.
Is this over?
500 gold off buyback. He won't be able to join back until his entire base is gone.
Team Liquid.
That might be game.
They're showing up real hard here. No hesitation. So many of those swaps punishing this lifestealer that never ended up going for a Lincoln.
Okay, gonna get jumped. Does of course have that Aegis at the ready. Turns his attention to Collapse. Rolling Thunder continues. Kill gets secured. Collapse has a buyback available. That will delay his Aghanim Scepter quite some time if he does use it. The swap comes out. Mapo's got 2-shot in the process. And Senya, so fast, just gets the swap in. They get the kill. He walks away scot-free. Jump in onto Mira. The techie's very janky. Is he going to survive this time around? 33 goes back in. There's going to be the refresher used as well. But Nisha doesn't actually have the mana for a Rolling Thunder.
They glyph that range barracks. This is a really hard fight now. They get Boxy,
Boxy
but
taken care of, but that's a dieback. Collapse dies back. They buy back onto Mira. They're just going to go for tier 4s. They haven't even secured Megas yet. They want to finish this before the Life Sealer comes back in. Mira's going to get dieback as well. Laurel, how much can you get done without your ulti at the ready? Nick is actually being distracted from taking care of the tier 4s, but it will be Team Liquid taking game number 1 here. Slightly delayed, but in the end, they get it done, and a very impressive performance from both Nisha and 33.
very impressive. I think the coming back from that laning stage when you have this draft that needs to play tempo was very impressive by Liquid. They took fights way more decisively this time. It felt like in a lot of the other series in this tournament, they were afraid. They wouldn't really play aggressive at all in the mid game. But with this draft and I guess with this reignited confidence, they played really well. And I think Spirit are going to have to be careful. They didn't look very good this game.
Yeah, Mega died twice in the laning stage, and afterwards only 4 deaths in the entire game, which is pretty impressive considering how it was looking at one point. But great job from Liquid. I think Boxy as well, shutting down Laurel every step of the way impactful. The fact that he sacrificed his own lane completely by dragging the creeps away, so 33 would actually get the experience to be able to get his brew split off. Superb work from Team Liquid. Great team, even Insania, just those swaps, save swap, kill swap, every single time, just perfectly done. Team Spirit had a moment where they almost got back, but it was in the end Team Liquid all the way through. But to break it down even further, we're going to go back to the panel. Robin Roll, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Truman and Bowie. That first game was an absolute, just a mosh pit of action coming in there from both teams. And even though Liquid were able to take that one, Team Spirit still put up a really good fight coming through. But Team Liquid, they're back. They whisper it quietly. Liquid are doing it here in this third place playoff match. So, Hurry, what are your thoughts coming in from that match?
Nisha, that's what's coming into my brain, as he really did play an amazing Pango game. I like the points of Bowie that he said that the supports this time did focus on him slightly, allowed him to have a better game, but overall he got this mobile hero to be able to run around the map and make things happen, and he delivered. Like, he delivered in every way, in team fights, in pickoffs, in rotations, everything was there.
Yeah, we're going to be able to take a look at some highlights coming through from this match. And Milan, I saw the notebook in your hands. Anything you want to add to this game that you might have been writing down there?
It just says 1 win series, Liquid, Dot, pick Nisha, Primal or Pango. I mean, jokes aside, this reminds me of a earlier game that Liquid played where Nisha played Nisha played Primal, and you made a comment that every highlight of that game was including Nisha, and this is gonna be the same. Like, we're gonna be watching these highlights, and every time we're gonna see Nisha. He did so well this game, and then later part of the game, 3-3 kind of secured it with his Brewmaster. So
Can we count that mine also as a Nisha highlight?
I mean, he was on the screen, so he has to just be on the screen to be a part of a highlight. But it just, I talked to 3-3 after the Dream League, and I kind of was bothered that Nisha was not getting combined with the support so much, and this game, just Insania plus Nisha combined so well, like saves and the minus armor plus stun setting up for the success. So yeah, Nisha played great. He's definitely the MVP of this game, but it was kind of low-key Insania setting him up for this success.
Yeah, and do you think, looking back at it, especially with that Doom first pick, where Spirit might have assumed that was going to be the position 3, do you think Liquid just got everything they wanted out of that draft that made this game so successful here for them?
Yeah, I think they made the right adjustments with the changing some of the heroes, like we said, Benj and Pango. But nonetheless, Spirit had a decent draft. Liquid also, besides changing the hero, they played very well. Much better than yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. It's it felt like when they have this capability of making speedy plays with Nisha, then that comment, from Entity that they felt like Liquid were too slow goes out the window, and Liquid just play a lot faster. And once you get into the later portions of the game, it is with good communication that you're going to be making sure that the fights go well.
I just want to remind everybody that this game at minute 7 looked pretty rough for Liquid. All the lanes were not going so well, but Nisha goes in, steals the Wisdom, kills Mira right there. It just literally turns the whole early game around by himself. So, like, this is the fast play. Mid laner taking away a Wisdom rune for an enemy team is a very, very huge impact and a fast play, and that's the adjustment they're doing, and I really like it.
Yeah, we can see the team stats coming out here between both teams. You're looking at Nisha this time. I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. Nisha was just completely shut down by Entity. Here, coming into this first game, at least between themselves and Team Spirit, Nisha 13-23 on the board. The second most hero damage as well of the entire team for Liquid. So looking really good. And yeah, maybe they've had the coffee this morning. They've woken up. They've gone for a quick jog as a team here. Team Liquid got themselves through into this film because they do look really awake and really up to speed, and no complaints on how they've been playing it in the pace of that first game. And yeah, maybe that was it. They also saw the interview coming out, and they were like, they think we can't be fast. We'll show how fast we can actually play, because they did just make some really good moves and got themselves back in it very early on against Team Spirit. So looking through this match, any thoughts on the Team Spirit side though, Harry? What do they need to do in the second game? Do you think they need to kind of pick up the pace themselves?
Spirit played a solid game, right? I feel like Spirit have been on a similar level in this tournament overall. It's always kind of the same approach where they don't have a big team fight ulti, rather they have like these small little spells that they utilize and their positioning to win the fights. But I think this is what I was hoping for. Liquid not committing full-heartedly for a fight, creating chaos, and then going for the jugular, and that's what we saw. Really long drawn-out fights, but in the end Liquid comes out on top.
Okay, well, we'll see how they are going to play in game number 2 here. Both teams taking a quick break, and so are we. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and we're back with the second game right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the third place playoff match here of the one-win spring series. And we just saw Team Liquid take a great game up against Team Spirit, putting them 1-0 up here. Is a best of 3, so there is going to be a chance here for Team Spirit to come back, but Team Liquid looking thoroughly in control, and the speed at which you play that game, the team fight potential coming through, you know, everything was on point. It looks like they've had the Weetabix this morning. They got themselves into, you know, the comfy chairs in the boot camp, and they are ready to go. Maybe it helps, you know, having Blitz behind you saying, you know, if you don't win this match, then they're going to go on like a 10-mile run or something, you know, threaten them with fresher like you did to Nisha when Nisha first joined the team, just to get him into shape. So Hurry Freak coming through. I mean, we all know how the game is. We want to be inside, you know, none of that fresher nonsense, none of that grass touching. But coming through into this second game here, what are you expecting from both sides? You know, what's the response here from Team Spirit in game number 2?
Okay, that what you just described, that is just straight up abuse. Like, go for a run outside. Okay, so hopefully they're gonna be doing better. But overall, from Spirit, as I mentioned, I'm expecting more of the same. I just maybe think they might adjust their bans, but to be honest, Pango could have easily been replaced with a Puck. There are other heroes, Primal Beast as well. There are other heroes with which Nitra would have been able to accomplish a similar thing. So I don't know if this is a guy that you can actually ban out.
Okay. And Milan, do you think that they actually let through the Brewmaster in this next draft day, Team Spirit? Because they did get a little bit bamboozled with that first pick Doom and ending up with 33 still on that Brewmaster. So do you think you take away that comfort hero in game number 2?
Maybe, because I feel like they kind of responded with a carry they wanted to Brewmaster, and it didn't fully work out. So I feel like if we repeated the draft without happening for the first time, maybe if they pick the Brewmaster at 8, maybe they respond with Nakes, you know? So I think might see a Brew ban regardless, because it's not like it was a super surprise. It was a little bit of a curveball, but they responded as they wanted with the carry, and it didn't work out anyway, so I would expect them to ban it.
Yeah, the insta-pick the Lifestealer, like that was funny, right? We see a curveball, we're like, oh, it's not an offlane Doom, and then they respond in a second. And Spirit usually use up their reserve time. I don't know if that's something that they agreed on, that they're always gonna sit there and think a little bit longer, but this was just an instant pick.
Yeah, and we'll see if it's going to be the same, maybe, because I think it was the... was it the 4th pick or was it the 5th pick? It was the 5th pick coming out for the side of Team Liquid, wasn't it? The Brewmaster, the final pick of the draft. So, yeah, well, not a lot of room there for Team Spirit to maneuver. So I wonder if they're going to pick something up a little bit earlier on, if they let that go through, maybe something like the Sven. Because I do believe that Spirit have first pick coming into this one as well. Liquid going to be on the Radiant side. So we are going to see how that one is going to be going for the two teams. And just looking through Team Spirit, looking at all of the matches, as we should be able to get into the draft now just to see what both teams are going to be picking up. It feels like Team Spirit more often than not look for either the collapse hero or the 2 supports. So do you think is that how you want to keep it, you know, just going for the offlaner with all these strong offlaners being banned throughout, or do you want to maybe pick up your carry early on here for Team Spirit?
Definitely not on an overall first pick. On the 9th pick, you sometimes pick up the carry, but this is gonna be like first Spirit in this tournament played 3 games of a first pick, then 3 games of a second pick, and on a first pick they picked up Bat, DK, or Tiny, and they're gonna be getting one of these heroes. So let's see if they stick to their guns, because Liquid has 2 bans left and didn't ban either. So I think Spirit will go back to one of these heroes.
Okay. I kind of expected that in the previous game as well, but they went for a Centaur, and I personally wouldn't be surprised if they go for it again, because Team Liquid cannot play the Mars.
I think they just lost with it, and it's gonna give some comfort pick for Mika. They're just gonna do the DK or Tiny for sure, and like I think Liquid is also throwing a little bit of a curveball, because if you want to go DK, you have to ban Shadow Demon, and if they pick Tiny, the Liquid will take DK themselves, and then later ban a Shadow Demon or just pick it themselves as well. So Spirit has to make a little bit of a tough choice here.
Yeah, I think then maybe the best one from Spirit would be ban Tiny, pick a ban the DK and pick the Tiny, but they actually ban the TA and pick the Tiny. I like this either way. You take
Banning
it away
the
from
DK,
Boxy.
picking the Tiny is like a logical solution. I like that, but I think TA flex, especially from a second pick, really bothers them. And they want to get rid of course we didn't speak much about Mikael last game, but all these traps, especially after purchasing a shard, they were such a nuisance for the Team Spirit lineup, and like as a experienced player, I'll say, with so many years in the scene, the TA is one of the heroes that are most annoying. Like, you're just living your life, playing Dota, walking around, and then you're 5 seconds silenced in place and cannot move, and you're like, why is this happening to me? And sometimes you just don't want to deal with it 2 games in a row.
Yeah, makes sense. Do you think Team Spirit as well? So it's going to be the Kunkka pickup here for Team Liquid. So are we looking for that DK ban coming out here from Team Spirit?
Depends. I think they might be able to pick the DK themselves, especially like if Liquid doesn't really necessarily want the Shadow Demon or DK on the next pick. They want something alongside of Rubik versus a Tiny. Then the Spirit might be able to just pick up like a DK for themselves.
Yeah, they could get a Shadow Demon Dragonite in the second phase as their 2 picks.
That could be very possible.
Okay.
Rubik is going to, yeah. I think it's same like many other matchups where, like, if you're a Tiny, yes, you can play around it. Like, if you're very, very conscious about using the tree grab right after Avalanche, but nonetheless, if you just mess up one time, it creates condition for Rubik to steal the Avalanche, and then it changes the game completely around. Enigma will be the other ban, as we see again and again. They don't wanna deal with the Insania Enigma, and these supports ban are gonna open for many 18 pick core heroes for Liquid.
Yeah, and it just makes sense, right? Team Spirit, they ban out one of the big counters to the Enigma, and they know how well Team Liquid do against it, so they don't want to give them that open pick coming through into that next phase. So yeah, taking that one away. I suppose Team Liquid, like you're right, they're going to be banning out the lifesteal themselves, and yeah, I suppose they don't want to be picking up 2 cores in the first 2 picks of the draft, right? You know, that could be counted out in Team Spirit's response. So looking for the supports coming through here for Team Liquid in this next phase.
I mean, you could get a core, but if you want to, there's still, that Oracle, something like a CM, or what's a boxy hero that is left? Like a Hoodwink, maybe?
Yeah, Hoodwink, and maybe a Mirana. With the Kunkka, it's a really good combination. Insania is not playing
bench.
Yeah, bench.
Okay.
I mean, it worked last game, and bench for me is still like a very, very stable hero in Dota. After receiving some nerf, she's not as OP as before, but still, nonetheless, a solid stun, a solid save, a solid laner, minus armor, builds team items. She does a little bit of everything.
And there was some great saves coming through in that first game there as well. So, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Team Liquid just wanted to pick up that Venge once again, make good use of that. So the hero did drop off just a little bit the past few weeks in terms of being one of those first pick supports. Is it just because of Insania playing it so well, Team Liquid can play around it so well, that they're going to be going back for this?
I mean, it did receive some nerfs, but they were not that significant. The main thing that happens when a Venge is overpicked is that teams adjust. You saw when the meta started, even the tier 1 teams, they're like, go for a hero that gets swapped out and you lose the fight, right? Now it doesn't happen as much. Teams have found better ways to approach it. It just feels more natural, and you don't have to communicate it all that all that clearly before the team fight starts. But now Venge has been slightly forgotten. Team Liquid utilized it in a really good way, so it works out for them.
Okay. And Crystal Maiden being picked up here from Team Spirit, so that's going to be one of the supports on the board. Not going to go for this Shadow Demon Dragonite combination coming through. Actually going to go for the Monkey King, so can be flexed between core and support. And again, we've seen some massively cheeky Monkey Kings coming through, just sitting in the base and looking to feed up on couriers the past, I won't say for the past month or so, in that kind of role. So if you're looking at this here, Team Spirit, where are you predicting this Monkey King? You know, do you feel more comfortable running this like Monkey 4?
I think if Kunkka ends up being offlane, they don't mind putting her carry because it's kind of an okay matchup, but it might just go 4, and we might see a tiny core like we saw Collapse already in this tournament play tiny. It's kind of been popping off in East Europe, the tiny pos 3. And but the tiny monkeys, that's really a lane you're worried about. Seems like a weak lane.
That's why I'm more thinking either mid tiny or mid monkey.
Especially against Luna Venge.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, the Luna coming out. That's going to be a big pickup here for Team Liquid.
And what's the boxy hero? Is it a Hoodwink? Hoodwink is cute. Or is it maybe just a techies? He must play techies. Everybody plays techies.
You mentioned the Mirana. I actually wouldn't mind the Mirana at all. Like, you have solid setups.
Yes, you have basically a stun on every hero, even like down the line, like a Lucent being can set up the arrow, but it's gonna be the techie, so just don't doubt me anymore. Thank you.
Never in my life have I ever doubted you.
Spirit, no. Do they take a page out of Liquid book and just pick the Pango, you know? When in doubt, Pango out. If you ask Quinn, that's the mantra.
Is it the mantra, or is it, oh my god, it's 2024, why are you still playing Pango? Yo, do you want to be a real pro coming through? Is that, are we sure Quinn's still on the Pango train?
That guy is coming in hot into the scene. We saw him in this tournament. I mean, he lost some games, the Chira Jr., but soon enough, we're gonna see Quinn versus Chira Jr. in a competitive game, and trust me, the copy pastas are gonna start coming out.
I'm okay. They're gonna go for the Darkseer. I think this puts the. Actually, again, I have no idea. Is it gonna be a monkey mid? Is it gonna be a tiny mid?
Not
Is it gonna be
monkey
a
mid.
Monkey carry?
No monkey mid. Probably this makes a tiny mid with monkey Darkseer offlane, which now your offlane is a decently strong lane, and tiny mid is an okay versus Team Liquid supports, but most importantly, he stacks very well with the Darkseer, uses the both Surge and Ion Shell to perfection, benefits from some team items, and this tiny now with the new build, the Aqua Saber and Kanda after the Blink Dagger, of course, he scales into the late game. So you're not like you pick a tiny mid and if you lose one fight you lost. No, he can scale into the late game, especially with the Darkseer. I like this from Spirit.
Scale into the late game. Yeah, the tiny Kanda, from what I've seen, it is the late game. You know, just heroes bounce off him, and he just absolutely ruins it, especially if you're coming up against these squishy heroes. Get a good jump onto the Venge tech. Hell, even the Luna. They're at risk of just straight up disappearing here to this item combination. And do you reckon, you know, we get this patch tonight after the grand finals? Because I'm sure they're just waiting for one Win Spring Series to end, and we're going to get the immediate patch after. Do you reckon we're going to see some big changes coming out to the Kanda?
No. I think it's more like of Reddit people complaining, or I'm the part of Reddit people now. It's just we're just complaining about it. It's not really strong. Like, I think most people are not complaining about it being strong. People are complaining about people buying Kanda on heroes that are not supposed to buy Kanda. So if anything, IceFrog needs to make it stronger to make Reddit happy.
Okay.
Reddit are mostly complaining about Revenant's Brooch being being too strong. I saw a post, a very high upvoted post at that was explaining why Revenant's Brooch is a bad item concept and too powerful. So see, that is the one they want changed.
I saw the different post. I saw the Virtus.pro is Suns fans' fault, and we should all be pointing and booing at Suns fan is one that I saw. But yeah, I'm sure yours was equally as educational and as productive. And maybe we will see a couple of changes coming up. Definitely though, getting the patch tonight. Yeah, that's going to be happening.
Back to the draft. Back to the draft. Liquid sees a Yatoro hero coming out. I see too. I go to his public matchmaking. I say, what does he usually pick versus Luna? It is Sven, and it's gonna be banned. And it is Anti-Mage and Razor.
Okay. Do you like the Anti-Mage here? Because I don't think we've seen him all event.
Well, I mean, Anti-Mage is a big wild card, but if there's a one guy that can pull it out, of course, it's the man himself. He's him. No,
Okay, so it's Scary Monkey, right?
Yeah, I assume so. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I'm not the analyst. You know, Harry, you know, how are you looking at this lineup now?
It is scary, and I like it.
Yeah. Scary Anti-Mage with the 4 tiny. I think it's a little bit more bulletproof. I think one of the Monkey or Lash are gonna have a really good lane now, regardless what they pick up on the Liquid. And will they go for a Nisha or 3-3 hero? Sniper is banned. What's left? Only like a Lina, I guess. Invoca. Invoca is the other one.
Yeah, more speed. I like this, and it goes for a Spirit Vessel, which is solid against both the Lash and the Monkey.
And the
but
Dark
overall, exactly. And the Team Spirit lineup, though, it is pretty cool, as you want to have this frontliner that pushes towers when you play with the Monkey. He's in the trees, you commit on the Lash, the turnaround potential is insane. But I think Team Liquid with the Invoker, they can actually run circles around Team Spirit, at least in the earlier stages of the game, and that gives them a pretty decent shot.
Okay, well, potentially for the final time here, Team Spirit, Team Liquid. We'll see how this one's going to go. I mean, I'm hoping it goes to the 3 games. So, I mean, I was backing Team Spirit anyway coming into this one, wasn't being subtle about it. But, Harry, last chance, you change your mind? Are you going for that Liquid 2-0?
I'm not going for a Liquid 2-0 because the Spirit lineup for me is easier to understand what you need to do and easier to execute. But Nisha is, again, the X factor.
Okay. And Milan, how are you feeling here coming into this second match? You know, are you still on the Spirit hype train here as well?
It's gonna be a lot about the side lanes. If Spirit can do well in the lanes and secure the Wisdom runes this time around, I think they should be taking this one home.
Okay, well, we are going to find out how game number 2 is going to go, and we've got some great casters to take you through it. It's going to be once again DK, Truman, and Bowie. Boys, looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. Take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is a
You
very...
are muted, my friend.
Sorry, I was muted for my co-cast right there. Welcome back. It is looking like a very interesting game number 2. I am loving the fact that we get to see some Nisha Voker, Bowie, which is always going to be fantastic. And yeah, right out the gate, which side do you favor this time around?
So, I think in a vacuum, I really like the Liquid draft. You still have supports that can play active with this Nisha Invoker. So that is very similar to what game number 1 has to offer. The only thing that I actually expected our panel to talk about, how many games do you think 33 has officially? Wait a second here, as Boxy will die.
That's it.
How many games do you think 33 has of Kanka is in his entire professional career? Yes.
I would say 200.
Oh, 200. Well, you were off by 200 because this is first official Kanka match of all time. And I'm just a bit self-conscious about this because, you know, he's a formidable player, but when I see him playing heroes really, really well, I think, you know, he plays 35 pubs of something, he learns how he works, and he finds a way that no one actually thought about how to play. You know, this is kind of a first for him officially. So very curious to see how he sees the hero, how he's going to itemize. To me, that's the only thing that kind of pushes me from saying that they're taking this 100%.
Okay, I can see that. I mean, it is 33, and he is more renowned for playing the micro heroes like the Peacemaster, like Broodmother, those kind of nasty heroes. So it's not too surprising he doesn't tickle the Kunkka that often. But in this current patch, those heroes are not as good as you would want them to be. But again, you know, it's 33. He's one of the best offlaners in the world. Jumping
is.
onto Maposhka top lane, taking a lot of damage. He's even being body blocked by Yatoro by accident there. And first blood gets secured. Techies is pretty disgusting.
Very, very nice here for the lane of Liquid. I really like this Invoker response into Leshrac. I think later into the game, Leshrac doesn't really care about Invoker. But mana is such an important asset for Leshrac early on that having this Plaza X Invoker just constantly draining Laurel means that you either force into rotations, or if you stay mid, you cannot rotate because you're going to be out of resources.
I'm a little bit afraid. Both sides have pretty decent, actually pretty good team fight. You got like Vacuum, Wall, Avalanche, Split Earth, plus the Wukong's Command, Crystal Maiden ulti. That's their entire Wombo combo on Team Spirit team. Liquid, though, they have a pretty nasty one as well. If you get the shard on the Voker with the EMP drag, on top of the whole water park combination that 33 will definitely be going for, you can have a disgustingly strong team fight from the Radiant side as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the combo that they have. I think that, you know, Luna became really popular not only because of her shard, but how the run buff synergizes with that as well, just stacking that damage reduction. A lot of things in Dota don't stack additively, but damage reduction does work that way. So it is incredibly potent in those mid-game and late-game fights.
Bottom lane, Mickey trying to have a better laning stage than he had last game, which should be the case. It is a double range against double melee matchup. Should normally be pretty comfortable unless, you know, you make a horrible mistake and the Tiny gets on top of you with the ion shells.
And that's also Mira carrying a blood grenade here, so once they get level 3, gotta be very careful because they can run you down either with the Surge or the Vacuum, depending on how they decide to play.
Still hasn't chosen yet, is keeping that extra point for Vacuum or Surge, depending on if he has a kill potential going in his favor. Hero's doing a lot of damage to Insania by just chasing him with that big old tree.
Oh yeah, it is kind of surprising how Tiny, this 3-throw Tiny started to become popular. It felt like in the past, everyone thought of Tiny of this really weak laner. But especially because you can kill couriers, it feels pretty good, honestly. This hero had a glow up in recent times.
I do like the change where melee can one-shot couriers.
Yeah.
It's a nice change up in how it used to work.
Yeah, Tiny never really suffered about it because he has a lot of damage, but I think, you know, Bounty Hunter, there's a lot of those unorthodox position 4s that can now just kill couriers every day because of that change. Feels pretty good.
Yeah. He got blood grenaded, but he has
No
15 magic wand charges, so you're not going to kill him easy whatsoever. Collapse just going to be pulling the creep wave behind. Ring around the rosy play. Team Spirit 1k net worth advantage currently, but it's all spread evenly between all the heroes here, because you don't see any lane incredibly dominant over the other.
Yeah, I guess bottom lane is probably the one with the biggest discrepancy here. Collapse is struggling a little bit. After all, 2 melee versus 2 range. But I think this is the timing where Spirit starts to get very scary. You cannot play out of position. You have to be full HP. So Mickey even has, I think, a courier bringing him boots, actually. But they need regen in this lane for sure. If you are like 50% HP, you can be run down.
Laurel in that mid lane. This time around, it should be a bit easier for him to play the game as compared to last game, where honestly, half the heroes that the enemies had could just counter him, because if you get rid of Windrun, you die.
Yeah.
Leshrac, Bloodstone, BKB, you just go. Don't care about
Oh,
anything
TP bottom.
the enemy throws at you. Bottom lane, Boxy TP's in, Collapse in a bit of trouble, does have the surge, trying to run away, stun into kill. Gets secured. Mira was just a little bit away from that avalanche to try and interrupt that chase down, but Mira now himself in a lot of trouble here. Stun comes out. Luna also went for 2 points in Lucent Beam on Mickey, so really aggressively trying to win this lane.
Yeah, and they are succeeding, not only CS-wise, but now with those kills. Liquid definitely looking very dominant here in the lane stage. Something that they were doing in a lot of these games, but they struggled to transition that into the mid game. And this time, you know, Quaswex Invoker, Vengeance Techies, they're gonna have really decent levels. This is looking very promising. The Wisdom Rune is really the one thing they have to be careful about, so that Spirit doesn't, you know, maybe snatch 2 of those like we saw Liquid do game 1. That is the one thing that could change the mid game for Liquid.
Mira. EMP not going to be able to connect. It is a pretty tanky hero. Is he going to be able to run away? Tornado slows him down. The chase is there, and the Tiny will die with the last hit for Nisha. That's a nice way to get him a bit recovered, because he was struggling against Laurel in that mid lane match. Even though last hits looked pretty close, it seems that Evoker had to buy a bit more regen than his counterpart, who was happy with just the bottle.
But look at that, Collapse knows that there's no TP on this Tiny. So he needs to get this rune, or else Mira's gonna be level 3 for a long time. Can Insania somehow take it though?
Oh,
he might be fast enough. I think he's gonna be...
Oh, he drags him right on top of it. Thank you very much, he says. There is no vacuum either. And Liquid, 2 games in a row. Yoink, 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 steal the Wisdom Runes away.
This is awful for Spirit. Tiny. You know, he is a hero that relies a lot in gold, but you still don't want to be level 3 minute 7. You know, just having those points in Avalanche, having... oh, top lane. Never mind here.
Well, there's the drag back. No problem just yet for Yatoro. His lane is going perfectly. This Kunkka, no level 6 means no kill threat just yet. However, with Insignia on level 5 in this top area, it does get a little bit more scary.
Yeah, pretty similar game to game 1. Like, you have the net worth advantage on Spirit, but the supports on Liquid are doing much better as Laurel.
Laurel, mana gets drained. Suicide jump in from Boxy. Laurel dropping low. The sun comes out. The kill gets secured. And Insania doesn't exactly know where he needs to run. It's a little bit juked there. Mira wants to get the toss back, which should be possible. Actually lifts him up with the creep on top of him. Will get the toss down, and Yatoro gets a double kill with that Monkey King rotation towards mid. So good recovery in losing their mid laner.
Huge rotation from Yatoro. This is a game where Lara was having a great time. Being able to punish what Liquid is doing is just going to propel him even further in this lane. Already a level ahead of 33. And, you know, 33, he's not doing well net worth-wise, but this is a lane that he's not supposed to win. So it's still pretty good that he actually not only didn't die, but got a kill.
He will be, of course, deadly now. His level 6 has been achieved. Mickey in a bit of trouble. Will be running underneath the towers area. Mira drops dead. And that wall is beautifully red right there. So he's got some nice, expensive skins on Collapse.
Is that a Crimson item? I've never seen that
wall. That has to be Crimson. Yeah, I've never seen the red wall either, so it has to be a Crimson item.
Yeah, that has to be a really rare one as 33 gets chased, but should be just fine.
Actually going to be a Glype near Monkey King.
Oh. Okay, I mean, they are lacking a little bit of catch, and this time is having an awful game, so I'm not opposed to it either. Just having the vacuum into Gleipnir seems pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay. I don't really play Monkey King as... Oh, cancels the Splitter of Animation.
Yeah, there's Yatoro. His mana does get drained. Nisha still trying to run away, but... Nice blast off coming out from Boxy. The Avalanche in response. Will they kill off Nisha? Yes, they will. 33 is here. Has the ghost ship coming through for the Laurel kill. Can he get it secured? Yes, he can. And runs away with the run buff. They get 2-for-1 trade. Yatoro pump fakes himself. that Wukong's command, but it will not be a continuation of the fight. A 2-for-1 trade. Yes, they lose Nisha, but they'll definitely take that as a dub on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, that's Laurel dying again, Yatoro surviving. So he is in this position where he's kind of becoming this, at least for now, the only core that is playing from ahead. I think the network from Last Strike is still pretty good, but this is a hero that doesn't really want to be dying that much. He wants to be snowballing in the fights, so we'll see if Lara's going to be able to recover here. Very close to his Zeus Scepter at least.
Nisha closing up on towards that Spirit Vessel, so yeah, already having accounted for the possible Bloodstone later down the line.
Mid lane push as well. They have Alacrity on the Catapult, and Laurel definitely don't want to die here with no TP. You got to be very careful in how you approach this defense.
I love the fact that Liquid, as you mentioned previously, has been focusing on making sure Nisha has a good time, because these Insania and Boxy have been roaming around that mid lane
Speaking
the
of
entire
roaming,
time to try and keep him alive.
yeah, they're doing a much better job, I think. But Spirit, they want to kind of mirror that. Need a toss into a Frostbite for this? What's the play? Kind of awkward initiation they have.
Look at Insania's position. He's just there to tank the smoke.
Yeah, really good.
He
Has a
already broke
ward
the
as
smoke
well.
of Collapse, and they will get the catch on Miposhka, knowing they're going to be a little bit greedy. This is such a heads-up play. But
Oh, bottom lane though.
Nika in trouble. He's actually dropping quickly to the double Ion Shell, and Nika is going to be the one that has to pay the price.
Very nicely done there. Perfect execution. They wait for the toss. They keep the Luna in the. Oh, they find Mira.
They kill Mira is the big question. Oh, that's a good timing. Xmark not going to be able to reach in time. It's still level 1, and the torrent was too slow on the pop. So TP out of there. That is. I mean, they lose their Crystal Maiden. They get themselves the Luna. That's a big old trade.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Mira, had such a good, rough start. Now getting close to his Blink Dagger. Not a great timing, but not dying there definitely helps in reaching that, as we do see Yatoro already with his Maelstrom in the top lane. Highest or very close to... Yeah, he is the highest net worth, having a really good time.
And Mills from Dillon Collapse is going for the auras. Guardian Greaves is his plan afterwards. The Pipe of Insight. All the beautiful aura gaming tools that are required. He knows that all he has to do is keep the Lash and the Monkey King alive, and they will have enough damage to clear this Radiant side. They're not the tankiest on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, they really aren't. They rely heavily on this Luna Shard on the boat. And that's the type of game where if you kill 33 before he pops his Rum, the fight's pretty much over. Like, you need to have that. Whereas in Spirit, they're gonna have Pipe and Greaves. Oh, TP top here. Yatoro looking.
Isha, I mean, he really wants to kill off Yatoro, but it's a hard kill to make. Especially with only the techies nearby.
Good deny in the mid lane though. Lara will be able to... Wait, oh, he doesn't deny it. Okay. Thought that was a free one, but they will keep it alive for now.
Mira, toss back onto Laurel. They also have the vacuum wall to use. Ghost Ship comes through. The wall gets placed onto 33. Collapse is actually trying to disengage. They're dodging and weaving all across the fight, so no one stacks. Foxy can't get the connection he needs. The EMP keeps Mira on the side away, but there's the Monkey King. Yatoro coming in. Wukong's command onto 3, and a great Boundless Strike catch as well. Nisha, Voker, will he be able to disengage? Goes into invis mode, but Yatoro jumps forward. Tap, tap, he says, with his big long stick, and the double kill secured for the Monkey King.
What a clutch fight from Spirit. They bait the Tiny in the low ground. Yatoro connects beautifully. His rotations have been on point. He is really delivering here, because I feel like Spirit, pretty much every other lane struggled. Laro had a decent lane, but he got killed a couple of times. If he was not being this active, I think they would be struggling much more on Spirit. So kudos to him. To me, he's already the MVP for this match. At least on the Spirit side, if they take this.
In the early game, Monkey King pretty aggressive in his approach. On the other side, Mickey, he knows he needs some items. It's a Luna. Normally, you wait until you get probably your BKB after plus shard, and then you take a fight, but might be forced to fight a little bit sooner this time around. Nisha towards mid, in trouble, collapse, charging forward, has the vacuum, dragged back. In comes the Monkey King. There he is, a little tree! Chasing after his opponents, Insania is going to get control. The 5-man move comes out from Team Spirit, looking for bo5, who's going to have to blast off all the way towards home and run out of there. There is just no TP on 33. The Luna is not there just yet to take a fight.
Cute play from Spirit. They try to bait the tier 1 tower, so the Invoker uses his 4 spirits to take it. He was 1 hit away from dying, but Spirit only got a support kill from this, so I still feel like it's worth it, as in the bottom side 33 solo. They do have a ward.
Yatoro chilling in the trees. But they don't have an observer themselves. Insania still looking for him with the wave of terror. Jump to the side. He knows that they spotted him, and he'll disengage out of there. So he keeps 3 enemies occupied. In the meantime, 33 towards mid. Very low in HP, but his Axe is now done. Nisha is also done. Taken down. Blink Dagger's done on Mira. And it will be a 4K net with lead so far for Team Spirit.
Still a pretty close game. I think this 4K goal lead helps Spirit, but the mid-game potential of this Luna is going to be crazy with Alacrity, Run buff, the Shard, as they find an Insania, and he's probably dead.
Insania not having a superb time. Any single time he gets spotted up, Mira from now on will be a death on him. Mickey needs to run away. There's going to be the split earth on top of each other. They go. In comes the Torn Storm, though. The response is huge. Collapse is trying to run away. Nisha right-clicking from the side, and they have no Monkey King to fight with them this time around. Crystal Maiden ulti on top. They will find the kill. Ghost Ship comes out from 33. They will find Laurel in response, and now it's the 2 supports that are left trying to run away. Insania will be able to TP through as well to look for Miposhka that he tends to find. In the meantime, Yatoro has been running all across the entire map to try and rejoin his teammates. Wukong's command comes down. Insania is going to get rooted inside the Wukong's 2-man catch with the Boundless Strike. Now Yatoro needs to be a little bit careful himself, because he is out of mana and very close to out of HP. They won't be chasing him any further.
Yeah, this is the first time he actually took a little bit longer to connect, but in his defense, he was very far away from that fight. So a bit greedy from Spirit in a way. Amazing Torrent Storm from 33. They got so much out of it. They hit both cores in that initiation, and that's how they were able to withstand. And we saw how the run buff, the tier 2 tower armor, allows Spirit to take those nighttime fights onto the Luna. Still a perfect game from this Yatoro Monkey King, though. He is still doing really well. Is Miposhka?
Miposhka gonna get blown up. bo5 gets the kill. Yeah, in that fight previously, it might have actually gone completely different if 33's Ghost Ship was off cooldown. That was a bit of a problem. It came in pretty much after his teammates were already dead. Oh, Insania caught on one side. Mira will be the second support to lose his life from the dire side, but there's the Yules holding in place. The Kunkka has the Ghost Ship. Needs to use it to try and disengage. There are enemies all around him. Run buff, movement speed increase. Can he get out of there? The chase from Yatoro. 2-man route. Jumping onto 33, takes down the Kunkka, and the next one is gonna be Nisha. Yatoro is on freaking fire. Unstoppable right now. The 6-0 score on the Monkey King.
Yeah, that's the difference. In this fight, you find a Kunkka by himself. He gets the bolt only on him, and it's much easier for Spirit to run down. When Liquid are in formation, that's when these fights aren't as easy. So it's really gonna be on Liquid to try and get a little bit tighter in the map. If they spread too much, I think it really allowed, like the line of Spirit, they have really fast heroes with a tiny blink and a Darkseer. You're always gonna be able to drag them, to run them down until there's BKBs available, and this Invoker went for a Midas, so that's far away. Kunkka is going for an Netherlands, so that's not happening. And even Mickey pretty far from his as well. So the timing now on Spirit, I feel like, despite the fact that Luna has the better, Liquid has the better team fight, it's hard for them to, they just have to play together, and thus they're not gonna farm these timings they need.
Mira gets the catch, drops back Boxy, who is surrounded by adversaries. Will be taken down. Thornstorm comes out. Go ship as well onto Yatro. That's a huge kill. If they can secure it, the Sunstrike, he's actually going to stand still. Yatro, one more right click, taken down. He tried to heal with the boundless strike there onto the creep, but is going to get taken down, and a huge kill secured. Laurel lifted up in the sky, bomb down below. He gets taken down by 33, looking for collapse as a 4th kill here. Possibly and definitely coming in. It was a buyback force out on the Radiant side, but my god, that again, 33 Storm, perfect on the mark.
Exactly, and that's a fight where Liquid are together. So you're diving into 2. They had already 3 heroes there. The other ones connect, and Spirit just being a bit too greedy. Especially Yatoro. He was really close to his BKB. I think he had like 1100 gold before he died. Definitely Spirit jumping the gun slightly. Fortunately for them, you know, there's still tier 1 towers in the top and bottom lane for Spirit. So it's not like Liquid can Roche or force Roche. They have the lineup for it. They just don't have the map control available. Oh, as I say that though, is this a possible Roche play?
Mira, oh, this is dangerous. Grabbing Lotus Pools gives away your position.
Oh, yeah.
And Misha knows Mira's here. And they're going to go in for the Tiny. Laurel is in the area as well, but will not help out. Mira will be taken care of. And 33 is getting closer towards his own Bloodstone. Because, of course, Laurel has his one secured already, but that Kunkka's Bloodstone is also going to be nutty.
Oh, yeah, that AoE definitely going to make things a bit harder as they will go for a Tormentor here on the side of Liquid. I probably want the Venge. But the Techies is not terrible.
They're actually both amazing. I think that's the reason why you love those 2 support heroes, because both their shards are just insane.
It really feels like supports right now are kind of dictated by how good their shards are, unless they are broken by, like, just by being good from level 1.
Yeah, Mira's the Tiny shard's terrible for for a support.
Yeah.
Crystal Maiden one though, that one is actually really good.
Yeah, I think it's a 7.5 for me. The Venge is like a 9. Techies is an 8.5. It's pretty good some games, kind of bad in other games. I think Venge is like always good. You're never sad that you have a second stun that just bounces off the original one. Oh, Roche attempt though. Spirit,
Yeah,
cheeky.
Spirit is gonna take it. They knew that, of course, Liquid TP'd away to get that Tormentor, and it is dropping pretty quickly. That's a good shard to pick up for probably the Aegis for the Lesh, I would assume, because Yatro has the BKB at the ready.
Oh, they're gonna know. There's a ward in the high ground here for Spirit. They know exactly what's happening. This Roche is already way too low. Sunstrike's too late.
Yeah, but they need to be careful that they don't still drop dead after they pick up the tools. There's going to be a jump in, toss back, kill onto Boxy, no buyback available. The rest of the team, are they going to go back in? Laurel is out of mana currently. And they will disengage on the side of Liquid, or at least attempt to. Tornstorm flying through, Ghost Ship as well. Keep them at bay, everything. Throw the kitchen sink at them to try and make your way out of there. But Yatoro is so fast on that monkey, still chasing down. 1 second for the Gleipnir, will be able to hold down Insane. He's going to swap to the side, maybe see if he can keep them distracted. They will get themselves a double kill and look for the high ground push.
Damn, alright. It felt like Liquid was bouncing back and Spirit out of nowhere. Looking so good. They get the split earth on Misha. And good initiation.
Great catch. Make it for spot the BKB, but he's dropping in seconds. Tornado keeps him alive. Gets him back, but his BKB is going to be on cooldown when he returns.
There is a Bloodstone on 33 now, so he's next Tornstorm. That AoE might be the difference maker. Spirit, they know they pressured enough. So, yeah, I mean, Liquid's teamfight still amazing. Look at the amount of spell lifesteal they have on Kunkka as well, with the Vampire Fangs and the Bloodstone. If they can bait 33 into a fight where he gets the Bloodstone off with all those spells, he gets deceptively tanky.
Hey, look, Monkey King is looking to get Revenant's Brooch. What a surprise.
Huh. Oh, that is one I haven't seen in competitive.
Got baited by an illusion there. Yeah, I guess Boundless Strike?
Yeah, and even the OT, right? I'm assuming it works on your boys?
If you have Ags, does that work?
I would
no idea.
assume it does.
That is a demo kind of thing that I'm gonna have to test after this game.
Yeah,
What
hopefully
heroes
our
can all use Revenant's Brooch? Yay!
hopefully our panel of very capable talent will maybe give us the answer here, as we cannot know for sure. But I mean, I'm assuming if he's going for it, it has to work, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna go for this if it only works on Boundless, I
mean,
think.
Yeah, probably. I
The
would assume
cooldown
it works on
is
Wukong.
a bit too long.
Oh, Mickey pushing top. There's a monkey. There's a tree running at him. But in response, takes a lot of damage. Needs to be careful himself. His BKB is not going to be on cooldown. Mira jumped forward, trying to get the Insane toss back.
Oh,
but
no.
Actually, X-Mark used by 33 to make sure that Insane gets dragged back in case he gets jumped. Suicide jump from Boxy coming forward. Blink out from Collapse, and they're going to need to disengage on Team Spirit. Or are they going back in? There's a surge thrown out onto Laurel. They're looking for a fight here.
This
They
fight
might
is
actually
hard.
get
It's a
it.
nighttime Luna fight. You don't have any vision. Even if you hold the high ground, this is still not that easy.
Looking at a whole area of different directions where they want to jump you.
Look at those illusions just gathering a lot of vision here. Liquid. Alright.
They're on the run, and Team Spirit do manage to get out. But net worth-wise, this game is even Stevens.
And I think in general, Liquid has been really good at kind of baiting Spirit into these small skirmishes where they don't get a lot out of their ages. Like, even getting these ages felt kind of like a miracle for Spirit, and now they barely got to use it as this Luna is getting stronger and stronger. Already has Shard, already has BKB, and
Laurel taking a lot of damage there. But as you
The
mentioned,
shield
has
room.
that age. In comes the Eclipse, though, looking for Collapse. He knows that that's the target. Collapse is dead. Laurel is going to lose his first life. In a second, keeps himself alive a little bit longer, but can they go for more? In comes Jataro, though. It gets lifted immediately by a 33 catch on that Torrent Storm, and Jataro is a huge target to lose. Maposhka in trouble. There's a wall still blocking them, but Boxy jumping with the suicidal attempt. In
Oh, the
return,
splitter.
Laurel, can he get the damage onto Mickey? Yes, he can. Mickey will falter. Nisha is close to no spells, needs to get something useful to try and disengage, and that will be the Invis. Insania N33 still alive and kicking, but that split earth damage range is insane with the Bloodstone. 33 still on the run. Laurel is losing mana quickly, though. That is dangerous. EMP, he's going to be out of mana. There's nothing the Lesh has left. Bloodstone does not regain mana anymore these days, and now Mira is trying to disengage. Sumeda holds him in place. Nisha survived through all of this, and 33 as well, who is running around with like 10 HP. Mira versus
Nisha's
Nisha.
dead.
Toss up, kill secured. Mira with a nice little tumble roll walks away from that fight. And who was the victorious team?
I think it's Liquid. The Aegis wasn't really used for much, yeah. You killed this Luna, but I think the game stayed still the same. Spirit kind of pressured. Like, it's not like their draft is bad in the late game, but I really believe into this 5-man of Liquid, which means that if Spirit didn't really get anything out of the second Aegis, it just keeps buying time for the Luna to get bigger. There was a fight with Luna not having her 20. Once that is up, we just saw how much damage the Alacrity was doing. Imagine how it's gonna look like in a couple of minutes. It just gets incredibly strong here for Mike. So, yeah, I do feel like Liquid benefits, even if ever so slightly.
And that was also a fight, though, without the BKB done on the Leshrac, and now you do have to deal with Laurel Leshrac. BKB running in that fight, it took them forever to try and kill off the Lesh.
I mean, even 33, right? I think he survived with like 50 HP, and that was all his lifesteal of the Bloodstone and the Vampire Fangs, allowing him to regain a little bit of that HP. I wouldn't be mad about a Shivas on Lara eventually. Like, you have this Luna that has lifesteal and a freaking Paladin Sword, and right now there's no Skadi nor Shivas there to reduce it. So these long fights are benefiting Liquid a lot.
It's getting to pretty scary territory, because on one hand, you're going to have to deal with Kanda Luna.
Oh,
On the
Boxy
other hand,
gets
the
found.
Laurel Shard's going to be pretty obnoxious. Nisha in the trees. Ooh! Gets the TP out in time. That would have been an even bigger kill. And the Boxy will be taken down. The Gleipnir dodge there is pretty big for Nisha to get himself all the way back.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, by the way. What were you saying?
Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the shard from the Lesh is probably one of the most insane shards for a team fight. And
Yeah,
it's
it
coming up
really
soon.
is.
That's going to be really hard to deal with.
With
Being
those
splashing around Roche.
Oh, they find Mr. Laro here.
Hit
Like,
by
who
the
found who,
torrent.
actually?
Yeah, Nisha. Vacuum
they
back
find him.
by collapse. Can he get away? He's trying to disengage. They have no gem. But he can chase him down. Laurel knows where he is thanks to the Diabolic Edict on the floor, scouting out the Invis targets. That is disgusting.
Two-legged abomination as they get that kill. Roche not too far from spawning, but I think you pressure this. You definitely want to poke, ideally force this Invoker buyback into then resorting back to the Roshan pit. We'll see how much they're going to pressure. They didn't really use anything but the Wukongs, I think.
Well, Boxy is placing a bunch of mines, and they do have a Vengeful Spirit. So there's a nice combination. Mira's actually going to jump forward. X mark to drag back Boxy out of harm's way. The swap onto Laurel, put him in an uncomfortable spot, but he has a BKB. He doesn't really care about your whole Torrent Storm shenanigans, looking for the Insania kill, which he will find. So his BKB is now ended, and that's going to be an immediate buyback from the two heroes that dropped. Laurel is in a world of hurt. Surge, can he get himself out of bed? The Glimmer Cape as well. Sunstrike is going to connect. What a huge kill from Nisha. Gatro's going to be the target instead. Vacuum onto 4 with the Crystal Maiden ulti on top. Will still turn this one around. Mickey with the damage reduction, as you mentioned. Staying alive. That fight looked like it was going to be everything for Team Spirit.
That was so close, man, but the lifesteal on this Luna is crazy. You have the Mask of Madness, the damage reduction. That was like vacuuming to a Boundless into a perfect freezing field. Level 2, mind you, and even still, like, they were really close, Spirit. I think if they win that fight, they could even threaten tier 4s, but now Liquid is getting... They might get Aegis from this. It's a 27-second spawn on their side of the map, so... You probably want to take... I mean, there's a tier 1 tower with full HP on the bottom side. That's the problem. With Glyph available, you probably Glyph this if you're Spirit. You don't want to give this away.
Oh, look at that fight. The replay right now.
Yeah.
Laurel feels indestructible until his BKB ends, and instantly comes the Boxy buyback as well. This Sunstrike from
surge.
Nisha was so freaking clutch. Laurel was like, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Boom.
Look at Yatoro. He got so much lifesteal with that one Boundless. I mean, look at this. But even then, the CM was bouncing those glaives, and it just dealt so much damage with the Alacrity on the Monkey King.
Huge fight. And it's, again, a perfectly even game coming through. Everyone's looking for a fight. They have a ward up the high ground. Scan v scan. Both of them get connected. They might think they're already in the Roche pit, though. There might be a wild jump from Mira to check out the pit.
They have a smoke, but it's actually being brought by the courier. So Spirit are late, but thankfully for them, Liquid is not forcing this. So they might be able to buy time for the smoke to get there.
Yatoro just missed a stun onto one of the Voker Forge Spirits.
He was
right in front of him. Just
using
a
4D
fun
chess, looking for someone in the trees. Okay, you don't have the same brain that Yatoro does.
The smoke coming in, the mine explodes, knowing exactly where Mira is running. More mines all over the place. They smoke up right in front of their enemies. Smokes are broken now. Neck on neck. Gotta zoom out because there's going to be a lot of action coming through.
Okay, they scout
Laurel
the Roshan
is
beam.
playing high ground gaming. Mickey. The Kanda does so much damage though. There's a surge on Laurel, but he can't go in. It's too risky, too dangerous at this stage. Jump back, toss back onto 33. Can he get his spells up? Pops a BKB, Bloodstone, Torrent Storm as well. They're going to find the kill onto Mira, but they don't find the kill onto 33. Buyback comes through to join the fight. Maposka Suntruck on the side, but there is a catch onto Nisha. Has a BKB pop. Will be able to try and disengage. The target's going to be 33. He does not have any spells left in the tank, and they will find the Kunkka. looking for more. Is going to be Mickey. Mickey is the huge target. He doesn't have a BKB on Mickey left, and Mickey is going to be found out. They're chasing one after another. All the cooldowns of Liquid are gone, and they're just going to get overwhelmed by Team Spirit.
That was really good for Spirit. They were able to force the Torrent Storm, force some cooldowns, soft reset back into the fight, and that's how they were able to take it. You cannot fight into the run buff, and this time they were able to just delay its duration and re-engage. Surprisingly, they're going for the barracks here. They know there's no buyback on Tunisia, and this is a huge opening.
There are no creeps, though. That's a bit of a problem.
Go through it. Just
They have
do
to
it.
run. Surge! Collapse! Surge the creeps! Come on! It's on cooldown still, but gotta get them there as soon as possible. Collapse! Come on! Surge! There we go.
Too slow. Okay, he cancels the TP on Lara. This is awkward, but they're gonna get it.
They will at least get the bottom set of racks. Look toward mid as well. Only the two supports left standing at the moment anyway. And as you mentioned, they know there's no Nisha buyback.
Alright, so we're gonna get 2 lanes, possibly Roshan as well. Can Liquid get formation into the Roshan pit? Probably not. It's a dire Rosh. The outpost is gonna be controlled by Spirit. Finally, it feels like Spirit has regained total control over this game. This is really hard to come back from now.
That's also dire Rosh, so now you're gonna have to deal with the cheese on top of the Aegis. Which, obviously, you know, Banner has advantages, blah, 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 but the cheese. Cheese is just a save me button in this game.
Yatoro did finish that Revenant's Brooch we're talking about. Very, very powerful item. Oh, they are
And
smoking
they do
here.
scan it. They sunstruck the pit. They know it's dropping. Can they get there in time? It is kicking it pretty close. Collapse and Mira blocking the entry. Jump in onto Boxy. Tornado comes flying through. It's gonna at least connect in towards the pit, but the egg has been secured. Mira's gonna die back. They know he's taking care of the problem here. Laurel chasing in after Insania, but a nice wall placement inside the trees makes it really hard for Liquid to fight. Mickey doesn't want to pop his BKB. He's keeping that one in the back pocket to re-engage on the fight. Laurel has no mana, eats the cheese just to gain the mana back. In comes the Eclipse charging forward, and that Leshrac, is he going to be able to disengage? Laurel will be able to get around the corner. Split Earth onto Mickey. No BKB available on the Luna. No support coming through either. Laurel is going to die to just the Moonglaves, but they lose Mickey in the process.
Oh my god, at least 33 survives, going to be able to deal with the base here. So many creeps doing damage to the tier 4s. They have buyback on Mickey and tier 2 top, so this game's not over. And, I mean, this is not a bad outcome for Liquid. You take out the Aegis and you also kill the Leshrac, which means there's no chance for a high ground push before everyone is back up for Liquid. You know, it's not the ideal scenario, but they're still, like, slowly dragging this. The problem is, it feels like the gold advantage is big enough for Gaben to only give Liquid a 7% chance. That's actually a little bit less than I expected. I thought it was going to be like at 20% or something.
7%'s a little bit insane, though.
Yeah.
I give them more than 7% chance to win this.
Yeah,
and that
I agree.
fight could have gone horribly wrong for Team Spirit if they didn't have that Aegis plus cheese. Because Laurel as well, he ran out of mana instantly in the fight.
Definitely, definitely. They get the Boxy Shard, not too shabby. Looks like 33 has a Craggy coat now, so that extra armor. I mean, nice usually, but there is already the Brooch on the Monkey King, so he will be doing a lot of magic damage. I wonder if, like, if it does work on the Wukong's command, do you buy pipe on someone?
Probably not. You just maybe get refreshers on your cores, so you have double BKB.
True, true.
I think that's your best bet at this stage. Yeah, Nisha doesn't even have the shard yet, or the Agnum Scepter, which I find a little bit surprising. I think that shard, especially with the Torrent Storm Mambo combo that they can throw out and Go Ship, should be a pretty big plus. He's going for more of a right-click Foker build.
Yeah, the Prosma definitely is a bit weird. I guess it amplifies the Kanka damage, amplifies Luna's Eclipse, but it does feel a bit out of place.
I want Eclipse. I want big, fat, my entire PC screen just freezes because of all the particle effects going through.
Yeah, hopefully my PC is not running this stream because it is so hot in here. Like, he's making so much noise as Miposhka. Good use, Scepter.
There's a save
Wind
from
Waker,
Laurel
actually.
with the Wind Waker. Miposka's still going to be the target. And they will find a kill. Collapse actually running for it.
Vacuum.
Nice vacuum onto 3. The swap to try and keep Mickey out of there, but they're losing their other heroes with a super good play coming in from Collapse. Yeah, that Split Earth. That was also already a previous Split Earth from Laurel in that area. So you have to deal with double Split Earth, vacuum wall, avalanche, too many AoE control spells.
We're gonna
They
try and
wanna
buy
get this
back
round.
here.
Double buyback on the Radiant side. Flying through. Laurel doesn't actually have anything left, so if he gets X-marked, he is in trouble. Tornado is just gonna miss Yaturu. He does have a double damage rune. Gets the Wukong's command down. Sunstrike will find the kill. He's gonna go in onto Mickey. Mickey pops the BKB. Yaturu is gonna chase him down. Mickey forced to the side. And no BKB on the Monkey. And no BKB on the Luna. Mira has the Yules. Has a BKB on the Tiny as well.
All right. Oh, can they get? I mean, even if they get the X, there's no way they can stop this. So Mira should be fine. Good bait there from Liquid, but you spent a lot of buybacks for one less track kill, pretty much. Yeah, unless you force this less track buyback, you're not happy with this whatsoever.
Yeah, luckily enough, the Luna does still have a buyback available. It's almost level 25. They tend to go for the Lunar Blessing damage talent, which I always find sad because mini stun is hog.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. But well, yeah, I don't think he's gonna go for it. The damage, especially if he's going Rapier, just feels a bit better.
I mean, if you already are going for Rapier, that's all the damage you need. Just get the Eclipse mini stun and keep the Monkey from actually hitting a Boundless Strike.
Well, he does have a BKB, but I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think I really like the mini stun, especially when you can drop a Sacred Relic. Not a Sacred Relic. What's the name of the tier 4 neutral? Timeless Relic, because then you can't BKB if it's only you being mini stun. Feels pretty good. That extra stun duration.
And of course, next Roche is going to be a Dire Roche, so it's going to be an Aghanim Scepter Roche. If you manage to get that, free Eclipse Godness coming out.
Yeah, he already got the damage, man, so might as well give up on that. Might as well forget about it, as Spirit here, smoking. They know if they get even one pick off on an important core, the game could be over, although that tier 2 tower is still on the top side, so they would have to force straight up throne, and with those mines, Liquid knows exactly where to run.
Also, Crystal Maiden has a BKB, Tiny has a BKB, everyone has BKBs. That's not something you see too often, where even the supports have a BKB on the Dire side. Mira tries to get the drag back.
Oh, they don't get the X. That would be, at least you force a BKB there, but nothing happens.
Yeah, even then, Mira's close to his own Wind Waker, so
Rapier.
you're gonna have...
I think Rapier is coming here. There you go. Straight up done, and they're gonna smoke with that Rapier timing. We saw Liquid take a game out of, was it PSG? I don't remember. They won a very important game with a Rapier and Luna.
Drag back, pops the BKB. Can they get the kill? Insania drop it low. Has the Aghanim Scepter, so he will have a second round to play. Laurel needs to quickly be careful, because he just got a Kanda hit and it hurt him for a third of his HP.
And that was no crit. That was just a normal Kanda hit. If he gets that crit, things get even more scary.
Comes a charge from Yatra, 2-man stun comes in. Root as well, avalanche from Mira. Dropping pretty low, but there's going to be the toss-back play onto Boxy. The Techies is about to drop. He's trying to get all the mines placed as he can. Torn Storm plus Ghost Ship flying through, and it will be the kill onto Mira. Miposhka is going to be the next target. There's the punch coming out from Collapse. Mickey just walking away. BKB has been used, though.
Oh, blank forward.
I was actually chasing for the
Missed the
kill
splitter.
coming in. Swap comes out. Mickey gets out of there. Mira's going to go for the toss back. X mark to get Mickey back into a favorable position, but now he's going to get controlled and whoa, punch to
Satanic.
the side, gets the Satanic heal off, kills off Laurel in 2 seconds, looking for Yatoro. Yatoro, the Monkey King, is in trouble. Toss away from Mira. He has the toss, requires no target to try and keep Yatoro out of there. Sunstrike comes in, is not going to connect onto Yatoro, and will they chase for more is the question, and the answer seems to be no. Roche has respawned right now, though.
I mean, I think this benefits Liquid. Maybe you can force this Let's Strike buyback. We'll see how... The lanes are a big problem, though. They need a way to deal with the lanes and then march top. That Satanic was so clutch for Mickey. You get the damage with the Lucent Beam, you get the damage with the Moonblaze, and he was like 200 HP there. It looked close. If he dies, the game's probably over.
I mean, that was such a team effort. It was insane. You had the swap save, then he gets tossed back, but he gets hit mid-air by 33 with the Kunkka X mark to make sure Mickey doesn't get put in a very uncomfortable position. Then with, as you said, like 200 HP left, gets himself the Satanic off, heal, back to full.
Yeah, still no Shivas, no Skadi on this Monkey King. He's going for a Daedalus. So this lifesteal build not being punished whatsoever here by Spirit, as they will march towards Roshan. It did get scouted by Spirit. Liquid probably aware.
And after that fight, Gaben now gives them 8%.
All right, yeah. Well, it is
Big
5
change
in
up.
my side, but oh, it's back to 8. So Gaben's very undecisive right now.
That is Roshan. Aghanim Scepter Roge, very important. Of course, the Radiant side, they're also looking at, it's only 2 minutes left until we have our buybacks.
They gave up on Roche, I think. BK has to TP mid to deal with the lanes, and Spirit instantly goes back to the pit.
Well, Nisha, what are you going to go for? Radial Deafening Blast, probably, or Quaswax Exort passive effects. I mean, you are technically a right-click poker.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised they didn't TP Nisha with X so that he could still be in that area. I feel like they just gave away Spirit of Roche here. Are they waiting for like a timing I'm not aware of? What is... Are they close? Okay, they got Refresher on Kunkka. I guess this was not shown. Maybe we can bait a fight out of this. It is a big timing with 25 on Kunkka. So you have Ghost Ship Fleet, you have Tornstorm, Shard. The amount of spells is bonkers here.
Nisha actually did go for the Quaswax Exort passive effects.
Oh.
Did actually not expect that.
Well, I guess it increases the
Does a lot
alacrity a
of
little
damage,
bit,
though.
right? Yeah. Your alacrity is gonna be slightly
He
stronger.
does 400 auto attack damage per hit. It's
Yeah.
not little.
Very, very true. And he's going for a shard here. I wouldn't be mad if he buys it. He's very far away from his buyback, so might as well have the shard and
Radiant's top tower
just fight with 1400 gold in his inventory. Oh wait, Luna's buying something. Mika's Courier is on the
No,
dire
he
side.
sold his pieces. He wanted to buy Refresh Orb, but he's too far away from it.
Oh, sold something. Sold his boots.
Yeah, he actually is going for Refresh Orb. Double BKB seems to be a little bit too important at this stage.
For sure. Double BKB, double Satanic. Do you reset Kanda when you go for the refresher?
I would assume so. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, that honestly, that could be a big burst of damage if he gets it off.
Wukong's down from Yatoro. By the way, did he take the free Ags? Yeah, it seems so.
He did, yes. The clones are a bit far away though. They're not doing damage to the tower.
Actually gonna back off. There's an XP rune. Possible Tormented that they can still yoink. I mean, everyone in this game is lacking shards, so...
True.
Like Nisha, okay, Radiant side. We have none on Nisha. On the Dire side,
3.
No Tiny, obviously. No Darkseer. No Monkey King. No Monkey King is surprising.
I agree. It's a really good shard. And this is a game where you can even dodge X, right? You get X back, but you boundless strike into it. You become invulnerable through it. So Pretty surprising, but you know, he's kind of 5 slotted now. I would be surprised if he doesn't buy it. I guess he is just banking on it being dropped, but he's not gonna get it since it's either gonna be collapse or mirror.
This was a previous fight down bottom lane where 33 was forced to pop his spells preemptively, and honestly they had nothing left to throw at them once their BKBs were used. Laurel then going in, forces the BKB onto Nisha, forces the BKB onto Mickey. And because they're not re-engaging, they have to just run. But they're all trying to help each other, and that's gonna cost them all their lives.
Yeah, that fight, like, if the avatars wasn't that perfect, maybe Mickey gets his BKB off, you know, with that alacrity. You pop your shard, maybe you can turn it around. But the amount of lockdown is honestly not that big on Spirit, but they've been chaining it really well. Like avatars into Boundless or avatars into Split Earth. They're very mobile with both Blink and Lash and Tiny. So very, very nicely timed by them, as it is a collapse shard. It's alright.
He's also got the AoE Surge now, which is always neat. There's a nullifier on the Fokker though, so a lot of these nice buffs will be removed. That means Wind Waker saves are not going to be that big of a problem.
That's huge, yeah. There's nullifier. Makes things much harder. They have 2, right? 2 nullifiers. And I think you also dispel Boots of Bearing, if I'm not mistaken.
Potentially.
Yeah, I know that with against Shadow Demon
so.
It doesn't work. You don't really get the move speed, so I'm assuming it is because you're dispelled, not because you're set to 0 move speed.
Okay, so another Wukong's command coming down. And that is going to be the push forward, toss back play. Mira almost gets blown up by the mines inside the Radiance base. There's going to be a ghost ship thrown out with the fleet charging forward. Lift up onto Laurel, who needs to be a little bit careful. Is actually dropping very low. Has the cheese, will be able to disengage thanks to the Wind Waker, but Laurel needs to be very careful there.
Okay, very patient for 23. Didn't use his refresher. Just trying to see if he can get away with his cooldowns, and it looks like Spirit, they will not pressure.
Senior doesn't have a buyback available. He bought the cloak, so he actually doesn't have the money for a buyback.
Oh.
Going in, rain tracks dropped. Malirax is all that separates them from Magas. Mickey pops the BKB just in time. Kill onto Mira is going to come through with the nullifier. Disengaging is a little bit tougher. X marked. In comes the Sunstrike as well onto Yatro. Refresh on both, but there's going to be the vacuum wall inside the Wukong.
Satanic!
Everyone's refresh is coming through. Mickey's trying to heal it up. Can he get it going? Yes, he can with the refresh. The second round of the BKBs. And Mickey with the damage. Oh my god, Yatro is now going to get surrounded by the Radiant side, and Yatro in trouble. Found out, finished off, and Mickey with the refresher orb. Second round of the Satanic going ham.
Dude, that was incredible. It was so close to 100 HP again, but the run buff, he gets the shard, that refresher, totally, like the amount of lifesteal once he dropped the Lucent Beam with Alacrity, it was off the charts. I mean, his item build has been perfect, I think, on Mickey. Like, every single item, like, making it count. Once he got the BKB, we saw them taking really good fights. The Satanic has been good for the entire game, and Spirit never really attempting to itemize against it, just itemizing for themselves. And now there's an amplified damage rune on this Rapier Luna. 1,000 damage with no Alacrity. Let's go.
The BKBs are just too fly. Mickey did not care whatsoever. He was surrounded by enemies. Even his Moonglaves was just killing them. His shard.
Alright, so if you're Spirit here, there's tier 2s on top and bottom. You probably don't want to buy back, so ideally you wait. But what if Liquid tries to poke tier 4s?
They have a fortification. Tier 3 drops, another fortification.
Well, they're going. Look at the balls on Mickey.
Yatoro buying back makes things a little bit scary. The bottom lane is being pushed in as well.
They're gonna back.
But they won't get themselves the racks in mid. They're actually going to disengage. Their tier 4 are dropping right now. They only have a melee racks left. Let's see if Gaben... Okay, Gaben gives them 18% now. So it's a little bit closer to even.
That's
Still
an
a long
interesting trade, right? Like, in a way, you don't get barracks, so your lane control is still awful. But you did force that buyback on Yatoro. I think the ceiling for the move that you ended up going for is higher, because if you kill this Monkey King, the game's probably over. But on average, you probably take the barracks just because it's safer. So we'll see if Liquid, Liquid, they've been going for some pretty crazy plays, so we'll see if they're going to be able to abuse this buyback. No Roche for at least a minute.
We're getting closer to level 30s as well. It's still a little bit to go, but eventually Yatoro might get himself the shard this year.
Hopefully.
Now he's gonna go rapier. The shard.
What do you sell for your rapier here? I guess BK. Okay, already. What did he sell?
That's a good question. I just looked at it like a second ago.
Yeah, me too. Okay, they buy the rapier and they're gonna smoke immediately. They really want to try and utilize the spike. But 33, that's not the target you want to find. Vi is actually available for Nisha if he wants to, but he's saving buyback for now.
Yeah, he needs a little bit more gold and then he can buy the recipe.
Very long Roshan.
60 more gold on the Voker so that he can buy the recipe and have buyback available.
So there is Glyph on the side of Liquid, but potentially Spirit could try and brute force the barracks. You are against Avenge though, so that is the scary part.
And there are a bunch of mines from Boxy in the Radiant side, so if you get swapped in an uncomfortable position, all these every mine gives you what, 20% more magic damage? 25% magic resistance reduction per mine, so that stacks up very quickly.
Mickey going for a second rapier, by the way.
Oh, Boxy.
Good
spots
position.
Almira, quickly trying to disengage. They're all running away, being hunted by Team Liquid. Miposhka trying to break the smoke, which he does immediately.
Yeah, plants the ward, breaks the smoke. Very nicely done. Has the gem, has the BKB.
Benya is looking for a swap, but they're a bit too far away.
Oh, good ward from Insania though. Getting some vision in the high ground.
Bottom lane's gonna get pushed in soon, so they have to be careful on Liquid.
You can XTP, you have travels on this Luna, so you can backpack an item. Travels back and still have a low cooldown on it. But they're gonna run instead, alright.
Crystal Maiden level 25, Tiny is level 26, so he has the Avalanche cooldown reduction. Radiant support's nowhere close to the required level to get the cool talent. I mean, obviously Boxy would get the 252 damage talent on the techies, because right-click techies is the way.
The experience spread is really weird this game. It's only a 13% experience difference for Spirit, but it feels like Liquid scores, they have a little bit more experience, right? You have Nisha a bit ahead of Laurel, Mike pretty much tied with Yatoro, and 33 just slightly close to collapse as well.
Top lane, creeps are pushing in. That's dangerous. That's the melee racks that could drop.
Yeah, they ping it out.
And Roche is up in 5.
But they want to poke the base. They don't want Spirit to set up for Roche, so they're gonna try and poke this so that there's no glyph as well. Then they know this.
Lift for 25 seconds. The swap comes out. They drag back, collapse. Wukong's comes down. 2-man bound to strike. They need to disengage. 33 is losing a lot of HP against that Rapier Gaming. And the Dire use most of their spells, but they do manage to get a kill onto Insania.
Oh, collapse finds too.
Can he get more? Mira's chasing in with the Avalanche onto the Insania Illusion. BKB TP out by 33 and they're going to disengage. But a painful attempt to poke them by Team Liquid.
All right, we're 2 minutes away from tier 5s. We might get there, actually.
Ooh. Seriously.
All right, so is there an argument for unwavering condition if you were Liquid? There he is, right? It's like, it's only magical damage. This Monkey King is a magical damage beast. And then you have a Shrek and a Darkseer as cores.
To be fair, that is actually... no, I think the biggest problem is Luna's illusions that come from the Darkseer. Would, like, one-shot you.
I mean, she has a rapier. Those are not strong illusions. Like,
it still has a Ganda and...
You're gonna lose. Like, Venge
aura.
has literally 1900 HP. There's no way that Insania doesn't get unwavering condition.
Okay,
if it
Insania
drops.
actually might get it because it's actually pretty good on Insania. But I would not get it on the Luna. That would
No,
be...
yeah, I mean, for the supports. I think both techies...
Techies actually... He's got decent armor.
Yeah.
Maybe. Actually, if Insania did go for the Wave of Terror, steals 20% of reduced damage and armor, if he went for that one, I would say yes. Because then he'd just run around with insane amounts of armor.
Well, we'll see if he even...
But Seer Stone's too good on a Vengeful Spirit. It's insane.
Yeah, it is pretty good. It is really, really good. So what are the good neutrals here? Let's say if you were this Luna, you probably want Deso level 2, right?
Let me see. Apex is not bad.
Because you're not really right-clicking all that much, so Part Hat's a bit...
Force Boots?
Force Boots is
I know
nice.
it's not...
Yeah, I like it, actually. I like it.
The movement speed especially is... Because considering you sold your boots...
You get a Dispel as
Might
well,
be.
so you can Dispel Frostbite, Dispel Crystal Nova. There's a lot of stuff that you can actually do with it.
And for supports, it's pretty much Book of Shadows or Seer Stone most of the time.
Boxy got 5 bounties here. This game has been so focused on 5 manning that no one was bottom for 15 minutes, apparently.
Oh, he's also looking for that win, but it might be a fight between Boxy and Mira for that Wisdom Rune. But Mira's going to grab it sooner, and then,
Hello.
No! You don't have a gem. That's a lie. Actually, Boxy...
Second toss?
He can't TP away because of the Avalanche cooldown reduction. And
Oh, yeah.
on the run, Glimmer Cape doesn't really help you. Trickster's Cloak doesn't really help you. Reactive Taser, anything you have. Roche dies in the meantime while Boxy's being chased on the other side of the map. Is that an Ag's
Yeah,
Lash
that's gonna
or
be Nihilism
Boschka?
for Lash. Oh, they give it to him. I mean, he does have BKB in 25. You don't see Crystal Maidens this
And
strong
Boots of
in
Bearing.
Maitu.
So
Yeah,
you zoom around the team fight.
That's attack is with no buy as well. Like, this is looking really rough for Liquid. Did they buy that second rapier?
yeah.
I think they need
Gets
it.
it in 5 seconds.
Okay. Oh, okay. The courier is also okay. He did buy the second rapier, locks the sacred relic.
I mean, the risk of it not being locked and they kill your career would
Yeah.
be very
would.
sad.
I guess you have to backpack your Manta now as this Luna. Oh, fight started.
Swap in Yatoro, but quickly gets the turnaround. Kill secured. They did buy back onto Boxy. And he has a buyback as well.
Okay, so the plan for Mickey is actually second. Like it's gonna be his second rapier in the base. He's not gonna equip both.
Nah, it's just in case he dies. Buy back quickly, run back in with the new rapier and go ham. I think he cannot risk losing any of the items in his inventory.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very hard. As we are seeing now, Nisha farming tier 5s. Didn't really get a drop. He got one drop.
He sold his Hand of Midas previously, so that's a little bit sad. Would have been a guaranteed quick tier 5.
Yeah, if he maybe gets to that 30 as well. The electric damage speed would be nice to have.
Oh, he has a pirate hat on Nisha. Yar, matey.
I mean, he does have the beard for it with this cosmetic, so I like it. 33, no neutral yet.
Okay, let's see. Pirate hat on Monkey. And what other... Okay, everyone's still
CM.
busy choosing.
He's holding, yeah.
Yeah, they're all choosing. Okay, Giant's Ring on Lesh. That's pretty scary.
Oh, that's awesome. Just getting the extra move speed feels so good when you have to give up your boots.
Seer Stone on Crystal. Oof.
That's a scary CM.
As a support, getting Seer Stone, it feels like the biggest... Luna went Seer Stone as well. Mickey is just going long range Canvas smacks.
Okay.
Zap, zap, zap.
Huh.
Also, the Seer Stone vision that you gain when they push high ground is really huge. He's going for the equipped Aghanim Scepter next, so you're going to have a nice range to drop it on your opponents.
So 33 still holding on his, so not sure what exactly he wants to pick up.
And yeah, 2 mirror shields for both the Darkseer and Tiny, Radiant side.
Okay, Nisha found another one. Who's gonna pick it up?
Dire's
It's
turret
either one of the
has been
supports.
Come on, Venge, get something good.
Force boots,
Force
alright.
boots, it's okay. It's
Do you
okay.
know you can use it on Alice? It's like it's like a force staff. You can actually dispel and move allies. It's really good. I think a lot of people don't know about it.
I did not know that you could. To be fair, I never get that item because when I see Seer Stone, it's like mine.
Yeah, 350 cast range is amazing. As this Aegis, pretty much gonna be a farming Aegis here. 1 minute. Doesn't feel like Spirit is eager on doing anything.
Still need a neutral item. Okay, Giant Ring on the Kunkka. They still need one for
Techies.
the techies.
Yeah. They have 2 mirror shields, so there's gonna be some reflected Lucent Beams, probably.
And last one for Boxy. Okay, what's it gonna be, Boxy? Seer Stone. Okay, they've got double Seer Stones. They're ready to rumble. Team Spirit very admirably gave them time to collect all the neutral items. Look at this. Laurel looking to run through the trees. Same with 33. Laurel has an equipped Aghanim Scepter currently as well. There's the
Fine,
Ava,
Volker.
but no toss back. Swap comes in. Mira in a little bit of a tricky situation. Can he get away? BKB's about to end, but he's got the allies Yules coming in. Drag back. Mira Tiny might just lose his life here, and indeed they will sacrifice that Tiny. While in the meantime, the Malirax top still standing, so still no megas being secured. This game might go a lot longer than we initially expected.
That's the 3rd rapier being purchased by Mr. Mickey here. He got another one. Why not?
I mean, why not? You got money for days. And if you die, your Foker might pick it up. He's a right-click Foker anyway.
Did
Mickey?
he just... What?
He just randomly eclipsed. They won't notice that it went nighttime for a second there.
Huh. Well, there's a Tormentor here, so might as well do it. They are lacking the shard of no one, so it's just
No
gold.
one. So that's money. Nisha's going for his own Wind Waker.
Dude, look at me, Poshka farming creeps. Just like, if you can hover to the Crystal Maiden, like, she's attack is so fast. He's actually ahead of 33 net worth. He's just farming like a madman.
He's about to beat Nisha. Free Ags does help significantly, and free shard. But
Lara also has a free ag, so not really an argument.
33.
Good swap.
Quick swap to save. Sunstrike the scout. Maposhka sidesteps. They find Laurel. Actually, another torrent connects, but It's too risky to take a full-blown engagement in this position for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, and it is
No BKB's
nighttime.
forced.
So Liquid, they are very confident leaving the base. It is just... Actually, this Luna has 2100 vision because of the Seer Stone. So it's even crazier, the advantage they have in the nighttime.
I kind of just need to... Okay, that is kind of insane, yeah.
Yeah.
Luna sees everything. For them, it's just straight up daytime then. Mickey wants to get that level 25, so he has the Eclipse loose and Mini Stun coming in. The swap out there, that's dangerous for the Lesh. Laurel pops the BKB, doesn't have a refresher, so that's going to be out the fight for a while. The drag back comes through, but they should be able to disengage on the Radiant side. Ghost Ship Fleet has been used though.
First
On the
Wukong's is
side,
down.
Mira wants to get the toss back. Amira is going to try and fly his way to safety. Right click, one more needed. Mira is going to blow up to Boxy. But in response, Insania is going to be left behind. That's going to be both the Radiant supports dropping dead. Insania with the swap actually stuns up Laurel for a little bit longer. Trying to run away. Glimmer Cave, Force Boot save out of there. And on the side, that's going to be a great vacuum wall by Collapse. Can he get more going? Yatoro with the Wukong's command. 33 is on the run. He does not have much left. Turned around by Meke with the alacrity buff. Can he go for Yatoro? No, he cannot. They are going to be forced all the way back. Laurel with the Hex onto Meke. The Luna needs to get his satanic heal going. He's going to get rooted up. Gets one heal with the Kanda, and he's back to almost full HP. Still on the run. Is going to get tossed up by Mira, and the swap save attempt. Mickey is flying up into the sky. They're trying everything to keep Mickey alive, but he is going to finally drop dead on the back end. 33 is down as well. They do have buybacks available on a couple, but the supports from Liquid will not rejoin the fight. Actually, in 10 seconds, Boxy is his.
Alright, so there's a second Rapier here, which gets picked up by... I don't even know... Is the Crystal Maiden the Rapier? Who has a Rapier? Tiny has it.
Oof. Those buildings are going to drop.
There's still
get tree volley now.
On Liquid, though. And yeah, the only buyback they don't have is Insania. This is still possible. It's just... This Monkey King... The Boundless Strikes are doing so much damage. They get the Megas. Oh, this buyback seems odd.
Yeah, they're a little bit afraid of the Ancient dropping quickly, and they need all the mines they can get. Yatoro, Wukong's command attempt is going to quickly get the hit by the Nullifier. Nisha trying to go for the fight. Mickey pops the BKB. Can he get the damage in? There's a very obnoxious Aghanim Scepter from the Lash going through. They lose Boxy, but Mickey is still alive and kicking, looking for the Maposhka kill. The Crystal Maiden is even too tanky to kill. Mickey has no refresher available, but blows up the Monkey King instantly. Mira with the toss-up. Mickey, he's looking for some lifesteal, and Mira is the target that he's looking to gain it from. Mickey, can he get anywhere? No, he cannot. Surrounded by enemies, and that should be the finisher. 33's got nothing left in the bag. He actually has his Aghanims in his backpack. Will be taken down, and it will be game number 2 going to Team Spirit in 69 minutes.
Nice. All right, this game was crazy. I thought that going this late, Liquid was going to be able to take it, but Spirit, they were very patient with the way that they poked. You know, that barracks was up for 20 minutes, I think, ever since they went for that one push where it stood alive. You know, they never tried to force it. They got the Roshans, they eventually got the buybacks that travels level 2, and they just slowly pushed Liquid out of it. Very scary game from Spirit. I think this is a game where a lot of teams would eventually crumble, but they never let it go.
Yeah, big props to Team Spirit edging it out in the end, but we'll be going towards our lovely panel because they have to break this down. There was a lot that happened, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Rob and the gang have to say about this game. We'll see you for game number 3 after these messages. Take it away, Rob.
Yes, thank you, TK Truman and Bowie there. Going through a 69-minute back and forth between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. In the end, Team Spirit will be able to pull it out of the bag. Something like a 50k net worth lead there before the game ended. And Hurry, I'm just going to let you, Milan, discuss this. What are your thoughts coming into after that game number 2? Because that was an absolute brawl there.
I mean, it's you don't know where to start with these games, right? Because early game Yatoro was super quick around the map, but Nisha managed to somewhat match it, right, and keep Liquid in the game. And then because of that, the game extended and we got to this point where Luna just cannot die because you have the boat and the shard, and it's like Ursa ulti all the time on her. Okay, a bit of an over exaggeration, but you get the point. And on the other side, I have to say, Loki Collapse was getting so many good vacuums that it was insane. The side of Liquid actually had to keep their BKBs for those vacuums because there was always an avalanche, a split earth, or a bounded strike waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, this game was super wild. Like all the teamfight spells and the synergy they were trying to, they were pulling out from Spirit side. It was like symphony of skills. They're just using vacuum into avalanche, into bounded strike, into multiple splitters. Poshka getting 4k net for it at the end. 3 rapiers on Mira Tiny. Like, this game was just what every Dota fan ever wants, you know. They just want the constant brawling, 100 kills in 60 minutes, you know. Sometimes these games that go very late can become boring, but Spirit is not this type of team. If you watch my team or like me and the Hawk play, we would farm here for 2 hours, just hit creeps. But these guys, they're here to win. They don't really necessarily always play it safe. They just go and own, and we'll see.
We're gonna
right
be able to
here.
take a look at some of the highlights coming through. How do you even start highlights for this game, man? This is still gonna be about 20 minutes worth of highlights coming in because there was just non-stop action coming through all the way through this match.
Yeah, it's a highlight reel, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
exactly. I think me and Milan were talking as the game was going, and one of the situations on the top lane pushes was the one that strikes me as like the biggest one, where Yatoro gets a boundless strike, I think, onto 3 heroes, and then he starts using the Wukong's command when Mickey is 1 or 2 hits from dying. And I think that was a place where Spirit could have
They're
won
gonna
the
see
game.
it
So
for
I'm actually,
sure.
Yeah, we are.
The Luna we'll watch it, and I can narrate it, and Luna will not have buyback at the point. We'll have the rapier, and it just also Liquid just playing pretty well. And here we see the power of the Kunkka. I think if not for Kunkka, Liquid loses this 10 times easier. It just everything, all the comeback early was on top of this Disneyland Torrent Storm. And of course, Mike later on coming into play with the rapiers and keeping Liquid in this game. That was beautiful. That was amazing, Dota. But to come to this point where Luna has the rapier and is strong, like Kunkka was the hard carry to the point.
Before we come to that point, I'm definitely gonna shut up and allow you, Milan, to narrate it as you mentioned. But for me, Mira also was amazing in this game, because you mentioned Spirit are not the type of team that are just gonna wait and farm. It was Mira that was trying to make these plays, and I really liked his item build. He has a BKB and the Wind Waker, so that he does not care about the Nullifier. So that was also pretty cool from him, because when you're a BKB and up in the air with your Wind Waker, the Nullifier won't take you down.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the BKB versus the Nullifier is a must, and it doesn't break it. And we keep seeing Collapse just a 3-man, 4-man vacuum, and yet again, I mean, he's just the Darkster again, 2-3-man into boundless. Spirit is the team that maybe even has the best synergy ever. Besides, like OG comes close, the Magic OG comes close, but the Spirit is. I don't know. This is just some beautiful stuff.
Yeah, somewhere out there, Lyrical has got his new kid. He's got his wife, and he's saying, "See, Darkseer is a good hero. You know, he can make it work." And it's just some fantastic. The walls coming through, like you said, the vacuums coming out from Collapse, setting up for some great engagement from the side of Team Spirit. But on the other side, looking through the control, you know, these boats keeping heroes alive, just the disruptions into the fights. Again, the swap outs for the saves, these meteors being dropped for Liquid as well. And I think they hung on to this what are we looking at here? 37 minutes where they've only got one set of racks left. They hung on to that right up until the very end for a good 25 minutes here that Liquid were holding on to that final racks. And you could see that they were fighting back. And genuinely, I really didn't know which way this game was going to end. And it was just an absolute fantastic game.
These fights were insane. Like, so many vacuums.
And here it is, I think.
Yep. This is that fight.
So Luna goes in, she does have a refresher, and she gets stunned, chained, and now she can die. She's 200 HP, but the time he spends using the Wukong's command on Yatoro and doesn't hit her for 2-3 times allows her to pop BKB and Satanic again, and she just kills everybody. I thought she didn't have buyback. She did have buyback at this point, but she would have lost the rapier, and that's all that matters. And I think that could have been it.
Every single time, look at that 3-man vacuums. It's just insane. And they have to have those BKBs ready. You don't have those BKB ready. Yatoro is always ready with the Pounder Strike. The thing is, it's such an easy stunt to use from afar, and it would be a huge problem. I'm actually surprised. Yatoro, did he have a shard until the end of this game? I think not. That could have changed the game a bit for them.
He was definitely 8 slotted, depending. Maybe he forgot about it. If they ever click him, we will see. But nonetheless, the most important thing is that Spirit stays alive. They were the loss. They were gonna drop out, but I mean, get out of this tournament. They're getting out of this tournament regardless. But they will go 4th place. But here we get the chance to see another game between these two great teams, because this is just some insane stuff.
Yeah, Liquid leveled it up. I think if Liquid played this type of Dota, that there's a good chance they would have been in the grand finals, because this is a lot faster than what we saw yesterday. At least they wouldn't get stomped 2 games in a row.
Yeah, looking at these team stats coming out here, Yatoro doing nearly 90,000 damage on that Monkey King, but you can see the damage being reflected. What's that? Is that... Okay, hold the damage coming out on Mickey though, with all the rapier coming through the Kanda onto the Luna. Just being able to right click and stand his ground up against 5 heroes on the side of Team Spirit. This is an amazing game. Even though they didn't win it, Mickey, should be absolutely proud of the game that he put on this Luna display.
I mean, you highlighted Yatoro. It feels like he was tickling people compared to this Luna. We saw it a couple of times. Luna, super low HP, pops the Satanic BKB, Lucent Beam, bam, everybody dies and he's full HP. It's just not fair sometimes.
No,
Kanda is the truth.
Amazing game. Yeah. So looking at it, we've got 2 games in the bag. It is a best of 3 though, and we're going to have 1 more game to come between these 2 teams. So Milan, what are you expecting coming out, pick ban wise in game number 3? Do you even see that Luna going through, or is that just a straight up ban now in this next game?
Not first phase ban. Depending how the coin toss ends, who has the first or second pick, it will decide a lot in terms of directions of these drafts. But could see some Kunkka again. Maybe for Spirit this time, because this hero was shining in this game. And then Tiny, of course. I expect Tiny to be removed, because that hero, he just again and again brings unique set of possibilities for a team that you don't want to play against.
Yeah, and we don't forget, guys, if you want to follow along to see what happens here in the One Win world, we are going to be able to throw you to our subscription, to the social media. Just scan that QR code there and get all the information on what's going to be going on for the rest of the year here for the One Win. This One Win Spring Series for Dota, not going to be the end of it. There's going to be very much more esports to come through the rest of the year, so that is going to be available if you scan that QR code there. It gets you to the social media channels. And Hurry Freak, just final thoughts here. Game number 2 before we do jump to a quick break and then into the draft for game number 3.
I think Milan hit the point on the head with Tiny cannot be allowed. Boxy is a beast on it, and on the other side, Mira is a beast on it. Plus, both of the mid laners can play it at a super high level. That hero has to be out.
Yeah, and we'll see if it is going to be banned out. But first, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be back with the final game here of the 3rd place playoffs between Team Spirit and Liquid. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the one-win spring series. We're going to start it with the final match of this third-place playoff. Between the two teams, it's going to be Team Spirit and Team Liquid taking a game each. And again, all on the line here. If you finish in that third place, you get yourself that $15,000. Fourth place, it is going to be the $5,000 prize. So both teams here wanted to take game number 3, make it through into that third place and not fourth place finish. But Hurry, looking at these two teams, what are you looking at here for game number 3? Because it feels like game number 2 had everything. What's left over for game number 3?
Okay, I just want to mention something, right? Teams, even when it was TI $40 million, teams are not playing Dota for money. They are playing for glory. Remember what Yatoro said? They asked him, Riyadh Masters, $1 billion or whatever, like 40 million, or TI, like just 5 million. He said, TI, this is what I want. This is the most prestigious tournament. And this is where you prove you are the best. And of course, Dota is about proving you're the best and making the enemies feel pretty bad about themselves. So that's what you make happen by winning. It doesn't, the money is always going to be secondary.
Okay. And so in terms of glory, you know, who's going to want it more here coming into game number 3? Because both teams looking very hyped up after game number 2. So surely you've got some, you know, you're looking at these two teams. Who are you thinking who's a little bit more on fire? Who's gone Super Saiyan here, taking it into game number 3?
I actually think Spirit went Super Saiyan, but I think Liquid should want glory a little bit more, as they, for the past month or so, haven't looked the greatest. This is a good way to elevate yourself as a team, right? Especially because the fights are so long, so you can definitely build even more synergy.
Okay.
If you can beat Spirit, you can beat anyone. So I agree with Harry. But I also agree with Harry what he told me in a chat in between games, where he said Yator looks super hungry, and in this monkey game, like he looked like he kind of copies Watson and Kiritich a little bit. In terms of like just minute 10 he's ganking mid, minute 12 he's ganking offlane, and rinse and repeat. He was just everywhere. First item Gleipnir, we don't see this often on Monkey King, and I think that's like and that's what you expect from Yatoro. And when you say what do you want to see in game 3, that's what I want to see. More of this, more of basically what we just saw in first 2 games, especially in the second game. I could watch this forever.
Yeah, out of all the players in Dota, you know, that have won everything, Yatoro feels like he's the one that wants to prove to everybody just how much better he is. He loses game 1 and then he's like, you dare beat me? Now I'm gonna show you. That's just how it feels when you look at him play.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, I mean, they weren't even the first team to win 2 TIs, so that's it. He needs to be the first, you know, one of the first players to win that 3rd TI. He wants that 3rd one to clinch it 2 in a row as well. So, I mean, he's looked amazing coming into this one. Do you think that's going to be the thing now, that all the position 1s are going to be taught by the position 4s how to go for these early rotations? You know, 5 minutes, you go for the smoke gank, go take this path through the river, you know, go through these trees and look for those mid lane ganks on your position 1s as well.
I just remember, it's not really a direct answer, but I just remember the old OG with the Jerax and Notail 1 and 4. Like the Jerax would play the Tiny and Notail would play Naga, and he would give priority to Jerax to farm first few waves so he can roam better and stuff like this. This is maybe in few years what we'll see in Dota, like people a little bit going out of box with the roles. And even OpenAI, when they did the Dota thing, when the bots played, they also switched the roles all the time. So I think there's a much deeper dive into how resources should be spent around the map. But I want to go back to the... Are we seeing the right sides again? Because it says Spirit should be first pick, but here on the screen Spirit is second pick. We check that with production.
No. Bowie sent that for the previous game.
For the previous.
The timer.
So I think it would be safe to assume, even though we don't know, the Team Liquid won the coin toss and that they choose the first pick, and here they will have a bet rider, a hero that was previously banned in both of other games, and for a reason.
Yeah, for a good reason, really. We have seen Batriders in position 4s just shine, position 5 even, but it's kind of the same thing. It just changes the lane that you're playing.
And then one, and maybe the only guy that plays position 3 Batrider, especially at these previous tournaments, is the 3-3 on the offlane. And that's something that you don't usually play against, that you don't usually see. And Dota players, us Dota players, we don't want to play against unknown things. We don't want to play, even if they're bad, we don't want to play against Skywrath Mage mid. Even though it has low win rate or whatnot, it's just, its mechanics and everything is just so surprising to you that it kind of puts you out of comfort zone. I'm not saying this is going to be a position 3 bad, but Neta, the 3-3 is very known for it, and Spirit will answer with the Centaur.
There are some teams in Southeast Asia and South America that still play the offlane bat, but in Europe, I think you're correct that I haven't seen an offlane bat in quite a long time.
Okay, well, looking through the rest of the bans here as well, we see that TB being banned out, the Kunkka as well as the Magnus. Other side, Spirit, they took the L to the TA in game number 1, and then game number 2 and 3, they're just like, yeah, no, we don't want to see that anymore today. The Tiny has been taken away from them as well as that Doom, and Chen, the ever-present on that ban list. I don't think we'll ever see him until, big patch comes out, so maybe tomorrow. But for now, it is going to be taken away here. And what are we looking at for both teams? So the Lash going to be taken away from Team Liquid. I mean, it was a great run on it in that last game there as well. So I'm not surprised to see that being taken away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Lash was kind of... they tried to solve the Lash with the Invoker last pick. And like, it's just how the drafts develop in between series. Like, they pick the Slash, you pick your Invoker, this is my answer, it doesn't work for this or that reason, and you just move away, try to solve another puzzle. Don't bash your head against the wall. And Lash is a very strong hero current meta. Larl is a good Lash. It seems it's not counter pickable, at least not in the laning stage in mid, so just get rid of it.
And you also don't want your confidence to be in trouble, right? We already lost versus this. We couldn't keep it contained by getting the towers down, and it can get into the heads of the players, right? At some point in the game, if even one of them thinks, oh, we should have banned that one out, he doesn't have to say it. It is going to be impacting his gameplay. So it's better to just, it's safer to just get rid of it, even if you have an answer.
What is the one ban Spirit does? Because for me, this is the most important second stage ban. It's like this 12 ban from the first pick team, or from the second pick team. Sorry, is it going to be a brew? Maybe it's a lifestealer. Maybe it's a Luna. Like you need to choose wisely.
Yeah, and the Enigma's still there as well. I mean, Team Liquid have just
Enigma was Enigma was, but there's also a Rubik. So maybe they skip on Enigma ban and just pick the Rubik, so I kind of pre-counter.
Yeah, I guess
I would assume Lifestealer.
You think Lifestealer? I think that's something that Spirit should know how to deal with. Okay, they will get rid of it. I'm sorry, Milan. I'm sorry, it will never happen.
I said they're gonna ban Lifestealer and pick Rubik. Just listen to me.
I have to make you look even better, right? So that you see that there's somebody that you're smarter than on the panel.
I would
buy
just
myself glasses.
be super surprised if Liquid doesn't go with the Brewmaster, and then the other support, Insania or Boxy. Boxy doesn't really have Batrider games last 8 days, and Insania has 7 and he won 6, so maybe just Brew and a Boxy hero. What's a Boxy hero, guys? That's on Hoodwink. Mirana is not so good with the Brew. Muerta, that didn't work out so well.
Oh.
It's probably just Hoodwink.
Yeah, I could see that, looking through the heroes. I mean, they don't go back for the Undyne at all here, right? That's just been one of those heroes that Team Liquid, they've tried it out, it's not work. They go back for the bench. And the Luna. Okay, so we're getting a rerun here of the last game.
This is probably the best one because they're keeping the Batrider flex right now. Team Spirit don't know who's going to be the offlane and who's going to be the 4. And you are in an uncomfortable position because of it. And Team Liquid have gotten something that you cannot really counter, right? Well, what are you going to pick versus a Luna Venge? You could go that Sven, that Slark, but we have seen that the Venge Luna can pretty much hold its own against anything.
Yeah, Sven and Monkey both kind of struggle against Bet 3, and this could even be like a Venge 4, but they're gonna do the Sven. I like that. Although maybe Neta will be happy to play Bet against it, but nonetheless. Sven is kind of being on top of the meta carries right now. But Liquid, always this BKB control with the swap, with the lasso, is the tools that you need to deal with Sven.
Yeah, okay.
I still think maybe Brewmaster now, so you purge the Warcry. You
Yeah,
not
but
wanna
what
play.
is Miposhka gonna play? That's the first one.
CM? Is it the CM again?
CM is a simple answer. A little bit more complicated answer could be a Mirana.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
do
good
you-
Mirana game, actually. Everybody has a stun, everybody has a setup.
I think it's up to preference. I think both are right choices. Maybe CM is a little bit safer. But he
Yeah.
did play 5 Mirana games recently and won 4.
I was just looking as well. You know, you've got the Phoenix that he played up against Mouse. Looked really impressive. It's not
The
something you'd consider.
Grimstroke, oh, Spirit Special.
Okay.
That's a better answer.
That's an
That
even
is
better
actually
answer.
better.
We didn't think of it, but the Dispel this game, the save that Grimstroke provides, not to talk about Soulbind, pretty much every other hero combines with it. Name it. All the spells work so well with it.
It has to be a brew. It has to be a brew. You want to purge that
I mean, it
Inkswell,
must
you want
be.
to purge the Warcry.
I mean, I'm gonna click on his profile. What is left? Doom is banned, Kunkka's banned. It's either maybe a
Dragon
battery
Knight?
or
Beast?
I don't like the Dragon Eye. No, I
No, you
don't
don't
like the
think it,
Beast either.
Yeah.
Keeping it as a flex as well, if you wanted to potentially put it in the mid lane. What?
Let's go.
okay.
Spirit Breaker.
Let's
Why
go.
didn't I
Okay.
say it? I'm watching it. 3 games. We spoke about it yesterday. We
Yep.
spoke about it yesterday. Rob mentioned it. 3 games, 2 wins in his pubs. BKB, even more BKB control against the Sven. I mean, it might work. It's kind of a Hail Mary card that could look good or could look like a total disaster. We'll see. But go ahead, sir.
Depends on the Nisha hero. I think this hero depends on the Nisha hero so much. Laning stage wise, you're fine. Dealing with the Sven in the later portions of the game, he hates these carries. They hate when a Spirit Breaker just sits on them, right? His job is to be on the Sven and not allow him to do damage. But in the early stages of the game, if you want this to work, if you want to have damage, your mid laner needs to do quite a lot.
Would you look, because the perk is still there, the Primal Beast still there, you know, the Primal Beast BKB control as well coming out with the ultimate, or maybe you're just being able to lock down heroes with the Dream Call and the perk. Are you look into either of those here for Team Liquid?
I think for Liquid, I would like something maybe support of Spirit, because right now they are the real target. The
Yeah.
Sven and Centaur are already very, very tanky, but if you take Rubik and Grimstroke out of the equation, it's gonna be much easier for Luna. So Spirit Breaker plus Venge control the cores, and this last pick kills the supports with maybe some of the help. But then again, you're blind picking,
Yeah.
so you cannot pick every hero in Dota because some of them might be destroyed in lane. But if from top of my head, avoid Spirit maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to mention maybe the Storm Spirit as well, if you want to go for that backline dive, but
Scary Storm Spirit game.
Yeah.
Phantom's Embrace, Lift, it's scary.
I've seen Nisha play Storm in the harder matchups. He's the kind of guy that doesn't mind poking, but this color ban should mean something. It's a DK, yeah. It means it's a DK.
okay.
I'm
Team Spirit.
afraid for the Liquid damage. I am afraid
Yeah.
for their damage. It could turn out to be a problem in the early mid game.
Well, you know, you just take it to 69 minutes again and just do, what was it, like
Oh, yeah.
100,000 damage
Exactly.
on the Luna again. Yeah, no issues.
What's left for Spirit? I mean, Primal Beast is so good with the heroes they have, but it doesn't really punish the DK in a lane, and there are some decent heroes for Liquid against the Primal. But what does punish DK in a lane that's left? Everything's
No.
kind of banned. Oh, it's
Okay.
a Storm. Oh, it's a Storm for them. We wanted Liquid to get a Storm, but Spirit gets a Storm, and it used to be a tough matchup versus DK, but now he has a Dispel on Grimstroke, and one big thing for the Storm this game, he's really good against Liquid supports. Bat and Venge really hate the Storm Spirit. It's so hard for them to use their ulti or the magic missile on him, where he can just kill them with this. Help me out. It's Parasma first part.
Witchblade.
Witchblade, yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
also,
good job you said that, because I don't know Parasma, so I always forget that.
That's good. That's good. Also, the thing is, Storm Spirit sometimes in the early stages of the game lacks damage to get those kills. You need to use all of your mana, and it can be problematic. You get punished. But when you have a Grimstroke, it adds that little bit of damage on top that you can finish off supports, go back, reset, and continue to build up the momentum. So the Storm Spirit last pick is actually really good for Spirit.
Okay, well, for the final time today and the final time of the tournament, I'm going to ask you both, do you want to be sticking with what you predicted, Team Spirit to move through, or are you going to be jumping over to the Team Liquid side? Milan, what are you thinking here first?
I'm always and forever sticking to my word. And here I'll stick with Spirit, and I'll add on that I like their draft. I like the Grimstroke combinations. I think they're hard to pull out. Like, if it was easy, everybody would play Grimstroke every game, but it's so hard because of weak laner. But one team that can do it is the Spirit. So, all the way Spirit.
I'm gonna stay with my prediction of Spirit as well, because you called me a traitor, Rob, so I definitely don't want to be labeled as that. But overall, I think Liquid this time around, they do not have that hero Nisha that can be everywhere on the map, and I think that could be a problem for them that Spirit could exploit.
Yeah, and I think we all know where my allegiances lie here, so we'll be going for 3 on Spirit here for game number 3, but we do have our casters to take us through. Boys, what are you thinking here going into game number 3?
Well, yeah, interesting draft from both sides, Bowie. Personally, I kind of like Liquid's draft. If they don't get behind in the laning stage, I think they're very scary in the mid to late game. Where do you think this game is going to be headed?
I also like Liquid's draft. I'm really enjoying how they're trying to find these other heroes for 33 that work well with him. I love the Spirit Breaker pick this game. I know this hero's out of mana. I know the hero got nerfed a little bit, but it's so powerful. Like, lasso into charge. Like, sure, the supports on Liquid struggle to lock down the Spirit Breaker, to lock down the Storm, but once you get Blink on this Batrider, it's so easy. You're gonna get the lasso into the charge. There's so many other ways as well with the Dragon Knight. I really like it. That said, I think the matchup here for the Luna is just as bad, if not worse, than it was for the Monkey King. So I wonder how late they can scale. These games have been pretty long, so this might be one of those where Spirit does have the advantage, even more than game number 2 in the late game.
They do started off nicely with 3 bounty runes on the side of Team Spirit. Yeah, I think obviously the Luna can get 2-shot by a Sven fully decked up, and late game Storm is also terrifying with the whole Aghanim Scepter, level 25 Shard, Lightning Fiesta. But if they can, like, my point that I'm really the most curious about is if this game can be even until like 25-minute plus, because normally when you're playing with a DK on your side and you don't have like a Murano or something to make sure those quick early kills happen, DK can feel like such a stationary mess.
Yes, he's definitely a bit stationary. But I think the Spirit Breaker is supposed to be this Murana, right? And you don't even need to land the arrow. You just have to globally press the charge. Once you have level 6, I think any Dragon Tail into a pre-cast charge can be very scary. They're gonna have the save, as Milan pointed out, for Grimstroke, so past minute 15, it does get a bit easier. But I could see this this DK Spirit Breaker really snowball early on. Also, the status resistance to this game is amazing, right? Soulbind, Who Stomp actually has pretty long duration. As long as you get that Bulldoze off, you're gonna be pretty happy. There's no Dispel also for Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker is going to be pretty fine. This time around, Mad Cow Madness Spirit Breaker in the game. The plus side is also you have a Batrider, you have a Spirit Breaker, you have a Luna that's going to get a Manta Style, you're going to have a DK that's going to have a Manta Style. 4 of your heroes cut lanes, cut creep waves.
Oh, yeah.
So pushing high ground is going to be really tough for Team Spirit.
That is very true. I love this point because Sven is also a hero that relies on his ulti to go high ground. And not only they can cut waves, but team fighting advantage is another game where you have 3 heroes that rely heavily on vision. DK, Baden, SB with a Luna. We saw the 2100 vision Luna game number 2. They didn't end up making it, but I still feel like this Luna in the nighttime fights is going to be amazing. And they don't have a Slark, a Sniper to really match that extra vision.
Currently the laning stage, mid is even Stevens. Both the off lanes are struggling. 33 is actually struggling a lot more than initially I would have expected.
Yes. Okay. That's tough. 3 CS is... I mean, this hero has really good base damage, but I guess he doesn't have a Quelling Blade, and the animation is a bit wonky.
Yeah, the attack animation on Spirit Breaker is kind of like Weaver's. It's just like a really long wind-up time, which feels weird. Oh, Boxy wanting to go in onto Maposhka, and will they get the kill onto the Grimstrokes? It looks unlikely. Still taking a decent amount of damage though from Boxy.
They will secure the Lotus at least, so that is a slight win here for Liquid in this top lane. They are definitely needing a little bit of that since Yatoro has as many denies as 33 has CS.
Bottom lane, Collapse walking underneath the tower. He's
this
a centaur.
Venge looks like Puck, right? Isn't that Venge set weird? I glanced at it and I thought it was a Puck.
Yeah, it is a pretty cool one. So that's the power right there of Centaur. Double edge, double edge, double edge, double edge, dead. Even going for Insania next, who's trying to guide through the trees, doing a pretty good job at it so far, but there is not going to come a rotation to help out this Vengeful Spirit, and Collapse can just tank the tower for a little bit more if he wants to.
Blood grenade.
Insania throws it out onto Mira, and Mira is actually going to get killed off by Mickey.
Yeah, really great play from the Puck. Just securing that kill for the carry.
Honestly, there has to be something right now, but if this was a pub, this was a BM pause right there. That was that was a Vuka. And
don't mess with my carry, B word. As yeah, I mean, in the laning stage, I think Nishap's gonna have a really good time. DK just barely loses any lanes, right? Even Lina doesn't really seem to be able to get kills on this hero in the early game. And that's the thing. They can actually pressure the towers very early on the side of Liquid, whereas even if Spirit wins a couple of fights, you rely on Sven to be there with Godstrength, or else the speed at which Spirit can snowball is definitely a bit slower than what Liquid can do if they keep up with the lanes. It's just top. That's, I guess the Luna is also struggling a little bit, but at least Nisha probably set up to kind of compensate all of the terrible times that Liquid is having in the side lanes.
And also, 33 can, once he gets a couple of levels, he can one-shot creep waves anyway. So all he needs to do is gain a bit of gold, decent experience, and then be obnoxious the entire time through. Yes, they have multiple heroes that can chase him down and catch him in the Centaur and the Storm Spirit, but it's, you really don't want to send them chasing after a Mad Cow.
And I really like the Spirit Breaker pick on 33 because I think it kind of blends what 33 is known for, being greedy and knowing how to farm and squeeze a lot out of the map, but at the same time, it's a hero that has a stun, it's a hero that can join Liquid when they want to farm. I don't think there's a better hero, honestly, for 33. It's just not a hero that's popular right now, but maybe Liquid trying to see if it, you know, his last game with SB was 4 months ago, so definitely kind of taking the dust off of the Spirit Breaker here.
It's not as broken as it was. It's still very good regardless, because it's obnoxious to deal with primarily. And as you mentioned previously, 70% status resistance is no laughing matter. It's really hard to control him at that point.
But he's dead.
Yeah, it's easy at this point because he doesn't have the status resistance yet. Bulldoze not leveled for obvious reasons. In the meantime, Misha is pushing out the mid-tier 1 tower. Boxy was flying about looking to see if he can catch Laurel unaware.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I mean, good move. You lose your Spirit Breaker, but you pretty much get a tier 1 tower for free. This is insane. This is definitely a win for Liquid.
Boxy helping Insania there to secure the kill onto Mira, can use his Firefly immediately to get at least a jungle camp cleaned up. That's of course one of the biggest pluses of a position for or support Bat Rider is just how much you can farm compared to other sports.
Well, yeah, just has to backpack the boots of speed. I think he forgot about it in his inventory here. But still,
Boots are for
okay,
suckers.
finally.
I mean, he's flying.
He
Why
has
does
wings.
he need boots?
To protect his feet, right? What if he goes through, a big bird? Could hurt him. But they're gonna go through a big horse or centaur, depending who you ask.
Collapse in return wants to kill off Insania. He knows he's gonna die. Zip in from low with the TP coming through, looking for Mickey as a second target. Mickey dropping pretty low. Can he stay alive? Nisha comes in. Doink!
Oh!
PK stun, and Laurel Storm Spirit is done for. That's what
Dire's middle
was mentioned by the panel previously. Milan specifically mentioned that early game Storm Spirit very dangerous to play because the mana is up in seconds.
Yeah, he did have to overcommit a little bit on Mickey. Had a raindrop, had Lotus, so unfortunate. Very unfortunate. No boots as well, so had to commit a lot of ball lighting mana to get on top of the targets.
Dire's
And
top
as that
tower
happens,
is under attack.
33 is cruising. You have this Mickey Luna recovering, but the big boy, Yatoro, is super farmed. 60 CS and stacking for himself, already level 7.
Yeah, Yatoro is pretty bulky at the moment.
Oh,
that's
fine.
fine.
Mickey.
Isha going in, they spot out. There's a couple of small stacks, so they're just going to see if they can clear it up. But with Laurel rotating through, yeah, they're just going to back off. It's not worthwhile risking it. Your Elder Dragon form was about to end, and he didn't have any mana to boot.
Lots of things happening here all around the map. Pretty hard to keep
Foxy's
up
just
with
playing
everything.
farm gaming. He's almost level 6 on the Bat Rider.
I love it. Just cut the waves. Just make sure that you're gonna hit that blink dagger timing. But Yatoro wants to put an end to this. Has got strength. Just needs a hero
There's
to
the
connect.
storm, and Boxy will be found out. Didn't have the Firefly, so couldn't get away. And with the God Strength, Yatoro will continue to farm.
Dire's top tower is
I mean, that's
under
pretty
attack.
much
Interesting.
exactly what he needs to do, get ahead quickly. He is tied with Nisha in terms of net worth, though. Nisha is incredibly successful so far. I didn't really see too much of Nisha last game on the Voker. He did, of course, do a lot of spell combos, which were great, but the right-click Voker build just
true.
didn't do anything.
I agree. It was a bit weird. But one thing, looking at 33,
Oh,
he has a
Insania.
Void Stone.
Tanya taken down, 33. Yeah, he's got the Void Stone.
Is he
For the
going
Echo
use
Saber.
Scepter? You think that's what he's going for?
Yeah, I think he's going for Echo Saber. Has to be.
Yeah,
On a Spirit Breaker with double Great to Bash. Definitely.
Very
Yatoro
low.
very fast thanks to the Mask of Madness. Breathe Fire not going to be able to reach, but with Vision, 33 will get the charge in and Yatoro will falter. A core for a core. Safe laner for a safe laner.
And you know what? This Spirit Breaker does another thing that we didn't talk about. BKB, Piercing Control, and Sven. That is usually the counter to this hero. The BKB duration is so important for Sven, and if you're constantly charging, getting the OT off, even if you don't kill him, it means he's not killing anyone. And I'm very curious to see how 33 is going to take these fights, because I feel like
Bottom.
there's a lot of value in charging him as bottom.
Boxy's
Yeah.
looking to drag Maposhka, but there's a chase onto Mira on the other side that they will be able to secure. Maposhka's actually still dropping here. Lasso drag. Boxy, does he have the damage to take down Maposhka? He actually lost the While he dragged him back, he lost the sticky napalm stacks, so those got reset, unfortunately, so the damage was definitely not going to be there.
And they get the tower, so still a Spirit win. They rotate a lot of heroes, only kill support. Feel like Liquid didn't really get that much out of that. And you were right, Spirit Breaker is going for that Echo Sabre build. Very different from the Octarine that we used to see.
Yeah, but that was Hanamidas Octarine the entire time. Then they nerfed Hanamidas and they nerfed Spirit Breaker, so I understand why. I'm curious to see if it's going to be like a Harpoon later, which is weird on Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I don't know. You really get that much value out of the double hit?
I guess the mana regen's pretty important. He has a terrible mana
Maybe
pool.
you go BKB afterwards then? Like you disassemble, get the Echo later.
Oh, DK-san onto Laurel in mid. The Storm Spirit, do they control him enough? No, they do not. Laurel will be able to just zip out of there. Nisha also has a Mage Slayer available right now. Oh, you were right. 33 went for the Moo charge, but will interrupt his own charge. Was actually spotted underneath that Observer Ward. So the Storm zips all the way back to base. Nisha body block by Collapse. The swap comes out. And the sacrificial play by Insania. Nisha actually going back in the meantime because he saw, oh, Mira's pretty low. I could probably take him. So Nisha still being chased by Yatro, who used the God Strength here. 33, he's got the charge. He's going for the back line. So Dunk into the Poshka catch. Nether Strike kills off Mira. Zip comes forward. Boxy's going to lose his life, but Yatro is the first one down. That is big. That is huge. We'll hold him in place for a little bit longer. 33, he's got another charge in 5 seconds. Collapse does not have a way out of there.
Oh,
just
didn't hit.
Vision. Nisha, can he get
the
catch?
tree?
No, Collapse. He places the tree right in front of him, and no way, Jose. Beautifully done. No
He
quelling blade on
backpacked
Nisha.
the Iron Branch as well. What a play from him. Really, really good. But still, Yatoro dies, and we can already see how these fights, like, even when 33 is farming, just TPing, getting those charges off, you can punish those chases from Spirit. They are usually not a team that chases that long. So, yeah, they get punished pretty hard.
And Nisha's now top net worth. That Mage Slayer is going to be very useful against the Storm, especially in the early game. And later down the line as well against the Blink Dagger that collapses. Now finished up.
Same for that Centaur. Just a lot of magic damage that he...
33 next item, Heaven's Halberd. More status resistance, disarm on the Sven. That's going to be a very big item to gain.
That is a 33 build. This is not something that we used to see at all on Spirit Breaker, but I like it. I think the Heaven's Halberd, even against the Storm, is very valuable.
Well, he is going to go for a charge.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Cancels
attack.
it very quickly. Bottom lane, Mickey. Yeah, he's just building up his Manta style. Has to come back a little bit compared to Yatro, who's pretty much been gifted a perfectly free lane on that Sven.
Yeah, had some stacks as well. Already level 12, so experience-wise,
Dire's top tower is
very,
under attack.
very...
Nisha's also getting the stacks to farm himself.
33
So
though.
Nisha's mainly the focal point for the Liquid side. He's going to have to make the space so that later down the line Mickey can overtake him.
They find 33, and he is dead.
And forces a 3-man move topside. Keeps the rest of his cores alive.
So no blink on Nisha. I thought that maybe they were gonna try and utilize this blink charge a bit more, but I guess the Batrider... Oh, also no blink on Boxy. Very interesting approach here from Liquid. Two heroes you would usually expect to have it.
I think they're okay with just extending this game. They're pretty comfortable with once DK gets Manta Style, Aghanim Scepter, at that point you just split the entire map back and you're gonna play Rat Dota for most of it if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Looks like Gaben agrees here. 57% chance for them to take this one.
Ooh, 33. They're lying in wait. 4 heroes topside, waiting for 33 to come forward. There's an Observer Ward. He's underneath it perfectly. Goes, pops the Bulldoze, trying to run away. Charges in actually onto Maposta. Gets
cancelled.
lifted up. Soulbind gets used. 33 does eventually die, but it cost him pretty much everything. Center Stampede will not get Mira out of there, but it will be a 1-for-1 trade. They threw everything at 33 right there, and he almost got away as well.
Yeah, he definitely felt like he could survive. You know, has the Sanj, did pop the bulldoze. He was just ever so barely alive. Maybe with another point in bulldoze, could be able to survive. But they're trying to set up here with this blink on collapse. Okay. Swap.
Throw pops God strength bottom lane, top side. It's like they're gonna end their chase. Yatro really wants to use this God strength aggressively, but Sven is not as maneuverable as the Monkey King was from last game.
Yeah, and in this game, he relies on the initiation of either the Storm or Collapse a bit more. And Collapse will stop. Lara was a bit far away. Only now got his level 12, so still... He doesn't have as much reach as Storms usually have in the later portions of the game.
Group together, smoking up on the side of Liquid, heading up towards top, where they might find the support and Collapse walking about. They've been pretty much together the entire time. There's going to be a counter smoke on the opposing side. 33 is ready for the charge. Goes in, the lift is a little bit too late. Maposhka dropping low. Mira steals the charge, runs away, and will be able to get himself to the other side of the map.
Alright, yeah, that's a classic. Gotta be careful about the Rubik. I think that's the only downside of the Spirit Breaker pick this game. That Rubik, the stolen charge, is very annoying. You think he should keep the bash, like, from charge?
Nah.
It's weird, right? And I think he gets amplified by the spells too as well.
He should have the bash included with the charge. Otherwise, you're gonna change half the spells that Rubik steals, and they're all gonna suck. Probably not a Rubik player here that loves to steal stuff like charge.
Okay, so you're biased. I mean, Rubik's a fine hero, though.
Biased.
I'm not gonna hate on Rubik players. It is definitely a hero that's actually fun to play, that is hard to hate. As old Manta dodge from Mike.
Oh, the Manta dodge is beautiful. Collapse will be caught out because of that.
God damn.
Disengage. Mira's being charged. His charge is up in a second, but the lift up, drag back. Mira, nope. Goodbye. And Boxy pops the glimmer. He's at the ready. Spots out Mira, wants to drag him back, tosses him in, and will be able to lasso him if needed. Indeed, not required right there, but still the kill getting secured. Sneaky beaky Boxy.
Now Halbert done for 33. He is gonna become really hard to kill, and I think that is kind of what Liquid is banking on. You have two very bulky cores. The Luna, once you get the shard, also becomes hard to kill when you have a swap to protect her. And the damage of Spirit is very commitment heavy. Storm relies on mana to get kills. If you survive the first volley of spells, the first initiation, Spirit's gonna struggle to take these fights. They don't have sustained damage at all. Sven, you know, after the BKB, also struggles. BKB that, by the way, just got completed.
That should pretty much be the moment where they go for a fight. As you can see, they're already heading in the Radiant's direction. Misha backing off, doesn't have his Elder Dragon form for 25 seconds, so taking a fight right now will be ill-advised. There's also no lasso for another 30, but it's taking a bit too long. The cooldowns will be up once an engagement starts.
Yeah, they are chilling here. It felt like they were kind of grouping up for a smoke. Maybe they're waiting for the rune. Very important for the Storm if you can pick it up. And it is an amplified damage.
That's a good rune to grab.
Do they have a smoke? Okay, backpack Homura. They're definitely going for a play. Now, the interesting thing is the Lotus Orb here on the center. Not that common of an item, but against Spirit Breaker and Dragon Knight, always nice to have. Even the swap, actually.
Does he have his Yules? Yeah, Yules being delivered. So that's a good way to get rid of the bulldoze from the Spirit Breaker.
Use and Idol Vizier, so a lot of cast range. Prevent that charge as well.
Probably the best item to get against Spirit Breaker, because you don't have a nullifier builder on your team. Or you could technically get one on the Sven maybe, or
Yeah, it's
Storm, but both of
pretty
those
bad.
are just not great. Probably
Yeah.
Centaur would be your best bet in this game, but it's yeah.
Yeah, it's not that great, as they are maybe in a position here to smoke. Yeah, Spirit going for the bottom side.
Oh, top side, Laurel. Foxy's right behind him. Can they get the catch though? Oh no. They're not going to go for Laurel. Instead, just keep on farming. It is almost a Blink Dagger done onto Boxy.
Roshan, though, bottom side, could be an option. I guess Yatoro, though, he has other plans.
Some drawing on the map right there by Boxy. Go bottom. Maybe grab Tormentor was what he's saying.
Yeah.
Or
Yatoro
give
here.
me farm. Go away. My farm. I'm a Bat Rider.
Yeah, he did finish his blink, so that's big timing for the Batrider. Smoke on, I guess, Light Spirit Smoke did wear off, but it was for a second through.
Dire are scanning.
There we go. No blink on Nisha, so it's kind of, you have to initiate 33, and it's awkward. Like, it's not reliable initiation anymore. It has to
Carl
be the
needs to be
Batrider.
careful. Yeah, the Bat's the only one that has the solid catch. DK not queued up that he wanted to go for Blink, but instead Nisha's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter, which makes fights on the Dire side in general really hard. Another smoke? I mean, at this point, you must be running out of smokes.
Yeah,
I've seen
and
3 smokes in a row.
they know where Boxy is. He took away that Watcher, and they saw the Blink Dagger. So if they can get the initiation, close.
But they're aware of it. They're so aware of this on Liquid. They're all falling back. Still 4K net worth lead. They have the DK illusions pushing that bottom wave in towards the tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
And they're
Another smoke,
wasting
man.
so much
4
time.
smokes
Yep.
in 2 minutes.
Keep chasing for more. Dire Smoke's about to end. Shut pops his illusions. Send out the DK illusions to scout the area. Smoke's about to break. Collapse. Spots out 2.
Good
Or
position.
actually spots out nothing because they don't have any vision in that area. Lara will be spotted out in response. I mean, whoever leaves this area will lose Roach. So it's really dangerous to either fight here or disengage. But Liquid have the advantage of being able to cut creep waves on the map.
Yeah, they definitely do. Usually, Spirit Breaker is a bit better at this, right? The build that 33 ended up going for. You don't have that much of a mana region to work with, but they are going Roche here. They see 33 mid, and Liquid already used 2 smokes. Do you even have another one to contest this?
They
don't.
do not currently. Roche is half dropped. It is dangerous though around the pit because Yatoro, he did use God Strength and it's already on half cooldown.
Yeah.
So they need to just disengage. Quick TPs out of there, and indeed, Team Spirit. They get Roche, they get the AIDS on Laurel, and they get out.
Yeah, still though, this gold advantage on Liquid, just because Spirit is grouping up so much, because these waves are constantly being cut, Liquid is benefiting greatly monetary-wise, as Mira could be jumped by Mr. Nisha.
Lasso drag on the Rubik. Quick kill. Gets secure, looking for the tier 2 tower, probably with the Tormentor behind it in mind afterwards.
You know what?
Uh,
We barely got to see Miposhka playing with the Storm, right? We were all hyping up this Inkswell. They never really got an opening. It felt like Spirit is looking for a fight for a while now. And Liquid was also looking for fights, but they just farm better with their heroes. SB always gets farm, Luna with the illusions, DK with the illusions. A bit unfortunate here. I think Spirit, they wanted way more out of their mid game.
It's tough. It's tough playing against this Liquid lineup because they should be very capable in splitting the map. You don't know how fast, like, even if you think you have a man advantage, Batrider blinking out the trees with the lasso is a threat. You've got the Vengeful Spirit with the Nether Swap save, potentially, and of course, Spirit Breaker charging all across the map. 33 is closing in on that BKB, which will be... I mean, the only way that they have to control him at that point is Soulbind.
I would probably assume never ever in the history of a pub game a Spirit Breaker ended up going for this build, which I love as they fan collapse.
Oh, Collapse, another
Oh, they
struck.
changed their stuns.
Charge, but Collapse does get taken down without
Radiant are scanning.
anything more than a Stampede usage.
All right.
You were saying?
I don't think a Spirit Breaker in a pub ever went for the exact 33 build. Halberd, Echo, Halberd, BKB, they're all so greedy. It's like,
You haven't played my
Eggs,
pubs. I have definitely
Octarine.
seen this build.
really?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I mean, I don't get to see Spirit Breaker that much in my pubs, but all right.
I don't get to see it that often either. Might have not even been this patch. A previous patch with...
Radiant's
'cause
bottom
you
tower
could combo Echo Saber with... What could you combo it previously? Bloodborne or something?
No, it was Silver Edge in the past.
A Silver Edge, yeah. Silver Edge Spear Breaker was the thing. So you had Echo Saber, Heaven's Halberd against any, probably like TA or something.
Sure. No, it was actually not Echo Saber, it was Crystallis. Right? The Silver Edge was
Yeah,
Crystallis.
yeah.
Maybe even more back in the day was Echo. Like way back.
Echo was a combo with something. I just can't remember what.
I think it was also Silver Edge, but like 4 years ago, maybe more, when it did get switched up to Crystallis eventually, and now it's a shadow of an item because it's just,
Yeah,
it's
now
just
it's
garbage
kind
now.
of meh.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just like a demon edge.
Goes into Harpoon, but it did previously. I'm actually kind of... It's stuck in my head now.
It's all right. You have 69 minutes to remember what the item was.
Nope, I will not come up with what item combo it was. Chat, you will probably post it instantly and be like, oh my god, this caster doesn't remember a patch from 2 years ago.
Yeah, but it's
And
gonna be
I'll be-
5 minutes
you're
from
right.
now, so we're not gonna be able to read it because we'll forget.
Radiant's power
Oh no, I'll definitely keep my eyes on chat. I've got my
Okay.
clock set up. Currently, while all of this is going on, Liquid are slowly starving out Team Spirit. 8k net worth lead right now. Spear Breaker is getting scarier and scarier the later the game goes. Same
One
with
thing
the
that
DK.
is good for this game is that yes, they didn't get that much out of it, Spirit. Yes,
Dire's
they
middle tower
are being out farmed, but this Linken's I think is what Lara's waiting for to start being active, because now it's only gonna be either Lasso or Dragon Tail. This is already a huge win, especially if you then have that
Oh, they just
dispel.
use it on Yatoro and cliff him as well. Oh no, he got the Artur experience right there.
That is rough. He might start streaming on Kick in no time, as Tier 2 tower just gonna be finished here as the age expires. No buyback as well. I feel like Liquid's at least gonna poke this high ground a little bit.
Yeah, they've got a Luna, they've got a DK with a Black Dragon form. Buildings start to drop very quickly. Vengeful Spirit aura behind it. Once the tier 3, yeah, they have to fortify it. The creeps are still alive in mid, so they will be coming up. No one cut it just yet. That might actually just be a full set of racks here for the side of Liquid, because there will not be a Sven coming in. Nikkei also has the Kanda now, so you even have to be very careful of just a random little Lucent Beam pop. There is going to be Larl's Lucent Beam pop. Is Lincoln Sphere.
Swell attempt.
Going in onto 33. Doesn't really care. Has the save swap. Soulbind onto 2. They get the range racks, but it seems they're going to bail on the melee racks because it is a bit too risky.
All right, not too shabby. A lot of patience here. Very disciplined from Team Liquid. They don't get baited. They get everything they could squeeze out of Spirit. And yeah, no glyph as well, which means if they get one smoke, because there's no, I guess, there's one tier 2 tower bottom, but you could win one fight and get 2 lanes of barracks here as Liquid, especially if you kill, either the Sven or the Storm. They are very far away from their buybacks.
Yeah, it was Silver Edge. Okay, I just had to quickly finally find what it was exactly.
You're still waiting for the answer?
I was still looking for it!
Oh my god. Well, I mean, I love that you were, you're very invested as Boxy.
Oh, Boxy's gonna get caught. Force staff. Glimmer can't even be used, but charge gets interrupted. That's going to be Bulldoze on cooldown as well. Buyback comes out from Boxy. 33. He's not close to any of his allies. Nether Strike going in for collapse. Center Stampede trying to disengage. Going back in. That's going to be a catch on to Mickey backline, but the swap gets both of them out of there. While in the meantime, Nisha, Black Dragon is going to be able to chase forever. Yatro drag back, and again cliffed up by Boxy. Oh my lord, this Bat Rider is disgusting.
Oh boy, no buyback. I guess the only thing is that this Luna is very low HP, with a Storm being full on resources, but there is a salve. There you go. That's the support treatment we expect. There's also
in his inventory, so
and a Lotus. So yeah, they should be fine. This might be 2 lanes of Barrets.
there's no fortification anymore. This is very dangerous for Team Spirit.
Even if there was a buyback, they know there's no God Strength. So it's going to be 2 lanes and possibly
Mira
more.
gets 4 staff forward by Boxy again, making play after play. In comes a lot of damage from Laurel's Shard right there. Cloud's actually doing tons of work thanks to the Laurel Shard.
Dragon Tail.
Who will almost drop down. He's going to zip, and Laurel to disengage. Can they at least get themselves 2 sets of racks? It seems not likely because Nisha is going to be left behind, and 33 is going to try and outrun the Phantom.
Go!
Which he is sort of doing.
Faster! Face boots!
Okay, that's so weird.
What's the move speed of the Phantom Embrace? It doesn't say.
Really, really, really fast.
Huh. I'm
Look at that Centaur damage though. 8k on collapse.
Damn. Yeah, that's the Shard as well. We didn't talk about this. He ended up going Midas on collapse.
Ah, yeah. After his Lotus, I think it was Blade Mill, Blink, Lotus
or
and
Midas.
then Hannah Midas.
Yeah. Well, they also find a cow here, just laying around. Okay,
That's
Liquid.
almost all the net worth advantage gone.
Yeah, and that is a cow dead for a minute, which is exactly how much they need for Roshan. Gets pinged out here. Let's see how patient Spirit's gonna be about it.
I'm really hoping Collapse at this point goes for the Kanda build.
I would love it. I would
be
love
fun.
it. Kai Assange and give me a Kanda as
Centaur.
well.
Sven dies, you're like, nah, bro, I'm gonna get myself 300 strength and then just whack people with it.
Octarine, just get that lure. Just get that 2.75 double edge cooldown.
Ah, he doesn't have the double edge strength damage talent.
GG.
Well, the other one does give him strength, so it technically gives him strength damage. Which is, yeah,
Not even
actually
close.
it makes more sense.
Unacceptable from Collapse here. The Midas is fine, but the talent just unacceptable.
Yeah, but with the shard, don't you get 15 strength, but then 15% over the 15 strength with all the double edges you do?
So
So in a sense, you get a ton more strength.
I don't think so, right? Because like
And if you
35.
get,
No, there's no
Okay.
way. There's no way. Because it's
but if
written.
you get Kanda, it's also based on your right click damage, and then you have a lot more right click damage.
Wow, that's insane. That extra 15 right click damage. Oh, wait a second here. They're going for the portal. They're in the low
coming in from
ground.
behind. And the Poska load sword. There's going to be a zip in onto Boxy. The Bat Rider is in trouble. Eclipse comes up on top.
Storm.
And will they finally lose a life? Yes, Boxy's dead, but Collapse is a huge one to take. The rest of the Dire team needs to back off. God Strength was used. Still a BKB at the ready. Charge forward. And Laurel, Lincoln Sphere has been popped. Jump in. Oh, the BKB pop. Nether Strike, pump fake. Load sword being used to save his life, but that's Collapse going to die back in the process. Laurel zipping in, zipping out. Too scary, too dangerous. No BKB onto Yatro. Needs to be careful. The charge from 33 going for the backline. And Meke coming up with an ultra kill, looking for that rampage. His team got to give him the beautiful rampage there. Yatro trying to run away with the BKB usage. Nisha's just going to be able to chase him down forever. It's a DK. And he will be able to get the catch on 33. They will not give that beautiful rampage to Mickey, so I'm a little bit disappointed in the Team Liquid squad. But at the very least, they managed to almost wipe the entirety of Team Spirit.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no creeps in the mid lane. Storm was able to deal with everything but the catapult wave. Yeah, this is 2 lanes. If you are crazy,
Almost
you can
3.
poke
Out
tier
of 2.
4s.
Bottom tier 2 is the creeps are next to it. So you have a Spirit Breaker that can go mrr and push it down.
Alright, let's see what they'll do. I guess you can just get 2 lanes in the Roche, right? That's probably the safer play.
Yeah, but safest for suckers.
TP on. Wait, what?
Dire's top
Okay, so I guess they're gonna
Maybe kill Storm
try
here?
and catch the storm.
They would expect them to Roche, so
Oh, no,
that's
they're
like the
gonna gate-
4D chess play.
attack.
Oh,
Wait.
what?
The time it took him. Oh, and actually, there's gonna be a catch coming through because there was an observer. What they lose and say the time it took.
Did they
Nick to
forget it
just
was
walk
nighttime?
back?
Did like what? What was that? That makes no sense.
Yeah. It took him as long of a time to TP back down towards the outpost, take the gateway to go towards Roche instead of just walking there.
That is okay. That is crazy. I don't know what they were thinking. They're still gonna get Roshan. It was just very funny.
Radiant's bottom
Like if it was only Mika, I would be like, yeah, okay, that's a mistake. But Insania did the same. He's also doing the same route.
Well, it works out in the end. Miki picks up that Aegis. The cheese is gonna be carried here by Nisha. Look at that Dragon Knight. Cloak of Flames, Mage Slayer. He has 62 magic resistance in Dragon form. So yeah, good luck killing Nisha ever.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I really, by the way, love that the ancient skin with the golden dragon.
Oh yeah.
That one is so cool. The one that they added into the was it the recent the Lunar New Year
Yeah.
or Chinese
The
New Year
one
box?
after the winter one, right? The one after the Christmas.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
because it was Year of the Dragon, and it looks so cool.
Yeah, I also like the ancient one now that it it persists. That's gonna be forever. Because for a while, I think they said it was only gonna last for a year, right?
Yeah, but that just hurts. To be fair, they can make easy money by just doing that again every year. So
Yeah, I mean, as long as what doesn't have a cosmetic that could have a cosmetic, like a secret shop cosmetic? Give me a,
Dire's
I don't know, give me Barracks sponsored by Pepsi or something. I don't know, just.
just barracks a Pepsi can.
Yeah. I'll be down.
I mean, in
Like
CSGO,
you buy
or
a- you buy
CS2,
a-
it used to be the Zeus always. That was like everyone wanted the Zeus skin.
Mm-hmm.
I think everything has pretty much a skin in maybe individual trees. It's a map part of the map skin, but you could like choose different trees, so you could get the cheat square trees.
Oh, BK
jump
gets
in onto
engaged.
Mickey. He does have the Aegis. The swap comes out, saves his life. First round
Satanic.
done. Jump in. Laurel has the Aghanim Scepter. Drag back coming in. Insania's dead. Mickey pops the Eclipse going in for the damage. There's going to be the second swap coming through from Mira that he sold to try and keep his allies alive. Mira is dropped in low. Can he get away? Center Stampede. Mira is actually out of there thanks to the Glimmer Cape. 33 loses his life as well. Laurel with another drag back, but only onto creeps. It seems this fight will be in favor of Team Spirit. They find 33, they find Insania, and they back off.
Clutch fight from Mira specifically. He dispels the Spirit Breaker. He survives the Luna right-clicking him. Just, I think he had Magic Missile stolen. I don't know how he stunned the Luna, but overall, very clutch fight there from Spirit. You don't lose the Aegis, but you munch some time. So they only have one extra chance to bridge high ground with the Aegis here.
This game is still very dangerous. Storm is closing in on his level 25 talent. He has that Aghanim Scepter, is going Parasma next. One good AoE Electric Vortex with a Hoof Stomp, with a Sven Stormhammer, and you can easily wipe the Liquid lineup.
For sure. They do have that Axe, as you said, for that AoE push.
Here
Even the
also
Ink
still
Swell.
has the Stolen Swap.
Alright. Oh, now we have Ags on the Pushka as well, so look at that.
Oh no,
That dragon
Mira.
is scary. Oh,
That's Unfortunately, he won't be able to use that swap that he previously stole. Top lane's pushing in, mid lane's pushing in. In comes 33, who's going to take that charge towards mid.
Right.
He knows there's no Yule Scepter on the Dire side, so he doesn't really have much to fear. Mira's his only threat this game on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. And his BKB is on cooldown. Does have an Axe now on 33, so that lower cooldown charge. And even his ascetic cap, he's like, everyone's so tanky on the side of Liquid. That is the one thing they're struggling. If you don't kill the supports, then those cores just last for a long time. And the one core you could say is a bit squishy does have an Aegis, but they cut the wave bottom. Really nice play from Laro. So they don't really, unless you use the mid wave to go for the bottom lane of barracks, you're not gonna go. And I think they are just gonna poke. They are scared.
That is a nice Dark Portrait to steal.
Lotus
The
Orb.
illusion coming through towards mid. Boxy, A on disc. Goodbye. They really need a nullifier on the side of Team Spirit at this stage. That DK, Elder Dragon form that you're going to be able to steal every single time thanks to Dark Portrait. It's very obnoxious.
Yeah, it's so scary. They are, you know, slowly munching at this tier 3 tower, but Liquid didn't manage to fully shut down Spirit. This game is starting to become really similar to game number 2, but now it's Liquid on the driver's seat instead.
Collapse on the side. Let's be a little bit careful. That ancient Black Dragon illusion pushing buildings. Range Rack's already taking a little bit of a tickle. They can just keep this going for quite some time. They just need Elder Dragon form to be back up. Manta Style, send him back in. He's got the Octarine core, so the downtime on Elder Dragon form is only 15 seconds.
You know what grinds my gears?
Dire's bottom
Why do illusions benefit from Ascetic's cap? It's just not supposed to happen.
Because there are some dumb combinations with illusions regardless. Used to be a worse one. I hate the one that's, what's the item? Safety Bubble.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That
yeah,
one's
yeah, yeah.
stupid.
I mean, I'm glad they nerfed it, because in the past it was even worse. Remember when you could also... What was that one neutral that they deleted that gave you an illusion that you could backpack? Remember that one?
God.
Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? I don't remember
Yeah.
the name, but yeah. That one was also really broken. So I'm glad it was taken away.
I mean, neutral items that got zoned out are just a god's blessing, because the repair kit was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
True. That was just
The
definitely...
repair kit plus a lich on your team. What?
Oh, stolen lasso!
Onto Mickey. Soulbind comes out. Mickey, Luna does not have a way out, or does he? The swap save. Luna pops a Satanic trying to run away. Insania is going to get taken down. And there's going to be a chase. BKB has ended on Mickey. Will be able to get out the dodge. Has a Disperser currently on the Luna as well. And the push onto the range racks continues. Top lane is being pushed in the meantime. Currently, Liquid, all they kind of have to do is keep this up without losing the arrows and then get the next Roche.
Yeah, Spirit leaves the base, the DK illusions are too hard to handle, and so you just keep sending illusions while they farm 70% of the map as Liquid. And yeah, they don't really have any plays. Spirit, they're just pinned to their base. The only play kind of appears when Roche spawns and Liquid stops with this pressure. So I think it's Spirit, they need to contest Roche, or else this game becomes really hard. They are actually gonna contest the triangle at nighttime, so it is a Luna. This is not an easy play.
Roche in 2 minutes, it's going to be up. Mira gets spotted out, smoke got broken. Zip in. BKB from Nisha is going to be staying alive so far, but Mira not so lucky with that Mickey smack from the Kanda damage. Looking for Collapse and possibly even more. DK stun comes out, Soulbind on to Lasso Drag. Collapse is going to get taken away from the fight. Has the Stampede, rejoins the fray. They're all going to get dragged on top of each other. Mickey's already killed off. Yatro Pox, the God Strength. Can he find the target though? Has the Blink at the ready. Going in onto Nisha. Cheese gets eaten. Gouda is good. Nisha going in back onto Yadro, and they kill off the Luna, but they still have to deal with the DK Spirit Breaker, and they are doing so much work here. No Yadro for a solid 90 seconds, and that is definitely going to be Megas, if not game.
They do have a glyph, but I think you have to save this for tier 4s. Look at how low the tier 4s are. This is all the illusion damage as well.
33 on the side. Status Resistance doing a pretty good job. Nisha jumping in, going for the Grimstroke. Larl's going to be able to drag back Boxy at least, and they will lose Insania, who does have buyback available. They do get themselves Naposhka back after that death, and the disengage from Team Liquid right now. But the DK Illusion still pushing the tier 4 towers right now, and it's dropping thanks to the dots.
I mean, this is all tier 4s now. They're silencing the catapults to try and stop this. It's just not gonna work.
This is disgusting gaming. There's gonna be a drag back from Lal trying to pump in the damage, but they don't have Yatoro to pump it through. Actually, collapse. What an output of damage in just a matter of seconds, thanks to that shard from the Storm Spirit. That overload saved them multiple times this game.
Has the Havoc Hammer as well. A lot of strength, but strength is not enough when you are against Mega Creeps. Gaben giving 2% here for Spirit. We'll see if they can make their magic, but so far it seems quite straightforward for Liquid. They just get Roche, save buybacks, and you can probably just brute force it.
Radiant are scanning.
I still haven't seen. I've seen one good combination on the side of Team Spirit pretty much this game.
Yeah.
Every single time it's Sven goes in, Storm comes in later, or Storm goes in, Sven comes in later, but they're not in sync.
Yeah, I agree. And it feels like a lot of the times it is Liquid initiating the fight, so they already lose the stampede to try and help someone to disengage. So once Spirit commits for their spells, the Sven just dies, right? We saw in that fight where it looked really good. Miki dies, but Yatoro, even though he's really farmed, just doesn't have the damage to kill people. So when he has to disengage, they just run him down with that DK form. It's impossible to get away from it.
Guess Insania Ags. Giving Insania the free Aghanim Scepter. They already have one on Bara, on DK as well, and Luna went for the Luna Blessing damage silence, so it's kind of meh on Luna.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got Insania being able to sacrifice himself and come back.
Spirit Breaker
Are scanning.
charging in. Does have Vision of Collapse. Oh, who's that?
Swap in.
Oh
Collapses very quickly dead. That's
that
not
a
as
centaur?
tanky of a centaur I would have expected.
No buy.
There is still a fortification.
This looks over. 100 seconds, no collapse. How do you defend this?
There's a slow push coming out from that DK illusion.
Storm gets
Larl's
charged.
gonna get spotted, gonna get hit by the charge from 33. That was a little bit of an under zip by the Storm Spirit. But yeah, slowly but surely they're just losing their lives. Yatoro gets swapped back in by
Stolen
Insania,
swap.
and he's actually gonna get bashed up by 33 on the back end. Yatoro pops the God Strength, and BKB God Strength all do. There's a fortification coming out as well, but they just need to tickle the Ancient afterwards. Nothing they can throw at them on Team Spirit, and it will be close. I mean, Mickey's even going to pop the Eclipse, even though he just has to hit the Ancient twice to finish the job. It will be Team Liquid ending the series 3rd place of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, really cool for them. I think they had probably the worst start of the teams that made it to the top 4. And seeing them here was really refreshing. I think we talked about Nisha a lot, right? How he was a step up, but I think in this series specifically, to me, Mickey played so well. I think he gets some flack sometimes for the builds he goes for, but he had such a solid performance, especially the 2 Luna games. His Satanic plays, always playing very fearless. He joined some early fights, but he also knew when to farm. Didn't really had easy laning stages as well, but he just made it work. Very consistent series for him.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid in general, they all played really well. You had Insania 3 games in a row, Vengeful Spirit 3 games in a row where he had clutch saves, Boxy on that techies in game number 2 just delaying the entire fight, and obviously Nisha game 1, and especially game 1 and 3 has been playing out of his mind. I think Team Liquid looked pretty much ready to go back and get that second place at all the other tournaments. I do think Team Spirit, especially in Game 3, had some struggles. Their connections, their combinations, you even mentioned it at the beginning. You didn't see the Inkswell Storm Zip in combo coming through. Yatoro and Laurel were never really in sync. I think Collapse and Laurel did have some nice combos with the Centaur Stomp into the Storm damage coming through, but overall, there was some discord on the side of Team Spirit, but that is the last game of this series. That means we're going to have our panel wrap it up and get everything ready for the grand finals, which will be coming afterwards, and it's going to be an absolute beauty as well. My name was DK Truman. I was joined by the lovely Bowie, and we're going to go back to Rob and the rest of the panel. We'll see you after the break.
Yes, thank you, boys, for that. And it will be Liquid moving through in that 3rd place. So Team Spirit going to be going for that 4th place finish here. And if you're Team Liquid, you've got to be so proud of that, right? After the, exhausting second game coming through, coming up to nearly 70 minutes, and you come back and you fight right back through that one. And looking fairly comfortable all the way through. Hurry, that's just going to be a point of pride here for Liquid to finish off the event, surely.
I have just a quick question for you, Rob. Did you change your shirt?
No, still got it on. I'm not one of those bandwagoners that like to change teams every 2 minutes.
Yeah, as far as I know, you have like a team in Britain that you cheer on, and they're not really good, right? And you're still with them, right?
Yes, I'm an Everton fan. That's who I get behind when I watch the football. Sure.
Full story, guys.
I'm moving on. Sorry about that, Rob. Overall, I really like how Liquid played this. I didn't have much confidence in what they were gonna do, not because I didn't like the draft, but because of how they have been winning so far in this tournament. But I underestimated the Spirit Breaker, I have to say. So Nisha, this time around, he wasn't the guy who was everywhere on the map. It was 33. Nisha was opening up the map for 33 to go in and actually be that speed that Liquid were lacking yesterday. So kudos to them. Really, really solid performance.
Yeah, and Milan, what was the kind of problem? Because I know Bowie talked about it in the game that they couldn't really get this Grimstroke and Storm Spirit to work together. Was it just because Liquid was so disruptive coming into these team fights?
I think it was very hard just to approach these fights versus so many things to worry about.
No, he's here. He just doesn't know how to press a button on the screen.
Yes. I'm back. I said you didn't hear me say it's a cool
Viewers
story
did.
that you guys had. I guess viewers did. It's the most important. And besides that, I think it's just the nature of the lineup that Liquid has. In these mantas that came out at like minute 18, 19 for the Luna and DK, all the lanes pushing in, just the map split was very hard for Team Spirit, Larl and Miposhka to combine themselves into doing something. Because the Team Liquid, they had double manta minute 18, they had Pet Rider pushing one way, they had Spirit Breaker on the other side. You have to worry about the vent save too. There was just too many things working out for the Liquid in this game.
Yeah, and also one thing, I don't know if you're noticing this, a 0-7 Yatoro game. We had a 0-7 Nisha game where we said this almost never happens to him. I think we can say the same to Yatoro, so definitely not being able to do what he would want in this game. Look at that, he's literally, okay, not literally, but close to being the lowest damage dealer on his side.
Yeah, he was pretty much useless this game, and that was because of this innovating counter. It was because of the 3-3 Spirit Breaker. It was third game of the series. He came out. They were like, they're gonna pick a Brew. They're gonna pick this. I'm gonna pick the Spirit Breaker, control the Yatoro, control his BKB timings, and make him look completely useless. That we haven't seen almost ever, as Gary pointed out. So big shout out to 3-3 and his innovative picks. But he's the
Yeah.
drafter too.
And speaking of completely useless, we are going to be able to take a look at the predictions here today from the entire list of talent coming through. So we are all wrong.
I knew the moment. I don't know if we were on air when we saw these picks, and like we saw
I think we were.
everybody pointed out that we go for Spirit, and I was like, yeah, it's done. It's done. Liquid is winning.
Yeah, dropping the mother of all caster curses here onto Team Spirit. But no, not to take anything away from Team Liquid here. You know, they looked absolutely amazing coming into this one. So, Hurry, any final thoughts on this series that we've just seen for third place?
Well, I think Liquid, after this tournament now, are going to be feeling much better. As they say, the bronze shines brighter than a silver. So I think this is the momentum that they needed to actually do well in the qualifiers that they do have coming up. So I'm actually glad that it went down this way, because Spirit are gonna do well in tournaments either way, and Liquid, it felt like they were missing something. I think they probably did get something out of this tournament, and that is nice to see.
Good guy, Team Spirit, pushing Liquid a little bit.
Yeah, give them that confidence boost after not doing too well at Dream League, right? You know, just being able to give them that, yeah, like you say, the confidence boost to get themselves back in there. So, Milan, any final thoughts? I mean, you've been talking about a lot about Team Liquid coming through the past few days. So, you know, any final thoughts on how they've played and just their event as a whole?
I think, as Harry said, they progressively improved their game, improved their drafts too, and like just as this final game came out, they for me they brought out a little bit of this hunger back, you know, that I missed yesterday watching them against the Entity. They put another speed in their game, and just I feel like the better opponent they play, the hungrier they are. Because like, you know, not to take anything against the Entity, but Spirit is in the class of their own, and whenever you face a team like that, you kind of get additional motivation, because we say it yet again, maybe one of the best teams in history of Dota, maybe even the best. Of course, beating them is a achievement in itself.
Okay, and that is going to be it for the third place playoffs, but we're going to take a quick break and be back for the grand finals here to see who's going to take it between VP and Entity. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back in, everyone, to the one-win spring series here for Dota 2. Truman, Bowie, that last series, that was an absolute nail-biter here. So, Bowie, how do you top this with Virtus.pro Entity?
Well, you get a bo5. You get teams that are arguably better than the other two that we just had because they won 2-0 against both of them. And you put them to play. I think this is going to be a really interesting match. We have very different play styles, I would say. On one side, you have Watson, that I think is more known for this for Protect 1, but he, at least in the last year that he played, he was super active with heroes that are not necessarily, those card carries. Versus a VP that I think reminds me a bit more of Liquid. It's kind of a team that shares their resources a bit more. They are greedy in position 2 and 3 as well. So I don't know. I'm very excited. I hope we go all 5 games, but who knows? I do feel like it's a little bit better.
Okay, just a little bit, just a touch. And I've not checked on the scoreboards, but I'll get those up in a moment to see where we're going to see the carries coming into, what position on the leaderboards we're going to see them come into today. But Truman, looking at this matchup here as well, Virtus.pro versus Entity, like Bowie said, it might just be one team a little bit better than the other. Who are you backing here coming into this best of 5?
Well, it's a tough one to call. I think my choice previously went towards the side of Entity. I think they're a very solid team in general. They do have a pretty heavy favorite towards that, for as was mentioned. But what really is something that I love to see is that VP went from a team that honestly just wasn't that good previously, a while back, like a year back. They were like 4th, 5th, maybe even 6th in Eastern Europe because Bet Boom was struggling. You only had Spirit that was at the top at that point, and VP has just been grinding, and they have gotten themselves to where they are right now. And one of the more key components of that is the fact that, like a lot of other teams, you have two really good and well experienced support players, and then just pure talent amongst the cores, and that's they make it look perfect. It's for them, it's most of the time the team effort over encompasses other teams, whereas compared to Entity, pretty much most of the time when Entity wins, it's Watson goes nuts.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see where all of our talent decides to lean here coming into the beginning of the day. Going to be able to take a look at these predictions as well, just to see who thinks what is going to happen and who's going to be winning this grand finals. Is there going to be much of a split? Okay. Truman and Hurry Freak coming through for Entity. Everybody else looking at VP. Okay, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting coming into this one because I think we saw Entity yesterday. They played some great Dota. They were a lot faster than Team Liquid. They were being able to put the pressure onto Team Liquid, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do the same thing against Virtus.pro because Virtus.pro looked absolutely on the ball. The mechanical skill that they were showing, the amount of rotations, just even everything from the draft to the Ancient exploding. Virtus.pro just looked on point, and I mean everybody said it. Even Milan, Hurry Fruit was saying it as well. These two carries in Kiritich and Watson are so close in terms of the skill. So it is going to be really hard to separate them coming through into this best of 5. And I am hoping we're going to see all 5 games here because I think that's just going to be an excellent way to end the one-win spring series. And I mean the Dota's been amazing all the way through, but that would just be the cherry on top of the cake. So Bowie, looking at these two teams, we've seen different things in the drafts. The Venomancers coming through. We've seen the Entity wanted to go for different heroes. Even Dragon the Morphling, it's still being picked all too often, but that was one of their picks as well. Up against Mouse, they did have that the Undying, and they looked really successful with that. So do you think there's going to be a few surprises coming through into this best of 5 draft? Because 5 opportunities here to try and sneak something in and maybe get a little bit of cheese in there as well.
Yeah, I think draft is going to be really important, and that's why I think I chose VP. Even though I think Entity might be the better team, I feel like, kind of jumping back on what DK said, it feels like Watson is more of a centerpiece to Entity than Heritage is to VP, even though they are both equally skilled. And to me, it really is on how you're going to get a good draft so that those wonky heroes of Watson don't become too much of a problem. So Pudge, the Meepo. Obviously, Pudge, I think it's more of a Beastmaster response than anything. I wouldn't expect them to just randomly pick that one. But I think if you can shut down the heroes that Watson is really good at. For instance, I was looking at his stats for this year. He has an 18% win rate on Void, 12 games. So maybe draft around the fact where you take away his TBs, you take away his Morphling, and you maybe push a game that looks good for Faceless Void, but something that maybe Entity hasn't really been that successful with.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the actual bans coming out now as well. We're going to see the Shadow Demon, the Tiny, as well as the Timbersaw being taken away from Entity. So, immediate ban on that Shadow Demon. They pick up the Dragon Knight. And then Virtus.pro on the other side, it is going to be the Bite Rider, the Chen, Terrorblade, and the Monkey King. Surprising that they take the Monkey King away. No, it's actually not. I know Virtus.pro play it, but Entity there as well. I mean, both teams can be an absolute menace with that hero. So, Virtus.pro just decided, the lesser of two evils is just to try and take it away instead of try and draft it for themselves. So, I wonder what we're going to be looking at here. First pick for Virtus.pro coming through. What are we seeing? I mean, we're seeing the Centaurs being picked up. Going to be going for the Gyrocopter straight away here for Virtus.pro.
Okay.
Yeah, Enigma is doing the full right. Might want to have that Gyrocopter. And it is something that they play a decent amount. I think Fishman and Kataomi do have heroes they play a bit more, but I think Gyro's a solid pick.
Gyro, of course, has a bit of flex potential, and laning-wise can be obnoxious to deal with. It does have some pretty awful matchups that he could be dealing with, and then the hero becomes pretty weak. But I think the change up from a while back where his ulti has been adjusted to have not on the same spot, but the three separate circles blasting around makes team fights a lot scarier to deal with. For the enemy side, I wouldn't necessarily immediately call first pick material, but it's I guess what Virtus.pro feel they are going to require. It doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it is Entity. You're looking at a Naga Terrorblade player. He loves picking anything illusion based on or Meepo in that case on the Watson safe lane.
Yeah, and I feel like if Watson wants to play his Naga, you can take away this guard for yourself, reflexing it to the end. Eventually, it might become a good Naga game until you play the support. Gyro is a decent response to Naga, right? It's not necessarily the best one, but it's okay. I think it's good enough most of the time.
Yeah.
So I think it's a decent pick. I agree with DK Truman. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a first pick, but especially in bo5s, the meta starts to evolve. So they had a lot of time to think about this series, and they're like, we think this Gyrocopter is good because of X, Y, and Z, as they do get the CM. So still keeping the flex there as they ban the Morphling. That's definitely one hero you do not want to give Watson.
Yeah, and looking through, I mean, they have opened up now this Lash pickup for Entity as well. Yeah, one of the heroes that is being contested all too often. Entity definitely have a great time on this, so I wonder if they're going to be looking to pick up this one early on. It can be flexed between mid and the 4, Dragon Knight between that 2 and the 3 here as well. So that is open, but they're going to go for the Mirana pick straight away. Good setup with a Dragon Tail. Are you looking to lane these two heroes together? Try and put pressure on and get some early towers with the Dragon Knight, while the Mirana, leaves the Dragon Knight safely to push, and the Mirana looks for these rotations off as the 4.
Honestly, you can lane them together, but the plus side is DK can go mid as well, and Fishman plays a lot of Mirana 5. So having that on at least the side lanes is also a very big important factor. I would assume that's going to probably be Kataomi on the Rubik and then the Fishman Mirana. So the DK, if he gets a stun in mid on whoever his mid opponent's going to be, you throw an arrow from downtown because for a second you didn't communicate that the Mirana is missing. You could lose your safe laner on the side of Virtus.pro. It's a very dangerous combination, as well with the the ulti that she has, global presence is always a big plus to have. And I think Mirana as position 5, at least from all the high-level pro matches that I've seen, I think it's probably top 3 most picked position 5.
I think this is more than likely going to be a no one DK you're not playing. Just looking from the other heroes in games that he played, it feels like they want to give him a very stable hero for your Kunkas, your DKs, your Tangos. You just want something that doesn't lose the lane and has a very specific role in the game. And to me, it also strikes me as a no one hero way more than DM, right? When you think of DM, he has Venomancer, your Brewmaster. He is a bit more hipster with his heroes. So I just have a hunch, that's going to be that mid DK. It couldn't obviously flex, but probably more likely to be that hero. And VP actually taking a lot of time here with their 16-17. We need one support for sure. So probably.
Well, this is the reveal, right? Because you could play that Gyrocopter as the 4 players that support, but they're going to go for the Mars and the Nature's Prophet. So looking like it's going to be the Prophet as well as a Crystal Maiden support duo. And then, maybe locking in this carry Gyrocopter off-lane Mars coming out for Virtus.pro and Entity. They do have this one pick to respond. So are you looking to lock in Watson's hero now that you know what you're going to be coming up against in that lane?
I think so. More often than not, they pick Watson's hero in the second phase. They sometimes last pick it if it's a Meepo, if it's like something that game changer. But looking at VP, this already doesn't feel like a great Meepo game. You're gonna have Arena, which I think is a big problem. Gyrocopter is pretty decent-ish. You can probably go for what? Sven here doesn't seem bad. Naga seems a bit weak, honestly.
I mean, it is Watson, right? So he plays pretty much everything. Okay. So you do get that Meepo right off in 4th pick here for Entity. And yeah, I mean, you said it coming up against the Mars, coming up against the Gyrocopter. This has got to be Entity, feeling absolutely comfortable. I mean, it is a best of 5 as well, so you can try these things. But they must be coming in, with so much confidence here in game number 1 just to lock this Meepo in like this.
Yeah, this is really dangerous. There are a couple of tools, but it's not like the perfect counter to Meepo. He can get overwhelmingly strong early on before the Gyro has enough items to really contest, especially if you're looking at the potential Ags for the Meepo. And Nature's Prophet, it is a hero that likes to split the map, but the problem against Meepo is that you're going to have a Meepo everywhere on the map, so eventually when you try to split the map open as a support, he'll just jump out of the trees and you'll get caught, which is not ideal for the side of Virtus.pro. I think when you're playing against a person like Watson, you'd rather ban out the hero that makes it really hard to play against it than have a plan, but it not be perfect to deal with it.
Yeah, looking at what VP could pick here, I think Lina is one of the best performing heroes against Meepo. You have the AoE, you have the overwhelming burst of damage. I think that is usually what you need against Meepo. You need to have single target damage that kills either the single Meepo or the mega Meepo. So that's probably the one hero here I'm thinking for Spottic. It's also a hero he liked playing. I think he already played it at least once this tournament. Probably going to be banned by Entity, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad choice. The Husker, obviously, with the AoE Team Blast, also very good.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, looking at this now, Virtus.pro, they only have 10 seconds in this discussion here for the next ban, so I wonder what they want to be taking away.
Just go ET mid.
ET mid.
I just, you gotta pull something magical out the hat. It's amazing against DK. It's amazing against Meepo. I think you probably need to get like some surprising pick here.
Maybe mid-Mars, offlane ET.
Yeah,
that could actually work.
Right.
Mid-Mars is not that bad either. You could even get the Aghanim Scepter build on the Mars to deal with the Meepos.
All right, I do like ET. I think that is like by far the best option. It's just not played that much. But DM, as we said, a little bit of a hipster. If he's confident, you can definitely give it to him.
it definitely strikes me more of as a DM hero than Squadix. I feel like I would be surprised if Squadix even has a game of ET. Can check later. But yeah, time for the last ban here on Entity. Lina seems to be like the normal one. If they want to be extra careful, you do take care of ET and just buy the.
Squadix has 2 pub games of Elder Titan, and
All
the last
right,
one
that's
was in
more than zero.
2018.
18, yeah. Well, that doesn't strike me as very good. What about DM? How many do we have?
Not keeping up with that one. Yeah.
Well, it
yeah.
would be noticed because DM is on.
Sorry.
I'll quickly check out how many games he has played.
If any, maybe something like you say that
8.
Lina.
That's
Oh, not
4
great.
times more. So
That's 2020 when his last game was played.
That's
so
recent.
yeah,
That's only. Oh god, it was 4 years ago.
yeah, we're old.
Yeah.
Doesn't slow down.
Okay, they go for the Brew, so it is going to be looking the mid Dragon Knight coming out, Brewmaster in the off lane potentially. So, I mean, if you want to throw that Mars mid, it isn't the worst matchup in the world up against the Dragon Knight.
yeah.
Yeah. What other options do you have left that are supposedly amazing against Meepo?
They just go for the Lina.
Comfort, I guess, is the name of
Yeah.
the game here. I mean, I just really like the Entity draft. I think that the Meepo coming through is kind of expected, especially after the series they had yesterday. But they also have answers. So if the Gyrocopter gets really fat, you just lift him up on the Panda and ignore him for the fight while you kill off the rest of the Virtus.pro lineup. I'm on Entity for game 1.
Okay. And Bowie?
I like Virtus.pro lineup. I feel like they have what it takes to pressure this Meepo in the lane. I think Lina is more than just comfort. I think it is a counter to Meepo. How good it is, it's a question that we might get the answer to this game. But I think Arena is very solid against Meepo. You can't really build BKB for the clones. You have 2 Hurricane Pike heroes to kite. I think being able to reset from the Meepo is the most important part. Your damage really tempers off when you have Rubik and Rana as your support. So I feel like going late enough, you can actually withstand. You either stomp your lanes and win this game really easily, or you hold and you go like really greedy with the Lina build. But yeah, I do feel like VP can take this, but it is a Meepo game. Anything can happen, and already very hype start for this series.
Yeah, getting into a best of 5, and Entity already getting the Meepo out of the bag and placing it right down smack bang in the middle of the draft. So we'll see how they are going to be playing on, and I know we have 2 casters waiting and roaring, ready to go into this one. So Harry Freak, Milan, take it away.
And we start off the grand finals with a Meepo. Yesterday he crushed on it. Milan, how is it looking to you in this game?
As I said, I'm not a Meepo specialist, but it looks pretty okay for a long part of this game. But he will need to repeat what he did yesterday. That's like insane speed, ganking mid, off lane, what's or not, and making some of the space for his other cores and supports, because this lineup is not as fast as the yesterday one with the Meepo. Especially like the DK mid is a little bit slower in terms, and I'm checking if I'm muted because you're confused. But
No, I'm listening to you. Don't worry, Milan. Don't worry.
So
I'm just looking at what's
just
happening in the game.
I'm very intrigued about this game, and as I said yesterday in announcement of this game, 2 ideas are clashing. Basically, VP is going with what they did before. Lina, Nature's Prophet, Gyro, they basically are having same heroes like before in this tournament, and same with the Entity. They're going for their Meepo, for their Brewmaster, for their DK, and like, let's see who has the better idea. Hopefully, like, the best way is that both teams execute, and then just the better idea wins.
Okay, just a little bit of a to lift up your confidence, Milan. So I'd rather ask you about how good of a Meepo game it is than a Meepo specialist, because whenever in my life I've talked to these Meepo specialists, whichever hero got picked up, they'd say, no, this is a free Meepo game. It is a free Meepo. Every single game is a free Meepo game to them. So I don't really take their word for it any longer, so I'd rather hear your opinion. But overall, I'm looking at Virtus.pro, a lot of speed in the laning phase. Like CM, Nature's Prophet, these two can go to the mid lane. The Nature's Prophet will be TPing to the bottom lane.
Hold that thought. They're making a play. There's a 3 heroes here.
See.
If FNG gets spotted, he's hiding behind the tree. Okay, it's
Okay, now he got
nothing
spotted,
much.
but-
Cold comfort, says FNG. And Mirana will... I don't know what he's doing on Mirana, but he's gonna waste a lot of time being bottom.
Is he gonna go through the portal? Seems that that's gonna be the case. Cold comfort. Do you engulf yourself in some ice baths and stuff?
Sometimes. I think it's pretty cool.
Okay, so you're gunning to be a billionaire. That's pretty good. As let's talk about the lanes. This we haven't touched upon. Not so much the lanes, but more about the matchups here in the let's say bottom lane. We've seen so many CMs and gyros just crush lanes altogether.
Yeah, we sang songs about it already. They just spam their spells, and there's not much the entity can do. This bottom lane, the Brewmaster will just be sitting on the tower, eating the harass and farming, hopefully. And then level 3, maybe they can fight against, but then that's a timing again where you get the level 2 Rocket Barrage on Kiritich, and that thing hurts a lot.
It really does. It really does. We saw there on the top lane, the Meepo lane. How is that one gonna go? I'm kind of thinking the Nature's Prophet will probably be rotating, so that Meepo lane might go well for him.
He should go fine. I think there's not enough damage to threaten him top, at least not early. And every Meepo lane gets very interesting. Let's not now. I didn't want to say now, but with Blood Grenades, a huge, but not is gonna protect him. I want to say level 4, where when he gets the con is when the fun starts.
Do you think we're going to be seeing Meepo rotating to the bottom lane and the Nature's Prophet rotating to the bottom lane? Then we're going to see like a billion heroes on bottom very early on?
Not very early on, but probably when the Brew is hitting the level 6, we might see Meepo bottom.
Cool. And what about the mid lane? Lina usually wins mid lanes, not against the Dragon Knight though. We're seeing it now, Dragon Knight slightly ahead.
I think nowadays Lina, especially in this kind of matchups, she's just gonna max her Q and E and just farm. Like every time we see this Lina being played in this tournament, either by Squadix or by Rabel, like it just has like a 10 creeps per minute, even more. They're just topping the network charts, becoming this like a true carry in a way from the mid lane.
Do you see the Lina as like a Meepo counter, as they mentioned on the panel? Is that a hero that can actually do enough, both AOE and kind of targeted damage to deal with a hero like a Meepo?
Definitely don't want to go as far as say it's a counter to Meepo, but does their AOE spells like annoy Meepo? Maybe. But she needs time to build up, and Meepo for me is a fast hero. That's the biggest strength. That's the strength that Watson showed. Like just these early rotations, even to a 7-minute wisdom, is not something that Lina is very good at matching. So at least early on, Meepo has a good matchup versus Lina.
Yeah, yesterday we saw him. Actually, does he not have a Quelling Blade? The Meepo, yeah, he does. It was on cooldown, it seems, couldn't he, through the Sprout. Is for now, we don't see a single kill. I don't know how much you've been following like Division 2 of Eastern Europe in the past few years. They would always have 0 kills at like minute 6, 7. I mean, not always, but most of the games. And it seems that here we are seeing the similar thing, but of course we don't have 2 Eastern European teams, and definitely not Division 2 caliber teams.
I mean, they're basically 2 Eastern European teams, but they are Division 1 for sure. But soon we should be seeing action, either on bottom or top, because Meepo should be closing on the level 4.
He has it.
I like Meepos
yet.
that get the level 4 and not pick up the clone instantly, and like try to make people like kind of forget it's there. Oh, mid lane, a TP. DK is gonna run in the other side. Blood Grenade, will it be enough? Oh,
He's speedy. Has the boots.
he's out, but he's gonna have to make a long run. So anyway, I'm gonna miss a lot on the mid lane. Especially if they keep zoning him out. This is painful, almost as the death is, but it doesn't give so much to Lina. Bottom lane.
Top is gonna be a problem for Notice, but Seyush is back, and there's the two meepos. They would like to dig some graves for the Mars. Not gonna be happening for now. For now, this Mars, however, he is ahead of the meepo, not by a lot. If we look at the cores, only the Gyro is a little bit ahead of the pack. Everybody else is pretty much close to each other.
This is the Mars that we saw Falcons run so many times. Just get a double brace at Seyush. One, third bind, second arrow, second third bind. Do they have what it takes to kill him? There is a Lotus on Notice if he wants to share it. No, he doesn't want to. You die. Watson gets the first blood. That's a big boost.
I mean, you give the flowers to girls, and they have two of them on their side, the Crystal Maiden and the Lina. But now Noticed, he could be in trouble as well. You didn't want to save your support. Now who's going to be saving you? Double Starstorm, the Poof, a couple of more hits. And Fishman, he gets the kill. That's going to be two heroes dead on the top lane. Squadix barely surviving in the mid lane. So it is Entity who strike first.
So Watson, Dota, get a level 4, hide a clone, then get a clone out and just get a double kill. Already making the plays. Haystrom for no one.
Needs those mangoes. Oh, that's a problem. He's just dead. Eating the mangoes. Okay, actually didn't go for them. Use the sticks. One more hit. No one is not gonna stop. There is the healing salve. Take some damage. Is he gonna die for this? He actually just might. Look at that attack from the tower coming forward. He goes to the high ground, has the fairy fire, and no one lives through it all. The first power rune and the kill in the mid lane. Entity, they get it all.
What a play by FNG almost. Living just enough. He almost had another frostbite. Definitely kill no one. Many other players wouldn't waste all these mangoes or whatnot to survive a few seconds longer, but FNG almost gets a big play out.
Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. Noticed he started off the lane well.
Wisdom runes, they're invading. Everybody's coming.
Team Rana is there. Katomi, even Watson going in. These are two supports that even if you get the rune, you're gonna die. But Entity gets them both. And Notice with a spear, he's like, nope, I need to get out of here. There's way too many enemy heroes. Watson continuing with his onslaught from the yesterday's series. He is just on another level these past few days.
Yeah, I mean, in this tournament, he just, I don't know, watching him play, it seems like it's flawless. It's like his public matchmaking on his stream. He's just making zero mistake, making everybody else look like fools. They get the double wisdom, they get the double kill, 5-0. These supports on the side of VP need XP, but they're gonna TP mid. Seyush, nice proud, blood grenade with the CM should be enough to kill him. Much needed kill.
Oof, you get yourself on the board 8 minutes in the grand finals. You're gonna be getting your first kill. I really like the idea there of no one. He saw he was gonna die. He turned around to kill the range creep. Like, just get something out of this. But at least Virtus.pro are gonna be making a solid rotation, a successful one finally.
Need to be careful on the Entity side. Yes, you're 5-0, you were 5-0 up and you had double wisdom, but these kills, they are way to come back.
And Kiritich is having a hell of a game. We've seen that he rotated quite a lot this gyro type of hero. No one in trouble. And we talked about it. Kiritich gonna be coming to the mid lane, raining down rockets towards no one. That is the place where you should be taking down the tower Entity, and your mid laner now dies twice in a row, with you being the ones that are probably gonna lose one.
Kiritich, a peace of mind to make this TP, punish the DK. He just died after TP, so effectively dead for 40-50 seconds here. A super big setback. And they lose the tower. You spoke about it briefly the other day. These Leshraks, DKs, they don't want to lose their tower first because it really limits the chances of them getting the tower back.
Every time you come close, you have nobody to save you, and Entity, I guess their way onto mid lane now is from bottom, where they did take down the tower. They do have the split. FNG is in so
Arrow
much
should be
trouble.
enough, but no, he misses it. So if they want to get a kill, they have to split, and he's not gonna split. The mid lane.
He's in trouble. Nobody to help him. It feels like
Slow.
it's Entity that took the tower down, and no one is coming forward. He should have a breed fire fairly soon. He does plant a tree. No one eats it as well. Ticking out, and he will finally fall. It took such a long time, but they do bring down the Lina, and rotating towards top lane. Noticed is in trouble as well.
It looks like Arena is ready to be skilled, but will it be enough to save? Arrow is going to miss, but there is way too much damage. Not gonna even bother popping the Arena. Another kill for the Entity, and more of what we saw yesterday versus Liquid. Speed, speed, speed. Entity is everywhere.
Yeah, and with that, they're all going to be opening things up for no one to go for this tower. I have to say, the Brewmaster, he's a fat hero, but he ran from the bottom lane towards the top lane just to lose some weight. That is very nice for sure. Health is the most important thing in the world.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So what's next? What's next for Entity or Virtus.pro? Who's going to be making the next move? Entity, they take down the top tier 1.
Top tower has
The
Even though
next
the
was
mid
the Defu for the Meepo, but
Okay.
luckily for the VP, Seyush gets the snipe on it, so gonna delay a little bit on the timing of this Meepo. He would become super active with it. But for VP is more of just farming. If they come to us, we might pop Arena and fight them back.
Radiant are scanning.
But for Entity is like a dagger or this courier respawn and a brew split, and they want to fight. Smoke from the two supports.
Dire
A little bit of a weird smoke, but I feel like it's just to play some vision almost.
Milan, I know that you're a big fan of red items, and Gyro already has a Crystallis. Does that mean that he has already won?
No, but he's a great player and great minds think alike. Kappa, let's go. Top tower is a very dangerous place for VP to be, I feel. They want to use this arena. They're gonna go for a big wraparound. Tower will break the smoke soon, or Kataomi will. Will they react? Entity?
Yes, Arena. Oh, nice lift up before the spear. Won't change the
No
the
reaction.
outcome. They still get him down.
The reaction is at the mid, so they decide instead of TPing top, they decide to mirror, and they're gonna be getting this tier 1 tower mid. A nice trade, or should we even call it trade? Top tower is 100% HP almost.
middle tower
Are
has
you
fallen.
seeing the wards from Entity on the top side of the map? I feel like Gyro is gonna be in so much trouble when he transfers towards top.
Yeah, he might be, but for now he's bottom and no one. Blink Dagger on a courier already smoked. This is what we talk, they're so fast. Even 10 seconds before he gets a blink, they're smoking. Lina is getting caught. AD rune? Oh, so close.
Did he even see him? I don't think he even saw the Dragonite.
I cannot tell.
That was very lucky for Squad X, though. I don't know if the two... Yeah, with the AD rune, you have enough damage. Wouldn't have been a problem. Entity are not done, however. They still want to go forward. Let's see who's going to be next.
Finally, Seyush on his Nature's Prophet hits a level 6, but another move. This time with the Moonlight. Noticed if he gets seen, he's gonna get bursted, I feel.
They got him. Stolen God's Rebuke. Notice, though, turns around the spear. What a dodge from DM with the ulti. Lifts up the gyro into the air. Entity, their supports took a lot of damage. You have to be careful. Notice still dropping low. Protecting himself with the
Kataomi is
bomb on
dead.
the other side. They do bring down Kataomi. And notice they're still somehow
DM is
alive.
dead.
In this arena, they killed DM. You dodged the spear, but you didn't dodge the damage. And this is the power of the gyro and his right click. Seyush also gets a double. Just getting his level 6 really did change a lot there. Entity get pushed back.
Oh no, Entity. We like you playing fast, but not faster than life. They clump up a little bit. I don't know if you're gonna get to see a replay of this fight, but they don't chain their stance perfectly, and that means Mars stays alive forever. Eventually not even dying, but gets the arena, Lina gets the stun, and Gyro comes in, and the red item online means he has damage to kill these Brewlings.
is looking pretty strong. Their Entity, they did take down all of the tier 1s. They thought that they could go for more. VP, a very nice composure coming out from them, just not going super aggressive in that fight, not putting themselves out of position, and even saving all of their heroes. Just look beautiful. Now that's gonna mean they are in the lead here, Milan. And you talked about the Blink Dagger on the Mars and how important it is to be able to make moves. Noticed will have it after just one more camp.
But nonetheless, this is what we said. We want VP to keep farming and kind of react on Entity moves. And Entity just does that. They walk into them and they pop everything. But they're still very, very happy just hitting creeps with this Lina, with this Gyro. We saw it previously in the tournament. These are heroes that scale incredibly well and most importantly, incredibly fast. They farm so fast.
They don't need a lot of time. And then you look at it, Mars, Crystal Maiden, Nature's Prophet. With the map being so vast, the Nature's Prophet
FNG.
support doesn't really steal all that much. They get the stun, Arrow is coming as well. They're gonna try to burst him from afar, double star storm,
Nice
but you're
Arena.
inside of an arena, you killed him. It's gonna be a disaster, you will all burn. And they are gonna be raining down
there
the
a
rockets.
dust?
No
Please,
vision.
vision.
What the hell? Invincibility, that is what Kataomi shows himself. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna give you a kill because you're gonna be feeling way too bad.
Oh no,
Oh,
that
boy.
looks so much better for the side of VP. That looked like 3 heroes dead in a moment, but no detection. Supports. And Entity get away with a murder.
Oh boy, FNG did have a dust, but for some reason he didn't use it there before he went down. And that's just it. Moonlight Shadow, it doesn't give you invisibility. You just change a couple of letters and you understand what this ulti brings to the table.
Still, Entity is plotting a plan. I don't want to say back into this game, but back on track of owning this game. And that's the items. That's the Radiance on the Brewmaster and the Aghanims on the Meepo. These 2 items are gonna come online and they're gonna start shining, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Brewmaster, when you get the Radiance, you kind of shine. That's the idea. Gets into the eyes of the opponents,
Good
then
one.
they cannot attack you and it burns.
Definitely a good one. You're getting better every single day.
Yeah, I try. I watch some stand-up comedy to actually steal some jokes as well. It's working out solidly well.
Fishman,
Back to it though.
they're gathering a little bit. As these items finish, they should be using a smoke. Basically, they just wanna go where the VP is.
Dire's top tower
They have 2 more smokes on Entity. One on Fishman, the other one is on Kataomi. So that's it. They don't have any more of them to buy. Are gonna be having to wait for another 2 minutes. Okay, so they have smokes to work with.
It's a scary time for VP because the Gyro is 9k net for this. But every time they get any disable on him, he should be dying. As long as he doesn't have a BKB, and he's only finishing the Aghanim, so he needs a couple more minutes. But Entity is gonna decide to go rush first. I kind of like this. This is a 0 risk move because either you get the rush for free or VP comes and you get a fight for free, but on the bottom side, Kataomi is gonna get picked off. At least they're pushing some lanes and getting some in return, so not losing on the gold department.
Not too bad, not too bad. But at least it makes sense that now you don't get the Roche
Blood
completely
grenade?
for free. FNG is looking very much dead here. A couple of more hits from no one will do it. Roche falls. It is going to be an Aegis for Watson. So all in all, a win for Entity. And we talked about their speed. Now they can be even faster as it is less risk to go and dive their enemies.
They need to be. They need to kill Kiritich once or twice before this BKB. That's the recipe for success.
Lina already has one though, so
And
Alex
Arcane
can
Rune.
be on the aggressive. So how aggressive can the Lina position in this game with the BKB? Is the Meepo gonna be able to beat her up?
Not through the BKB. She needs to just use this BKB during the arena to dish out the damage. Like I always tell people, like I think this is a big misconception in Dota. Of course, not for the best players or whatever. For the highest end, is that BKB is a defensive item. BKB is an offensive item, and whenever you pop it, it should allow you to dish out the damage. And that he needs to combine it with some of the Mars spells and just clear to through whoever he wants, whoever he can, mostly Rubik and Mirana, and then retreat right after.
If you are using the BKB defensively, you are doing something wrong. Or the enemies are doing something right and forcing it out from you. As Mars is approaching level 12, there's the level 2 arena. That's gonna change the game a little bit. And Gyro, he's gonna start working.
It's a really
with
nice
that
observer
BKB that
top.
you
They're
mentioned.
pinging out the CM. It's really hard to come though in time here, so they're accepting to trade map for now. Glyph will be popped on the bottom by the Radiant, but he's just Entity. I don't know if they should be satisfied with splitting map at half and hold that thought. VP is making a move.
Really good move at
This
that.
is very risky, but if they can get on top of this DK first, that could be huge. Oh, cancel
Damn, it's far
TP by
away.
Lina. Did they need to go out?
No one. He does have a BKB. He's gonna try to run away. Homing missile, of course, won't stun him. Noticed. Still waiting on the
They don't
arena
know.
as they are getting out.
Oh, they don't know that Squadix mispressed his TP. I don't know. He pressed it and canceled it immediately. But they're gonna find him now. They have an instant stun on no one. Arrow is gonna be
Arrow
too
coming
late.
in. He's gonna get the BKB off. It doesn't matter. They just beat him up so much physical damage from their side as FNG gonna be coming forward. A stolen freezing field. Kataomi. He's probably gonna be doing it better. The two sisters are dead.
Ooh, what a blunder. But they're not gonna stop. Entity is gonna try to go for more. They need to think about this wisdom. Nature's Prophet is on the opposing team. He's not gonna go for it. He's gonna TP and take Tormentor. But what a blunder by VP. We don't see this often. Canceling this TP and then getting a little bit confused and getting caught on Lina mid. That's not how we want to use your BKB. But the most important guy doesn't die and kills the Tormentor.
Shards from FNG. Are you a bigger fan of the Curse of the Old Growth, or actually Nature's Prophet already has it, so we have both the Crystal Clone.
I think Curse of the Old Growth is
It's under attack. Radiant's
A+
bottom tower has
here shard. Should get every game. Just does too much damage. Gives vision in the fog of war. It's just overall a great tool to have in fights. But the Crystal Clone also pretty cool shard.
Also with the gyro, right? You would want to dodge so that the flak cannon doesn't connect on you. If it's an open area, use the Curse of the Old Growth, you're pretty much gonna see everybody.
Yeah, exactly. It meshes up pretty well. And the DK has the BKB going to do this Manta. He is kind of falling behind a little bit, I would say, into this game in terms of what he can offer with his build. But later on, he's gonna catch up. We're gonna see Seuss die. Yeah. Pretty much for free.
Hide in the trees, hide in the trees. Curse of the Old Growth, he can maybe
Sprout.
dodge now. This is a bit better. Sprout, TP out, successful, barely.
Who's gonna die, Milan? No, nobody's dying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's he's too good, right? You just didn't understand that he's too good. Though I have to say, he even made the mistake there trying to first run towards the pit, then he changed his mind. Could have done it even a bit faster with less risk, but either way, he survives, and that's the most important thing.
So after all, this Aegis is gonna bring them what? A tier 2 tower bottom, 1 Lina and 1 Crystal Maiden kill. I think they wanted more, and most importantly, VP weathers the storm of this BKB timing on the gyro. They get to farm 4k gold without dying on him.
Radiant's top tower
Pretty big.
Soon enough,
Pretty big.
BKB is gonna come and Aegis is going to go away right now.
At the same time, he got the BKB 5 seconds
He's
ago
gonna
and the Aegis
TP
got
and they're
out.
smoking without him and he's just gonna TP in front of everybody. It's a little bit risky, but
That's a big kill to find
oh
at
my
the
god,
start.
he's just
No
dead.
split whatsoever.
Dust, please, press the dust.
Kataomi lets it go there. Yeah, you're not gonna be that successful with the freezing field, and they only get to again Moonlight Shadow is like the spell.
Only, we say only because it felt like it's gonna be so much better for VP, but nonetheless a huge victory. Bursting the core Brewmaster, killing the Rubik, and forcing a BKB TP out from a DK. VP showing the strength of their lineup immediately as they hit the peak.
I feel like we've
Or
only
power
seen
spike. Yeah.
one split in this game. The one where he died? Did the DM use it anymore?
Maybe once more, but it's just about the VP being so good at dodging and mirroring the map. We saw him once catch the CM, and CM was steeping out, and he just didn't split. I feel like during this tournament, 3-3 played Brew, and he would definitely split there. So maybe DM a little bit hesitant on it.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, that guy didn't make it to the finals, I did, so I'm gonna do it my own way.
That's true.
So, no one approaching his Manta, that's gonna increase his farm. The Meepo, does he, what does he have? He has a Scotty versus a Lina and the Gyro. That is a huge deal, jumping in unnoticed.
Nope.
Notice turns
BKB
around
Mars.
with the Bulwark. He's gonna protect himself, eats an arrow, so not taking that much damage. Kiritej gonna be going in. You need to go for the Mega Meepo. You need to form up right now. Look at the supports just died. He didn't even look at them. They just died from the AoE damage. Meepo to follow Kiritej is too strong.
I mean, what the hell was Entity thinking that this Mars is alone there? I was like, this is so great, they're poking him for free, but no Brewmaster, no DK, that's not a fight you want to take. And Kiritej comes in and rains hell onto this Entity lineup. 3 kills plus a tower and complete map swap into favor of the VP, and they're not done. They want to catch this DK, they somewhat know where he is.
He's fine.
They're
Oh,
pinging him
pings
out.
are coming out.
They have no BKB TPs, but so he should not be dying unless he messes up. They saw him kill this wave, and now he's gonna be on top of Vision. Any TPs to Outpost? No. Too hard to catch him.
Especially with DM being in the vicinity. But overall, just a couple of minutes ago, Virtus.pro couldn't get over the river, and now they almost killed the mid lane tier 2. There's not gonna be a glyph, so Entity, they lose another fight, and both the top tier 2 and the mid one are probably gonna be taken out. So Virtus.pro, they're setting themselves up for success, and this Gyro, for the first time in the game, he might overtake the Meepo. Not there just yet.
It just, the nature of the hero just feels like Gyro should be behind for Meepo to be happy. Like if there's same amount of net worth, Gyro should be fairly happy, and still no save on the VP side. So it means if there's a way of DK getting a Dragon Tail on Gyro, there's still a condition for him to get burst. I think that's the only way to win this fight. But then again, like we saw against the Liquid, VP has another carry in their bank. So even if you kill the Gyro, the Lina will be there to dish out the damage.
That's why I like the 4-staff of FNG, and I would like a 4-staff on the Nature's Prophet as well.
Smoke out, 3-man smoke. They're gonna catch probably everybody. Squadix, smoke breaks. Ooh, double vapor.
Connects.
Ooh, nice spear.
Supports are just gonna die. Oh, they didn't focus on Fishman. Definitely could have killed him. Again, the Moonlight Shadow is there. Stolen Dragon Slave. Yep. That's a lot of usage there. So, top tower is now should be gone. Look at what they're doing with the courier.
That's a Manta going. I don't want to look what they're doing with the courier. Manta going for 3 minutes on this DK.
Dire's top tower is under
Pretty big pickup.
Was he? I think he was trying to save the tower by pulling the creeps, right? You usually
No,
shouldn't do that
no way.
with the Manta.
He was. I don't know what the hell he was doing, but not with the Manta. Bottom, stun. Linked
Yeah,
in.
no follow-up. You might have just given your BKB away. Double stun, BKB to dodge it. Squadix is gonna be fine as well there with the shield rune, so doesn't care much. No one TP out. The spear, of course, not gonna be there in time, or he gets himself out before the BKB expires.
That's a BKB usage, and he didn't use a split. He threatened to use it.
Huh? Well, I mean, that's
Oh, no BKB on this DK. Arrows coming in.
Arrow? They did connect on it, but the Gyro has a BKB. I don't know if he's gonna be taking all that much damage. Kiritej is gonna be standing his ground. Nobody can help the Meepo because nobody can get close. He's too strong. They did lose Airish. Ogre still totem Watson.
Well,
runs
this Brew
himself
Split's
away,
not gonna do
but it is
anything.
gonna be leaving the Brew Split. Look at how weak he is. Of course, he didn't send them all. The Storm Panda still alive, so DM will be able to run himself away. Homing Missile won't connect until he is in the safety of his base. Notice, thinking about it, has the Arena Glimmer Cape to protect him with a latch onto the edge of it. They don't need vision. Now they're gonna going to be needing the dust. Finally, they have some with the Frostbite and the Laguna Blade. They should be able to take him down. DM, with this form, he's just dodging all of it. Drunken Brawler coming into play, but in the end, he still goes down. Kiritich does a little bit too much in terms of damage.
Yeah, they did everything perfect on Kiritich, but was not even a close to bursting him. And once he pops the BKB, there is nothing stopping him. And as we said, he starts raining hell onto everybody. These Brawlings look like they're made of paper, and now they're just gonna go into the rush pit.
The thing is, they can't come close to the Gyro. Like, the Rubik and the Mirana, they don't have the guts to even look at him. The Brawlings as well. I don't know what you're to do when 3 out of 5 of your heroes cannot get close to the enemy carry.
I don't know, man, but them having the Aegis and Cheese will definitely not help the Entity to solve this puzzle. Might be time for them to do the mirroring and splitting the map, but it's not gonna be so easy versus this Prophet. And Lina now. Lina has a lot of catch.
Radiant are
Lina
scanning.
has quite a lot of it. Gyro wants a Blink Dagger and the Satanic. Okay, he removes the Blink. Now only the Satanic.
See
He
them
get the
bottom.
Satanic. I don't know how he
They're on
does.
top of Vision, both Rubik and Meepo.
Kiritich isn't there.
Everybody else is... Ooh, so close. Oh, if they only started with the Nature's Prophet Shard. Curse of the something.
Curse of the Old Growth. You told me that you learned all of the spells' names.
Not all of them, it's impossible. It requires brain and I don't have any. Moving forward, tier 1 is dead.
Dire's bottom tower
Okay,
is under
let's see.
attack.
Tier 2 might be in some trouble. The mid tier 2 is basically dead on the side of Entity. It's still standing, but just a couple of pokes of the Gyro and it will be down as well. So this could be your last tower that you're looking towards. No one. Aggressive position. There's 3 of the heroes, all of them inside of the arena. They have the silence on the Panda Glacier as well. And that's going to be Mirana going down with the Brewmaster following as well. FNG gets a double kill.
Gam hits the deck. A disaster. Yes, you get your DK away, but for at what price? You lose the game. The whole map will collapse now. Beautiful play by VP. Gyro hitting the bottom tower, like everyone is behind him, like they're gonna go high ground nest, but guess what? They're hunting these Entity heroes and just pushing their advantage beautifully.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It seems that they didn't need an extra 4-staff for Kiritich, because nobody can even get close to him.
And
so
now he has a
this 4-kill
Satanic. Oh my
Yep.
god. Oh, this boy is fat.
needs to go on a diet, and
Don't Google
see if,
Gyro Network.
I mean, then production just changed it to a buyback, because we don't want to see this. He's only slightly ahead of the Meepo, but it's not enough for a Meepo to be behind. He has to be ahead.
Another glyph is ready, but will it save you? It seems like they wanna push for this Rax.
Reason not to. There's a shard in the Mars now as well. What was stolen? He's just gonna give away the Bulwark. Notice this is gonna be paying attention. This is the grand finals, not somewhere where you're just gonna be losing focus.
Rax is done. Watson says, let it go. Try to delay,
He
but
glyphed it.
yeah, you still glyph it to buy some time. Kiritich is just gonna move top. Now, no glyph, as you said. They have to do something. I think letting the second side, they'll just go for the third one. Better try to take fight now, and that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna smoke around. Of course, VP knows. Kiritich is gonna try to break it.
They're waiting for creeps though. They did get killed, so but they did break the backdoor protection.
Yes, and
went over the line.
after the last one dies, it's 15 seconds, but they're gonna go.
For
Ooh,
the
nice
Mars,
BKB.
Aaron does not connect. He gets the BKB off, and there's the arena as well. So the Meepo now cannot follow. And look at that, the clone. This put them all in frostbite. No one. He cannot get out of this Sprout. Finally gets himself away, but it's just not fair. Squadix and Kiritich is doing way too much damage. Everybody is just going to die. Meepo is next to the menu with the spear connecting. He's pretty tanky. He's not tanky enough when these two are smashing your face in. Actually, they did lose 3 on the side of Virtus.pro. Squadix, he's losing to the Meepo, but he's not losing enough. They're way too powerful. And now DM next on the menu. Cut down with Laguna. Buybacks, they want to fight. There's an ultra kill on Squanix. He gets a rampage. And let's see now, with Kirtich left all alone there, digging the grave for him once. He needs to be deeper. This Meepo, though, he's very good at digging those graves. Here comes the arrow, and finally they're going to be able to wipe the floor with VP. But at what cost, Milan?
Yeah, I hyped that rampage a little bit too much because they end up team-wide, but I mean, it's a big cost, but nonetheless, win for Entity, I would say. It's just about what can they get next, but next time Watson dies is a GG. That's the sad part, and they're gonna start pushing the advantage already.
Say hello to my lesser friends.
In these scenarios, I want to see wave out push. That's the main thing. Lina, they thought they had her. I think they forgot about the cheese. That has to be it.
I mean, there's just too much damage on the side of VP. Yes, the buybacks save you for now, but look at this Lina and Gyro just dishing out so much.
Watson got that last Meepo into the ground when he was at one hit from dying. If he dies there, I don't think you even killed the Lina at all. Still, they do hold, as you mentioned, but one more fight where the Meepo dies, the game is over. They do reduce the gold lead only to 7k, considering how much they bought back there. It could have been worse for Entity, so far so good.
They got some streaks back and they got to outpush everything. They got the game back, so gold-wise, it was very, very good, but there's not gonna be a buybacks for the next time. Tormentor kills, Quadix got the shard, a B tier shard, if you ask me.
For a right-click Lina, yeah, definitely not that good.
I mean, you do the same, I guess, never mind. I'll just shut up, moving on.
No problem, we'll just make sure that we don't pay attention, but for the next Roche fight, Entity won't have their buybacks unless they're extremely lucky and it's a 3-minute Roche. It gets started 20 seconds later. I don't think they're gonna be that lucky. We can play the game now, Milan. So when does the Roche spawn?
46 seconds.
You always say the same thing. It's not much of a game. You're like one of those people who always play the same lottery numbers and they think that at some point it has to come.
It basically does. You didn't? What?
No. Not yet.
No, exactly.
Maybe if I'm alive for 15,000 years, maybe then. But this way, very unlikely.
Smoke up from the VP. They don't want to wait for Roche. They know any fight outside of the base should benefit them, and if DM pokes on this mid wave, that will be the biggest mistake he ever did. Oh, this deeping bottom. Gonna be dodged by the Entity.
Nicely done. They do have an Ags Manta on the Dragonite, so this is a big deal, right? It definitely helps you with dealing with the waves.
Yeah, now DK is a hero again, because before that, for last 15 minutes, he felt more like a burden than a mid laner. But now with this timing hit, he's gonna have impact again. And we didn't talk much about the DM brew. Like, this is a thing what people do when they feel like their brawlings are dying too hard. They just buy the AC and get level 20 plus 1200 HP on each brawling. But will it help actually against this Gyro and Lina?
It should help a bit, right? And though, speaking of the Gyro, he has the Ancient Guardian, though it's not so much a Guardian as an Ancient Destroyer, as he's probably going to be using it on the aggressive.
So yeah, I don't really see that item picked up much, but we didn't talk about the Roche. It's gonna be a very, very late spawn, which definitely benefits VP. If it was like an instant spawn, Entity could have even snapped it, and that would be Aghanim's blessing for one of their heroes.
But they're gonna have the buybacks back once Virtus.pro gets it, so I guess that's not too bad.
Not too bad if they have the money.
Yeah. Yeah, money, money, money. We do live in capitalism, so money is everything, Entity. If you wanna win this one, you're gonna be needing a little bit more of it, as they should have it, right? Meepo has 4k gold. I don't know if he's gonna buy that BKB. The Dragonite has his money.
We didn't talk about it. We need to talk. The rapier is ready to be assembled on this gyrocopter. It's Rapira time.
Gonna be rapier assemble. We all know the cool scene as Entity. They do get out of their base.
Hoping to find someone wandering here, but VP is gonna be smart enough to not be there and just wait for the rush. They know we get this Aegis, we assemble the rapier, we're gonna be ready, and Watson, he's just praying. Gaben, please. Gaben, please. But little does he know, his prayers are not gonna be heard.
Yeah,
It's already been decided.
we talked about it. You pray to Lord Gaben with your wallet, not like getting on your knees and hoping for something. So Watson, he's got it all wrong. He has level 25 on the Meepo, so he has 5 of his heroes. Gyro is level 25. We didn't talk about that. So Flak Cannon, 10 seconds cooldown. That is, oh sorry, 15 seconds cooldown. That is too low, if you ask me. Like, he can use it before the fight start attacking and then go again for it. It's gonna be insane.
Most definitely. The DPS ramps up, and I think that's what made Gyro even back in the meta somewhat. Besides his laning strength, is just that these flag talents just make him scale incredibly hard. And they're gonna pop the BKB on Kiritich.
He got spooked.
They're gonna give up the Rosh area. Do they think Rosh is gonna go top now, or?
I mean, he can't go top because it's only now starting the start of the day.
They gave up whole bottom area, and this means the Rosh is gonna be given up. There's no way they come here, even with the BKB of Gyro. We talked about some bullshit flag and completely missed VP giving up the Rosh.
That's gonna be a refresher shard though.
For
Double split.
Brewmaster, yes. It's pretty huge. I mean, most importantly, no Aegis for this Gyro with the Rapier. I don't know if he assembled it.
Nope, he didn't. I think he is just waiting for if he sees that it is a good fight, and then he'll do it.
Lina?
Halberd on Mirana though, versus 2 range heroes, no status resistance. That's quite huge.
Still, it's mostly about who strikes the first. If Notes gets a good chrono, I want to say, but it's Arena, similar. Moonlight Shadow. Katami. Nice reaction.
Ward lifts up. Yeah, you won't be able to get it off if you die. Arrow is coming forward. He misses on it. Notice gets the BKB off. Arena is there running away, getting out of the walls of it. As Delina is level 25 as well. Look at what she's going to be doing with the right clicks. Gyro, did he assemble his rapier? Yes, he did. That's why everybody's taking so much damage. Watson trying to fight. He still has the egg. He's going to be digging into the ground to get his HP, but you've already lost 2 of your supports. You're in a 5 versus 3 scenario. Let's see if the Aegis will help you. For now, he's going to be dying once. No one. He's a big black dragon, but very low in HP. The curse of the old growth is going to be slowing him significantly as the spear comes through. Doesn't get the connection. Kiritich, Satanic being popped. He's not taking any damage at the moment, but look at Watson with all of the poofs. He's doing so much damage. The stuff from Lina finally going to be perfect. And Squadix will put the meep into the ground, but not with the dig. So he won't be coming back to World of the Living. Does have a buyback, however, if he wants to get back into it. With them still chasing on no one. There's the signs. He's going to stand his ground, fighting Sayush.
No
he might get this kill. Not even that will be going his way. So that's going to be a no buyback. Dragonite in the top lane did get taken down by the siege creeps.
Oh, looked so close for a moment. This Gyro is going to die, but Lina, with the perfect stun, gives him enough space to heal up with the rapier. Kill everybody. Oh, this fight was so close.
Very, very close. When the Meepo used that poof, people just started dying around him. It is insane how much damage it does, but it is not enough. The right clicks of Kiritich and Squadix too much.
On the Entity's vision, against the Refresher, against the Aegis, against maybe even a buyback on someone. Everything was going into Entity's direction, but they still lost the fight. So it seems that if VP just takes another one casual normal fight, there's no way they're losing this game, but Watson has a buyback. Nonetheless, at best it's gonna be 4v5.
Yep, Dragon Knight 650 gold
Moonlight?
missing. You would need all of the bounty runes in the world. Arrow, it's gonna go and connect onto Squadex.
BKB
This is a good way
Satanic
to start
ready.
out the fight. Yeah, he has the BKB and Satanic. The Meepo needs to kill him right now, but Squadex is not gonna allow the Satanic gonna be buffed. Is it enough for him to survive? No, it's the buyback. Wants to get back into the fray. Watson is also for his teammates are just dying to the AoE damage of Kiritich, focusing on the Rax's triple kill. He wasn't even looking at the enemy heroes, and they were dropping like flies.
Kiritich. I mean, Lina dies. This is what we said so many times this game. Yes, you kill one carry, but there is another one waiting for you, and they're gonna finish this game by killing the Watson, killing the Throne. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful stuff from the VP. Once again, showing their draft is really bulletproof almost.
Not only that, but the way that they slowed the game down when Entity felt stronger, and then Entity were, I want to say, got frustrated and they went in a couple of times. We talked about it that they played clean yesterday without any mistakes. They were forced into some here.
Somewhat. I think they played extremely well first 10 minutes, and then no one made few blunders that set them a little bit back. And if he fixes that for next game and they do everything similar first 10 minutes, they can make enough advantage to play too fast for this VP lineup. But they need to play even faster if they want to give up these heroes. You know, if you want to give up the Lina Gyro combination, you need to be ending this game early. Otherwise, they get to their items and it just feels like you cannot deal with both of them at the same time. You kill one, there's the other one, and vice versa.
Speed was their main thing in this tournament, but they're going to be needing more of it if they're to beat VP. We're going to be coming back to the panel so they can dissect this game one of the best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, thank you, Harry and Milan. And that was just a great match between the two teams. But if you want to beat a Meepo in your pubs, just first pick Gyrocopter, Rapier, and rip through the entire team. I'm sure that's exactly how it works, right? Bowie, you don't need anything else. Just go straight for that Rapier. And your pub mates, they're not going to shout at you.
Oh yeah, just get Rapier first item. But hey, in all seriousness, I was very impressed with VP, not only because they won against that Meepo, but how they did it. I think they were able to stabilize the game quite nicely. We just saw, I think they played the same lineup or a very one with Lina plus another range carry. And the fights, like this duo scale so much. You have this mix of magical and physical damage. You have just overwhelming burst damage that these Meepo Brewmaster just couldn't withstand. Overall, I think VP looked flawless. And, you know, Entity, they were a bit greedy, right? Forcing that Meepo 18 is obviously a bet after all of the nerfs. So I think they paid a hefty price. They tried something, it didn't work out. It's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think the most important thing that happened this game is that they went unnoticed about 5 different times, and he survived every single time with about 100 HP, gets his BKB arena off, and they can't escape. Meepo is stuck, everyone is stuck, so they can't kite the gyrocopter around. I think that's the most important here. Notice managing to always stay alive. Of course, the damage output coming out from Kiritich was nuts, and so was Squadex on that Lina, going completely ham on the right-click Lina. But I think Noticed, so many of those fights, if Noticed actually gets killed off first, then the entire fight turns around. Then they get smacked completely. Like right there as well, Noticed gets out, gets the arena, they're all stuck, and then it's easy, just pump damage for Kiritich.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, this is not the first game where we see this satanic item being super popular. It feels like after they nerfed Scotty so that it doesn't apply through BKB anymore, it's not an item that pretty much any hero is buying, to be honest. And Shiva's also got nerfed significantly. So Satanic just seems to be more and more like a really good third, fourth item for a lot of these cores, because the way that this gyrocopter, it's not this fight, but I think it's one of the next ones where he gets the Rapier off with the Satanic and just stands his ground. It's so much healing. It's really hard to withstand it. And Sanjin Yasha obviously getting buffed means that you amp that even further.
Yeah, and just watching these highlights as well, that I know we've been talking about Kiritich, his impact, as well as the Lina impact from Squad X here, but all of these highlights I'm watching, the arenas coming through, or just the lockdowns, and FNG's placement, it seems like point perfect here, that he's getting the damage off with these 3-4-man freezing fields as well, so it just felt like VP, they had some great coordinations all the way through the lineups, and here, how close was Kiritich to going down there, giving away a Rapier, and maybe turning the tide of that game, but his teammates just support him. He survives through on a sliver of health, and they were able to come in, lock down, and again, Kiritich with the refresher as well in these fights. The cooldowns not being too detrimental as well. So he was able to, with the help of his teammates, just rip through, and I'm looking forward to seeing this hero damage. 73,000 damage here on Kiritich with that side gunning Gyrocopter coming out as the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of flack that you get with Brewmaster Meepo in a game, it's just free damage every single fight. But yeah, I mean, in defense of Entity, I feel like Watson played an amazing game, all things considered. I think he played... I don't think you can play much better than that. A lot of stolen freezing fields from Kataomi. His Rubik performance was pretty solid. We saw them run out, especially once you get that evasion for all of the Meepos, being very powerful as well. I think they had an overall solid draft, but yeah, maybe the target prioritization did become a problem for them.
Yeah, and same thing. I think in general, like, they have really skilled players on Entity, but VP feels more like a team. They've also been playing together for quite a bit longer. You had, making sure that the Mars, his goal is blink arena, try and stay alive. He got a Vlad's, get some auras for his allies. Did lack that a little bit on the opposing side. To be fair, they didn't have the best combinations of 4 auras, maybe some on the Mirana, but having a Vlad's and stuff as such is great to have for the Meepo. But eventually, I think VP was just slightly better coordinated in nearly all the engagements. They were on point of exactly what they needed to do without any, what looked like verbal communication. So in this case, it definitely looks like the more grouped together team and experienced team together in that regard was superior.
Okay, well, that is only the first of a potential 5 games to come here in this grand final, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back with the second game. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the one-win spring series, and we are one game down, potentially 4 to go in this best of 5 grand finals. And Truman, that first match, you know, we saw the Gyrocopter coming out with the rapier, cleaning up on the Meepo, cleaning up on the Brewmaster here. So, do you think we're going to see that in game number 2, especially because it was a first pick Gyrocopter to come out there as well?
I mean, I was a definite doubter of the first pick Gyro. Definitely can't go that route anymore. It looked impossible to deal with. Even the laning stage, the Crystal Maiden plus Gyrocopter combination was deadly. In worst case scenario, you could always flex it towards the support. Was very versatile. I think Squadix and Notice also looked incredibly well versed on both the Mars and obviously that Lina. That Squadix is amazing on the Lina, and the fact that you have that 2 core setup, the focus on both Gearteach and Squadix getting all the farm really worked out well in their favor, so that it's not all on one person, which tends to be the Entity game plan.
Okay, yeah, and coming into this second game here, Bowie, you know, we saw yesterday that the Meepo did work for Entity, but if that's not working, do we go straight back over to the Pudge? Is that what we're going to be seeing here, do you think, coming out from Watson?
No, I don't think so. I think the Pudge is a very specific hero, you know, maybe against Chronosphere, maybe against Beastmaster. There's, you know, maybe Chan. I also feel like it's a good response. But to me, this Gyrocopter seems like the better version of that first pick TB that we got to see at the beginning of the tournament. Like, it's still like the same reasoning, right? You get something that flexes to support, flexes to carry. But I don't know. I feel like both versions seem a bit more stable. But regardless, I don't think they need to go for the Gyrocopter. To me, it feels like a safeguard against that Meepo. After you beat it the way they did, I don't think it's going to be a game 2 Meepo for Entity. I think they're going to maybe switch things up, and especially if they don't get first pick again for VP, you probably can pick something else. You know, I think that the bans are probably going to dictate that first pick a lot more.
Well, we'll see which way around it is going to be in the next phase, in the next draft, you know, coming into it. And speaking about next draft, I think we're going to be able to get ourselves straight into this second game and seeing how it is going to play out. We have lost Bowie just for a couple of seconds, I do believe. There he is.
Sorry.
Just wanted to keep us on edge. And yeah, looking at this next draft, so we'll see Entity coming in, banning out the Gyrocopter straight away. Shadow Demon goes here as well. On the other side, Virtus.pro, they take out the Bat Rider, the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Terrorblade. So, Truman, you've got this Gyrocopter ban now. What are Virtus.pro going to look at in that first phase pick, do you think? Because we still have the big heroes like the Dragon Knight, like the Centaur still available. Do you think they're on the board here for Virtus.pro?
Well, Virtus.pro probably will be a bit of a follow-up on what Entity pick. I think you could go another round of a first pick Lina, for instance. It wouldn't be that surprising. It's a hero that has no counters in the mid lane matchup, and it is one of Squadix's best heroes. Doesn't give away any of your other heroes at that stage, considering this obviously is probably going to be that no one DK, but everything is still pretty open at this stage. No insane bans coming through. Obviously, the Gyrocopter ban is a very targeted one, and so is that Timbersaw, because they do have that disgusting flex on the Virtus.pro side when it comes to their Timbersaw performance.
Okay, well, let's see what comes through. It's going to be the Tiny coming out for Virtus.pro, and we've seen this. I think it was in the very first match he played in the one-win spring series. Virtus.pro were able to play it in the offlane as well. You know, make this hero have a high impact while you're still running 2 other cores. And let me just check what it was, because he was up against Liga. So it was the Monkey King at the Pangolier and the Tiny that came out for Virtus.pro in that first game. The Techies and the Nature's Prophet were the 2 supports that wrapped that one up. So do you think we are going to be seeing... I mean, I know it's a flex coming into the draft, but would you even consider running this Tiny offlane once again here, Bowie?
I think Bowie is frozen now. So
he's either taking, and I think he's taking a really long think about this. I think that's what's happening here. He's considerate. He's not even blinking. He's so dialed into what he wants to think about.
He's looking at the timer right now. He's just, you know, they got to pick now. Don't get rid of your reserve time. We do see a Morphling ban, obviously, a Watson Morph getting removed. The Crystal Maiden being secured. So many Crystal Maiden picks today. It's from the 5 games, we have 4 CM picks. it's pretty impressive to see that hero come up out of essentially nothing.
Yeah, and that's... I mean, I know I've talked about it over the course of the event. You do get these like mini metas coming out in tournaments like this, especially over 4 days, where teams just kind of get run through a quick sprint of games, and they want to try different things out. So yeah, the Crystal Maiden coming through. Do you want to see that potentially? Because FNG played a really good game on it last game. They looked at. Whenever they got these arenas coming out, whenever they got the lockdown, this big AoE lockdown, FNG was able to step up. So do you think it's going to be back to that position 5 again, and just trust FNG to come out with another great game on the Crystal Maiden?
I don't expect it to be secured by Seju. I think Seju will probably go for the Tiny, even though it has pretty good flex, but he is also very versatile on that hero. On the opposing side, Bane coming in, a hero you don't see too often, except for if it's Fishman or Peruvian Panda. That tends to play a lot of the Bane position 5. And Shaker, I'm curious to see what the plan is behind the Shaker here. Are we just going to get a straightforward +4 Shaker, or are we going to get maybe treated to a fun core time?
Yeah, and it looks like Bowie, he's done considering what he wants to talk about with his analysis. He was deep in thought. So Bowie, what are your thoughts on this draft so far?
I like this main. I think this is something that Entity was trying out for a long time. We just get 5. That not only is pretty strong in the lane, but is a counter to Lifesteal. I'm surprised they banned it, because I think in the other drafts I've seen, we left it open just so that we dissuade the pick away. Alchemist also does get countered by it, I would say. And so far, there's no real response. The only stun that they have with the Alch gets Drip, by the way, is Tiny. So definitely, this could become a problem here for Virtus.pro moving along the mid lane. Yeah, Entity, very open-ended draft, right? You have this Shaker flex with the DK in multiple lanes, and I think you probably pick your carry here, knowing that probably both supports and both side lanes are revealed, even though the Razor and the Tiny are flexing good.
Yeah, do you want to just chase the Dragonite with this Razor and whatever lane it goes to? Trim, and just keep it matched up, or do you think this is just going to be potentially this off-lane Razor coming out locked in?
It is a tough one, because they have that insane flex behind them. On the side of Virtus.pro, they can put the Tiny mid, they can put the Razor, safe lane, off lane, potentially even mid if they so please. It's also a good lane for the Tiny with the Tiny plus Razor off lane duo, especially if you get on top of the Bane, you toss him back. Nothing Bane can do at that point once he's surrounded by enemies to try and stay alive. So Virtus.pro's draft seems very lane oriented, strong. Obviously, Alchemist has his own tools, quickly getting fat and then running down the game, which might be the plan here for Virtus.pro. Look for an earlier draft to try and shut down Entity before the DK gets too big. Even though last game he was pretty farmed on Noam, but there just did not feel to be like there was going to be any impact.
Okay, yeah, and Entity.
I don't think this Razor DK lane is as strong as some people think it is. We saw Nisha playing the Razor, and he got demolished by the DK. So, if Nisha is losing that lane, I would probably assume that it's not as good, right? You just rush boots for the DK, especially if it's mid. You just run away. Brief Fire makes the normal less hitting when Razor doesn't have stolen damage pretty hard. And yeah, they do go for this patented PA here in Watson. I think this hero is still underrated. Sure, it has some problems with Tormentors, but besides that, physical damage against Alchemist always is amazing.
Yeah, some problems when a random dagger flies around and it costs you an entire Dream League tournament. Those moments, that's pretty problematic for a PA.
Well, you know what the answer is there, isn't it? Just don't get the vision. Vision loses you games. Make sure that you're as blind on the minimap as possible.
Just never play close to your own Tormentor. It's too dangerous. Obviously, that is a hero that's looking towards late game, especially in this patch where you want to get the Revenant's Brooch, you want to get so many tools. The Kanda added in. The hero has a very strange build, but it is incredibly impactful in the late game.
Yeah. The laning stage is the biggest problem, and I wonder if this Razor is going to be the hero that lanes against Watson. You obviously have some tools as a PA to disengage from static link, but it's still a pretty powerful laner, I would say. You also have the toss back plays they have to be careful about. Although, Bane is probably one of the best supports you have in that lane, I think. Just trades very well.
Would you...
Yeah.
Just talking about, because you were talking about the Tiny's the only interrupt if the Alchemist gets caught out here. Would you look for something like the Storm Spirit mid? Because we saw already, in the Liquid Spirit series, the Storm Spirit did really well against the Dragonite mid. Can go for that backline dive, potentially gets an Orchid out there to be able to deal with that bit. I mean, even if not, he's got that Vortex drag back as well to interrupt the Bane channel.
I don't like it. I think you're against DK, you're going to be against Echo. There's way too much lockdown for this Storm. Like, if you jump, let's say the Bane, there's so much punishment that Entity can go for. I feel like you need something harder to catch. Puck seems like a decent one, but it's been banned third phase every game. We barely got to see Puck.
I think the Puck is best. It's also a Witchblade builder, so it's good against the PA, so that you at least have that guaranteed hit coming in. Storm, of course, builds the same item, but I feel Storm, obviously we saw it in the previous series and it looked very solid, but it does have that weakness of not being able to get out. Once a single stun lands, he's dead. Puck, on the other hand, the phase shift, blink dagger, dodge and weave, you can build into a kind of physical damage Puck with the Aghanim Scepter build, or you go for the full magic damage disruption, which I think both those are pretty viable, but the most important would be for me the Dream Coil to hold that PA in place. You need some more control to hold the PA in place. You have the Alchemist Stun, which is not really that reliable, Ava Toss, which is pretty reliable, and the freeze from the Crystal Maiden, which you can get a multitude of items to deal with that.
Okay, and Entity gonna go for the Zeus. They did ban out that Puck, so not gonna be able to be picked up here by VP. But Entity, they get the Zeus on the board, some good burst damage here. It doesn't really need to worry too much because it's got the Heavenly Jump. So if anyone tries to engage, Quick Fingers should be able to get yourself away. Gets skips away from the Razor here as well if he's under trouble. And Virtus.pro, they go for the Kunkka, and I think, no, I still like the Virtus.pro draft. I'm looking at these two. There's big tanky boys on the side of Virtus.pro. Entity, again, the burst damage. Maybe if this game goes long enough, you have to worry about the PA, but I feel like I'm still leaning towards VP. But Truman, how are you feeling about now that you see the two drafts on the board?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn. I like the Virtus.pro draft because they are very strong in the early to mid game, where they can really overwhelm the Entity lineup, but they're building hit and high ground push seems to be a little bit problematic, especially later down the line against the Entity draft, where you're going to have the DK split push, where you're going to have even PA split push, zapping from the Zeus from the high ground, and in general PA late game. Even against very tanky heroes now with the Revenant's Brooch build, it does hurt a lot.
Yeah, okay. I totally resonate with DK here. I think this is a game where Entity has a huge advantage, not only because they defend high ground really well, but PA is a beast. I think Alk tempers off really quickly. He's very similar to Sven, in my opinion, in the way that he gets online, explodes, and eventually, sure, you can buy eggs, but these days you barely even see that. He's gonna get like a Moon Shard and 3 backpack items before he even thinks of buying an eggs, unless it's like really important. So VP, I think they have to play very fast, but at the same time you cannot make many mistakes, which they didn't in number 1. So there's a chance they win this game, but I favor Entity.
Okay, well, there's only one way to find out. That is to get ourselves into the game, and we've got ourselves 2 great casters. But first, I think, yeah, if we look at this one, I mean, Virtus.pro versus Entity, it is a best of 5, so we do have many more, I mean, at least, 2 more games, I guess, including this one, if we get hopefully it's not going to be that straight shot on the 3-0, but yeah, hopefully we get a full 5 run here. And looking at this draft, I mean, I think I lean VP just a little bit. Maybe that's because I've spent time watching them, over the Eastern European DPC, what they've been able to do, what they've been able to achieve when they did get together with Kiritich as well. So being able to jump in with them and watch them, I think I lean towards them. But the esports fan of me says, let's get that entity win. Let's take it to a couple more games at least. Try and stretch it. So to be able to get ourselves through it, to be able to find out what's going on, like I say, we do need to jump into the game with Hurry Freak and Milan. And guys, how do you think this game number 2 is going to go? We'll hand it over to you.
You're gonna hand it over to me, and the big shot
sorry,
is
I'm here.
Actually pull in the female audience, as we have a really nice, beautiful guy on the screen here. And we are on the screen, Milan. Sorry, you have knowledge in Dota, but it seems that the looks of
sorry
mine
to production and the guys. I was always there, just forgot to turn on my camera, so they only got to see your beautiful face. I apologize to everybody.
No problem,
it was all intended.
Yeah. It was all set up preemptively. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. I don't know if I agree with the panel, with them backing Entity in this one, because I think Virtus.pro are going to be playing a lot faster in this game, and I haven't seen Entity in this let's delay the game role all that much.
I mean, I agree sort of with Final, but let's delay it a little bit. Fishman is gonna get caught. That's a long stun, but just a harass. I just wanted to mention how, they have pretty much better late game because of the heroes. They scale incredibly well, both of their supports and some of these cores, but Dota is a game where you have to earn the late game. And these lanes might be very hard for the side of Entity. And Watson already trying to harass this Razor, try to use the level 1 timing.
Do you think maybe Entity can change that once this use gets level 6? I'm thinking that might be like the timing for them when things might not be going too well, but a Thunder God's Wrath changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's the lane timing they're gonna play for.
Well, what did you
and maybe they need to get a raindrop on everybody, but the biggest problem for me is this bottom lane. I feel like this Alchemist is gonna have 6k at minute 10. And Kiritich is one of the best alchemists in Dota, in the whole Dota universe. And he can take this game by the storm. The top lane is so good. So far so good for the Entity. They seem to know what to do in this matchup.
Yeah, we underestimated the Bane a bit, right? Because it is a hero with one of the better stats in the game. Not as good as it used to be, but still
Level
like
2
armor, good damage.
Blood
Going
grenade.
for Notice. There's the blood grenade. Notice dropping low, has the stick charges, trying to run himself away. A couple of more hits are gonna take him down. Watson, you're gonna be going into the tower. No, he won't. He'll get the kill first. Seyush is a 0 armor hero next to a tower. Make it 3, but they're still not gonna be focusing on him. Entity, what a gameplay coming up from them.
What a move. I mean, instantly realizing this level 2 and bottom lane Kiritich is gonna get caught. Pops a acid spray, man fights, and it's so hard even for a DK to stand in this.
Impossible. When you have 2 points in the Dragon's Blood, maybe, but with just 1, it's impossible. And it is like you said, bottom lane Kiritich is getting everything he needs, but still that top lane for me is the big win, as there will be another fissure. Kataomi is very good with these with this usage, but of course new trees. We haven't seen that many shakers. It's so easy to just run around it.
Yeah, Kataomi, one of the most underrated players for me in the scene even. But there's gonna be acid spray and double nuke from the CM, and Kiritich, luckily DK can sustain it. Top lane, yes, it's going so far so good, but lane is in a perfect position for VP. They can...
Doesn't have it yet. Seyush, have to be careful, dude. You can very easily die. As Razor got the third spell here versus the PA, I guess she can jump out, but at least 1 static click, even if you steal like 5-10 damage, it's nice.
I love seeing players adapt, and for me, during the draft, like this lane looked very hard, as Bane is not the strongest laner. PA also but they're just playing to their advantages, like being so aggressive early and making themselves have a lane, even winning it so far with the first blood.
We haven't talked about the mid, and Zeus is known as a hero who almost never loses mid. He probably never wins either, but versus a Kunkka, who is like one of the lane dominators in Dota, this is actually quite nice.
Yeah, just going even, as you said, getting this low 6 as fast as possible. It's gonna make a big advantage.
He just needs to have enough mana, of course. He is only 3/4 way through level 4, so we'll needing some more time before the Thunder God's Wrath, as Razor is being super annoying here with the Plasma Field, and there it is. They're pretty much equalizing the CS count here in the top lane. Nicely done by VP.
Still, PA, one of her biggest weaknesses is early game. And if she has a free game early, gets to her timing fast, we saw with the new builds, with the Revenant's Brooch, Rapiers, what's or not, she can delete everybody.
Yeah, that's the power
They're
of Watson,
making
who's coming forward. 15 wand charges though, that is quite dangerous. Avalanche, Sayush going on Watson, keeping him away, fighting the PA, jumping in. Watson will die for his troubles, but at least they do bring down notice first. Fishman, unfortunately, is the one who gets the kill, but overall, still a win for Entity.
I think it was a heads-up play, but bottom lane, Dragon Tail is gonna make the Alchemist stun himself. That was a dead Kataomi. Lovely played. I think heads-up play by Watson, understanding he's gonna die there, at least brings the Razor with himself into the grave.
That's quite nice. The thing is that the Zeus is approaching his level 6. Crystal Maiden in a lot of trouble, uses the sticks. The Breathe Fire is there. One more enchant totem, a couple of more hits are gonna do the job. And they have the stuns and the damage to get themselves another kill. Entity, a much better start. Here it is
much better.
looking pretty good.
Across the board, winning the top lane, even bottom lane slightly winning.
Kiritich stuns himself. Kataomi ready with the fissure, very nicely placed. He should not die here.
It's very hard to stop this Alchemist from farming early, but at least what you wanna do is have the farm on you.
Lane? No one? He's gonna die!
That
Nice, nice. That's what happens when you get level 6 first on the Kunkka. Sayush dropping low. Will be using all of his spells before he goes down. There's the tree toss as well as they have the sleep on the Razor.
50 seconds for the Zeus ulti. They're playing on it, I feel.
Yeah, they are. They just want him low. They need to
5,
take a little bit more of his life. Actually, he wants to kill him
4,
on his own. Watson,
3,
let it go.
2,
Bye-bye.
1. Bye-bye.
Boom.
He even tips him right before. Oh, style points for no one.
That was so funny, man. Just a blast of happening for the poor Razor. Nicely set up by Watson. Just 10 out of 10 play.
Yeah, Entity once again showing like they're fully into this early game. That they have improved their laning stage so much that they're doing so great with a lineup that shouldn't be doing as good.
You talked about the Alchemist, that he's gonna have like an insane amount of net worth, but Kiritich isn't doing too well. Like, what happened on bottom?
I think it was just Kataomi and DM. Just as we said, Fishman is gonna see him. Bane does have improved night vision. Kataomi catches FNG. One more spell. Squadix is deeping in.
Kunkka. Maybe he can change this. The boat is at the ready, but saving the Crystal Maiden is going to be impossible. Here comes the boat. Kataomi will get caught by it.
Oh, nice Lotus.
Tidebringer, when using it on a
Fishman is
target,
here.
not that big of a deal. Unstable Concoction flying only onto the Dragonite. That's a high armor hero. Squadix in a lot of trouble. The Tidebringer gets used. He has the 21 charges. He has the Fairy Fire as well. Kiritich in the vicinity waiting. That's going to be a Tidebringer getting a kill. Here comes no one. The sleep is there. And DM is the one who gets the kill. It felt like Fishman wanted to get that kill for himself with the sleep.
I mean, he wanted to save the Kataomi, but a huge play. They're gonna spot Fishman. Still, some pro players forget about the tower vision.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, it's gonna be found by FNG. has the Nightmare, decides not to use it. Seish coming over, they toss him, not running towards the tower, so he's gonna be taking a little bit longer. He might even run himself away. Now, nice usage there.
Yeah.
Use the spell, wake up the Tiny, Seish gets the kill.
2k lead at minute 840 versus the Alchemist. Make it a little bit more with this D word.
Everything is working the way of Entity in this game. Watson, how is... I mean, looking at his net worth, it's amazing, but his Battle Fury is also going to be in a pretty decent timing. Again, Katomi with a beautifully placed Fissure noticed is going to get stunned up until no one deals more than enough damage. Here goes the boat.
Oh,
There's 4 heroes, the sleep save.
That's why
Nice.
you don't let Fishman play the Bane. I mean, it's not so insane, but you love to see it. The guys using the sleep almost to perfection.
Yep. Saves his buddy. All 3 of the cores of Entity topping the network chart. Look at the Razor and the Alchemist, and we both agree that these side lanes should be strong for VP. They got demolished.
Yeah, pretty much demolished. This is how demolished looks like. I guess it's just Entity outplaying them, because I think the hero matchups are at the worst case 50-50.
Take a screenshot, Milan, of this, because if one day we make a book about Dota, we need to have an example of demolition. And
I'll remember
this
it.
is okay.
10-minute
okay,
rune.
that's,
It's gonna be bottom, so neither mid laner is gonna pick it up.
FNG denied it, so nobody is gonna be running fast with the haste. That's gonna be taken out. Nicely done by FNG. He is only level 5, not much more than that. This is VP are struggling.
Double Windlace. A new meta.
Does it work?
Of course it
Works,
doesn't.
No.
Oh, way too broke if it worked.
Oh boy, FNG.
It's okay.
Two
Soon
laces.
enough. Tranquils and drums are coming. Give it 10-15 minutes.
Sure.
I mean, he should backpack one. It happens to me, but hold that thought. Smoke into the triangle. Bane is low 6, but Tiny is going to break a smoke, and with the obs on the
Nice.
high ground, gonna put a stop. 5 heroes on the top lane, and this Entity early game. This is what they do. They just bring everybody, try to be as aggressive as they can.
I mean, they have a Blink Dagger on DM, so can most definitely catch somebody there with that smoke. They are just going to be staying in the enemy triangle. They have good vision there. Take away their farm. Kunkka and the Alchemist would love to farm there. It's just not going to happen. And again, Entity have this really aggressive vision. Look at the 3 wards. It's literally only on the VP side. They don't care about defending their side at all.
Yeah, but really big play from the VP to dodge these moves. It's not easy. So they kind of gain net worth while Entity is failing them. 12-minute rune. Top tower is gonna get poked. Maybe even killed. Yeah, not even close. 12-minute rune. Kunkka is gonna play for the bottom one. 50-50. Squarex did pray yesterday to Gaben a lot. Maybe not today so much.
Radiant's top tower
Yep,
is under attack.
you need to pray to him every single day before you go to bed, after you wake up, if you want those runes.
What I would do when this mistake happens to me with double Windlace, I would always backpack one, just to prove that I'm not that stupid. You know, if someone's watching, I'm not that stupid. I just misclicked. Always backpack the other one.
That's the thing. You care what others think, right? And FNG doesn't.
Yeah.
FNG doesn't care about other people's opinions.
Unless it comes to his hair, probably.
Yeah, when they were talking about his luscious hair, then he just cut it off. Don't fall under pressure this time around. Keep your long hair. Long-haired men are the best. Sorry, Truman. I mean, it is what it is. As Seyush, he wants to blink. It's actually quite close to it. Razor will get caught again. Notice he's trying to
Zuzult
get
is
back
ready.
into this game. Not
Tip him
best.
before you kill him.
Not it's not gonna be enough.
Of course, he doesn't tip him, was gonna kill him, but it was very close with his. If there was one more Dragon Knight hit, probably would be enough. But anyhow, such aggression from Entity. With the vision they place, as you said, they're keeping the tempo up, but this Alchemist is making the network almost same. Oh, Seyush, toss back, or
He can grab him. Fishman too
only
speedy.
low one toss. It's a little bit of a smaller range.
I still remember the days. 8-second cooldown on the toss, 1100 cast range, level 1. You come to the mid lane, you toss the mid laner back, then you block him for 7 seconds, you toss him back again. It was the best feeling in the world.
Shout out to Jerax. Tiny air lanes in Venta.
Oh, the PA is at the top of the network chart. She has a Battle Fury and has a huge stack in the graveyard area that is farming at the moment, so that's gonna be an even bigger deal. This Alchemist only now finishing the Radiance, 14 minutes, not the best. This Fishman gets X'd, Torrent, and finally they caught him. Will use the Nightmare, buy himself half a second of time, and ultimately die to the damage of the Kunkka.
A nice kill to open map a little bit. They're gonna go for this top tower, and Entity is gonna decide to go away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As
So
will
how are things
VP.
looking to you now? Right, after the laning stage, VP didn't do too well, but now 1k gold lead, it has evened out. Does Entity have too big of an advantage?
I think they weathered the biggest storm on the side of Entity, but there's still some other to come. Most importantly, this Blink dagger timing on the Alk, or a BKB and a BKB on the Razor, Blink on the Tiny. These are some things that are gonna be coming out fairly soon for the side of VP. It's not all over for them, but if the game goes in the same state, where both teams are just farming, PA tends to get too strong, you know, and Nota's gonna get caught, sleep there. 4 heroes surrounding
Here comes
him.
no one. He is literally sandwiched from all sides, and his path towards home will be cut off. There's a Yasha Kaya on the Zeus.
I haven't seen that item in professional play ever. Maybe a one time on a Spirit Breaker as a 6th item.
Yeah, and I think Dota is trying to send us a message because he has 1,322 HP. So that might be what's going on here.
I think it's just the pit stop, but Fishman not gonna get the Nightmare off. It's just a pit stop to a Manta, right? Buys a Kaya first for farming, then buys the Yasha, and then finishes the Manta.
That makes sense, I guess. Watson, though, is he going to be going for a BKB next? Exactly, that's what he wants. DM, Manta on the menu. When you have a Zeus Manta and a DK Manta, the lanes are going to get outpushed so much. And Virtus.pro, they're the ones that want to hunt.
Yeah, they have some of their timings, and most importantly, Tiny Blink. Don't know if Alchemist is going Blink or BKB. They wanna make a move.
He's going BKB first. There's the ulti from the Zeus. The Blink Dagger is done on the Shaker as well, so that's also something that you're gonna have to keep in mind if you're Virtus.pro. Though I have to say, once you have the Torrent Storm, you do have some kind of a combo breaker for the Shaker. So he jumps in a good echo, and there might be a Torrent waiting for him.
Recipe away. So is PA. You never wanna see enemy carry on pair with the farm with your Alchemist. It's a sign of bad things if you're Alchemist team.
Very, very bad things. A lot slower game than in the previous one, and I think it does come down to Virtus.pro having this snowbally type lineup that really lost the laning phase. Now you just have to farm. You don't have a choice, but you don't naturally want to do it. Whilst Entity, they're enjoying themselves, I think, right now. They haven't lost a single tower. They're farming as much as they want on their PA. They are ahead versus the Alchemist, as you mentioned. I mean, it's pretty much a perfect scenario at the moment for the Dire side. When do you go, though, Milan? And who goes first? That is the real question.
Yeah, as I said, it's some of these items. 80-minute room. It's gonna be a contested, and Zeus is going to get a shield rune, so a very, very tanky Zeus. They know about that board. They try to devour it right now, it's gonna be a problem. So when you go, it's the blink on the Alchemist and BKB and the Torrent Storm on the Kunkka, plus preferably a BKB on Razor. Oh, Kataomi?
They're gonna have all of it fairly soon, so we'll see how fast. There is a fissure on FNG who wants to get that wave down. Nice.
What an annoying guy. Like,
Kataomi has played this game so well.
It's just so annoying when you're a support, you spend so much time and gold to devour these wards, and it's finally time to get your reward, and there's some Kataomi denying a ward in front of the art. Watson gonna get caught for a moment. Links out should be fine.
Nobody
That's the key in the fight, but hold that thought. Fishman gets caught. Toss back into an X mark, a weird X mark placement. They get the combo. He should be just a free kill. And the bottom lane CM died.
The 1-for-1. No big deal overall. They did get Fishman kind of dizzy.
They want more. PA has a BKB too. They want to get the notice.
Notice is gonna get caught. He doesn't have a BKB just yet. Zayush comes in to save him with the avalanche. And you don't have the Thunder God's Wrath. You just went for it. Is that boat is coming for the Zeus. No jump out. He has that shield rune. It's gonna get ran through. Heritage coming over. There's the Torrent Storm. Your Zeus is dead. Watson gets the kill. Another one will be the crit avalanche, keeping them in place. Kataomi. Oh, there's gonna be a TP out from the Alchemist. He thinks he can get out, but Watson with the crits finishes him off. X is there on the shaker. Kataomi doesn't care much about it as entity. They feel like they don't want to chase, and I can understand it. You got what you needed. Oh, Zayush, nice blink out just in time.
That's pretty quick. And I mean, they just don't have the damage. They use almost everything on Kunkka and Tiny and CM on the Zeus. And with the shield rune, he lives so long. Yes, they get him in the end, but at what price? The price of Alchemist and Razor for the PA. PA got the double kill. Gonna be finishing up the Dazzle right after the BKB, I feel like.
He wants the brooch.
He wants the brooch, right? I'm too old, man. In my days, we used to buy the Desolator. Now the new kids, the rank 1 kids.
Not a boomer, please. Please, boomers, just stop.
They just get a brooch.
Yeah, but he's approaching level 18. For me, that's the biggest one. Level 18 PA is really when the damage
BKB is on cooldown for 30 more seconds, but they cannot... Can they pass between these 3 towers without breaking? Yes, of course they can. BKB on cooldown. If he gets caught, he might die, but...
Blur is such a stupid spell. They're gonna have him. They let it go, and here comes the bolt. They got him. Watson is dead.
And a
big
wisdom
kill
rune.
for sure.
Wow.
Oh, that is
what
huge.
A move. They can get the Tormentor too if they're really brave. Razor, one of the best heroes in the game at taking it with the minus armor. They'll decide to go for the tower.
Versus Shaker, it would be too risky. Imagine you clump up there and he uses the Echo, he's just gonna kill all of you. SquadX is waiting for somebody to make a mistake, but Entity are not gonna be falling for this.
I mean, a very, very, very quick play from the VP using this downtime of the BKB.
Catching Watson, that's his first death of the game. No, actually second death. He did die once in the top lane when he jumped to kill the Razor. But either way, has been alive for a very long time. Still at the top of the network chart. Will this Alchemist ever regain his top spot? He finally has a blink, but with that low armor on the Alchemist, this is a problem.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If they win one fight, Heritage stays alive for sure. He's gonna go on top, but 4-man small, Heritage is dead.
They got him. Just so much stuns, especially when Kataomi comes over. Doesn't even need to use the Echo. That's how much they think of this Alchemist. Not a lot. Much easier to bring him down than Watson.
What do you build on the Alchemist to deal with this PA? And defensively, I think there's no item.
Blade Mail. It has to be a Blade Mail.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A flashback to a Boston Major where some player built a Blade Mail. Was it a Sumail against... It was a no-one sniper. And I think...
Versus Sumail.
Versus
yes.
Sumail.
No, it was a Sumail sniper versus no one. I think it was that
Maybe
way, because
chat can tell us, but it was something
probably
along the lines. It was some late game Blade Mail. It was some next level
Alchemist
shit.
versus Sniper, definitely, as Squadix leading the charge. I do see Fishman, there's the X, but he has the Nightmare if he wants to dodge it, and of course he's gonna dodge it because he's way too good. They're still gonna let him die, none of his team is coming over with a tidal wave, bring him in the river. Well, he will freeze to death from the freezing field. Notice is the one who gets the kill, no one continuing to farm steals the enemy's Ancients.
Katami is not gonna catch Seiyush. They're gonna spot him.
Yet.
Stampede, please. No, no need. What Echo Slam into a DM stun. He should be just dying to a Watson.
Here comes the Watson.
And Brooch is done.
That's a problem. That is a problem. I want to see what's the... So Alchemist physical resistance is 43, magic is 30%. It's not really that big of a deal. Once you pop the BKB, you're actually better off if the Brooch is turned on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's still built out of Sacred Relic, so gives him a damage nonetheless. Even if he pops the BKB, he's gonna be dying to this PA. As you said, level 19. Approaching level 20 with the Aegis, he's gonna be almost unstoppable.
So Alchemist isn't going for a Blade Mail, but both the Kunkka and the Razor have those. And that is where you could make a mistake. So Watson is gonna have to think twice before he jumps into a fight.
They just have so much lockdown. Either he's just gonna wait it out, or he's gonna be killing them before they get a chance to pop it. It's so much easier for the guy that's attacking the Blade Mail target to play around than the guy that has the Blade Mail to bait the PA to mess up. First Tormenta. Oh, nice shot. Lovely.
Yeah. Oh,
Love that
that's
one.
great. I think Seiyush is gonna be partying tonight. That's so sad overall. Wait, Blade Mail does have passively returns 20% of the damage dealt. So I've seen like multiple Blade Mails, and when the PA jumps in, just dies from all of them. That is gonna be a Kunkka caught, and as you mentioned, too much lockdown. This time around, the Blade Mail will not be used, and that's an easy grab for Entity.
Passively reduced or reflected a lot of damage there.
Yeah, the PA was in a lot of trouble. I
Almost
agree, I
died on
agree.
PA twice.
As they will push on the bottom lane. Tier 2 with the first Aegis. You want to at least open up the map a little bit more. We'll be able to do it. Zeus also has the BKB. So if it is a fight, the Zeus is a strong right clicker as well. It is not only Watson.
Echo Slam.
Echo. Follow-up stun, Avalanche to stop them, allows Notice to get the BKB off. He's gonna try to go for Kataomi, doing so much damage to him, and no one is in so much trouble, has the BKB of his own, so we'll be fine. Fishman was in the vicinity. Seiyush just let go of his buddy. Traitor.
As he had to, but at least he gets the Shaker. Still a better trade for Entity, and all this time, PA is farming, getting to this Kanda. Any Kanda enjoyers in the chat, but Fishman is gonna catch. Yes, no grip, but DM is around with no one to double spell into Manta or stuff.
Good Avalanche?
Still should be dying.
Nah, he cannot blink out the corrosive.
nice!
Oh, actually, that's a bait, and with the unstable concussion going in onto DM. Here comes the boat as well, bringing DM back. Actually, he misses on it. Oh, the Kunkka making a mistake, and here's the big boy. Watson gets a double, and he wants more. Kiritich isn't done. He wants to find the Zeus. Will be missing on
spots
the
him.
blink. Now gonna be stunning himself. Didn't pop the BKB, and that's gonna be a problem. Only one crit. Goodbye, DM. Finishes him off, but we all know who did the majority of the damage. It was Watson, who is looking for more. Noticed. Ready or not, here I come.
Come here,
And if
little
you are
kitty.
found-
But he doesn't see him, so gonna spot him on the way. Should be escaping, but DM is gonna go for a chase. Only a few creeps away from a level 18 alongside Aghanims and Manta. Like, VP didn't have enough problems already.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about options for Virtus.pro in this game. Like, what needs to happen? How does it need to happen? How does the fight need to start for you to have any chances? As we are looking at Notice, which is dying.
Notice.
It seems to have been too hard of a question for Milan.
He just... it's a moment of silence for this Razor.
Okay.
He's having a rough one. Give him a little break. So is FNG gonna be deleted. 3, 2, 1.
Watson? Oh, he decides to delete the Tiny. Okay. Sayush dies for his captain, which is nice. Quadix spots the BKB. They don't have the Basher. He will be fine. Gets back to the base, but it's a newly bought BKB that does nothing for him. Looks kind of impossible for Virtus.pro, not gonna lie. I don't know if you see an opening for them. You lost all of your other towers. The late game of the enemies is much better. They are better at shoving in the lanes, better in team fighting. I don't see one thing that is going in VP's favor.
Me neither, my man. I'm trying hard to grasp for the solution. But what is it? We talked before the game started during the draft. If Entity reaches some sort of a mid to late game, their lineup is gonna be almost unstoppable, but we didn't account it to be with this amount of advantage. Even if game was, let's say, even in net worth, they would still be in a very, very good position, but right now it's like 90% chance for them to win. What does Gaben say?
It says 96 according to Dota Plus. So
maybe even 96.
Okay, we'll see. Virtus.pro, they're gonna take it one battle at a time. We are completely lost. Maybe they, in their minds, have an idea of how to play this game. Or maybe it's the idea is we have more stamina than these guys, so we just want this to last as much as possible.
Watson gonna use this blur to perfection probably the whole game long, and now he's gonna spot break the smoke first. Of course, it's the blur.
Oh
my god,
unfair. They're gonna be going to the Thunder God's Wrath.
This is
they
filthy.
see them all. Jumps to the side. Here comes the Dragonite illusions, hella annoying. Virtus.pro sent back to their base. The Dragon Tail connects. They have a Force Staff to save Noticed. Kataomi coming forward. He might blink in. Decides not to. Dragonite didn't give him enough vision.
A nice decision to blink out and not in. Because I just feel like only way back for a VP into this game is by Entity paving it, you know, by throwing it really, really hard. Jumping into tier 3, jumping into tier 4, using your spells for nothing.
Yeah, so they're gonna play it safe. Here comes the blurred PA. Still not gonna be able to be found. I still think that blur should be the same range as the smoke. It's not fair.
I mean, it looked really, really silly. I think VP was like, what the hell is happening?
And he's gonna have an Aghanim Scepter. We will have blur all the time. Toss back. Earthshaker has the Yules. Kataomi will get it off. There is an unstable concoction ready for you. Actually, they kill Kataomi before the stun can fly out. The rest of Entity get themselves away. So Virtus.pro, they get themselves a kill, but pushing out the lanes, that is a completely different story.
Any small kill matters. Not so much in this game, but it's a 1% more to win this game, I would say. You just need like 70 of these.
Okay, fair. Okay, finally now we've got an answer what needs to happen. So you need to kill Kataomi 70 times. Getting 83 kills in a game.
And not die a single time or so.
Okay. Okay, so that's a pretty grim situation. If Virtus.pro need to have 83 to 21 in a score to win, that kind of paints the story of this being a catastrophe for them in the game. And we mentioned it a couple of times. It really did start off as a catastrophe for them, especially on the top lane.
Rush on the menu in 1 minute 47 seconds. Pretty long spawn. I don't know who it favors. Probably in this game everything favors the Entity. Right now they're gonna find Kataomi again.
Okay, that's
69 times left.
Well, let's see. If they kill him, he got the Echo Slam off. Here comes Watson. Is that him with an AD rune? That is a problem. They get the stun on him. The BKB is going to be expiring. The stun is still on. The Frostbite is there. They want to kill him. Watson standing his ground and finding the sleep. Will allow him to survive a little bit longer. Kiritich takes him down. Okay, you definitely don't need 80 kills on the PA. Just a couple will do. DM, give me your damage. Notice he's staying away, pulling him in, leashing. A dragon will be made into his pet as Kiritich gets a double. That MKB... Actually, he doesn't have an MKB. He just killed the PA with the right clicks. Without it.
Yeah, I mean, without the BKB, he cannot fight, especially against the Torrent Storm that wasn't even needed in the end. And now... Dota answers the questions for us. The long rush spawn definitely favors Entity.
You mean Virtus.pro? I'm just kidding, the Entity, because they're gonna be coming back into the worlds of the living and will be able to contest that Roche. So now when you're a Kunkka, you see this. He wants a Hex, but I'm thinking you get a refresher. 6-second BKB of the PA. If she doesn't like annihilate the fight instantly, it's a problem. No one
BKB
has the
is
BKB
ready.
TP out. So he should
Try
be
to
fine.
deal some damage before he goes, but is that a mistake? Any
X?
X-Mark? Whoa, it was on the cooldown still.
He knew it.
I mean,
no one is a
I don't
Kunkka
think
player.
Refresher is the choice, but this BKB by no one should mean a rush for BP. If they wanna stay bottom, or if only they checked. I think they have damage to burst it in time, but it's gonna travel top. Do they try?
Sage
20 seconds? I think they go for it. Just save all the stuns for the last moment and don't let him leave the pit.
Oh, they're coming through the portal. They're coming through the portal, Milan. This is not going down fast enough. Entity?
You need the stuns. You need to keep him in the place. Guys. Tiny,
going.
come here. One Torrent. One
They're gonna
Avalanche.
stun him and not allowing him to leave. The Roshi wants to go away. Nope, not gonna be
He's
happening.
gonna drop the cheese too.
Easy.
Oh, perfect sequence.
All calculated, Milan there. I thought that Entity were gonna come through the portal, that they were gonna be like, yeah, we're not gonna be leaving this to chance, but Virtus.pro, just enough damage.
Because Roche wasn't roaring, they couldn't be sure if they're actually hitting it. There might be a situation where you go to Protel and all 5 VP heroes are ready and waiting just to kill them, and that would be like a total disaster.
Zeus ulti.
Zeus ulti would have helped, should have used it. Lag.
That's pretty unfortunate. Zeus is going for a Hex as well, Kunkka too. So a Bling Hex onto a target is a big deal. You always have the save on Fishman, but Hex is a pretty long disable.
It's not such reliable save, and I really like the Hex over Refresher, because as we saw in previous games, if he gets a Hex off into a Torrent Storm, like this PA may just not press the BKB, and that's a way for VP to win these fights.
Aghanim Scepter for a PA. Okay, so Hardcore Ninja. I know that you play Overwatch. Do you play Hardcore Ninja from time to time?
No, it's not Overwatch, it's Overthrow, but...
Nice. Overwatch is that game where you shoot.
I do play Overwatch from the time to time too. Anyhow, the Aghanims not only lowering the cooldown, but also dispelling on press, plus refreshing the spells, right? That's the part I like the most. And it's like Genji in Overwatch, you know? Whenever you kill a guy, it refreshes your dash.
And that's actually true. Yeah, I only played Genji. Like, if anybody in that game would play any other hero, I don't understand it. Like, why would you do it?
I don't want to say heroes I played, because it's pretty lame.
Okay. You were probably the guy with the shield. Anyways, Watson almost level 25. With the Kanda, Revenant's Brooch, and the Triple Strike Stifling Dagger, that's gonna be so much damage. So, Milan, can you try saying Triple Strike Stifling Dagger 3 times in a row, fast?
Unless you're using it and you have a vision of Tormentor, then it's gonna be deadly, but for you.
What about 2 Blade Mails? One on Noticed and one on the one on Squadix. They might come in handy now.
Especially if they're passive.
You're never gonna be letting that one go. But the Aegis, another 3 minutes. Oh, sorry, 2 minutes left
He
on
gets
it.
a ninja gear on PA. That's gonna be smoked forever.
I mean, PA is a ninja anyways, so...
Baked.
I don't know, I feel like he got it for the movement speed. You don't really need it. The blur cooldown is... Oh, it's actually 22.5 seconds. It used to be 10 seconds with an axe.
Nobody cares. Back to the game. 3-man smoke. They wanna use the sages. They wanna use the cheese. They wanna use the BKB timings on all these cores. Finds ability. No one would be a second best target. They're gonna find him. Blinks out.
Blink out! They saw the blink out. They saw the particles there, and he jumped away. Ogre Seal Totem, he is gone.
He did not press BKB. That was a
What
very,
a ballsy guy.
very ballsy guy. They're going gates. They're gonna catch Kataomi.
Wait, Watson
No.
is fine. He's level 25.
Did he take? I mean, I guess you 100% take that talent. I have not seen many PA games. Does anyone ever go for the other talent?
No reason to. If you have an Arcana, you instantly crit a lot more, so it doesn't really matter.
Radiant's
Makes
middle
sense.
tower is under attack.
Nobody goes for the right one. I have never seen it, especially once the Kanda Revenant's Brooch build was introduced.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
40 seconds on the Aegis, so they're not gonna get any kills, but the network lead is going to be coming back in the favor of VP.
There is a Hex on the Kunkka, no buyback, however.
Fishman?
Hex on the Zeus as well.
Fishman is thinking about it, but there's nobody there to help him, so...
Virtus.pro can't get out on the map. Like, look at it. Every single lane is being pushed in. You push in with the Blur, you push in with the Zeus, you push in with the illusions of the Dragonite. Even the Shaker is pretty good at shoving in the ways, being pretty safe. So, it is hard for them to make a play.
Yeah, it's very hard. They're gonna need to wait for some sort of objective or another big smoke.
The Aegis expires. It felt like Entity needed to dodge like 5 seconds and not 5 minutes, and there's another smoke from Virtus.pro, hoping that enemies are gonna be like, yeah, they don't have the Aegis, they're not gonna come for us. Those are just ninja gears. Yeah, it's not a full smoke anyways.
They see spells being used bottom, and Watson? Is he gonna see Seuss? Zeus ulti is there, Kataomi. Okay, they're gonna find each other. What?
No, they didn't see each other.
Definitely didn't, because I feel like Zeus ulti would come out instantly. And Watson,
He didn't have it. He didn't have it for 2 seconds.
looking for the opportunity. Dragons are going to start the siege.
The big black dragon is there. He doesn't have the Octarine just yet. Has a pike on the Dragonite, so you need to have some kiting potential to get yourself away from the static link. There's a smoke. They know their enemies are close. Kataomi links away.
Saw him.
So mobile.
Oh
There's
my
Delta from
god,
the
it's
Zeus.
just so hard. Just look at the minimap, look at the state of waves. It's just so hard to make any moves without it being super obvious. What
Teush
a
is hungry though.
dirty lineup on the entity, and Fishman has a Gamso. A much better kill than it seems at first. Like hacks into a torrent. Some teammates are here. PA, triple dagger into the blade mails, almost killed himself. If he critted twice, I think he dies.
Yeah,
No
he
joke.
actually dies. He actually dies. that was pretty scary for him. Don't crit, don't crit, don't crit, don't crit. Imagine you hoping for that. And also, I mean, Fishman knew he was gonna die. He saw that he was on top of a ward there with the gem, and well, gem going the way of VP now.
That might be a slight turnaround, to be honest. Like just not having some ward deep, not being dewarded by the game, because you lost it, might give an opening to VP.
When did they buy it though? They bought it four and a half minutes ago.
4.5 minutes ago.
Yeah, they need 4 minutes still.
I wanted to make that one up, and it actually turned out to be true.
Yeah, completely true. As Shaker, inside of that ninja gear, has the Yules to stop Squadex here. Yeah, nobody else is in the vicinity, and that they are coming from the side. Tension is there, blurred PA, sees noticed, instant blade mail, and run away. Virtus.pro, they don't want to be fighting this.
Oh! Oh.
Spooky. Spooky for Sayers there. Watson, he is not playing around.
What's the next on the menu after the Lincoln Sphere for Watson? Is it a rapier?
Does he need one?
I don't know.
I mean,
feel
Satanic
like,
maybe?
It's not a PA build if you don't have a rapier, if you ask me. One and
true.
smoke. Gonna? Ooh,
Ulti,
that's
Echo
a big
Slam?
one.
Especially because he doesn't have a buyback. They don't necessarily know this, but they're definitely going to be forcing it a little bit with these DK illusions. Oh, look at those daggers. They hurt so much.
Plus DK illusion, mid tower is gone. Zeus illusions, PA is gonna keep spamming, especially after this tower is gone. He can just walk up high ground alongside Kataomi. Fissure is coming with the PA jumping. Dead FNG has no buyback. 3v5.
They broke him. They broke him, but they're still not sure what to do. They're afraid of the Tiny tossing them in, especially pushing through the mid lane. Teush, he's being hunted. He doesn't know. Okay, he sees the fissure. Is he really this crazy? Please don't be that
He wants
crazy.
to kill the creep, but the one is gonna pass. I mean, good effort. Ooh.
That was close.
Very, very cheeky spot. Just because Tiny is so big, thought he's gonna see him. But nonetheless, still 3v5 for at least 20 seconds.
Crystal Maiden does have a buyback, so can come back into it if he wants to. You have one more glyph to buy yourself 7 seconds. Virtus.pro, they're gonna let this one go, it seems.
Radiant structures are
Glyph for the melee ones. DM doesn't want to go back. Here's the acid spray, level 25 on Kiritich. A lot of movement speed on this guy. They're gonna let it go finally. Delane of Rax in favor of Entity.
What is the other option? We always ask ourselves, like, what can you do besides letting it go? Freeze, Avalanche, some illusions, but these are just illusions, and PA is gonna say, guys, I don't care. I threw this game once. Now I'm just gonna go rush, and then we're gonna look to end it.
The Zeus is level 25, plus he got the AD rune. They don't even give it to the PA. They want no one to be the big beast. And
This is a Hail Mary smoke. I think this is the only option. Give it all that you have to this rush. They're gonna get spotted. Say you.
Yush. Bell going in. They are ready. They're so ready for this. Both the PA and the Shaker. One in the blur, other in the smoke.
Hex is ready on the Zeus.
Alchemist has bots too, so he's gonna be connecting to his team that way. As Roche dropping low, noticed. They do find no one, has the BKB, so he should be fine. Gets the Hex onto Sage, follow up Fissure. They do get the Dragon Tail as well, thinking about jumping on him. Has the Yules to buy himself some more time, but there will be a follow up Perch Shock as well. So dead for 69. Still not coming on the Alchemist. It's just giving an opening for the PA to finish Roche. It's gonna be an Aghanim Scepter Cheese. And an Aegis, of course. Who gets the Ags? Do you give it to the Zeus? Just to shove out the waves?
Probably the Bane. But
Bane one's great.
fish, man.
That
He has no
is-
grip though.
Yeah, but they have a follow-up Fissure there.
They have
Follow-up
Watson,
stun,
though.
Dragon Tail as well. BA's in the vicinity, doesn't care, will just jump in to finish him up. Does have a buyback over Hex on the Kunkka. On the other side of the map, no one is creating some chaos as well. 1 versus 3 almost kills the Kunkka. Now he's gonna be a little bit of trouble. Stop
No
his
TP.
TP, has the BKB, trying to run
No
away.
way
Notice, gonna be popping his ulti and will take him down. There it is. He gets the kill, huge one for their side. A blunder. A big blunder.
Is it big enough? At the end of the day, the Zeus might not even matter. Alchemist is that PA is alive, that's all that matters. FNG might get the lead at any second.
Just from the daggers, has the Glimmer Cape.
On
Sayush
next one is
coming
gonna be the
forward.
crit.
And they found a good target there with the Wind Waker gets himself to the high ground there. Kataomi had the Force Staff as well. Notice cannot finish him off as Watson in an uncomfortable position. The Lincolns was
Buyback
broken.
from
Nice
Alchemist.
fissure onto the three of them. Follow-up stun as well. Buyback from the Alchemist. Wants to go into the fight. Finds Watson, who still has an Aegis to work with. Meanwhile, Notice trying to get the Shaker again. The Wind Waker will keep him safe. Entity, they don't lose anybody, and they force the biggest buyback on the other side of the map. Now the stun onto Seiyush. They're going to be getting it again. Watson wants this kill. They have the Finch screen. They won't let him move. And that's going to be it for this game. As Watson now, he's not afraid of anything. That Blade Mail is hurting him slightly, but he still has the Aegis to work with as he is looking for more. GG will be called. It is 1-1 currently, and this is the way that we want our grand final to start.
1-1. It was just a Watson show from the beginning till the end. Besides that one throw bottom, Entity in full control of this game.
Oh, that was just looking good, and I like the Watson picture. He looks like he's looking down on you, like, yeah, I'm the best, and he really does look like the best. Beating that Razor lane, you and me talked inside of the draft that Razor and the Tiny are gonna be a big problem. They weren't a problem at all.
No, Noticed and Seiyush had one of the worst lanes so far in the tournament for them. We're used to see VP even dominate these lanes, at least going 50-50 as we said. But this time around, Watson and Fishman, they just did a great job.
They did an amazing job, and the panel, they did like this Entity draft, so they're gonna break down how exactly it came down to what looked like an easy victory.
Well, he ain't not rank 1 for nothing here, and Watson going to be able to lead the line for Entity, taking them into game number 2, getting that victory on the board. And it was just a really good showing there from the side of Entity. Great team coordination. The Bane catchers coming out with those Phoenix Griffin, not being able to get any interrupts on the side of VP. The damage that the PA did as well. I can't wait to see what the actual graph says when we get those team stats, because Watson just ran absolutely right here in game number 2. So Truman, looking at that second game, VP can't feel too hard done by letting Watson run riot like that, right?
No, it was definitely not exactly what I expected. I did expect Entity to win, but the laning stage went really bad, especially the side lanes for the side of VP, and considering their heroes and the draft that they played with, I kind of expected them to have a pretty good time on the side lanes, but Fishman really playing on his comfort in that top lane. Yeah, pretty much winning that lane for Watson made it really problematic. And one big thing that I do like is that it wasn't just the Watson show this time around. The item build of no one, even going for the Parasma, which is not an item I get to see on Zeus like ever, was a really interesting approach to his build, and he made so much space and cut so many waves and did so much damage on the Zeus this game that it was definitely a two-core kind of game.
Yeah, I love the Parasma. I think it synergized with the early Brooch on Watson as well. And I think we really gotta talk about the top lane. In a way, I feel like it got underestimated a bit. Bane is a really strong position 5. But what really kind of won the lane was the way that they just prioritized the first wave. They got the level 2. They really dove and pressured the Razor. And once you get to that point, once you give PA a great lane, this hero, that's the weakness of the hero. Kind of weak laning stage. Razor's supposed to be strong against it. Pretty interesting build from Notice. He didn't go for the static link, I think, until relatively late. So, yeah, obviously you can't go aggressive on the PA because she blinks out, but if she goes on you and you don't have it, it does make things a bit hard for you. But overall, I think Entity, as DK said, pretty much a teamwork. Sometimes it feels like they rely too much on Watson, but not this time. I think everyone played great.
Yeah, and did it come into the fights here? I mean, we're going to see the lockdown onto Watson in the highlights for a little bit, and they were able to get a couple of kills. But do you think the lack of an anchor point coming out for VP really hurt them in this game? Because it just felt like these fights were being spread out, being pushed across multiple areas of the map, and it just felt like Entity, they were able to disengage, find some good space and come back in, get catch-outs after the Avalanche, after that unstable concoction had come out, and they were just able to see out these fights over a longer period of time than I would have expected coming into this game number 2.
I think a big problem with the VP draft is last game they had 2 heroes that did a ton of damage. This game they did not. Razor is more as a counter to the PA more than anything. And Kunkka doesn't really do much damage, especially once BKB comes into play. Kunkka does no damage at that stage. And the Alchemist had no farm. His lane was so bad that it took too long for Kiritich to get enough farm. I mean, it's surprising to me that he even outdid the damage of the Crystal Maiden that game, because Kiritich just had no way to play.
Yeah, I agree. Just looking at Entity, like, I don't feel like if you play this draft 10 times, this is a very common scenario. I feel like you're supposed to trade even on the Alch lane, probably win the Razor lane, or also get even. So that's kind of an outlier scenario, and they just snowball out of it. Not a lot of mistakes coming from Entity. Here or there, it felt like VP could have come back, but as he went late, they just didn't have the tools, I think. Especially the Kank, as DK said. This hero is the only hero that can prevent PA from one-shotting people, because you need those bolts to be used in the beginning of the fight. But it felt like it was so easy for Entity to poke and reset the fights that if the Kanka is dead, they could just continue the fight. If you don't kill, you reset and you go again, and they just slowly peeled keeping that game.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of action already with that 3rd place and with the 2 games already in the finals. But if you want to keep up with everything that's going to be happening in the future, you can use that QR code that's just appeared on the screen right there to make sure you follow all the OneWin social channels. And I mean, the spring series is only the start here for OneWin. So not only the Dota, there's going to be many more esports events to come for the rest of the year. So use that QR code on the screen. Make sure you're following all the OneWin social media channels to see when and what is going to be coming up in the future. And what is going to be coming up in the future is game number 3 here for VP as well as Entity. And how do you reset after that one? Because you did take a really good game number 1 on the side of VP, but game number 2, like you said, it wasn't just the Watson show. There was some good play all the way through for Entity, and it just felt like, VP never really got off the board, and we saw it though with the hero damage. So do you just take a breather, 5 minutes, get your meditation going, get some quick yoga in there before you come back into game number 3, do you think, Truman?
Yeah, I think right now you forget about that game. I think their game plan there was win early, they lost early, and then the game is going to be really tough. They had a little bit of a throw on the side of Entity, so that does make things look very cheerful there for VP going forward into the next game, because it's an even series, and it does also feel like an even series. I think the drafts are pretty important, but both these teams can play really well. I think all they need to do is just quickly reset, get something to drink, and then head on towards game number 3.
Yeah, and Bowie, do you think, because we've seen Entity in these best of 3s played really fast, they've played some great Dota, but do you think they can't sustain it? And did we lose? No, he's blinking. Okay, it's just that concentration on your face. I wasn't sure, but yeah, do you think they're going to be able to sustain the speed that they've got coming into a full best of 5? Because that's going to be a long day, very tiring for the players. So do you think they can keep up this pace here on the side of Entity if it goes to the full 5 games?
Of course they can. They're gamers. They are at the top of their game. Okay, we're talking about the upper echelon, the creme de la creme of European Dota. I think this is just a walk in the park for them, right? Only one series in the day. This is easy for them.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to play out in the 3rd game to come up. But first, we are going to take a 5-minute break and be back with the 3rd game here in the Best of 5. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Spring series, and we're going to get started here with game number 3. And don't worry, Truman, no one saw it. Perfect timing there, absolutely awesome. But as we get ourselves into game number 3, we see it's already going to be 1-1 here between the two teams. Both teams coming into this one even. And what do you think they're going to try and do here in this third game, to try and set themselves apart from the other one? Because Virtus.pro had a really great game number 1. That Mars combination with pretty much everything up against the Meepo was the jumps coming in, Gyrocopter ruining the entire Entity side with his rapier, and then the Lina at right click damage there as well, just absolutely mental. But Entity fight back in game number 2 and make it just a little bit more interesting, get us to that full 5-game series a little bit closer. And coming into it, game number 3, who are you looking at to make another surprise here in this draft here, Bowie? Maybe spring another trap in this third game.
I think, honestly, for Entity, I want to see them having less surprises and actually just playing a bit more of a normal game. I think the difference when they try to cheese their way with kind of a forced meepo in game 1 and game 2 was so much different. You could see that they just draft good lanes. I mean, their lanes weren't even that good, and they outplayed VP, and they had a relatively smooth path to victory. So I think, if somehow you end up in a position where you can cheese, that's okay. But I don't want them to try too hard, I think, to outsmart VP. It always feel like they have, for sure, the skill to get good lanes, and even if they don't, just win a game where they have the late game.
Yeah, and moving through into this next draft as well, do you think that VP, we've seen these Terrorblade bans coming out, we've seen the bans up against specifically Watson here for the side of Virtus.pro, the Morphlin bans, the Monkey King bans. Do you think you need to focus a little bit more on the rest of the team here, Truman, or do you think that it is right to try and force Watson into a little bit of a corner in this draft?
Well, currently there is some drilling happening in a house nearby. I think the plus side is that most of the time you can just focus Watson, but we saw in the previous game that no one, he has been playing a lot of the Kunkas DK mids, the more stable, you are a bulky dude, no one can touch you kind of mid laners, but he also has a lot of experience behind him, and him playing as a secondary core for the team definitely paid off this time around. I think that was the thing that VP was lacking. Squadix really not on a damaging hero, and I think they're really going to need to get Squadix to pick up that as well, so that we can have a bit of more of a game, because Squadix is a really capable player. But unfortunately, he didn't really get the tools to show what he's made of in game number 2.
Yeah.
Okay, and we see the bans coming out. Sorry, just to get us into the draft.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I fully agree. It feels like Squadix, in my opinion, he works better with the role that no one kind of picked up for himself in game number 2. I feel like he wants to be a little bit greedy. Whereas for no one, he can play that, but I also feel like he's more versatile. When he is the one playing Kanka, he goes for the selfless builds, and they can also make it work with Watson, which is why I do feel like in that way, Entity is a bit more versatile with the play styles that they can roll out. Whereas for VP, the times I've seen them really look good, it's when they kind of outgrid the enemy team, at least slightly. Surprisingly, though, they didn't outgrid them and lost the lane. So I hope that for that game, they just a little bit of a mistakes here and there. But I don't think you're supposed to lose those lanes. So, and they've been playing the lanes pretty well the entire tournament. So, it happens. A little bit of a mistake here and there. Now, for this draft, Entity yoinking the Tiny, but it does end up with a couple of heroes open. I think the first one is probably the NP that we saw Virtus.pro play a lot. It did get banned in some of the games against them. I wonder if they're going to try and pick that up, the position 4 NP.
I saw it in game number 1. Was very capable as well, always being able to get that man advantage in the lanes going with good TPs. They did ban out the DK this time around, so finally we don't get to see a DK in our games, which is one of the slightly more dull heroes in Dota, but Kunkka will take its spot. It seems the question is VP gonna go back to the Squadix mid Kunkka or drop that one to the offlane?
Yeah, because it felt like you said, Squadix has a bit of a better impact, a bit of a bigger impact when you do what Milan says. You pick up these red items. You get yourself the Daedalus, you get that Satanic coming out. You do put out a lot of right-click damage, and you put a lot of pressure on as well. So maybe the Kunkka, we're going to see this as the offlaner here, so it's going to offer the control to the team fights. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Virtus.pro go back for a big damage dealer in the mid lane. Maybe even change up a little bit, go for that Shrek that we see coming out, as well as the lifesteal will be banned out here from Entity and the Naga Siren here. So Virtus.pro, how are they going to answer back to this one? And again, Entity, first game, Gyrocopter really impressive. So game number 2, game number 3, they've taken this one out first phase as well, not even giving Virtus.pro the opportunity to pick it up in the first phase. So Virtus.pro, I really wonder, what else they've got up the sleeve here coming into game number 3, if they do have, another surprise core that they want to pick out.
Yeah, another hero that ended up going through, I think in game 1 VP banned first phase was Terrorblade. And that one is a tricky hero because Kiritech's win rate with TB last year, 30%. He's very successful with a lot of heroes, but that is by far his lowest win rate. And we all know that Watson is a Terrorblade beast. So what is actually the plan here? Do you pick it and flex it? Do you leave it? Like, is this Kunkka core supposed to be kind of a safeguard against the Terrorblade you're giving away? Because with the Lifestealer being banned, I feel like Entity, they're kind of setting themselves up for a really good 18 Terrorblade if everything stays the same.
I do like the Techie's pick. It is technically a bit preemptive to the Terrorblade. In case this is a safe lane Terrorblade, you blow him up in seconds as the Techies, and in case this is a +4 Terrorblade, kind of the same. He just hates magic damage. It's gonna be the Terrorblade on the Entity side. Still flexible. I know Fishman has played it +5 a lot recently, so they might even go that route, which would be interesting to see, but I would still expect this to be a tiny position 4 for Kataomi and probably the DM Venomancer, as we have seen time and time again.
Yeah, I feel like if there's a hero that's not going to be flexed, is the Venomancer. I feel like pretty much it's always him playing it. I do agree about the Terrorblade. I hope it's a support. I think Watson is a great Terrorblade player, but this is so early. Just picking it right now in the draft. I honestly like it as a Kunkka response as well, because the fight's gonna happen in that one place where the X target is. It's not that easy to set up and get a Sunder off. Maybe get some clutch plays because the Kunkka, it kind of reset because the Kunkka kind of thrives on the fight continuing after you get a pick off. But if you save someone, the fight does get a bit longer.
And I thought I'd seen this draft before, it was the Entity versus Mouse, just the winner's bracket best of 1. Entity picked up the Venomancer, the Terrorblade, the Tiny. They also went for the Pangolier and the Undying here as well. As Virtus.pro, they go for that Sven. So going to be a good hero to deal with the illusions that come out on the Terrorblade, as long as he has a way, to get past that evasion. If this is the core Terrorblade that Watson will build into, but Entity, they've run the core of this draft before here, these 3 heroes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back for the Pangolier in this next pick, but maybe run a different support. But yeah, they have run this one to great success. It took them 32 minutes 32 seconds to beat out Mouse. What was the actual score? Let me take a look at what the actual score was. It was 29 kills to 7, and it was a really good game for Entity. That was the Bloodseeker game there for Mouse that didn't quite work, but Entity looked incredibly in control with this draft coming in that best of 1.
Yeah, that was the last pick, Undying, as well. They pretty much ran over their lane and then ran over the game. He got a decent timing on the shard, and so you got the saving tool. I think that was a very important one to play with. Undying wouldn't be necessarily a bad pick this game, considering the heroes that have been chosen so far for the Entity side and the Virtus.pro side. Actually, it wouldn't be too surprising if he does go for it. You are playing against 2 strength heroes from VP. Speaking of that, Entity might look to something that has percentage-based damage. Venomancer, of course, does have that, especially as Aghanim Scepter later down the line, but that takes quite some time to make that happen, because the Virtus.pro heroes are going to be very tanky. And Terrorblade is a great hero. I guess Sunder is a nice way to deal with those very tanky heroes, but it gets a little bit scary once they get this bulky.
Yeah, I love the position Virtus.pro is in the draft right now. When you look at the core-to-core matchups that are possible, if they don't want to play this Terrorblade as carry, Void jumps like by far one of the best heroes you can have against Ven. But I think I mentioned in the other game, it is the worst win rate for Watson. He has like an 18% win rate with Faceless Void in last year. So not really at all a hero that they were successful on Entity. Now I have to choose. Do you just play this Terrorblade and you get kind of a mediocre support last pick? Maybe couldn't go for like an Oracle type hero. But honestly, knowing Fishman, he has 15 Terrorblade games. He has a decent experience with it. I wouldn't mind seeing this Terrorblade support and you find a hero for Watson. Can we see a Pudge? Is Pudge good enough for this game?
Ooh, Pudge would be a very interesting choice here. Doesn't really care that much about the damage output from the Virtus.pro hero so far. Just munches away at the Sven with his ulti. I mean, it could be a very nice surprise. Laning-wise, should also be pretty A-okay for the most part. I think it gets a little bit dicey if this is both the Nate's Prophet and the techies are pretty annoying to lane against, especially if you have a position 5 Terrorblade. Position 5 Terrorblade doesn't really do that much against them, which is the only scary factor. I was thinking maybe you could go for another round of Bane. If you're feeling like it. It still hasn't been banned out. They get rid of the Undying. If they go Bane, you have again the Kunkka save from the X mark. You get a Fiend's Grip on the Sven. You take him out of the entire fight. They still have quite a decent amount of options here for Entity.
Wait, you mean Bane for Entity, right?
Yeah. And then just play safe lane TB.
Yeah, I mean, you are playing Bane into Kunkka, though. I feel like you're going to get the benefit of the lane being strong, but controlling the Sven, it's probably going to be impossible. There's a chance he's in peak as an Orchid as well. Like, there's so much AoE disable against the Bane that I think it's going to feel like that last pick Undying we talked about. Like, it's not a hero, a support that will scale at all in this game. A game that could go late, just looking at the heroes. Not that much push coming from VP. Entity has a bit more. But,
I think Entity likes to play this earlier with the DM Venomancer.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah.
So maybe find something. They even banned the Undying on the side of Virtus.pro and the Luna. So you could technically also play the Tiny 5. That's also been done quite a decent amount. Not recently, if I don't remember, but a couple of months ago they played Tiny 5. And then you could still play the TB4. However, yeah, even Virtus.pro doesn't know what Entity is going for. They banned the Undying, they banned the Luna. It could be same for Entity. They banned out Darkseer, they banned out the Puck. What's gonna get picked here? Both sides have no idea.
Yeah, Watson doesn't really have a lot of Medusa games this year. I mean, I think Dusa, if you want to play this...
Oh, it is going to be the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind then. I don't even need to... Virtus.pro, they've got themselves this final pick, so they're going to be coming in again just under 30 seconds here. They're going to be able to have had a long discussion with Entity, taking their time here in that final Bane pick. But what are you looking at here? A mid laner for Virtus.pro, maybe potentially? Or do you think you put that Kunkka in the mid lane up against the Pango and look for another off laner here? I like Storm for them this game. I feel like you have Fiend's Grip, but there's so much cancel for the Fiend's Grip that, and a lot of reach as well, that you don't care about it. Oh. Okay, it's going to be the Zeus, though.
That's not that bad, actually. You get the Aghanim Scepter on Zeus, and you always have an interrupt for the Fiend's Grip. at one point, and we saw how effective no one was in that last game on
Wait,
the
I mean-
Zeus. It is flat damage against Terrorblade as
You
well.
think
which
Squadix
so
is gonna
good.
go for Eggs? The guy that rushes Maelstrom on Lina every game? I think this is gonna be a lighting hands all the way. I think he's gonna be really greedy, which we kind of talked about. We wanted, right? He would definitely like damage game number 2.
Yeah, and definitely the lightning hands. We'll see if he's going to be able to diamond hand it as well coming into this third game. Whether it is going to be the victory for Virtus.pro or Entity. Can they go 2-1 up here? Well, Bowie, how are you feeling about the draft now that it's on the board? Who are you backing in game number 3?
I really prefer Virtus.pro draft. I feel like they forced this TB way too early. Definitely enough counters here on the side of VP. Entity has decent lanes, and as DK said, they can snowball from this Venomancer from the Bane lane. But if they don't get amazing lanes, I really feel like it just gets nastier and nastier as the game develops.
Okay, and Truman, who are you backing here? Game number 3, both drafts on the board.
It's really tough. Honestly, last time they played about the same similar draft, I was doubting it completely. So I gotta go with Entity just because of that fact. I can't doubt them 2 times in a row with about the same draft. Yeah, the only thing that I'm a little bit worried for is the Terrorblades game. I think that they have plenty of damage to kill off the TB, especially the Zeus added in, but it is Watson. If he manages to ball through the laning stage and survive everything, yeah, I think they should be in a very comfortable spot on Entity.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to go. Game number 3, it is a best of 5, so it's not over just yet. Even if Entity win this one or VP win this one, we will be able to see at least one more game to come. And we're going to have 2 great casters. Hint, Milan, this is where you turn on your camera as we get ready to get into game number 3 here of Entity versus VP. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob.
Oh, he is gonna be honoring us with his
It is
presence.
for
and
Rob.
also, oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That was probably meant for his girlfriend, Rob, but now it's gonna be meant for you. But we have a bit of a torn opinion there on the panel, Milan. So, care to chip in with your thoughts?
I think this is the most exciting draft so far. Like seeing the Venomancer from the DM. We saw it once in this tournament. Few times in the public matchmaking. He has 100% win rate over the last week. 5 games, never lost with it. Demolished Mouse early into this tournament. Now versus the VP. I feel like this is the final boss. This is the final test. Is Veno good?
Do you think I'm kind of feeling like if VP wins this game, that they've beaten Entity's comfort? Because this seems like Entity comfort all through, all the way. And for me, this game can make or break the final. Probably the most important one of the series thus far.
Yep. I mean, they have all the favorite heroes, as you said. Level 30 TB, level 30 Veno, almost level 30 Pango. And Bane. They're gonna start 3 bottom, try to block this wave. Fishman is gonna be taking some harass. Here comes Seyush.
Let's see who's stronger. Fishman turns around. FNG taking so much damage. They will get the first blood. Fishman very far there, still keeping him alive. Not for long. Kiritich next on the menu. The blood grenade is there. A couple of more hits. Has the fairy fire. 3 stick charges as well. Will be fine. Entity,
misses the full
they get themselves
wave
a first
almost.
blood.
Kiritich. He missed 2 creeps of XP full. Oh, this is so good for the Entity side. Not only they get the first blood, but they get the perfect lane control. Plus the missed XP. Oh, this bottom lane might turn into a disaster.
Oh, FNG is a genius though, blocking Kateomi so he doesn't block the camp. This is okay now because you do have a pool camp. It would have been a disaster if that was taken away as well.
Definitely a little bit better. We'll see. DM and Kataomi, they are playing these lanes to perfection almost.
Well, last time was pretty solid for them versus the Alchemist, but top lane, Watson and Fishman, they played the top lane in the previous game amazingly well, and here they're doing the same thing. They're pushing in the wave, getting level 2 first, applying pressure for denies on the Terrorblade. It's looking amazing for them once again.
Yeah, 1-for-1 on this Kanka. Even Bane was not there at the start. I mean, Watson, rank 1 laning, rank 1 spell usage, rank 1 rotations. This guy can do it all.
That's just how it goes, as mid lane Squadix is dropping low. He now just dodged a swashbuckle. We didn't see it on the screen, but overall the mid lane is at least in CS even. Nice sidestep from Kiritic. Yeah, didn't get caught there by the Gale. Noticed in so much trouble. He will be taken down again. Entity are crushing the safe lane of theirs. Fishman on his Bane, securing it twice. And Watson, one of his best heroes. Remember his times on Bait. This is pretty much all he played, and he always played it amazingly well.
Hint, if you have same amount of denies as deaths, it's not going well for you. And that's what's going on for Kanka now.
It's not good. Mid lane, how does this lane should go? Is it again Zeus? It's 50-50.
Yes, but bottom lane, TP in from Seiyush. They should have DM for sure. Do they want to turn for Kataomi? Nothing left in the tank. I say so. Oh, he gets bugged. It's fine.
Okay, Fishman, you will be picking up some flowers there. That's what you should have given Rob, not just some random heart, but either way, that's gonna be a nice thing for Entity. This does leave Noticed all alone with that rotation of Sayers, and Watson, of course, will use it to apply even more pressure.
I think it's a fine choice for this Nature's Prophet. I think this top lane is almost over in terms of pressuring the Stevie. He's gonna have everything he wants and more. Where you can just apply pressure otherwise. FNG can there be a deny? He pops a Lotus.
I didn't want to die
Sure
there.
about the flower usage. We had a free trip to Fontaine.
Yeah, you get denied, you TP back, you bring in everything. He had a healing salve, so okay, I guess it's because his mana is full. And he just didn't want to die because of that.
Yeah. Nonetheless, has to expand the flower. Kataomi. Eating a sticky bomb. I think this bottom lane changes a lot. Like the last game when the Zeus hit 6, but before that, DM and Kataomi are gonna apply more and more pressure. Is there a TP?
Kiritic?
Prophet is coming. Kiritic is
It's
gonna
coming,
hit
but-
the deck. Deny, no deny. Oh.
Yeah, so much what? The toss back. FNG might be in trouble as well. A couple of more hits. Kataomi slowed down by the sticky bomb, and Sage is trying to apply pressure. They have so much range between the two. Not enough to kill him anyways. The cores hit the deck, but it's a win for Entity.
For sure. Every time Sven dies, you need to... I think everybody in this game understands that TB is full free farm. Sven dying. It's already kind of good matchup for the TB.
Are we gonna see a Sven Revenant's Brooch? Is that the approach here? Because physical damage doesn't work much versus a Terrorblade.
I don't know. Why not? Why not? It's the end of the patch. Let it all out.
Might be a smart move as bottom lane Fishman next to the portal. He just came through and well, they're gonna be sending him back. Seems that he will be fine, however, with just the sleep. Way too tanky now with the Gale. FNG in so many issues here, surrounded by enemies, slowed down. They will reward his vision as well. Nothing working out there for Virtus.pro.
Watson, of course, he has a solve. I was like, he lost half his HP. Zeus ulti coming up, he might be in trouble. He pops the solve, full HP. Everything's fine.
Doesn't have the range drop, however. That could be problematic once the ulti's up. But who's gonna set up for him, actually?
No issues for him before the ship comes out. And the 6-minute brawl will come out, or will it? 50-50? Squad X. In between games, he learned his lesson. Pray a little bit more. Gaben will
Did it
answer.
properly. Exactly.
On your
You know that
knees.
Gaben actually answers his fan mail. You have his email, and if you send him something, he might just answer
yes,
to you.
we email each other on a regular basis, and not this.
Oh.
I get caught. Toss back. First the avalanche.
Avalanche. Toss. Nah, he's just gonna keep him in place. They know they have enough damage. Watson gets the kill. You didn't want the tower to be taking the kill from your Terrorblade. This Zeus is having such a great game, considering that he's next to him, and he's gonna be using his ulti now to finish off the Entity. They lose their offlaner once
Does
again.
FNG have a TP? Somebody has to come help Seiyush, because Fishman is on the mission.
Help is coming, but late.
Too late. Ooh!
Oh, is it? Yeah, he places a ward in it. Beautifully done. Yeah, Fishman get outplayed. But Squadix doesn't get the rune on the other side of the map. Fishman will pay for his sins. Gets a courier before that happens. That was just some beautiful gameplay coming out from him. He did place a ward though, so that's gonna get dewarded. If it was a sentry, would have been an even better play.
Ooh, that's a blunder by FNG. Should be getting Gale into a death.
Does disarm them. But still,
There's this weird bug with blast off. If you're trying to blast off over the cliffs, and if you have like a quick cast on, like it will target the cliff.
Do you play with quick cast?
On everything, besides Chronosphere, but I don't play Void, so on everything.
Okay. I kind of felt like because you were a old player that you wouldn't be using it.
You're old. 8-minute rune.
Yeah.
Fishman, no sleep to secure it, 50-50. Of course, it's gonna be not top. Wanted to go more into the Gabe and praying stories.
No, we won't. We won't.
Haste on the Pango, roll on the cooldown for a little bit, but the haste is gonna make up for it. If he finds Sven.
Oh, Kiritich, he's in trouble. Kataomi will find him.
He's pretty tanky, 1400 HP on him. Plus the stick.
They know where he is. Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, there it is. Getting close to the cliff so he doesn't get stunned up. Okay, that's the worst place for you to be. Left, right. Watson coming over. Seish will be in the vicinity. They bring him down. Oh, we're getting 2 bonus supports. Exactly what we wanted. DM coming over. It's gonna be FNG dead. Seish next on the menu. Thank you for offering your life. Notice at least he's gonna kill the courier. Consolation prize without the TP. He might be in trouble. Zeus is in the vicinity. Virtus.pro, you have to bail. You have to bail now. And you didn't get out in time. Squadix gonna try to finish off Kataomi. Has his ulti tossed back. That's gonna be a dead Kunkka. The 4th hero will be going down. He's gonna drown his sorrows with the rum, but will die in the process. Ulti from Squadix got just enough mana, but puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. The heavenly jump gets him away. No one has the haste rune, will be slowing him down. That looks like a dead Zeus. Seiyush tries to save his buddy, not gonna be good enough. He just came back to the world of the living. He doesn't want to die again, and it is gonna be a slow, painful death. No, will they find Fishman? Very hungry for blood, a never-ending chase. There's no one is coming. Another swashbuckle finishes off Seiyush. There's gonna be 6 heroes in a row going down. Entity, they crush Virtus.pro.
Fishman does not get away. It will be way too perfect. Still gonna make one more space. Oh,
he's out actually. If they don't bring in more heroes, he's out. Okay, Seiyush will be back. Deny?
Please no.
Come on,
please
wolves.
No. Please
Eat the
no.
fish.
Oh, that would be way too depressing for me to watch. Entity. This is a semi-final entity that we are used to seeing. The speed of light. 6 kills in a row, everybody involved. Just as VP thinks they can turn around, some new guy shows
Without
up.
googling, what's the speed of light?
300,000 something
Yes, what?
kilometers per hour, per second. Sorry,
Per second. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. I knew that my co-caster was educated in all kind of stuff, not just Dota, and Milan here showing that you cannot be good at Dota if you're not a genius.
I didn't know the speed of light. I just know it takes like around 7.5 minutes for a light to travel from the sun to Earth, and I just calculated. So.
And you know the distance, so you calculated it. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. So, let's see. Kataomi hunting on Kiritich. She's gonna be sending him back from this bottom lane. Things are very grim for Virtus.pro. I'm looking at their heroes. They need to get a lot of kills from Squadix, and it's just not happening.
I'm lost for words. You got me off with this discussion, but Difu is coming to no one, and we all know that is the timing to fear.
Yeah, fear is gonna be struck into the hearts of Virtus.pro and all of their fans. They allowed Entity to play all of their comfort heroes, and they're paying the price at the moment.
12-minute room.
Look at the aggressive positioning.
And this mid-posturing Squadix in the trees. Watson is also coming. Everybody's going, what is this, man? He's gonna pop the refraction, find the Zeus. Zeus jumps away. He's gonna be fine for a moment, but Watson is chasing.
He watched some old OG replays when No Tail played carry with the Terrorblade invading the jungle. They do bring down Fishman a little bit too deep there.
Oh, they're running
and
away.
They saw them perfectly.
Nice torrent.
Torrent onto DM as well. FNG doesn't disarm anybody. Watson will rip him apart. Notice in so much trouble. Look at how much damage that Veno is doing. And I really like that no one stunned up those Ancients, made sure that they don't deny the Kunkka as Kiritich. Coming forward, gonna get slowed down by the Gale. Even through the Warcry, you're literally not moving.
4k ahead. Sven is desperately trying to protect his triangle, because if you give up triangle as a Sven, what's really left for you?
On the dire side, the grave, that would be pretty bad to go to the graveyard as a young guy, but he has a statue area, so that will be fine. There wasn't anything left to protect. Everything was already stolen.
This game is a pretty much graveyard for full VP squad.
It looks that way, but only one tower has fallen. So Entity, in terms of hunting, they still don't have that much to catch. VP can still play around their towers. We'll see just how effectively.
You say that. Fishman is already looking. Sleep is there. Gonna start with it. Grip is also gonna be there, but not much follow-up. I don't think he wants to use it. At least not for now. Forcing the FNG to TP. I mean, as we said, as we talked before, Entity has a better late game. So even if they're just taking equal part of map, they're still happy.
How
is Virtus.pro late game? Is it that much weaker? Like, did you have no shot, or?
No, I mean they have their own strengths. Sven, Burst, Nature's Prophet, map play, Techie's Mines for stale game around the objectives. Zeus, of course, is pretty strong late game, and on top of it you have the Kunkka with the Torrent Storm, Bloodstone, Refresher, whatnot. So if it's fully equal, they still have something to offer, but if they slowly, like every 3 minutes, let's say 1k disadvantage more, they'll be in a lot of trouble.
They will smoke, and the Bane doesn't break it. Watson, he thought for a second there he's safe, but he knows that this is the death camp and the illusion got blocked. He 100% saw that. Again, Squadix is gonna be walking through it. Watson, there's no way he dies right now.
He's there. X mark, please let me. What is that, level 8 Kunkka?
Yeah.
Oh, he's only level 8, man. It's depressing, and now he's gonna get turned on nighttime. Venom's coming.
Noxious Plague will connect. Swashbuckle on the other side. They toss him onto FNG because they don't want to come for only one kill. It's not worth it. FNG thought about TPing away. Not gonna be happening. They also found the Zeus. Somebody needs to stop it. Nobody can. The Sven is not in the vicinity. Help is coming there to finish off the Zeus. Squadix is gonna get tossed back, and no heavenly jump for you, but a one-way ticket to heaven it will be, as Seiyush runs himself away and Entity goes for a push. Amazing gameplay. They read everything perfectly.
That was so sad. Like I'm sure, like this Watson TB is dead there. There's X mark into all the spells. He dies. They get finally they get a big thing going for them. But a level 8 Kunkka at minute 16. Holy moly, he really got stomped in the lane.
All 3 tier 1s gone, 7k gold lead. This looks like the most one-sided game we've had so far in this best of 5 grand finals, and they catch for more. FNG will be taken down without getting a single spell off. At least they bring down Fishman, so it's a 1-for-1. Squadix is not playing around. It is a Zeus, and Kiritich cannot go forward. Those Plague Wards are too annoying.
Trade does work in a favor of the VP. So far behind, you get any 1-for-1 trade, basically, if it's same role.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Solid, but look at Watson. He's untouched. He's doing whatever the hell he wants and under enemy vision, which they cannot punish. The next item he wants to go for is a butterfly, and then good luck killing those illusions. They're just gonna be pushing in everything.
Still have some magic damage to deal with it, but nonetheless will be very, very annoying. God strength used. Cleared through some ancients, but top of the vision, or at least gonna get spotted going to the other ancients. That should be a sign for Entity to go aggressive. Fiend Grip up in 3 seconds.
And they're coming for Squad X, DM. That's gonna be a Zeus that survives, and now looking towards the top lane. Poor FNG.
Rip
I guess you have to be doing this.
You have to.
Just die. Just die on the other side of the map.
At least he forced two TPs, DM and Kataomi coming on top. Recipe away from this BKB on Kiritich if he decides to disassemble Echo Saber. That might be a sliver of hope.
I still don't see good initiation on their side. Like the X Torrent, both can be countered by both the Manta and the Sleep, and Fishman has already shown that every single time he's capable of doing it. There's also an Axe on the Pango. Items are just flying out for Entity. Noticed was one component away from his Axe, and that is so sad for a Kunkka right now. He's rushing an Aghanim Scepter, and 18 minutes in, he's gonna have it 20 minutes into the game. That's one of the later Ags that we're gonna see in this tournament.
Yeah, and he's pretty much full rushing it. But better late than never. Still gonna do some of its job, its work, however you wanna put it, but Pango has the Aghanims gunning for that low 15, where that gets really strong. FNG tossed, dead, tossed in the hands of devil.
Literally the devil. Doom is the devil. This is just a very strong demon. You know, in lore-wise, Shadow Demon is like the strongest of the demons in Dota. Just kind of fun. Noxious Plague on Squad X is gonna get slowed down. Here comes the Bane. Fiend's Grip at the ready. Nobody to cancel it out. Sayer's trying to run away. The Noxious Plague spreads towards him, and he won't die, but the much bigger kill Squad X will get taken.
Nothing touches the heart like my Venom.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower
That is,
under attack.
That's my,
what do you reckon,
that's
Venomancer?
Huh?
Is he like, you know, those snakes that bite you and then your blood coagulates and you just die? Is that the type of venom that he's sporting?
My Venom probably not, but DMs, it seems like that.
Exactly. 21-9. Every single lane shoved in. At least Kiritich is gonna try to apply some pressure on the bottom, but it's so easy for Entity to shove everything out. And then in these kind of scenarios, it's so easy to play with the Bane. Kiritich, he's pretty speedy, and Daytime had to come right now. With Daytime coming, he might be forced to BKB TP out. There it is, BKB, TP out, Kiritich. Yeah, I'll go for it.
Dire's top
Daytime
tower is
does
under
come at exact same time every game. It doesn't consist Phoenix or Luna or Night Stalker, but 3 of them, right? Toss back into a
That is
sleep.
true.
No Phoenix Grip,
TP's
but
coming.
the demon is coming. It's okay. Demon is here.
God actually kills fishmen, so gods are pretty good versus demons, but Watson does get a kill either way.
That's literally a
Virtus.pro
fishman,
focusing.
not a demon.
True. I mean, if this Bane is not a demon, I don't know what is. There will be a shard unnoticed, so tidal wave
know
at
where
the
the
ready
X-mark is.
suddenly. Yeah, they know exactly where his Kataomi will find notice. Here comes the wave, and you're just a little pebble. Of course, that such a huge wave will be able to move you.
Nice save. So you only lose the wisdom rune, you know. You only lose double wisdom. That's how this game feels for VP, in my perspective, you know. They get a save, but they still lose the wisdom rune and they lose the Zeus. They need to be happy with the situation that usually they would be so unhappy with.
Yeah, let's see if that mentality will help them or if that mentality is present at all. We're looking at their faces there on the screen. And actually now we're going to be looking at DM, who's pretty happy with how the game is going. Needs some help. Help will not come. They do bring him down.
Life Collector. That's a sick item versus Nature's Prophet. Makes you not need to carry a Quelling Blade.
People who don't know, it does destroy trees in an area, which is quite nice. It's also good versus Curse of the Old Growth.
Yep. That was a nice pickup. Show using the first Torrent Storm. I mean, need to be hyping more the VP comeback. What's the VP comeback?
Okay, what's the VP comeback? You're the analyst, you need to tell me. I'm trying to find a... I mean, Sven, sure, he has the BKB, but I just don't see him finding the right targets.
It's not Squadix getting caught, that's not the VP comeback, and that's what's gonna happen. Pause?
So we don't hype this up. Okay, so they just killed Squadix. Is that okay?
No. The comeback is starting first on Pango. Entity tries to help him, the Torrent Storm comes in, and everybody dies to Sven.
Okay, let's see if that's gonna be happening. The Wrath of Nature gonna be used to shove out the waves, TP top, trying to save their Bane, Fishman. He will be using the Fiend's Grip there, won't save his life, however, does die to the damage of the two supports, who will be punished for their sins. How dare you kill our position 5, as they will find the Tiny. Kataomi taken down, Kiritich might need to be KB TP out, doesn't have the ulti, so no chance in hell that he can find this. And noticed? Yeah, we'll get out. Yeah. You think Noticed wants to switch sides, go and play for Entity, so he X's his Sven.
I mean, it could be like a built-in mechanic nowadays. It's so powerful to X-mark the BKB guys tipping out. You could just like space out, and you see a guy BKB tipping out, they're just insta X-marking him because you're just so used to it. It would be so funny.
Like, where do you think you're going, Kiritich? I think Kiritich wouldn't be too happy about that, but who knows? Going for the Blink. A lot of Svens are now actually going for the Blink Dagger. We saw it on Ramses, though he did kind of get eliminated from the tournament. But how do you feel about it?
I'm trying to think what's the reasoning in the head, and for me it feels like if you need a Dispel, you'll go for Aghanims. If you don't actually prefer the spell, you'll go for Blink into a Swift Blink, right?
Oh, that's pretty solid. TP out, Nature's Prophet barely makes it. Fishman couldn't make it there in time with the sleep. Doesn't really have all that much range on his spells. Ether Lens almost done, but almost doesn't count. Oh boy, this Veno is gonna be doing so much damage. You know that Veno actually does more damage than the Zeus in games. If there's a lot of team fighting, he just does more damage with his ulti, so much more than the Zeus. You usually see it.
With the Aghanis on top of it. Yeah. They see the Bane, at least for a little while. FNG gets the blast up. That's a dead fish.
Man.
Dead fish, man.
But either way, I mean, he's just dying very deep in enemy territory, and I don't think that VP are getting much out of it. And now actually Entity will be getting something out of the death of their own teammate as they move into the Roche pit. Is this defendable?
God Strength is coming off cooldown. The Rush taking ability without using Metamorphosis is pretty bad, but just as you mentioned before, this shoving in the lanes with the Venovores, TB illusions just makes it so hard. Kirit is kinda moving close, but no way to scout it. They have no idea kinda that's happened, it seems. Or they fully gave it up.
If you had something like a 4-staff on the Nature's Prophet, maybe you sprout in and you force yourself in and steal it. Not even gonna happen. Now no one has a basher, so BKB TP out for the Sven is no longer gonna be available, though. It's not like you want to BKB TP out. Kiritich's 2 strongest BKB charges were just used to barely survive.
Still a way to win these fights. Get on top of TB before he pops BKB, use everything on him, he will be dying.
Can that be done versus the Bane?
I think it can. Probably can, because like he loses like half of HP before he pops BKB with the Bane save, and then Sven just kind of finishes him off. I think that's the way. But to answer your point, it does require a big mess up from Entity.
Let's say if they're gonna do it, they didn't give the Aegis to the Terrorblade. Usually these transformation heroes aren't the best, so they give it to no one, who is now sporting an Arcane Rune. So that's lower cooldown on his spells. You don't want to be fighting that under God's Wrath. They spot where Entity are, and Entity are just not giving away anything. Kataomi finding the Kunkka, Dawes back. Here comes the TP, Glyph used as well. DM wants to be a part of this one. Here comes the boat, a little bit too late. It's not gonna allow him to survive.
Nobody around. I mean, we say it so many times, the Torrent Storm is not a damage dealing ability. It's a control for other people to do damage. Nice try by Fishman. Once again placing a ward into the trees, trying to find his Nature's Prophet. It's gonna work this time. So if nobody's around, you shouldn't use Torrent Storm. It's a setup ability for other people to do damage.
So wait, when a Veno has his Ags, if he dies, the Poison Nova is spread, or if somebody purges off the Gale. Is that correct?
Exactly, you can read. It's confirmed.
Thank you, thank you. I did learn when I was quite little. I'm very proud of it.
Like 7 or what?
Like 11, I think.
That's pretty good. Much better than me. I still haven't done it.
Problem, no problem. They are now gonna know their undervision there because the Wrath of Nature connected. How did Wrath of Nature even connect? They're not undervision.
Why isn't Techie smart?
Maybe.
Something.
Ayush found. He has 5 healing lotuses, which are not gonna help him live. The Spango, he really packs a punch. I mean, he ripped that Nature's Prophet apart, though of course he only has 1200 HP and 11 armor, which is kind of low for this part of the game.
We didn't speak much about Pango, but for the longest part of this game, he's just having a free time. And Sven?
We're not looking at Sven, we're just looking at FNG. There was gonna be a Noxious Plague and the Poison Nova spread. Watson is beyond godlike. That's one thing we haven't talked about. This guy is 11 and 0.
What do you
in
mean?
The waves.
We always talk about Watson, rank 1 boy.
No, in this game in particular. When was the last time you said anything about his items? We talked about Butterfly that he didn't even buy. We didn't even comment on the Skadi.
He's pretty much 6 slot at minute 30. I don't want to mention it. It's too depressing for the side of VP.
Are you a VP fan? Are you wearing a VP jersey just like Rob was wearing a Spirit one this morning, trying to jinx them?
No, but I always kind of cheer for a losing team. Low key. Okay. How do you feel about Venomancer Shard? Let's do a tier on it. I'm pretty much lost.
I like it, actually.
Smoke, shut up. Or cast.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So, noticed? They do find the Tiny, so Kataomi will die while getting the Avalanche off, but that's about it. And every single time you're getting the kill, it's next to your tier 2. So Virtus.pro can get absolutely nothing out of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's all Watson. Shoving out every single wave. Just watch the minimap. Don't even watch anything on your screen. Just watch the minimap. Watch these illusions do the work. Otis gonna get caught. He has no BKB. If there is a rolling thunder, they can make a lot of time.
Here comes the boat. Fishman will wait for it to go there. No one gets stuck at the crystals. Kind of the bane of these Pango's existence, but they found the pain in the backline. Speaking of which, he's gonna push Kiritich away, die to the mines as he didn't really get the right click in. Rolling Thunder ends. The X is there, getting him up into the air. Here comes the BKB, gotta be popped by Kiritich, the Noxious Plague on FNG, but here comes the big guns. What are you gonna do now? The only thing you can do is run and hope that he's not gonna kill all of you. Yules onto the Sven. They're just gonna leave him all alone while he's being flown towards his death. Watson welcomes him with open arms.
They thought there was no demon. They thought we killed this fishman, we killed this pango. Demon is not here, but they were very wrong. Demon comes, kills everybody now. He's knocking at these tier 3s.
Avalanche, no, don't do it. And the thing is, you're just dying during during the airlines. No, it's not an ultra kill. He got a triple. It ended there.
We're just making it up, hyping it up.
Okay,
Watson
okay.
definitely deserves it.
Close to rampage.
7k net worth. I mean, it's 32, man. This guy.
MMR is just a number, but not really from what it seems. Watson showing us that it is a very important number that showcases your skill as he's taking down the enemy base and leading Entity towards the lead in this best of 5 grand final as they lost game 1.
Even if Sven has buyback, there's no BKB, and without BKB he cannot do anything.
He has it now, right? Yeah, he's got it back. But it's still a 6-second BKB. Nobody really cares. You get bashed once by the Pango and your BKB is gone.
From the last fight, I think the only read VP should be having is they have to all in the TB and pray to Lord to save them from a demon. That's the only way.
But this guy is not easy to kill. He wasn't even forced to use a Sunder even once in this game. Has a Hurricane Pike. It's gonna be even harder to get on top of him. And even if you do, he has 30,000 net worth. He's doubling the Sven. And it now has a shield rune. Okay, they're going for the Pango. The silence is there and the bolt connecting onto the two of them with a Torrent Storm. But Watson, let's see now. 1 versus 5. Literally, his supports are there, but he doesn't need no help. He's just gonna rip them all apart. Yeah, Hurricane Pike running away. He does have his Sunder. Needs somebody to use it on Seyush. Don't come close. You're super full. They get the silence onto the Terrorblade. Here comes the toss. Just have this guy as well. Killed them all. And finally he gets an Ultra, but dies in the process. It's gonna be Seyush that gets all of this juicy money.
Boy, if this Kuka didn't have a buyback, Watson might live in the end. Doesn't get to use the Sunder Orchid at the end, or I think it was by the Seyush Prophet.
Yep.
That's what brings the death to this demon, but nonetheless, let's look at it again. They do a perfect execution the start of fight. They burst the Pango, they burst the Veno. Super good spell usage, but then the demon starts hitting. Heritage dead. FNG to follow, Notice to follow, tries to get out, and if there was only a Sunder target right here, he would have gotten Rampage.
Yeah, would have got another one. Though, you know who did the most damage in that fight? It was actually the Veno, right? He died, and the Poison Nova spread, and he did the most damage out of all the heroes, even though Watson was the one to finish them off.
A very, very toxic hero. Even if he dies, he does the most damage. More than this demon.
Yeah, what do you do? What do you do? Like, oh guys, let's kill the Venom first.
Build a 5 for starters, and then, I don't know. Pipe lads. Try to sustain through it, because it's not so easy to dodge it. You just have to face it.
Possible, pretty much, as Virtus.pro, they're 20k gold behind. The game is looking grim. 2 lanes of Rags down versus Entity. Roche up in 12 seconds. It will be a dire side, Roche, from what it seems. So Aegis and Cheese doesn't get much better than this for Entity. Give me a sign of light, Milan. Yules on the Kunkka. X will remain long enough.
Sign of light. That's what VP needs versus this demon. They're not gonna be getting it. He's going to go kill the Roche. Give the Aegis maybe to a Pango. Because I think he prefers a slot over the Aegis. Honestly, buys the Satanic, buys the Shard. So that for me says he's gonna be picking it up. So he's gonna buying out.
Yeah, doesn't care about buyback. So yeah, they're leaving it for him. Puts the boots in the backpack, leaves the cheese for somebody else. DM will be picking that one up, and they are moving towards the bottom lane where the last lane of Rax remains.
Do they just brute force bottom? Or do they try to catch them around the map? For a starter, they're gonna try to catch. And then I feel like with the Aegis on TB, he might just go high ground. It's always risky, but it seems like it's what these... I don't want to call Entity East European team, but they kind of are. And Spirit, Entity, VP, they do this thing. They force up the high ground. They just know how to do it.
I mean, they have good heroes to save him as well. Tossback, the sleep as well. It's not too bad, but you are going high ground versus Zeus.
They have a lot of space making abilities. All the Venom spells, especially the Rolling Thunder. Smoke up from VP. They wanna maybe go a wrap around, do what they did last fight. Pango Venom would be the perfect targets. But Fishman is aware.
This time around, Pango has a cheese, though he is going to be keeping it in the backpack from what it seems. Has the Octarine core as well, so very low cooldown on his spells.
What's the way for VP? They need to do something soon, because otherwise it will be death by 1,000 cuts.
And the creeps are just getting into their base. There's Kiritich caught, tossed back. Kataomi doesn't get it off, has the Wind Waker to leave the base.
Everybody's rich.
But he is rich, and you don't have an Aghanim Scepter on the Sven. If you had it there, you could take him down. Watson, Satanic to heal himself up. Demon Zeal as well, but isn't doing all that much damage to the tower, so brute forcing seems to not be the best of options.
I think that was the good idea. Going around onto the side and catching someone, deafing these creeps with the tossback, because it's kind of almost a zero risk play with the Wind Waker.
Pretty much. And the Terrorblade doesn't have to connect, he can just continue pushing.
Will we see
the enemies then have to make a decision.
1k GPM by Watson this game? If they just want to go farm, probably gets it.
Ulti from the Zeus. He knows where Entity are. They were afraid that maybe the top lane Tiny was hunting.
Oh, that's a big timing. I think they're just gonna walk it away. Wait 30 seconds for it to expire and then pop meta and go for this tower. I mean, only real thing they need to care about is Zeus spamming spells, and if he tries to use few spells, Tiny is ready with the jump. Zeus dead, no god strength, this TB is not dying.
Timeless Relic on the Zeus, at least they get the best possible tier 4 item. Oh, Pango going through the mines. We're not seeing it on the screen, but he almost died. But he did
You can
deal
radio
with the mines,
cast, we love the
Zeus.
Kiritich. Meta popped. X mark.
We are in family-friendly stream, and something 18 plus was cooking here in the bottom lane, so that's why we're looking at Kiritich.
No god strength. Can they do it without it?
Watson has to be careful, has the Sunder. He's just being played with tossback on the Kunkka.
Nice
the
sleep.
save is there with the sleep, but the boat connects as well. He's dead. Does have a Aegis, but no metamorphosis.
God strength in 10 seconds.
It's now or never that you go for it. Squadix, he's trying to keep him in place. Watson using the Demon Zeal has the movement speed to run himself away. Kataomi will be finding the Zeus. That's the best possible target with the bash connecting. They have the Phoenix Grip. Torrent Storm will be used, keeping him at bay. They're trying to drown him. They might be able to do it. One more hit on Watson. And no, he pops the Satanic. He's battling the Sven out even without the metamorphosis. Is way too strong. Buyback from the Nature's Prophet. Ulti at the ready. Those Torrents are being hella annoying to Watson, but he still has a Sunder to play with that he might not even need to use. Dodges the blast off with his Manta. Going for FNG, gets disarmed in the process. Here comes the Sven with the bashes. They're gonna keep him away. There it is. He will be fine with another heal, and that is just beautiful. Finally, we see a Sunder usage from him. Noticed next on the menu, gonna be sending that Tiny closer to the fountain, but he's gonna be sending himself into it by getting close to these Entity heroes. It is over, Milan, and Entity are leading 2-1.
What a save by Fishman to complete this game. Saving his brother Watson, and I think Watson, what's the score he finishes with? I think it's 0 deaths.
No, he died once.
Nobody cares. Almost a perfect game. Saved by Fishman at the end. I mean, what a game by Entity.
Okay, so we saw 3 games right now. In the first one, VP were better, but in the other 2, they kind of got outclassed, Milan. Is this showing that Entity got this, or do you think Virtus.pro still have something else to show?
I mean, before this game, we said a clash of 2 ideas. Nature's Prophet Sven versus the Veno. Veno, not one he owned. I mean, the biggest part of it was the TB, maybe, but I think you don't let this Veno through. Just he also did so much. I think you try to play against something else.
It's still not over though. There is still
It's
more
definitely
to
not
play.
over.
So let's see. Let's ask our panel. Can VP get it back? Can VP force out a game 5?
Well, dread it, run from it. The Watson Terrorblade arrives all the same, and you can see here in game number 3, it's just an absolute demolition. It was a wrecking ball coming through here. The rest of the team here as well, it felt like Virtus.pro, they went for this Nature's Prophet to try and even up this early game aggression coming out from Entity, but in the Venomancer coming through in the bottom lane just destroyed the off lane, and Virtus.pro, it felt like they could never really catch the breath. So, Bowie, coming through game number 3, what are your thoughts here between the 2 teams, and how do VP come back in the 4th game here as well to try and even it up once again?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talk about their lanes being weak.
Not understand you, because
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was speaking another language. Unfortunately, you guys couldn't hear. It's in a different frequency. But yeah, I think the lanes in this game should have been decent for VP, and they got outclassed. I don't know what to say, right? They kind of drafted greedy lanes in game number 2. Didn't really work out. They get stronger lanes in this game. Also didn't work out. I feel like they barely took a tier 1 tower, right? I think every single tier 1 was up on the side of Entity. That to me was one problem, right? No DK, no Pugna. I guess this NP does have a little bit of a siege aspect to it, but they just got trashing lanes. I think that is the summary of things. If you're giving this DMM Venomancer away, you have to be prepared. You need some anti-mage. You need something that can really crush it in lane, and I don't think Sven's that hero.
Yeah, and we can see here the highlights on the screen that there was just a chase down ability coming out. You know, no one with this Rolling Thunder, Kadawami being able to catch back, get that displacement as well with the toss back into his team. Skodix trying to do his best, but once that heavenly jump comes out, you're going to be slowed down by DM as well. The amount of control coming out here on the side of Entity that they were able to just pick up hero after hero after hero. In fact, we did see it on the bottom lane where VP were running in and they died one by one. I think they gave up like 6 or 7 deaths, just going in one by one, getting caught out in that save your friend syndrome. So Truman, is it just about tightening it up a little bit in game number 4 here for VP, or are Entity just that scary here that they might have to just go with a different game plan altogether?
Well, it's really hard to say. The one thing that I find problematic for VP is that in all 3 games, the early game was pretty much for Entity. Even game 1, which VP won, it was that early, you know, pre-10 minutes point where Entity had the better rotations, the better moves. Even though the lanes weren't necessarily better, they did recover really well afterwards. And that's one thing that I find pretty scary, is that VP hasn't been dominant at any point in the early stages so far. And a couple of these games, they had the lineups, they had the drafts where they should be feeling very comfortable. But this was, again, you know, Entity, they played the most comfortable draft that they possibly can. I think everyone is playing on their favorite heroes, so at that point it's really hard to try and outplay them in that sense. So maybe try and go back to the same way that they played in game number 1. Mid lane this time, Zeus a little bit more active, but that Squadix Lina from game 1 was way scarier.
Yeah, I really want to circle back this comfort argument of DK, because I really feel like that is really important. In this game, they second picked this Terrorblade. Sure, they were soft flexing it for a little bit, but at the end of the day, you have DM playing, like you have this Bane that Entity always picks when they can. You have Pangolier for no one. In general, everything that they have is comfort. So VP, they need to probably work a little bit more on taking those away rather than having a cohesive strategy or something that they like. At least it didn't work in the last 2 games, so you have to change something. You can't expect different results just doing pretty much the same thing.
And you look at this VP draft, they've got that Kunkka in there twice, and it's lost both times here. And we're going to be able to see the impact of it coming through. Notice 497 there on the Kunkka. But do you need something that comes online a little bit sooner? Because the Blade Mail Aghanim Scepter build for a Kunkka, I think that the casters talked about it. It took so long to build up into that Aghanim Scepter. Do you just need something that goes maybe a quick blink, can get aggressive, early on, just as soon as that ultimate's up level 6, looking to get involved with the team? Because this Kunkka, it's just not worked here today for Virtus.pro.
Well, I think, going for a blink dagger on Kunkka would definitely be a stranger choice. But in general, it's a very strong hero, and his team fight aspect is just gigantic. The downside is once the BKBs come into play, Kunkka like Water Park does nothing. It annoys the supports, but the cores really don't care that much about it. And Kiritich has struggled both these games. Previous game he had 9k damage dealt. This game he had 11k damage dealt. Like you cannot get a safe laner that has such a struggling game. You might need to find a different hero for him to play that gets active a little bit sooner. Because he played Sven, but he could not get anywhere close to Watson's farming pace. So maybe. We saw the Monkey King previously in a different series where Yatoro went completely bananas on the Monkey King, going for those early plays. They need to switch something up so that they're stronger in the earlier games so they can make more moves earlier than the Entity side does.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's what they're going to be able to do, because again, Watson getting involved in that early game came through the twin gate when there was that fight coming down mid. Just forced that 5v5 engagement where VP maybe didn't want to get everyone involved and were able to take a good couple of kills. And again, I think it was about 5 or 6, maybe even I think it was about 5 or 6 that VP gave away. Just trying to run in, save the teammates, and Entity feel really good. I know VP were doing it before as well in other series, but Entity, they've kind of mastered this rotation here from Watson, that he is getting involved in like the 5-minute mark. We saw it yesterday as well. The Pudge coming into the mid lane didn't have that best safe lane, so the Pudge came into the mid lane, was getting these hooks, shut down Nisha in the mid lane, just made the game hard. And this is something that Entity look really good for, and Virtus.pro, they really need to answer this back. So Bowie, if you're looking at this, that Watson's getting involved, do you try and draft here for Virtus.pro to put the pressure on Watson from the get-go and stop him from being able to force its advantage in other lanes?
They try that, right? I don't think they are drafting the Watson heroes relatively early in game 2 and 3, and they're still not managing to do that. So to me, the play should be more about finding comfort for yourself. I think they try to respond very aggressively, just like getting the Zeus against the Terrorblade, getting they didn't really have that much damage on the side of Entity, and drafting the Kunkka for the damage reduction. I think they should go for more comfort. It was... Okay. I don't know. They're losing lanes that they're not supposed to when Entity has these comfort heroes. So, just do the same thing.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go in game number 4. But first, we're going to take a quick break. So we'll be back with the 4th game right after this. Welcome back into the one-win spring series. We're going to get started here with a fourth game of this best of 5. There is still that chance that it goes all the way, but it looks like Entity are in the power position here coming into game number 4. And just looking at the amount of pressure that they're able to put on in these lanes, you know, VP, they've tried it in games 2 and 3, but Entity just looks so comfortable here. So VP, something different coming into this draft. You know, what do you want to see here, Truman, coming into this draft, and maybe VP doing something just a little bit different?
I think VP might want to look for obviously comfort, but maybe also for heroes that scale better into the late game. All the matches today have been 40+ minute games, with of course one being 69 minutes in the previous series. But Dota right now is a late game kind of game. Might want to bank on that a little bit more. We saw previously, of course, a very scary Watson PA come in to play, something along those lines. Maybe a sniper mid for Squadix so that you get the Kanda and just go ham with some nice assassinates. They need to switch it up a little bit. They have been trying those earlier game drafts where they put themselves on a timer, but they never had the push to go with it.
Yeah, and Bowie, I mean, we saw, you know, in the last game, like you say, there was the Watson Terrorblade. The game before that, it was the Watson PA coming through. It doesn't feel like you can ban it out the game. So do you need to focus on the other parts of Entity coming into that draft here as Virtus.pro, or are you just happy to, you know, ban out that Terrorblade in the first part of the draft and just make sure that Watson at least doesn't get his most comfortable hero?
Yeah, I think you do have to ban that Terrorblade. If they can second pick the Terrorblade, you less pick a Zeus, and you're still struggling, you definitely have to ban it, I believe. I don't remember what they exchange ban-wise for that, but I think the Terrorblade, Watson, to me, we talked about this, he seems to be the centerpiece of Entity much more than any of the cores in VP are. Like, it feels like VP at least should be more of a team, a cohesive unit more than Entity, but it didn't show in game number 2 and 3, and I think a part of that is the comfort that they're giving away. So go for comfort, maybe stay away from meta picks, right? I think Terrorblade is meta-ish. It definitely wasn't as popular, so yeah, focus on meta a little bit less.
Okay. We'll be able to get into the draft. Virtus.pro taking away the Terrorblade as well as the Monkey King here. Entity going to be that Chen, Timbersaw, Tiny being banned out here as well. And to be honest, if you're Entity here, maybe ban out the Dragon Knight, but I don't think they're all too scared of letting the Kunkka go, because Virtus.pro have just not looked at all at home or comfortable here with this Kunkka coming through. So Virtus.pro, maybe that's one of the things that Entity just say, yeah, sure, fine, you have that Kunkka, you do whatever you want, because the Virtus.pro are 0 for 2 here so far. They do ban out the Shadow Demon and pick up that Bat Rider, so we'll see what Entity want to reply with in their first pick.
I was actually surprised. I was expecting the Gyrocop to come through from Virtus.pro. You know, they worked wonderful in game number 1, and they have that flex behind it. I do understand the Bat Rider, so she was a really good Bat Rider player, and can make a lot of space with the hero, with the Shadow Demon band out coming through as well. Yeah, Kunkka, I don't know. I've been a little bit saddened by the Kunkka so far, but Entity, they've been feeling that Fishman, Bane. I mean, to be fair, it's Fishman. So they're going to go for the Bane again. Pretty okay against the Bat Rider as well. You can just Nightmare him. Anyone gets lassoed, you clearly throw out the Nightmare to try and help them out. Fiend Script to counter any possible hero like a Sven, like a Lifestealer. I think that one is especially the important one, because Entity has banned Lifestealer 2 games in a row now in their second phase, so this time they might be able to leave that one through.
I want to see some sort of combination with this Bat Rider. I feel like Bane is a hero that if you lane to poke, you're not going to be able to deal with it. You have to commit and kill him through the Brain Sap, through the Nightmare. So a Razor that I think Virtus.pro played in the past doesn't strike me as bad. You get the Flame Break into the Static Link. Darks here that they also played. I think it was even banned in the last phase, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I want them to draft something that is overwhelming, that will pressure Watson. So there's no early rotations from him. He is actually in the back foot, forced to jungle. Like, I don't think we've seen Watson jungle in a single game. When he's winning, he just go and like pushes towers and fights with the team. when he's losing, he also finds a way to rotate and get stuff done. So yeah, pressure him, make sure that he is rotating with low levels. He's going to be losing lane experience. He's going to be in a position where you might die and your game's even more ruined, which is why usually carries don't rotate at all. But yeah, I like this bet rider. And taking away the Kunkka, I don't even think I care about it too much. I just want to make sure Sayush gets enabled hard with this bet by their offlaner.
Yeah, and looking through, we'll see what the rest of the band's going through. They do take away that PA as well. Shadow Demon as well in the last couple of phases. So Virtus.pro, they know what they definitely don't want to be playing up against Entity. Going a little bit more generic with these bans. The Dragon Knight, though, has been a bit of a menace all throughout the tournament. So not surprising to see Entity banning that one out. Especially with the Shadow Demon being taken away here by Virtus.pro, which means you aren't going to be able to use that illusion. I mean, we saw the Grimstroke coming out, but the Dark Portrait wasn't as effective onto that Dragon Knight illusions. And Entity, they do ban out the Lifestealer, pick up the Centaur. Yeah, no surprises there. That you want the Centaur to have as good a lane as possible. So banning out the Lifestealer, who does kind of run over it in the lane, does make sense. And I wonder if, with the Batrider being out here, if Entity do lean a little bit towards that Pudge, either being able to hook back the Bat or hook back whoever gets last owed, just being able to get that save out, maybe being able to get the jump on here as Watson. So I'm interested to see what the Virtus.pro, especially what they want to be picking up here as well, to maybe try and deal with that a little bit later on. The Jarrow is still there. If they do fear any illusion heroes coming out, anything like the Naga Siren. So there is still options here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think there are. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just about to say that I do think that they have quite a decent amount of options. Virtus.pro are going for a pretty straightforward setup with the Rubik plus most certainly the offlane Mars. We saw him in game number 1. He was really good. That is the comfort that they need to go back to. It also is a superb counter against the Centaur. The Stampede has to run in circles because he can't really disengage. But I was originally thinking for maybe they got a Mirana on the side of Entity. They have a Bane with it. As you mentioned, the Pudge is not a bad choice with the Bane. Very easy hook setups. In the laning stage even, possibly. So, yeah, Entity have quite a lot of options. You ban a couple of those heroes that, of course, Watson likes to play, but he's just got a list that goes on forever.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's comfort, and it's also unexpected, right? You expect the Pudge to show up when there's the Beastmaster, when there's the Chen. You also have a say through the arena. You do have to be careful about Rubik, but besides that, I think it's definitely a decent Pudge game. You can probably pick it up when you're 16-17 right now, which is usually when they pick the hero for Watson. It is usually less pick mid or less pick offlane for Entity. They already picked the Centaur. They already showed to support, so it's going to be no one getting the last pick there.
Okay, the Sven. That is not entirely too surprising. But the Sven is very good in combination with all the other tools that Entity have. Especially because now Virtus.pro goes for the Omni Knight, and the first thing that springs in my mind is I haven't seen Superman Sven for a while, and true. It was really big just 2 weeks ago, and it's amazing to get against the Omni Knight as well. So I definitely expect a slightly faster possible Aghanim Scepter on the Sven this game.
I have lots of questions for our caster, our seasoned pro player Milan, because if you have Omni W, do you get your Guardian Angel dispelled? That's my first question by the Sven. Second question, as far as I remember, W doesn't dispel anymore. It's just the immunity itself. So do you cancel Fiend's Grip with it? Because I think you don't.
I think it doesn't dispel.
Right?
I think it only gives... I think Fiend's Grip continues. I've had some weird interactions with the Omni Knight shield or BKB giving spell. I forgot the name. But I think Fiend's Grip continues even if you get it on you.
Yeah, at least they do have a fair amount of cancels. You can steal it, you can telekinesis, spear. And also very curious, is this going to be a carry Omni then? Because we're assuming Mars is off lane, so it's either mid Omni or carry Omni. Both very unorthodox.
Not in my pubs. But yeah. It has, I've seen it a couple of pro plays, safe lane Omni Knight. It does do a lot of pure damage, which is nuts with the Shard, Echo Saber that you get down the line. It's also, surprise, surprise, a Kanda builder, which is great in this current patch. But yeah, I am as curious as you are. I have not seen the Omni Knight do anything else but off lane.
We saw it in South America,
Yeah.
right, Bowie, especially when it was coming up against the Timbers.
Costa Bill was playing. He played one game. I think he won. But it was against a much weaker offlaner. I don't remember if it was Centaur. So gonna be interesting to see how that lane unfolds. So yeah, both sides needing mid laners here. We're gonna see Lina probably banned by Entity, I believe. It's not necessarily that good of a Lina game, but it seems to be comfort. It seems to be... I don't think they even lost with Lina this game on VP. So to me, it's worth the ban, even if it's not necessarily the best hero.
Okay, well...
Okay.
I mean, they could still go for it here, right? They could... they have this next pick, so they could lock that Lina in, or maybe something like the Sniper if they wanted to. They got plenty of protection with the Mars being on the board, the Omni Knight being on the board, last show Dragaways as well, so... yeah, if they get some good positioning on this mid laner, Lina Sniper, going to be absolutely fine for them. They don't have a lot of time to think about it though, so let's see what they do actually come up with on the side of Virtus.pro.
I did quickly check, and yeah, it does not get rid of the Fiend script, so that is an interaction that they have to be very careful of on the side of Virtus.pro. Okay, Lash,
Okay.
so that looks to be a safe lane Omni Knight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty crazy how Zeus became this amazing last pick hero in this series, even though it was barely picked in the entire tournament, right? Out of nowhere, everyone wants to last pick Zeus. I know Entity obviously had a better shot with it, and they do have the protection, the physical protection of Omni, so you don't want the magic damage to slip through. But I like the Lash. What's left here?
Yeah, what do you want to be picking up here on no one? I mean, yeah, again, right back, you know, maybe you want to go for some of that long-range damage coming through from the Sniper. I mean, what else are we seeing? Primal Beast, I mean, looking at what Entity have been picking up here.
Star maybe for Entity? Ember.
Wow.
Ember. I could have gone through 50 picks. I probably wouldn't have picked out the Ember with how quickly this hero dropped off after the Mage Slayer changes.
It's a no-one hero. Honestly, I'm not sure I like it. I feel like this hero got heavily nerfed. Like, this hero was good because of Mage Lair. The lane is not necessarily that good against Leshrac. Like, it's a melee hero. Sure, you can Slide of Fist, dodge, split earth, but it's still... It's not a lane you win, for sure. I would be very impressed. Even though Entity has been kind of winning lanes they shouldn't. To me, I look at VP, I finally feel like they have good drafts, good lanes, and kind of a unique draft. It seems more comfort to them. Entity, they're looking scary, but I feel like this is by far their weakest draft this series, and I just like what VP has, so I'm going with them still.
Okay. And Truman, thoughts here on the drafts? You know, which way you leaning here now that the heroes are on the board?
Yeah, I kind of have to concur with Bowie. I think Entity's draft does not look as strong, especially the Mars pickup on their opposing side is very scary to deal with. The Ember Spirit will probably get two-shot at one point by the very scary Omni Knight, if they get to that point, of course, because I don't know exactly how well the Omni Knight safe lane is going to be able to handle himself, but yeah, I definitely slightly favor the Virtus.pro side. I think Entity is individually, they can pull ahead in the laning stage, and if that happens, Watson on a Sven is unleashed. But they need to make sure that this time VP can finally win the lanes.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go, whether Entity are going to be able to take this final game and lock it down in 4 games, or VP, are they going to fight back? Does this Omni Knight provide the miracles they need to get themselves to a 5th and final game? We'll find out with our casters, Hurry Freak and Milan.
And thank you, Rob. And
Hello,
again
guys.
here. Milan, you have to explain this to me. So you and me have been talking about the repel and it being dispellable. It says it is dispellable, but you are telling me that it cannot be dispelled. So how is that possible?
It's dispellable by some things, by some it's not. So right now I'm checking, like something like Shadow Demon would dispel the repel and the Guardian, but some things really just don't do it. Like a nullifier cannot dispel the some things don't dispel the BKB, like a nullifier, right? You can if you press a nullifier on top of a repel, it's just not gonna work. But the Sven Aghanim's, I'm just gonna check it right now for everybody included.
Did you try the nullifier as well? Did they maybe like...
No, the nullifier doesn't work.
Okay.
But the Sven doesn't work either.
Okay. So then, for me, this VP lineup looks slightly stronger. Not gonna lie. I don't know why they last picked the Ember. I was expecting something like a Queen of Pain, some burst damage. I wasn't expecting poke coming out from Entity.
So, I mean, Ember is kind of the loser of the patch, as Bo mentioned. Ever since Mage Slayer got nerfed, the Ember kind of fallen out of favor. His win rate is obnoxious and what's not. And I'm a big Omni Knight fan, and I think it's especially good against the tanky heroes like the Centaur who rely on being tanky. He just demolishes them. Like, you think you have 2000 HP, then Omni Knight comes, puts whatever third spell is called,
Hammer of Purity.
Hits you twice with the shard, and you suddenly take like a 2000 pure damage. It's way too much to handle.
It is insane. Oh, you also, when you have a shard, it heals you for 30% of the damage dealt. I forgot about that one.
Not too big of a deal, but still very nice. And the laning of Omni should be really strong, especially against something like Grimstroke, one of the weakest laners in the meta.
Still, one of the strongest laners of the meta is definitely a Centaur, so we'll see how well DM does. High damage, good animation, so we'll be able to at least CS well here, unless Virtus.pro apply an insane amount of pressure. One thing that Entity have been doing in this series thus far, Milan, is winning some lanes that they otherwise maybe shouldn't be winning. Is that a possibility in this game as well?
Yeah, I would pay most of attention to this bottom lane, because I was thinking this is gonna happen during the draft. Like, Notest and Seush were getting stomped by Watson and Fishman, and they needed to change something, and I like this change. Just pick some classic Mars for Notest, some classic Rubik for Seush. Who's gonna get going? Blood Grenade? Is there a save coming? Watson trying to body block, but no. First blood for Watson, third game in a row, I would say.
Oh, and FNG. FNG is in trouble. One more hit. Katomi, he's gonna have the stroke. There it is. He's gonna be able to draw over him. Entity, they get to.
Entity, once again, starting really hot in the lanes. Even in the mid lane, this Ember is stopping the CS. I mean, you don't want to give first blood to Watson. He's scary enough without it.
That is very, very true. Though he is going to be dealing with the Guardian Angel. People who don't know, Guardian Angel now is a targeted spell with 2 charges, so it's not on everyone. Do you see it more as a nerf or a buff?
Okay, hold that thought. Heritage gonna heal himself, but still very low. I say Grimstroke, such a weak laner. Katami says, watch me do it. Pretty much owning in this top lane. About the Guardian Angel, I never thought he was really about the Guardian Angel. It was full of the repel, and nowadays it's about Hammer of Purity and the damage dealing ability. So I think it's still fine. Still pretty strong, I would say.
Okay, and also you keep repeating the Grimstroke is a weak laner. You know, he has a way to secure the range creep. He has a nice follow-up with Inkswell. What does he lack that makes him weak?
I mean, his damage is very low. His attack range is very low. Like, in comparison to other supports, right? Like, you never look at the heroes like in the vacuum. You always look at them versus the strongest support in the meta, right? That's a at least how I look at it, and he lacks all of this. I mean, I think that is just very normal for him. Like, his third ability is very bad until the level 3. And he doesn't have much mana to work with. So, yes, I think this is how it should be, because after the minute 15, when he picks up this shard, like, he gets very strong.
Rarely see a Mars having this low in CS, but then again, so does the Sven. That was because of all of those chases early on. Ember is winning versus Alesh. Is this normal? Is Ember supposed to be better
No,
there?
DM. There's an spell, but nicely done. Flame break. Gonna stop it. They will need to start with the stomp if they want to make a go here top. I mean, I don't think it's normal. I think Lash usually does very, very well against the melee guys. Just constant harass. I right click and the lightning storm, it can make a living hell for some of these melees.
Very true, very true. He didn't get a single point in like though. Anyways, we're gonna be looking at the bottom lane here. Fishman is gonna be pushed back a bit, but overall will be fine.
Very, very low CS, as you say. Mars 11 CS. I mean, why this hero got so popular during some of the previous tournaments? Yeah, Amar made it popular, but also just he never actually lost to me. Just buys the double base and magic wand and forwards in this lane, gets the level 6, pushes out the carry out of it. But this way around, he is not winning it early, and later on, ooh, try the spear back, misplay. And
yep, they tried it.
Later on, even if he leaves the lane, the Sven will happily do it, you know?
Oh, Kiritich is in trouble. Another double edge will kill him, and DM will have it one more hit. It's not even that he dies from the blood grenade, from what it seems. FNG lighting up a fire, in the end just burning the funeral there.
Thought for a second raindrop might be enough to live there, but the Centaur is winning hard top, very, very hard. And I mean, it's not only Centaur having 2500 versus the 1900 on the Omni, it's the Grimstroke is doubling this Batrider network. And one thing that Batrider is known for is being strong in the lane.
Yep, and he is
6
not
minute
doing that
rune.
well. Ember is such a good hero at securing the runes, though. Coming back, no one. He takes the illusion,
gets
immediately
it.
uses it, and outside of
Wow.
his chains, Fishman from the other side. Squadix in a lot of trouble. Does toss away no one, and it seems that Squadix will be living very hard to go through the Diabolic Edict and the Pulse Nova, so everybody is just going to disperse.
I mean, Entity is feeling it. Look at the no one gambling, but it's still not over. Quadex gets a lightning storm of 1 HP after the brain sap. You'll have to make a walk to home. I mean, no one just gambling. It's gonna be top, and gambling, he's gonna be the one taking it.
Let's see again, they're gonna be going for Kiritich. Dinkswell is there, he's in so much trouble. Let's see if he can survive this on the double edge. He will remove the Phantom's Embrace as well. Kiritich lives. Entity get ahead of themselves there.
Yeah, a little bit. And bottom lane, notice. So much harassed. That's a big turnaround top. They were so ahead. VP really needed this one kill to balance it out.
Well, let's see, no one is rotating towards the bottom lane. They want to notice Seish in the vicinity. They did pick up the Wisdom Rune already, so you're not going to be getting that one. Let's see, stun, Sleight of Fist. He is there, noticed, survives with ease, and not sure what they're trying to accomplish with this move.
They zoned them out of the way, and they thought they might have what it takes to kill him, but nonetheless, they don't accomplish much. They will actually lose a lot of HP bottom mid tower, but no, they pop the glyph.
Oh, that's 4 points in the Diabolic Edict. Is this the build now for the Lesh? Just max out the Edict?
Depends. Sometimes it is. Oh, there's gonna be an Inkfell on this Batrider trying to steal the stacks. No one comes. Rune is also coming. No one doesn't really want to fight this level 4 Edict.
Stampede is there. Kataomi think about turning it around as they do get the sleep. onto the Lesh. They have the chains too. Takimer Bay misses the stroke of fate. There's the chains. DM coming closer. Won't be able to close the gap. No one gets sent back as DM is now going to be chasing on FNG. That should be a dead Batrider. Kataomi baiting him for such a long period of time and finally gets the kill.
I think the biggest winner out of there is Kiritich and Squadex. Kiritich getting much needed space top, and Leshaw getting this region immediately, going to triangle to farm some stacks.
Kiritich, he is left alone though. He's level 6. We'll see what he's gonna pop. That Phantom's Embrace will return to Kataomi once he gets the kill. FNG comes over, uses the Blood Grenade. I'm not sure you want to be doing this, especially with Kataomi going for a TP out. Will be fine. DM a little bit too tanky for you to focus down.
These wretched fools have no idea. Nothing's really going. Nothing's really going their way.
Is under attack.
VP. I think they thought this laning stage is gonna go better for them.
Radiant's
I mean, we all thought the laning stages was gonna be going better for them, and even in the past few games that was the case, but Entity are just playing the lane so well. Still, they do get the tower on the bottom lane. Diabolic Edict coming into play. Deush silenced up. The Ember comes forward, chains are there, dealing with the Phantom's Embrace. It won't be happening, it does return, does a massive amount of damage, and Entity gets another kill for their troubles.
We were not really happy about this Ember pick. I think nobody was, besides maybe Entity, but kind of forgot that it's a really good combo with the Grimstroke. One of the better ones. And this is all before the shard. With the shard, it really goes up another level.
Yep, once you have the shard, you don't have to be afraid of anything. You can just go super aggressive with the Ember Spirit usually. And we see it in his build. He got to 3 points in the Flame Guard. Sometimes we see only
nice
1 or 2.
Soulbind.
Soulbind is going to be insane. Inkswell is there, but they have to run away from the Lesh. He just
Nothing
does
to
way too much
connect to
damage.
it.
Stampede gonna be used. Light of his chains. They did bait Squadex in. He is still gonna be healed up there by the sticks, by the Seeds of Serenity. So Squadex survives, no problem.
Stampede forced out. It's the biggest deal out of it. And we didn't mention, but they do get this bottom tower even after Mars had a terrible laning stage. He manages to catch up, at least to the Centaur.
The gold lead, quite nice for Entity. They are topping the network chart with all 3 of their heroes, but is this enough of an early game victory? How does it look moving forward? Who's gonna be getting the first jumps? Who's gonna be finding the first fights? Who wants to fight more in the early mid game?
Definitely Entity, I would say. The go time will be once DM finishes up the dagger, and then the minute 15 shard that we mentioned already 3 times. I'll stop mentioning it, and then they'll just be smoke, 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 smoke. 4-man fighting while Sven is gonna be finishing his BKB, and guess what? Why is Sven so popular? He's gonna have like a 16-17 minute BKB alongside with Mask of Madness after disassembling Echo Saber. So minute 17, 18, Entity will be at full power.
That's how it looks at the moment. The Mars seems to want a Yule's first before the Blink, whilst the Centaur is only 600 gold away from his. So that's gonna be a big deal once Entity gets to that point, as they are making a move.
Already smoked. They say we have a Stampede. That's our first Blink Dagger. 12-minute rune.
They found Notice. He doesn't have that much mana to work with. On the other side, the fight will break out. Centaur getting stunned up, goes out with the Stampede, gets the stun off, lifted up into the air, and they kill him with a Purification. Kiritich finishes him off. On the other side, another offlaner is being targeted. There will be a Sleight of Fist coming in with the Remnant, dodges the spear, and no one gets the kill. So both of the offlaners are dead. The fight is not over.
Offlane for offlane, 10 heroes at his mid lane, and it's not over, as you say. Inkswell, does he dare to go in? Only 1 remnant left.
Howard. Stolen Slight though, that's nice for the Rubik. You can initiate from so far away. For people that don't know, when you use the Slight, your hero actually comes to the spot where you're using it at, so you can lift people from super far away.
Dire are scanning.
I think so far so good for this Ember Spirit. One of the weaknesses and why reasons why he had such a low win rate. Because usually he would have been picked blind in these tournaments, and then he would have to face a Dead Prophet or a Huskar or something along the lines, and it would feel miserable. Here, I think he had a relatively bad matchup, but
let's see. They're Virtus.pro are just waking each other up, but it seems that somebody has to be the Night Guard all the time. They do steal the Nightmare, so that's a solid grab from Seiyush. This mid lane tower. I really like when Ember Spirits get the mid lane tower down early on. They just play so aggressively, and then until you get the Blink Dagger, he's gonna be so freaking safe. Pops the Flame Guard. Gets himself away.
all for Nightmare on the Rubik. That could come in very handy. 40-minute rune. Where it will be? 50-50.
It's gonna be on the bottom squad, it gets it, but there's the soul bind on the two supports. They're trying to break apart. You need to be together. The Fiend's Grip will connect, but only one Fiend's Grip. Here comes DM to trample them all, and he's going forward with the Stampede. They won't notice as well. No chains. The Sven stun will connect, but they're gonna let him live because they have gotten 3 great kills into their pockets. Entity, if they continue playing like this, they're gonna be our grand champions.
Yes, exactly. They're gonna go and steal this little ancient stack with Watson. I mean, we spoke about it. The Blink Dagger on the Centaur. He died once without it. The moment he gets it, he gets a perfect stomp. That's 3 or 4 kills in the tower. 5 kill lead at minute 15. Entity looking really, really strong.
Looking insane. 10-2. Virtus.pro, they can't do anything. And do they even have an initiation tool? No Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're going for a smoke, but how do you even start the fight?
I think lift into some splitter is your best bet while there's no stampede. Let's see if they can do it.
They found him. That's nice. At least something. And Stolen Hoof Stomp by Seiyush. Not the easiest to use for a Rubik, but still possible.
That's the way for VP. Sorry, Spirit is still in my head. To attack first, to use their spells first. Because if Entity gets a chance to play with the Ink Spell and a Blink Dagger on the Centaur, we're gonna be seeing some VP heroes dying.
They're trying to get the top tier 1. For now, it's not working, but there's no more glyph. FNG. Getting some sentries down, nothing big. He could be in trouble.
Oh, Fishman, Ink Spell.
Got him. Why did he wake him up? Because DM is coming from the other side. It's just so sad when you have nowhere to run. Notice, what the hell are you doing? The Stampede is there. Sleight of Fist Chase as well. Gets silenced up with the Fiend's Grip. He just walked into 5 heroes and he knew they were there. Now you want more if you're no one. Seiyush is going to be found. He has a Stolen Hoof Stomp. But let's see how much that will help. This is how you use your hooves, my friend. He will turn around, protecting him with the Guardian Angel. Kiritich, who's going to protect you? Uses it on himself as well. No help is coming. Lesh is on the other side of the map as they continue with the stuns, with the damage, with the kills. Entity, they are wiping the floor with Virtus.pro here in the Grand Finals.
Kataomi commented how Liquid is strong and how he was so surprised how they played, but maybe not. Maybe it's not about other people. Maybe it's about you, Entity. Maybe you are too fast, as it seems. Like it just seems that they're everywhere on this map, and all of them. Not only like a mid-end supports or offlane supports. There's like a mid carry and an offlane plus supports everywhere. You also on the Grimstroke though. Arena.
He has a shard though. So they're waiting for it to end.
Ah, that's a Inkspell stolen. That might be a turnaround they're looking at. At least the start of it.
Pretty big spell. There is no shard on the Rubik, however, and is this like a situation you have 1400 gold on Seiyush now and the Inkswell? Do you just buy the shard?
You die.
I mean, it's not bad. Like, I'm trying to put myself into the situation, depending what else is there to buy. It's always a comparison. Like, maybe a Glimmer is more needed and you just use Inkspell as it is, because it still gets amplified by your own spells. So
Very true, very true. It is a problem if the Rubik dies, however. He is sending on his own vision, but Entity are smoked up. DM being
Yules is ready.
Arena, you have the Yules are gonna be going for it on the other side of the map. Lesh will get caught. He misses the spear. Doesn't matter. Hammer of Purity does so much damage. This is a bigger kill, however. Your Lesh is your strongest hero, and he is no more.
That's even without God Strength, so they can look for more. I mean, every time VP finds an opening, Entity is right there to answer. Watson, he's eyeing the Omni Knight. He's gonna stun him for fog.
Onto the creeps as well. The spear will be there to keep him at bay.
There too.
Watson has the BKB. Inkswell on Kiritich won't do anything to Watson. Here comes the Ember, Sleight of Fist, Chains, Brain Sap, Fishman gets him. It felt like Virtus.pro were baiting. I just don't know who they were baiting for.
I mean, I think they just got ahead of themselves a little bit because Repel was on like a 4-second cooldown, Guardian Angel on 2-second cooldown. If they had these abilities, maybe they can fight back, but without them, and another catch by Fishman into a hoof stomp, into a Sleight of Fist. You're just nowhere safe against this lineup of Entity. They are playing fast, they have fast heroes, they're doing everything correctly this game, almost everything.
Batrider has a blink. So let's see if he's gonna be able to do something with it. Only a level 1 lasso, so it's not the best thing in the world, but it can definitely help.
I'm just worried about their damage right now. Like, there's a dispel, there's like a basically double save on Entity side on supports, and like who's doing the damage? The Lash and the Omni Knight. But Omni Knight still wants to like kind of catch up. Same with Lash. These three heroes, Mars, Batrider and Rubik, they almost cannot kill anyone.
And Kiritich wants the blink on the Omni.
I like this. I mean, it's pretty standard. Like either a harpoon or a blink and just play on a burst.
Yeah, that is a play. You jump in, Hammer of Purity hit, another Hammer of Purity comes out, and then you have the Purification. That's a lot of damage that just comes out. Let's see though. Blink on the Mars as well. So they finally have that. They finally have that huge initiation. Though maybe you want to start off with the Bat and then go with the Mars. I'm not sure. Versus an Inkswell and a Bane Sleep, might be better to just start off with the Arena, see the Inkswell, and then find a lasso target.
I think starting with the lasso and getting him away from the saves is the key. Ooh, he's gonna break. Some of the smoke actually doesn't. This Remnant, and it's a long smoke. Will they find someone? They find the Fishman, but Fishman finds them. There's a sleep. Do they want to fight this? They need to come here slowly if they want. Still, Ember cannot be there, so they're gonna...
Poke, Fishman. DM is there. They turn around, and yeah, we talked about the lasso. It doesn't work if you are the ones that get caught. Virtus.pro seem to be sleepy playing versus
Ember is catching them. Rubik is dead at least. Can they get anything else? Don't use Repel on him.
He stole the Searing Chains, looking towards Fishman. At least they bring him down. One more hit, no one finishes him off, but now you're committing onto this one. You did kill the supports. Sven does not care. DM gets the hoof stomp off. The Bloodstone is there. They're keeping them alive. Watson needs to run. Still has the BKB available. Doesn't want to use it. Maybe you should have done it because the lasso is there and the damage will be more than sufficient. Watson standing his ground fighting, but he will not be able to win it in the end. Virtus.pro, they get themselves 3 kills. That's just beautiful targeting.
I mean, the fight was just way too split on the side of Entity. Ember and Sven on one side killing the Rubik, but Lash and Mars cleaning the supports on the other side. They need to connect these supports to course. A little bit of a slip up for Katomi and Fishman.
Kiritich is alone on top, and no one wants to use this. Repel is at the ready. He doesn't burst things off any longer.
Oh, who does so much damage?
Oh boy, that really does hurt. As they're still going forward, the chains are there. Yules, nice Fiend's Grip, and there's also gonna be a silence, the hoof stop as well. Perfect spell usage, stolen silence from the Rubik, so that's gonna be quite nice. But the Soul Bind will give a double silence on. They see it clearly. Lesh from the other side has found Kataomi. Stampede will get used. Squad X, he gets woken up by that Stampede as they're still keeping themselves in place. The Sven is coming from the other side. He's still gonna need some time. Deals with Phantom Race, stolen Sleight of Fist. Seush is gonna have another one. No one needs to be careful, and here's DM to finish off Seush. It does leave Squadix all alone in this world. He has
Watson is
nobody
coming.
to be with, and here comes Watson with the Stormhammer, with the strength of the gods to cut down all 4 of your legs. Squadix gets taken down. Entity are playing out of their minds.
Tips come out. Welcome to the fight, Watson. I'm not sure if they even needed him at the end, but he will come clean up the house. What a fight from Entity. It looks for a moment bad for them, but they kite perfectly, and it's gonna be a full team wipe. Team wipe at minute 23, sorry.
I still have to praise Seyush. His spell steals in these fights have been pretty solid. He's getting some nice silences. He's keeping his distance. His positioning is right. But the second that the Omni dies, it's a problem because you don't have nobody to finish off heroes. And if the Lesh dies, then you have nobody to do the AoE damage. And that is a big weakness for Virtus.pro. Entity can get kills anyways.
VP. I think they understand too. Starting first might be the answer. Kinda always is when you keep losing the fights. You either A, mirror and dodge until you have your timing, and then or B, start first. Just need to burst one of these supports before the fight starts. Not allow for multiple ink spells, multiple nightmares. Come out.
See, it is a 10k gold lead. The Sven is miles ahead of everybody else. Has the Aghanim Scepter, has the he has the 7-second BKB. This is, and he is going for the red item, so that's when things become scary.
Exactly. He's gonna be demolishing some of these heroes. You have Repel plus Guardian, Angel combo to prevent all the damage coming, but this is on a one guy. And Sven splashes. You can splash. Kill everybody else.
Exactly. DM
DM is
under
on a
enemy
ward, yeah.
I mean, you have to check this. This can
Keeping
be
in.
game losing.
Centaur is gonna get caught. Do they have a stun?
Oh, he
What?
blinks
What?
in, gets lifted
What?
up, either way missing the spear, has the Eternal Shroud, it won't help you survive, he has been left all alone, goes with the Stampede trying to run away, FNG does die on the bottom side of the map, and Kataomi is gonna be in trouble. You don't want to place a sentry on the hill, you're gonna pay because of it. They purge the Inkswell, what was stolen, it will be the Phantom's Embrace, have the spear, no
Can they
TP
get
out
Rosh
for you.
from this? That's the big question. I think
Should try.
the rush might mean like a halfway back into this game. Their damage is not the best, but if they wanted now, it would not be contested.
Is under attack.
He didn't go for it. So, do you go for the Warcry armor on the Sven this game? You don't really deal with physical damage. He went for it either way.
Nice
It's
catch.
over. They catch him. Sleep is there, removing the Phantom's Embrace,
Wow.
and then a nice dodge. Again, Fishman is
Freaking
there
Fishman.
to save his buddies.
Where's the tip, man? That's a life-saving nightmare. Deserves a tip. Nonetheless, we'll give a little clap for Fishman.
I didn't hear it.
Imagine it.
Okay. Clap, clap, clap. See. Ember, level 19, no one has to be careful. Fishman not in the vicinity, which means that there is a chance for you to die. So he gets himself away, going for Shivas. I kinda like it for the vision. And for the reduction of the heals. I guess that's probably the most important part.
Sleep. Fishman again. But there is a lasso. What a glimmer.
And
Grip
the Ember
stolen.
comes over, going in, no one! He will be coming in to save his buddy, and what a bait by Fishman. He's solo outplaying Virtus.pro so freaking much. Finally someone gives him the tip.
Give this man a tip he deserves. He makes a defensive, offensive, any play you need. Fishman makes, Fishman brings. And they will go for a tier 2 tower. Maybe a Wisdom Rune too. No Tormentor to steal though.
Yep, they can't steal the Tormentor, but the Wisdom Rune will go their way. Virtus.pro are not making their way towards the enemy Wisdom Rune, so that's gonna be a lot of experience in favor of Entity.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Level 20 already on this Ember. What's the talent he goes for? It's the
Sleight
55
Fist.
side of his damage.
I wouldn't have minded the...
I think you don't go for the chain talent if you don't go for the one on level 15. Doesn't really make
yeah,
sense.
true. Yeah, he went for the Flame Guard DPS.
Dire's bottom tower is
There's gonna be a BKB on the centaur. That's a 9-second BKB that you're gonna have to deal with, and that's so huge because you always keep him inside of the arena. Now you won't be able to.
Yeah, that
Watson
was
loses the Daedalus.
This could be a timing they can abuse. So, very hard. But mathematically speaking, they are only 8k behind.
Yep, exactly. Let's see if they can make it work going for a smoke towards the top lane. Entity. They're expecting
Themselves, they
this.
know fight is coming.
Oh, Ember.
Who starts
He'd be in
first?
trouble. He broke their smoke. It's so huge, they won't be able to catch him. Goes to the side. Actually, the spear does connect. But look at from the other side. They already deleted the Batrider instantly with the Stampede going forward. Notice gets himself up into the air. Don't worry, my friend. We'll get you. That's a stolen Fiend's Grip. Seiyush does finish off Fishman, so he's going to be coming back. Spear. They did kill the support. The Soulbind came out, but they have the BKBs to protect themselves. Sven isn't doing that much damage. Has to be very, very careful.
He's dead on Sven.
Ulti from the... From Kiritich coming in handy. Watson is dead. This is the turnaround that Virtus.pro were looking for, and they now know they have to get even more done. Stun onto the Ember, stolen. Now DM will be coming in with a hoof stomp. Nice use there to prevent him from doing any more damage. Spear will connect, but no one's still on the other side, keeping them in place. Doesn't have that much mana to work with. No one has to be careful. As Kiritich protecting himself, now going for the Bane. That's going to be a dieback on Fishman. Kiritich finishes him off, but loses his life in the process. Kataomi will be keeping a good positioning. These buyback on the supports might allow Entity to come out okay out of this fight. There's the Phantom's Embrace onto the poor Lesh. He will get stunned up before he removes it, so dies during the silence with DM getting the triple. He's the one who saves his buddies in this fight.
Oh, it takes 2 buybacks from supports to win this fight at the end. Pretty costly, but nonetheless, most importantly, both Lesh and Omni die. Still happy with the Entity, but you need to be careful. Next fight,
Guardian
buybacks are
Angel
not
was
gonna
so
be there.
cool. Did you see
Guardian
that?
Angel plus Repel, it's a right now it means immortality.
Dire's turret has been killed.
You can only repel one target though, and you can Guardian Angel too. So I think Sven needs to see who he can remove it from. But of course, if there's a BKB, you cannot remove it anyways.
That's where the Omni strength lies. It's the pure damage he brings, and that the BKB doesn't. You don't pierce the BKB with the dispel.
Are scattered.
Does open up the Roche for Entity. Despite all of this, they only bought back on the supports and are going to be going for the Roche. But next fight, if you lose 2 of your supports, you are probably just going to get ran down altogether.
It was very awkward engagement. There was no Aegis, there was no Daedalus, there was no banner. This is the first rush, so there's not gonna be a banner either way. Nice. Need to start paying attention to this game. But I think they're not gonna get caught like that again, and now it's gonna be a Daedalus on the Sven, so it's gonna be easier to fight, for sure.
Much easier. If he has a Daedalus in that previous fight, maybe he even cuts them down in time with a couple of good crits. But of course, it wasn't available. 20,000 net worth on both the Sven and on the Ember. Very, very farmed.
I expected this from Sven, especially from the Watson Sven, but Ember really surprised me with how much he accomplished this game, both in the laning stage and now with his net worth. This is, you know, keeping up with the Sven, be it on your team or enemy team, is an accomplishment. It's its own.
So just a little bit of a disclaimer for our viewers. My analyst, the second he saw an Ember, he wrote to me, "Yeah, we're going to a game 5." That's how much he hates the hero. That's why you're so surprised.
It's just the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Usually, the Ember win rate is horrendous, but not this game. Even if he has a 30% win rate, it means he does win some games, and this might be one of them. Certainly looking like it.
Currently they're ahead. The game isn't over. FNG's impact in this game has been very limited. I feel like Seiyush is like 95% of the support impact in these fights.
Yeah, FNG, he's an old man, like two of us. He's not like these young lads. He got tired. It's a bo5. It's 9 o'clock. I'm a go to sleep.
Okay. FNG, snap out of it. Snap out of it. The thing is, you snap out of it, and then a Bane sleeps you yet again. So that's
the problem. Fishman is waiting for you.
Yes, there's a Gleipnir on the Emperor. So these BKBs are getting lower on the side of VP. That's
Yes, roots for days.
Roots for days. But of course, the lowest BKB is gonna be the one on the Sven, down to 6 seconds. Lesh down to 8. Mars down to 7. The Omni Knight just bought his, so yeah, he does have a 9-second BKB, and that's quite dangerous. So Virtus.pro, they might be stronger in the next couple of fights until those BKBs get even lower. Octarine on the Mars. So he's gonna be spamming his spells in a fight quite a lot. Has the shard as well. Double spears available. Level 20 talent with a spear duration. Quite huge. Seiyush. Safe for now. They saw the ward being played. Heritage? They get stunned up. It seems that they saw nothing.
You have Repel. You have BKB. There is some, like, sort of an insta-stun. If it's coming from Fog, then it's an insta-stun. Otherwise, he can react. Ooh, do they know where he is? Yeah,
no, they know.
They certainly.
Dire's top tower is under
He's fine.
attack.
But that's you carry that, and your mid laner, BKB TPing out. Are you fine? For real?
You know, it's one of those, you just have to say that you're fine. Even if you're not, you have to say you're fine. So that's what they're gonna go for.
Okay, story time before a Fishman catches somebody. One of the most important lessons in my life, Dota lessons, was from a man himself, Matumbaman. And Matumbaman taught me an important lesson. The game is always fine. Like, we would play a game in Chaos or pre-TI9, and I would be saying a lot of times, like, game is fine, everything's fine. You know, I would try to keep the atmosphere up. And then he was like, yo, stop it. Don't repeat it so many times. Game is always fine. You always have to have a bright look at the game. You know, never can go down the negative thoughts. Oh my god, we're gonna lose, blah blah blah. Game is always fine. Just keep playing, keep looking for the next best move, and I couldn't agree more. And I think that's one of the reasons he was so great.
Oh, so he told you literally to not repeat that the game is fine, so that people feel even better about it. If you repeat it a couple of times, it might sound like a lie. Did I get the story right?
And not really. It's just that you should always have a positive attitude towards the state of game in a way that you should always be looking for a solution, even if you're 15k down. Like in this game, you should be smoking S5, making a wraparound, finding these supports who still have buybacks on cooldown.
Going in.
Find no one.
They break
He
the
has no
smoke, and
ages.
Ember will be fine. Goes to the side. They are going to be finding the Grimstroke. That's a perfect first kill. He does get the soul bind off, but they are going to be running themselves away. And you baited me again. You baited me to talk about Arteezy. Arteezy PMA clip, still the best thing that ever happened to Dota. Google it or go to YouTube and find it. It is the most fun thing ever. But you bring down the Grimstroke, 70 seconds on the sidelines. Lucky for Entity that there's still no Roche.
You should have known better.
And they know it.
Dire are
They're just
scared.
gonna brush it off. Still, Fishman, he has no buyback either. And this is gonna be a first death. Actually, he died after he bought back, so it's not gonna be so long as for Grimstroke. No additional time. 5v3. Entity is slipping a little bit.
Seems to be some banana peels on the ground, so VP
is under attack.
are gonna be utilizing it, going for a tier 2, something that usually falls when you have a Lesh on your lineup, but now it is gonna be super fast. Of course you have the glyph, but you can only buy those 7 seconds for yourself. Is this the comeback? Is it happening, Milan? Are we going to a game 5?
Definitely start of it, you know. Just getting a tower, killing these supports, getting this bottom part of the map, because Rush will be bottom. And if you gain the area, but they're gonna leave it. TP top, supports are still dead.
Lasso
Lasso
connects.
into a
Follow-up
splitter.
stun.
No.
Oh, he got the BKB off the Gleipnir is there. You need to save your Batrider. There's the Glimmer. Will be safe. 9-second
Mars is
BKB
there.
down the drain. Mars in a solid situation. They get the hoof stomp on him, but don't have the damage necessary to finish him off, even with the Sven in the vicinity. He's level 25.
I don't know what the level 25 Sven does, but it's probably
50%
something
more.
strong. Nice
Fiend's
ward.
Grip is there, and here comes Superman to finish off the Force Knife onto the side, and they are gonna save him with a Guardian Angel. He has an Angel protecting him, so he's not gonna be dying just now, but a Sven, he still packs the punch. Kiritich, who is saving you? The other ones might survive a little bit longer, but it is still gonna be a cleanup with Watson getting a triple kill, and Seiyush needs to run away, will be able to. They will allow him to do it, but Entity, the second we started doubting them here, they showed us who's boss.
You buy back on Mars, you have one on Omni, but you couldn't do anything 5x5. What will you do 3 versus 5? I don't think there's much left in VP tank.
No Ghost
I think Entity is very, very close to being our champion. Let's see if VP can pull out a miracle.
I don't know, champions are in the other game. Here we have heroes. They're gonna be our heroes. As Entity are gonna be getting the first lane of racks to go their way. Still no buybacks being used, but the Batrider will be back with the lasso available. DM goes in with the hoof stomp. They want to kill him. Nice
He
save from
doesn't have
Grubek,
buyback.
tossing him closer to the tier 4s, but he loses his life. That's a dieback.
We are the champions. Oh, poor baby, says Watson.
Yep. The song could start playing for Entity in their boot camp, because things are going really well for them in this game, in this tournament, in this final. This is most likely our last game here at the 1-win Spring Series, and
Got
Entity
strength ready. Watson
looking
pops it.
unstoppable. Yeah, he's going for it. Flash will be
4v5.
back.
What can they do? They're gonna try to burst no one, but Blink Dagger on Katomi, probably ready.
Squad X goes in. There's the instantly they remove the lasso with the Inkswell, but they have the Fiend's Grip instantly on Watson, who has the Satanic, turns around and heals himself up almost to full. It might be time to run, has the movement speed necessary to go for it. The Fiend's Grip keeping Kiritich in place, and Watson will be doing the damage. The champions are here. Entity are gonna be winning the one-win series here in the spring. We are probably gonna be having some tournaments in the future, but these are our champions right now.
I mean, Entity really, really showing a class in this tournament. I mean, unlucky or luckily for Fishman, he would be my MVP of a tournament, but unfortunately and fortunately at the same time for him, he has Watson for his carry. So this guy, maybe you heard of him, he's a rank 1 player in the Europe. He's the best player of this tournament. In between Yatoro, Kiritich, Mike, Nisha, I can go down the list, but Watson was the best.
Wasn't that big of a competition, was it? Okay, Milan doesn't even want to speak to me. Milan, we have our champions, quite deservingly so. Before we send it over to the panel, some last words. Entity, was anybody even close to their performance in this tournament?
I mean, I think VP did play very good before these final few games. Like, they showed a class against the Spirit, they showed a class performance in the first game of this series, but after that, it was all Entity, it was all Watson. They were just on another level, especially during the lane stage. Like, Fishman and Watson, I'm a position 5 player, I'm gonna watch some of these replays, see how they got so good. How are they owning noticed and saved so hard. These guys are one of the best players in the world, and Entity, they made them look different.
Okay, Milan, that's it from us in this tournament. We are gonna be giving it away to our lovely panel to close things out here at the One Win Spring Series.
Yes, congratulations there to Entity. They're going to be walking away with the $50,000. VP, they take the $30,000. But it was all about Entity. These final 3 games here, they set the pace. They had amazing laning stages coming through. They were great on responses on team fights. The pressure they put in the game, VP, they just couldn't respond to it. So Truman, just to sum up this series here, Entity, what are your thoughts and feelings coming into the final game and the final series of the One Win Spring Cup series?
Yeah, I think Entity did a really good job at making sure that VP didn't play the game that they managed to play previously. They kind of just shut them down from the laning stage onwards. This game, I was hopeful to see some Omni Knight safe lane go bananas, but that was not the case. He got pretty much dumpstered by Kataomi and DM in that lane. Both side lanes again on the struggle bus. First blood for Watson, not what you want to see. Everything just went bad quick. Even no one winning that lane towards mid very comfortably. It was Entity on top. My big question is, of course, if Entity will be able to keep this up in the other upcoming tournaments, because this looks like a really new invigorated Entity. And last but not least, I think the hero that you need to ban when you play against Entity, you cannot ban out Watson, you'll always find a hero, but Fishman's Bane is absolutely horrible to play against.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about, Entity winning this tournament. I found a pretty interesting piece of trivia here. Ever since Watson joined Entity, this is the first tournament that they won that was not a qualifier. So for the first time, they actually get to not only win a tournament, but they get revenge. They lost the first tournament that they played as Entity to VP, Bedroom Christmas Show. They lost 2-1. They lost to VP at TI3, the last TI 0-2. So not only they win their first tournament, they actually get to revenge here against VP. And in style, as you said, this Fishman Bane looked amazing. No one showing versatility and destroying lanes. I don't think he's supposed to, so he feels back in form, right? No one was known for his prowess for being like, he actually had the fame of being, win lane, lose game for a while, but now he's winning lane and winning the game as well. It feels awesome. I think he was a seasoned player that kind of took a while to regain his foot and look good against tier 1 teams, and there we go. They win their first tournament, hopefully the first of many. And yeah, 50K in the bank is no joke either.
Yeah, they will be walking away with that top prize here in first place. But hand it to VP here as well. They made some great games themselves. They look good all the way through. Fell just a little bit short here in the finals, which is that's a little bit, feels bad, but there can only be one winner coming through, and yeah, unfortunately it's not going to be VP this time, but I think they put up a great showing and gave reasons why they should be respected as a team. Again, it started right back before TI. I think they were coming through, get themselves established, and this roster, it is a really young roster. They've got the core 3 players. I think the eldest is 21, it's 20, 21, 21, I think are the ages coming through. So yeah, you can see here these final stats that they were just able to run riot, and no one believed in the Ember Spirit like no one, and he was able to go 14-0, 18, 46,000 damage here on that Ember Spirit here for Entity, and that just, again, none of the talent, me, myself included, believed in the Ember Spirit. We all thought it was all, the Mage Slayer has been nerfed, it's dropped off, it's not really a stronger hero anymore. Strongest hero in this game, number 4 by a long shot, and nobody was able to catch him out here. 14-0, 18.
Yeah.
No, I definitely think no one has stepped up. But another player that I honestly did not expect to make that step up, rank number 9, DM. His time in OG wasn't as great as originally expected. He was definitely struggling on the OG side. Then he joined Entity, he became the new Venomancer offlaner after Toby left. So I was like, okay, they're swapping one. Pretty much the same guy for another guy, but DM has definitely impressed me. That center as well, the two-man catch, host stomp towards mid is Venomancer in the previous game. Even the second game where he played the DK, got good farm, had quick rotations in the early game to make it happen. And yeah, DM is also another player, a bit of an unsung hero in that roster. Obviously, you're playing against players like Collapse, who are those big flashy offlaners. DM is more of a stable, does his job kind of offlaner, but considering he won pretty much all of his lanes, yeah, he's definitely a player that you need to be very careful of.
Yeah, and Entity looking at a team that you need to be very aware of how they play here as well. Just being able to put on, again, the show that they have here. And, you know, it's not smaller tier 3, tier 2 teams that they've come through. They came through Team Liquid. You know, they played up in the group stage here as well. They took a game off one when they took a game off Mouse, who, you know, no push over themselves, excuse me. And then finally, Virtus.pro taking 3 games in a row. They've looked incredibly strong. So, Bowie, if you are looking to play up against Entity here as another team, how do you have to approach them now, yo? Because this, the rotations from Watson, massive risk factor as well. So what is the game plan, do you think, if you're coming up against an Entity team in this kind of strength and showing?
If you're asking me, I need to get about 4k MMR, I think, to be kind of in the same ballpark as those players. But yeah, if you're talking about other teams, I think that I think what VP tried the entire time was to get stronger lanes, but they just got outplayed. I think DK Truman also said it really well. This Bane didn't really get contested in game 2, 3, 4, and they won all games, just destroying every single lane. Fishman looked unstoppable on it, but it was not only him. You know, no one won lanes that he wasn't supposed to. Watson won lanes that he wasn't supposed to. In general, it really feels like Entity is on top of their game, and you just gotta be pretty good, and apparently not even Spirit or Liquid were able to, so they seem to be the new kids in the block here in Europe.
Okay, and that's something that Entity have needed, it felt like, because they were on the cusp of being a tier 1 team, right? But they just weren't able to make that step up in a load of events, just being, I guess, left behind for the LAN attendees as well. So this is going to be a great confidence boost for Entity, and maybe a good start to the rest of the year here. That might be the boost that they need to get through into some of these LANs and some of the other events that are going to be going on. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they play. But DK Truman as well, any final thoughts on Virtus.pro? Because they did fight through Spirit. They came through Liquid, Liga, PSG in the groups as well to get themselves into those playoffs. So not a bad showing for them, even though they're going to be disappointed with second place. Still should be proud of what they've done here, right?
Oh yeah, I've definitely been impressed. Obviously, this grand finals has a little bit of a skewed image. They looked insane in the previous series. Squadix has definitely been one of the more impressive performers on the team that I love to see. And it's a team that's growing. Their 3 main cores are very young compared to a lot of the other teams, and those players are just getting better and better with the experience behind them from the 2 supports. I think that they are going to definitely compete for the top spots in any tournament upcoming. So Dota is in a very good spot right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. What I'm not looking forward to seeing is the predictions and the final prediction tallies here as well, because it's... Well, we're going to be able to see them on the board here. We have 2 that predicted Entity, Hurry Freak and DK Truman, which I do believe means that DK Truman will be running away with the full prediction contest over the past 4 days. Over double figures, I think you're on 11 now. He's sitting right at the top of the table, and we won't talk about who's going to be right down at the bottom. You know, that doesn't really matter. It's all about who did the best, I guess. And you know, everybody else, they had a good try.
Yeah, there can only be one that's number 1, and obviously it has to be me. But yeah, it was a very wild tournament. There were some big upsets and surprises coming in, but yeah, I'm miles ahead of everyone else. Oh God, look at that.
Just that one day, the second day, you know, you just got absolutely everything though, which just leapt you ahead of everybody else. So I'm going to call a fluke. I think we need to do it again in the next one win. Let's say summer, maybe Ultimate series, and see if you can really repeat that, or if it was just a bit of a fluke coming through on those predictions.
Oh no.
DK Flukeman, yeah, that
I'm
sounds
coming,
pretty good.
I'm coming back for the gold. This is my domain. I'll see you all in the next tournament for exactly these predictions right here. And well, as long as I don't end it in last place like Rob, I'll be just fine.
Hey, listen, I'm the host. You know, I'm meant to make my analysts look good, and that's exactly what I did here in the predictions. You know, I did my job, and you all did your job as well. So it's been a fantastic time here. And again, just to break it down how this event has gone, we get the finishing place. It's going to be Entity in first place. Congratulations to them. VP going to be finishing out in second place. Team Liquid in third. Fourth is Team Spirit, and then fifth, sixth is going to be Liga and Mouse, and then seventh, eighth is PSG and 1 win. But a great showing all the way through. You know, that table doesn't reflect on the quality of Dota we've seen over the past 4 days. It has been an absolutely immense event. And fellas, any final thoughts before we do throw it? Because, you know, 4 days, it's been a bit of a, you know, a squashed in event, but it's been a great quality event, I felt.
Please give me the patch. I waited. I wanted a patch in this tournament. I wanted even more craziness. But yeah, now that it's over, now that this prestigious and amazing tournament is over, I think it's more than fair that we get a patch.
Yeah, it's time to nerf Crystal Maiden. 1 extra armor removed, and then the patch is perfect. The hero is broken. But yeah, great tournament, great production. I really do love the cooldown timers of the big spells at the top. I think that's one of the best additions that I've seen in a while. So big props to, you know, everyone at production, the casters, everyone watching. It was a fantastic tournament with some top tier Dota.
Yeah, and we'll be able to take a quick look to see how it all breaks down in the brackets. You can see that Virtus.pro coming up against Team Spirit, 2-0, Entity going 2-0 up against Team Liquid, and then dropping down here in the games today. Team Spirit, Team Liquid, it was close, but Team Liquid were able to clutch it out, take that third place slot, and in the end, it is going to be Entity, our champions, winning it 3-1. And maybe that is something you need to be careful of, you know, coming through. You can't let Fishman have that Bane, because all 3 of these final games, the Bane comes out, and they just clutched it through time after time after time. And Entity, yeah, it was a great execution for them. And VP, they made a good go of it. That first game was amazing to watch as well, with the setup they had there. You know, the Lena, Crystal Maiden, Gyrocopter, Mars, as well as the Nature's Prophet. They made a great go of it, but unfortunately for them, they just couldn't pull it back for the rest of the games. But yeah, Team Entity looking incredibly good here in those final 3 games, and I've been so impressed with them. I mean, I've been impressed with everybody. I think there's been no bad showings here in the 1 Win Spring series. So I think every team, no matter how far they got, should be proud of what they've done here.
Yeah, pretty much sums it up.
And looking forward to seeing what else is going to be coming up for the rest of the year. Again, I'm sure that's not the only Dota event that 1 Win are going to be putting on. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it is going to go. You know, how it's going to play up for the rest of the year, whether we see the same teams coming back, whether we're going to see some different teams getting mixed in there as well. And Bowie, any highlights for you, you know, team-wise coming through, any matches that stand out that if you're saying, oh, if you haven't watched the entire event, you should go back and watch this replay? Anything that stood out for you so far?
Honestly, even though the finals were pretty hyped, to me, Spirit vs. Liquid was the highlight for me. I think we had some really close games. We got to tier 5 neutrals in one of them. Mika's performance to me was absolutely perfect. It's been a while since I've seen him look that good, and to me, that was the highlight of the event. The finals were nice, but I think a lot of the games were one-sided. Entity, they were looking a bit ahead of VP, whereas I think Liquid Spirit, like, they were really close. It was, anyone could have won that series.
And it was just, yeah, a great show. So Bowie, I do agree. And Truman, I know you weren't with us for every single day, but I'm sure you were watching along when you weren't casting. So any series that you thought stood out for you and that you can recommend to the viewers if they want to go back and just see any of the top tier matches?
I gotta concur. The Spirit Liquid series was a very close affair, and it was really just a spectacle for both sides with a lot of kills. That is, well, what you'd expect of normally a grand finals. In this case, they got beaten previously the grand finals wasn't as spectacular as the third place decider. So if you're going to look at any series, I would definitely suggest that one.
Okay, well, I mean, if you have the time, I just say go watch the entire event. I think it's been bonkers from start to finish, you know. But yeah, looking at the series that did come through, especially in the group stages, maybe the Liga match there as well, up against Liquid. The first two games were absolutely amazing. Third one, a little bit of a letdown there, but I think that series was amazing. Team Spirit against Mouse as well. That was just an absolute Team Spirit masterclass. So there is some amazing games to go back and watch. But yeah, I would. So it's only 4 days. You know, just what are you going to be doing for the next 4 days? Just go back and watch all the replays, and we'll see what will be coming up here for the rest of the year. But yeah, I think the entire event was amazing. So I want to give a shout out to OneWin for putting it on. All my panelists, analysts, casters for taking part here as well. DK Truman, Bowie, Aries, Hurry Freak, Milan. Yo, it's been an amazing time. So I've looked forward to working this every single day coming into it. You know, it's just been an amazing series, an amazing event, and I'm looking forward to more of them. And again, guys, don't forget to follow out all the OneWin social media channels, you know, to see when the OneWin events are going to be going on. The QR code is on the screen there. Give that one a scan, and you will be able to follow along to the Twitch channels, you know, the social media channels there as well, to any announcements for any esport events coming up. More Dota events I'm sure to come up throughout the year as well. But for now, we are going to be signing off. So I hope you've enjoyed it here, this OneWin Spring series. It's been the first, but hopefully not the last, but it's been massively entertaining. So thank you everybody for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you for the next one. But for now, goodbye.